What's wrong? I haven't written anything good in months. I have writer's block. I can't even think of what character to write. I've gotten 33 words for December. I am not a writer. Wait! You don't know the ancient technique that cures writer's block and any writing problems since the dawn of time. Liar. I'm serious. I just wrote a book in 1 week. What is it? Magic. You're the chosen one. Really? No. Do we look like we're in Middle Earth? It's better than magic. It can cure writer's block, it can solve any problem, it can fix any story, it can make you a best-selling novel. You're going to tell me that I need to go get an education, I need to learn by practicing writing every single day, I need to join a writer's group, I need to teach myself new words, and maybe in 20 years, I'll be able to write something halfway decent. Who actually wants to spend time writing as a writer? No. You got a writing problem? Then put a dragon on it. Are you feeling stuck? Put a dragon on it. All right. Welcome to day 3 of the Right Now-a-thon. We are so excited, and clearly today it's time to put a dragon on it. So if you have any writing problems or if you have any learnings, the Right Now-a-thon is the place to be. Yesterday, we had so many wonderful presentations, guests, discussions, games, and things going on for the last 10 hours of yesterday. It was, I made it. We all made it. We all made it through day 2. But what mysteries, what surprises does day 3 of the Right Now-a-thon have in store for us? Well, my friends, we have a lot. We have a lot, and we are really upping the stakes because we're going to be doing more conversations, more guests, more discussions, and our writing game today, it's going to be an entirely new game, trivia based, and you're invited to come join. So we're going to be getting into all that and more because that's going to be offering up a prize, a cash prize, if I might add, sponsored by the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And we're going to be having a special interview, an exclusive interview with the founder of the AuthorTube Writing Conference as well. We're going to be doing that and much more. So make sure you stay around because we're starting right now. All right, my friends, but this would not be possible without my lovely and wonderful co-hosts. Without them, this entire event wouldn't even be logistically feasible. I wouldn't be able to do it without them. But without further ado, let me bring on my wonderful co-hosts and bring them to the stage. Please help me welcome the wonderful Chat Soul. Welcome, and the lovely Miss Penelope Hartley. Welcome back, my friends.
Yay!
We're like day 3, 10 more hours of streaming. We'll see if we can survive this.
Woo! And Crow.
Oh,
Crow didn't get a proper intro.
What was that?
I said Crow needs his intro.
Yeah, we
Crow
need
does need an intro. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. By the way, I'm Kaufman, streaming for 362 days and counting. And yeah, most of you probably know me by now, but those of you who don't, I'm on a mission to put a dragon on it. So that's me. I'll let you guys take it away with your intros.
So I'm Chat Soul, and this is Crow. I write fantasy and sci-fi, and I've been working on a lot of fan fictions lately and started a new Romantasy book. So gonna be working on that for the new year.
I'm Penelope Hartley. I am a classically trained poet writing experimental literature, starting with my first novella, Ditcher's Requiem, and leading into a 7-book series of whatever I feel like at the time.
You're like, whatever my heart desires. That's what we shall be working on writing on today. So, my friends, are you guys looking forward to today? Like, I know we have, especially your guys' presentations are queued up as well. I feel like yesterday was a warm-up for today's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I'm definitely looking forward to some of the discussions. And I can tell we have some of our friends here in the chat as well. SD, welcome, my friend. Looking forward to chatting with you in just a bit. Hi, everyone. Make friends with the like button. Woo, love it. Absolutely love it. Showing some love to our Right Now Thon stream. Megan, welcome back, my friend. Welcome. Rachel, yay for day 3. Brianna, welcome back. Marta, what's up? You're like, what do I win today? I guess you're just going to have to stick around, Marta, because we have a lot of giveaways. We have a lot of free giveaways, right? We have books, services, tools, and much, much more. So you are all going to want to stick around to be winning some freebies. We're definitely giving out a lot. A lot. So let's see who else we got. Heavy, welcome, my friend, to day 3 of the Right Now-a-thon. Courtney, welcome back. Jessica, what's up? Welcome, my friend. Glad to have you here. So I pose this question to all of you. This is a very important question. What are you drinking this morning? What are you drinking this morning? Are you drinking coffee, energy drinks, tea, soda? What's the beverage that's going to help you get through the day? Right now, I am going the what are they called? Yerba mate. I'm doing the yerba mate today. So, Penelope, what are you guys starting the day with?
Water.
Yeah. Utilitarian travel mug full of decent coffee, which I'll be switching later for the sparkly unicorn hydration system.
Ooh, I love that balance. I was like, I had my water. Oh, that's right.
It's grounded, but it still floats.
I was like, I know we definitely have to be drinking water. Stay hydrated. Water is good. So is coffee. Oh man, it looks like we got a couple. You're like, Megan, water. Megan's right there with you on the water bus. Good job, Megan. Absolutely stay hydrated. Courtney's like, coffee to start. Let's see. SD, you're like, just finished my second coffee, about to start on my eggnog. Tasty. Whenever I do eggnog, I like the warmed up eggnog. I'm like such a weirdo.
Really?
I was like, yeah. I was like, I don't know why
I've never had
it
warm. It might be good. I don't know. I've just never done it.
It's tasty. But granted, I was influenced by Starbucks culture, and they always did the eggnogs as one of their drinks as well.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And let's see, Amara, you're like coffee fix at the moment. Heavy, you're like vanilla avocado Italian coffee. Oh, that sounds really good, actually.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have Italian sodas? I always loved Italian sodas.
Do they have really those tasty in Kansas?
I'm not sure I recognize that.
Yeah, I've heard
it was kind of just like it was kind of like carbonated sodas, but it was they mixed with the liquid syrups that you'll usually find in like bars.
Oh, okay. That sounds yummy. I do that. I do like fruit juice and Perrier sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's probably like in that direction. Absolutely.
Yeah, I like the carbonated water with just a bit of flavor.
Mm-hmm. So we definitely have a fun schedule today. What we're going to do is, let's see. So we're going to be going over the schedule. Like, let's see all the craziness and all the things that we have lined up for today. But before we do, I want to ask you two, what do you guys think of our opening dragon video today?
That was awesome.
Your existential angst was...
I was like, hopefully I've encouraged people to that if they have any writing problems to put a dragon on it.
I like it. I feel like I should have had one for day 2 of the Right Now-a-thon. You know, so like when the nap is starting to take over, I could have just dragon.
Put a dragon on it. Like, oh, I'm awake now.
Yeah, I put a dragon on it, solved all my problems.
I guess that would be a good video as well, right? anytime somebody falls asleep, put a dragon on it and they're like wired.
Ooh, put it
That
on
would
the
actually be
coffee
good.
mug. Yes.
Yes, I put a dragon on it. So the reason that I made that fun little video was because the first product I'm ever going to try to sell, I'm test launching it out due to popular demand, is the dragon sticker. So for anyone who wants to buy a copy of the dragon sticker, it's linked down below. I think now on my screen, I was testing out live shopping with the community a couple of days ago because I'm still getting used to it on YouTube. But I think it pops up at the bottom of the screen or in the shopping thing below the live stream. If you don't see it, just refresh and you'll see it pop up and it takes you to the shopping thing. If you want to get a copy of the dragon sticker, because this is a test trial, I only bought a limited amount. So I want to say I have about 40 here. So I have about 40 or so copies of the dragon sticker. So make sure that if you want to get a copy, buy one before they sell out, because I'm probably not going to do another round of this specific style. Maybe I might try something different, but this is kind of a test trial to kind of see like, all right, how do they even sell? Like if they don't sell, then I can't do more, people. So we'll see. We'll see. It's also another great way to support the community. Once again, any funds that go, whether you guys do like super stickers, super chats, or YouTube, joining the YouTube membership, purchasing a dragon sticker, or what's also available is Freaky Friday, the beloved Miss Jezebel. So all this is available. Anything that you guys purchase all goes back into supporting the community and goes towards marketing, advertising. Hey, there we go. There we go. I was like, yes, Freaky Friday.
Woo! Pink.
So it basically,
whatever
and it all
you do,
goes
don't put a
towards supporting.
Jezebel on it.
What was that? I put a spell on it.
I said, whatever you do, don't put a Jezebel.
Do not put a Jezebel on it. Otherwise, it'll start having technical difficulties. Woo! I was like, yay. Courtney was like, I was going to send another 3-second video saying put a dragon on it, but chickened out. Well, once you get the dragon sticker, you can definitely send send a dragon video. That'd be cute.
That would be
Megan, you're like, bought 2. Yes. Rachel bought 3. Yes. Wonderful. 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 So cool. I was like, thank you all for the support. I really appreciate it. I've took advice from the merchandising pros and asked like, all right, how do you even do merchandising? Because I'm not, this is a new area for me, but all the big content creators say that social media shopping is like hugely popular. I'm personally not an online shopper, but because there's so much predominance and prevalence in the market, I'm like, all right, well, clearly there's an avenue there. And I think it's just trying to understand like what the community want, what people actually would like to buy that's like writer themed or culture community themed. So more to come. Thank you for supporting the community. I very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, like need them for various stuffs. They make shopping too easy. Yeah, ain't that the truth? My mom bought 5. Oh, I got one and Bestie got one too. Yes. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate your support. Really, really appreciate it, my friends. Okay. So with that, that'll be available all day until supplies, until they cut off. Let's see. So let's go over the schedule. Let's see what we got in store for today. So we got a full lineup for the day. Let's see, day 3. So this is our opening schedule. Okay. So as you guys can see what we got here, we're starting off with our opening event. For any of our screenwriters in the audience, we're going to be kicking off right into our screenwriting event in just a little bit. So that's going to be our first one. We're starting off. Any of our screenwriters in the audience, this is going to be great. It's going to very much help. Or maybe you're working on like a graphic novel, or maybe you're working on like a stage play. Anything that is script focused, this event is definitely going to help you, because whether you're writing for the screen, a lot of these principles apply towards anyone who's working on a script. So that's what we're going to be starting off with. And then, oh, what's that? Practical Magic, visual branding for indie authors. Who's ever going to be presenting that? That is going to be a wonderful, wonderful presentation. And then we're going to be kicking off into a live discussion about social media and author branding. I think what we've all learned is that if you want to be an author in this year, next year, in the foreseeable future, you got to know how to have an author brand. And we've invited some awesome authors to deep dive and have a great discussion about. We're going to be going over a number of different topics. When we hop into our writing game, like I said, our writing game is going to be trivia based, and it's going to be offering up a cash prize to the winner. Now, here's the thing. If you want to compete, you have to hop on the stream. So that is the thing. So we've invited a number of writers to come join us. If you want a chance to compete for the cash prize, I was like, let me drop this for a second. I was like, I can probably throw up this photo. Let's see. If you want a chance to compete for our cash prize, our Jeopardy trivia game, you're going to have to let us know, drop a comment, shoot me a message on Discord, shoot me an email. Everything's linked down in the description down below. So let me know, and we'll send you an invite so you can come join and hop on for the writing game. And you will have a chance to win the cash prize. Sponsored and hosted, not hosted, but sponsored by the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So this is going to be very, very cool. Really looking forward to this. This is going to be quite an experience. So definitely looking forward to the writing game. That's going to be quite a trip. Let's see. And then we're going to be hopping into a keynote. This is going to be such a fun conversation. And then we got some huge announcements. So you guys are going to want to make sure to stick around, especially for all of our WriteNow community members. This is going to be a huge announcement. Wanted to really kick off the announcements for today, and then we will have some really great presentations to close out. So we got a lot today. Soul, Penelope, how are you guys feeling about today?
It's gonna be awesome again.
Yeah, I think hopefully we'll be able to kick it up a notch and see how everything works out.
I think I have to reformat my brain so I can fit more information in it, because yesterday was just so much great, new knowledge and things like that. And I wanted to run out in 1,000 different directions and do all these new things. And it's like, no, I get to do it again. So defrag.
Yeah, I feel like we definitely learned a lot yesterday. We definitely learned like quite a lot. I was like, oh my goodness. So I know I'm looking forward to it.
Totally.
Perfect. And let's see. I think that's what we got for our schedule. And I saw a couple questions pop up. Let's see. So Megan was like, wait, a trivia game? Does that mean questions on writing or on literature? Ooh, what should
I say we don't give it away.
Yeah, if you want to participate, you're just going to have to show up, my friend. Megan, if you want to come participate in the game, have a chance to win, shoot me a message on Discord and we'll send you the invite link to hop on. Our writing game is at 3:50 Pacific time. So 3:50 Pacific time is when the writing game is out, which means 3, 4, 5, 6:50 Eastern time. So definitely, guys, come on. Like we already have some of our other writers are competing. It's going to be such a cool experience. We haven't tried it before, so it's going to be a test trial, but it's going to be so much fun, guys. I'm like really looking forward to see how the community responds to it. So that's what we got there. And let's see, we are just setting up for our next event. So without that, I think we're going to hop into a giveaway. So with that, Soul, Penelope, I'll let you guys hop backstage. Thanks for joining me. You guys will see my beautiful co-hosts around today.
Hop, 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 hop.
And there goes Penelope. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful, my friends. Definitely looking forward to it. Let's see. Let me just make sure we have the logistics set up. Who is ready for a free giveaway? Who is ready? And we are starting off with this dark blend. So this is actually a very cool dark vampire type novel. Let's see. I need to see. I was like, in a perfect world, I have everything all set up for my stuff. All right, so you're going to be getting the chance to win the Dark Blend, this vampire novel. If you want the chance to win this, all you have to do is type in #dark into the chat. Type in #dark into the chat for a chance to win this vampire novel. So it's called The Dark Blend. Erie Lau, an ambitious young visa worker, comes to America to work on a secret product for Starbucks Corporation. Ooh, I feel like I might be a little biased here. There he meets Nothera Ipomoe. Okay, let me make sure. There he meets Nothera Ipomoe, a mysterious woman who wants a workplace romance with Erie on top. But she's his boss and a vampire. Ooh, we got a little vampire workplace romance in Starbucks. Sign me up. I'm not even a romance fan, and that sounds great. Where like I feel like we're getting a mix of like some like maybe hopefully like a better 50 Shades of Grey type thing with some romance, because you could definitely tell it's kind of dark. This sounds like a really great novel, actually. I'm like really curious, and I don't even read romance, and this is definitely intriguing to me. I think the last novel I had read a couple years ago was probably reread Interview with a Vampire. Was always fun with the Anne Rice world and mythology. Okay, so we're doing that. So keep it coming. If you want a chance to win, type in #dark into the chat for a chance to win. All right, and let me see here. All right, and okay, so with that one, so the Dark Blend, we will be giving that away, and let's get it going. So type in #dark, type in #dark, and let's see who's going to win it. All right, let's do it. And Mira, congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. You won the first #dark, the first book giveaway. Absolutely. Congratulations, my friend. So for after you won, congrats. Mira, make sure that you go. I'm going to drop the link right now for the giveaway winner form. So make sure to fill out that form. We just dropped it in the comments for you. Go fill out that form, Mira. Anytime somebody wins a giveaway, you got to fill out that form so that way we can make sure that we know which product you won, and we'll be able to get that to you. So congratulations again, my friend, starting it off. Yes, it was a book starting it off. Congratulations again for winning the first free giveaway of the day. All right, and making sure that we are all set. All right, so we are just setting up for our first presentation of the day. So we're going to be hopping into our first writing for the screen, which is going to be very, very exciting. So for anyone who's working on a script, anyone who's a screenwriter, this is going to be the presentation for you, Mr. Josh Ampuero, over from Josh Makes Movies. Like, let me tell you, Josh has some hilarious stuff. He has a show over on Amazon Prime. He is awesome and definitely a good friend. I am so happy to be able to bring him onto the screen. And let me bring up the ad. All right, so here's what we got. So starting off with our writing for the screen. So we will go over the basics of writing a screenplay and how creative writers can use the skills they already have to write for the screen. All right, perfect. So without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage Josh Ampuero. Welcome, my friend.
Hello.
Thank
How you
you
doing?
so much for joining me. Thank you for helping to kick off this next day of the Right Now Thon.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Your audio's good. Your
Okay,
audio's
good.
definitely good.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Were you able to figure out the screen
Yes.
share?
Yes. I got it. So I think I'm good to go on that.
Perfect. Okay. I don't see it in the studio quite yet. So make sure that you got you click the present,
Mhm.
add it to the screen, and then I can throw it up for you.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, I'll just share my screen. It's like an online presentation thing.
Oh,
So
so
I'll just share my
an
screen.
online thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Figured it was
Okay.
easier. Yeah.
You're like, I got it.
Yeah.
Technology.
Yeah.
All right, my dude. Well, let me know if you need anything. I'll pop back in. We'll moderate comments for you. And I'm having loved screenwriting all my life. I'm looking forward to what you have to share.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, like Jared said, just a little bit about me. My name is Josh Ampuero. I've been screenwriting for a while now. I started in 2006, 2007, my last year in high school. So I didn't really know honestly what a screenplay was for a while. When I was a kid, I loved watching movies. I loved movies, and I liked reading books. But I had no idea what a screenplay even was. I didn't even know that writing was a part of the filmmaking process until much later when I went to the library in middle school and I checked out a screenwriting book, a screenplay. And I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I didn't realize that it makes a lot of sense, though, that a movie can't be made unless you write it out first, unless something is typed out first. That's like the process of it. So um, that kind of opened my mind a little bit to there being a whole process of writing a story that needs to be projected onto the screen. When I was young, I would participate in a lot of creative writing exercises. I liked writing, but it was a little. I was a little lazy with it. I felt like I had some creative ideas, but I didn't like to sit on my computer or sit on with my paper and pencil and just be writing all the time. I kind of got a little lazy. But when I would participate sometimes in class, in like creative writing exercises, the teachers sometimes would take notice of that. One of my teachers actually read one of an assignment that we were all given. He read it to the entire class, and he was like, "This is really cool, Josh. Like, I like how you did this." But that was it. Like, he didn't come up to me and was like, "Hey, you should probably try to do more of this, or you should try doing, you should try writing often." Or I don't remember my teachers really ever saying that to me. I think the only person that ever really told me to pursue it or to continue with writing was my mom. She would tell me, like, you should keep doing it, and I would try to write every now and then, but I never enough to make it a habit. Up until I discovered screenwriting, and in high school, I was given the opportunity to make a short film as an extra credit project. I talked to a friend that I knew who was in high school with me. He had been making movies for like 4 or 5 years already, and I asked him for help, and he mentored me, showed me a couple of things on how to make a movie, and I started learning how to write screenplays at that point. And so ever since then, I've been trying to. That's kind of where I got into the writing habit a little bit more, was writing screenplays. As I will show you guys very soon, I think it's a lot simpler. It's a lot more simple to write a screenplay than it is to write a novel, and which is perfect for me because, as I said, I'm kind of lazy to begin with. So, it gets easier for me to write screenplays, to write short scripts, and then I actually and shoot them, and I film them, and I edit them on my computer. So I'm creating these films as I write. I go and I film it with my friends, and then I put it together in my editing program. So I try to do it very often. But now, I'm married. I got 3 kids. It gets a little hard sometimes to find the time, but I do the best I can. But I just want to let you guys know, like, maybe if you know about screenwriting, or you've heard about it, you might think it might be a little hard, or you might think it might be a little difficult. You don't know how different it is, I just want to tell you, I think you guys, what the people that write novels, I look up to you guys. As a screenwriter myself, I look up to you guys because I think writing a screenplay is so much easier than it is to write like a book. And I'll go into that. But if you guys have never read a screenplay, maybe you guys are probably more familiar with like a play. It's kind of similar to when you read a play. It's the action and then the dialogue, and it's in a specific structure. So you compare like one page of like a novel. It's just all words. Sometimes it's a lot of words. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's like just a whole block of words. There's not a lot of separation, white space. I'm gonna share here my my screen so I can show you like what. Okay. Share entire screen. Okay, there we go. It's not letting me though. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, okay. I had to click on it. See, this technology stuff, I'm not the best at. If you guys can see this right here. So this is like a page of the first page of a screenplay that I wrote. It's very the action is right here. It just shows like what's happening on screen, and then it's the dialogue of what the characters are saying. There's a lot of white space. It's very open. This is what studios like to see, by the way. Studios like to see white space on a screenplay page. Actors like to see a lot of white space. They don't like to see a big block of dialogue. They want to see, really, really quick stuff. One person speaks and the next person speaks, the next person speaks. It's very fast. This is what studios are looking for in a script, is that it's structured correctly with the action like this going across the screen, and then the dialogue is in small bursts like this. So that just gives you an idea of basically how different it is. In a novel, you'd be seeing a whole entire page of writing, very, very little breakage in between. But in a screenplay, that's why I say it's a little bit easier. It's for us lazy writers. I think it definitely it is something that plays to my strengths. And so yeah, so that's just the basics, like the basics of how to structure it. There's a lot of intricate things that go into it. I could be here speaking for a few hours if I was going to go into exactly how it works, but I just wanted to show you an example of how it is. One of the things that I was taught is that every single line in a screenplay moves the plot forward, moves the story forward. A lot of writers, they live by that teaching. Every single word that they write is carefully chosen. And I agree with that statement probably about 85% of the time. I think for me, it's a little bit different because I write comedy, mostly comedy stuff. And for me, I like to interject a joke here and there that maybe doesn't always necessarily move the plot forward, but can be really funny or can be really hilarious. But regardless, I still fully agree with that statement. And I think it's good to have like a mantra in the back of your head whenever you're writing, whether it's a screenplay, whether it's a novel. It's always good to have something like that. And so that's something that I keep in the back of my head whenever I'm writing. Every word, everything has to move the story forward, whether it's action or whether it's dialogue. And something that a lot of times people run into when they're writing their first screenplay, and this is definitely what I ran into, is I had a mentality of first A happens, and then B happens, and then C happens. And so what happens is it's more recommended for the framework of your structure, how you're thinking of your story, to be A happens, and then because of that, B happens, and then because of that, C happens. So everything, one part flows into the next part of your story, and it makes it more compelling. It also makes it more organic. The story is able to grow more organically from you having that mentality, instead of just, all these things are going to happen to the main character, but there's no explanation why. Going from one to the next, one flows into the next, one scene flows into the next scene, is definitely how you should be thinking about it. But it also depends on what audience you're writing to. Like Jared said, I'm a filmmaker. I make movies. I have a a web series that premiered on Tubi and on Amazon. And most of the stuff that I write, I'm actually planning to film it at some point. Or I'm writing it because I'm going to send it to a few actors, that want to see, that I'm thinking about bringing on board to this film. So I take my time with it. I make my screenplay something fun to read, something that's interesting to them. Like if I'm thinking of, there's been a few actors that I've never worked with before, and I'm sending them a screenplay. When I'm writing the script, when I'm writing the dialogue, I'm thinking of, I want this guy to work with me, so I want to write a character, or I want to write something that happens in this story that will make him interested in this, that will make him want to perform this. And I don't know if there's any actors on the stream, but whatever you guys look for in a story, like an interesting character or a funny character, or a guy that gives like snappy one-liners, whatever, I try to think of like, what would this actor like to see? What would this actor like to perform? And if I've gotten to know them already beforehand, then that just helps me in crafting the character a little bit better. But I want them to play the character, so it's my job as the writer to make the character as interesting as possible. So let me give you an example of that again with this thing. Let me see if I can get better at this screen sharing thing. So for example, if I were to write like this, if I were to write this line, a line of dialogue like this: Martin looks up and smiles. Okay, it's kind of boring, but it's what happens on screen. It's what we see happening. So that's perfectly fine, right? But instead, if I was thinking like I wanted to give Martin some personality, or maybe Martin is the villain and I'm introducing him for the first time, I want to give him a little bit more. I want to give the actor a little bit more to see. Now, if I write this, Martin slowly raises his head, considers how long he has waited for this moment, and cracks a smile. Now there's something extra for the actor to work with. Now the actor can actually have a frame of mind of, how am I going to give this character, what am I going to do for this character, what decisions I'm going to make on my face to give this character, to convey what it is that's on here. So something like that is very, it can be a little bit more interesting than just a simple like the description that I showed first. Now, a lot of screenwriters are going to tell you that I just made a mistake, that what I just showed you is wrong, or not to listen to me because I don't know what I'm talking about. And maybe they're right, because I'm kind of a clown, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But it's also, you also got to look at it in the context. If I was using flowery language like the second example in the entire script, then yeah, probably that'd be a bit much. Just like I'm sure for you novel writers out there, if you're bending over backwards thinking of a different way to write, he said, right? He exclaimed, or he whispered, like there's so many things like that. So yeah, if you're doing it all the time, it can be a little distracting. But that's what I mean. Like if I'm looking at it as an important moment in the script, I want to add a little personality into even just the action of a character does, that tells you a little bit more about him. You also got to understand that film is a visual medium. It's a visual art form. So where you as a novelist could describe his thoughts, you could describe exactly what the villain is thinking at that moment when he looks up and smiles. We as an audience that's watching a movie don't know what he's thinking. So something like that, something like a description that in the second example that I showed you guys, that is able to give the actor more to work with, so that he can show in his face, he can express in his face what's going on in his head, and therefore also makes it a better viewing experience for the audience. But like I said, because I'm not really writing to studios, 99% of the stuff that I write is never probably going to be seen by a studio head. I have a YouTube channel. I try to make every film that I write, I try to make it myself, or I plan to make it myself at some point. So I'm not concerned about like staying rigid to the specific rules of writing a screenplay that's going to sell. I don't want to sell my screenplays. I want to make them myself. But if you do want to sell your screenplay, just know that it's good to follow the rules. It's good to be rigid in the structure, but don't be afraid to throw in something like I just did, because it's also makes the reading experience more interesting. Like, I try to look at it as, when I send out my screenplays, I want the person that's reading it, I want them to read it like a book, like a good book, where you can't wait to turn the page, you can't wait to move on to the next thing. If there's too many clunky things, or if I'm like, if it's too rigid in the writing, it could take them out of it, or if it's too boring, it can make them lose interest and not go to the next page. So I like adding in things like that. I like adding in lines of dialogue to give the character personality, so that it makes it a more enjoyable reading experience for the reader. So here, I hope I've been able to, I hope my screen sharing has been working so far. I'm gonna do one more so I can give you guys another example here. So let me do this real quick. So I used to write in a very clunky way. Like, when I was writing, I would do a lot of showing I would be showing in the script, as you can see here, the camera directions of what I wanted to film myself, because again, I'm going to be directing this, right? So for example, I every scene, you start off with like a location. EXTs for exterior, a wheat field is like wherever this scene takes place, and then day or night for whatever time of day the scene takes place in, right? So this is how I used to write: a wide shot of two swordsmen running towards each other, a medium shot looking up as they cross blades 3 times, and then we push in with the camera as they end up with their swords locked. Extreme close-up on Heihachi's face as he struggles to hold his blade. It's very clunky, and I didn't know any better. That's how it used to be for me. I used to write like that because I was under the impression that as a filmmaker, I need to be writing all the camera directions so that I know what to do when I'm going to be filming with my friends, when I'm going to be filming this later. But now I moved on. I write it more like this. From opposite ends of the wheat field, Heihachi and Kyuzo run directly at each other. They meet in the middle and exchange blows. Their blades lock with neither man backing down. Heihachi grits his teeth as he uses every muscle in both arms to hold his blade steady. So, comparing the two of them, obviously the easy comparison is the second one is more interesting to read, right? It's more, it flows better. There's no camera directions. I'm fully invested in the story. The story of what's happening in this scene, I'm interested in it. I want to know what happens next. There's tension in it, right? But also notice that there is, oh shoot, I'm sorry. Also notice that in the second one, it's almost the same length. Like, I've written almost the same amount of words, the same lines as in the first one, but in the second one, it's much more interesting. It's much more the whoever is reading it, the actors who are reading it, the studio that's reading it, they're going to be much more invested in this one. And I've taken the same amount of space to write the same exact thing, but now this is more interesting. This is more of reading like a book than this one up here, which is just basically camera directions. So something like that is what you can do as a screenwriter, is what you can do as a creative writer. You can think creatively like that. And also one other thing, let me see if I'll do this again real quick. If you look at the second one that I wrote here, you can kind of see, if you read this one again, right? You can kind of see the camera directions, even though I'm not explicitly telling them to you, right? If I'm putting here, Heihachi grits his teeth, that's telling you that the camera's right up in his face. Otherwise, how are you going to be able to see that, right? So I'm as a screenwriter, as a creative writer, you can use your creative writing skills to show the different edits or the different cuts in a movie. If you're seeing a movie, like I see the movie in my head as I'm writing it out, but this is so boring. I don't want to say, oh, we get into an extreme close-up on Heihachi's face. That doesn't make sense to someone who's not a cinematographer, who's not a camera person, right? But if I say this, he grits his teeth, that's showing you that now the camera's right up on his face. We're right there with him as an audience. We're right there as he struggles to hold the sword up. So That's all stuff that you can do as a creative, as a creative writer, as a novel writer. You transfer those skills into screenwriting, and you make it interesting for the person that's reading it. So that's kind of like something that I had to learn. It wasn't something that I knew right away. There's so many screenwriting books out there that you can look at. There's so many teachers. There's so many. I learned so much from taking screenwriting classes in college. I went to UC Riverside. One other thing that that one of the teachers told me is every character has an arc, and just like your characters in a novel has an arc, they start the beginning, the middle, and the end. But even the side characters, even the characters that show up for 3 lines, that character has an arc. So I try to instill that into my supporting characters. Jared can definitely attest to that. That I sometimes I tend to fall in love with my supporting characters, and I forget about my protagonist. I don't make him as interesting because I just have so much fun writing my side characters. Even my characters that show up for like 5 lines, I like giving them their own arc. I like giving them a personality because that makes your writing stronger. That makes it more the characters more relatable. But whatever it is that you do, you always want to have something in the back of your mind, something that's guiding you in writing the story. Like even something as simple as what I said before, like white. People want to see white on the page, so to break it up as much as possible. I don't like doing more than 3 or 4 lines of action. Like if I'm like the swordsman thing that I was typing out, that I showed you. I don't like to write paragraphs of action on the screen. 3 or 4 lines of the page, and then I enter, and I'm going to the next. Line. Dialogue similar. A lot of my characters like to talk sometimes, but for those of you that are writing for the screen that are maybe trying to sell something like that, they want to see fast lines, 2 or 3 sentences, and then go to the next character. Right? They got to go back and forth. So it just becomes. It just becomes a thing of like how it is, what audience are you writing to, and just keeping those things in the back of your mind is how you the mantra that will guide you in through your writing. So that's pretty much how it works. I don't know if you guys have questions regarding that. I definitely there's so many more things that we could get into on this, but yeah, I don't know if Jared, I don't know if you have a question for or anything, or if anyone.
Yeah, no, I could tell from what you're sharing, Josh, that you always have such a unique perspective and a unique take on screenwriting. And I feel like every single time we talk about it, I'm always learning something from your experience. I now feel a little rusty on screenwriting. So, I was working on scripts for every single day of my life. And then I changed back to working on shorts and novels again. But it's all part of the thing, right? I haven't given up the screenwriting part. It's my dream to be able to write scripts, produce them, cameo, and then also come out with books and be able to do both and create both as part of a big franchise, a big universe. That would be my dream, because I love all the formats. I would love to do a stage play with it. Love to have the graphic novel, the animation. Like, I would love to do it all. I think it just, do I have the time? Do I have the money to invest in the team to be able to do the other things? Right. But as it pertains to screenwriting, I know I know I learned a lot. And then I can tell from the chat here, Susan was saying, writing for the screen, I'm also a screenwriter myself. So I know you definitely have some screenwriters here in the community. Gore, welcome, my friend. You said, I would also be adding visual details like light flaring and shadow shifting, some things that many movies don't seem to use in scenes, and a directed purpose holding back the potential of the scene. And Josh, that's actually something kind of interesting. I know Gore added on that. He's like, something like gritting their teeth, the sun slightly blinding them, or something like that. In context, use is worth 1,000 words that don't need to be used.
Absolutely.
And this is something that's really interesting with scripts. We do want to tell the story, right? Because if we're going to option it, sell it to someone, or even create it, we of course want it to be appealing, like you were saying. At the same time, if you're optioning this, or let's say you're selling this to an agent, aren't there times where if you're putting too much descriptions or too many details, like they'll just cut a lot of that stuff, won't they?
Yeah.
Because I feel like, don't they want to leave it open? They want the directors, they want to let the actors act and the directors direct to an extent.
Right. And as a screenwriter, you shouldn't be wanting to be a director or wanting to be a cinematographer, or telling, basically, if you're putting too much direction, you're telling the director how to do his job, you know, and that's not your job as a screenwriter. So 100% that makes sense. However, also be cognitive, or be mindful of the fact that whatever you show in the screenplay, it's same Chekhov's gun principle as in novel writing, right? If you show a gun, especially if it's hidden, like let's say you show a gun that's hidden in someone's sleeve, the audience, but the other characters don't, right? You're taking the time to show that in your screenplay or on camera. That gun needs to go off at some point. You know, it has to enter the story at some point. You can't just.
Man. So you mean you can't just show a random gun in the thing and then just never have it go off?
Exactly. You know, so yes, 100% what he was saying. Yeah, putting things on screen that says a lot more than what 1,000 words could. 100%. But be mindful that everything that you put on screen, everything that you put in the description, has to relate to the story. Has to be paid off in the story at some point. Set up and pay off.
Yep. That totally makes sense. Totally. And it's almost like it's like that balancing act.
Right.
You have to have the right level of description so they get pulled in the story, but you can't do too much and make them feel like, oh, they're trying to take my job. Otherwise, they won't buy the script, right? If you're trying to sell it to a studio, like, competition is high. Competition is definitely very high. And I'm curious, we have another question here, but I was curious, Josh, do you ever see yourself optioning your scripts to a large studio, or is your future goal always like, hey, I want to write all my own stuff, always create, produce, do everything myself?
I'm not closed off to writing something that I would sell or that I would attempt to sell, but it would be something that I would make a conscious decision early on, like maybe even before I started writing. This specific story is something that I'm going to try to sell. So then I would write it like that. So everything that I've written so far, I see myself at some point in the future filming it, making it myself. So and so I write it for myself. So but I'm not closed off to it. It's just, I don't know. I get very.
Yeah, no, it's kind of different. It's almost like the same thing what that authors do.
Yeah.
It's for you writing it for.
Right.
And if you're writing it to film yourself, you're going to probably be doing different things. You might be adding jokes, not adding jokes, but you're like, yeah, I know, I can already envision what that's going to look like. Whereas if you're doing it to an agent, like they're not going to know the inside things. Like you got to do all the professional stuff and make it look as legit as possible, because then the competition is hundreds of other scripts.
Yes, exactly. But I'm also kind of selfish when it comes to my stories. You know, I like having the freedom, the option to direct my own stories. But like I said, if I come up with that story that I'm like, I like this, but I could see myself giving it to someone else or trying to sell or giving it away, then I would be open to that, you know. But I haven't done it yet, so we'll see.
Coming to a screen near you.
Yeah.
And let's see. Susan asked a great question. What is your dream genre that you like to write?
I for some reason, everything goes back to comedy for me. I just get back to comedy. If you check out my YouTube channel, Josh Makes Movies, you'll see all my short films. There's a couple of them that start off dramatic or kind of drama, but it always goes back to a joke, or there's always a comedic moment. Even in my series in Red Sands, it's supposed to be a dramatic series. Like it's a neo-Western kind of drug, kind of like Breaking Bad drug cartel type of thing. But there's funny moments in it. There's funny, there's comedy that happens. There's a lot of dark comedy with like people getting killed and stuff sometimes. So it's not like I don't know if I have like I'm a big sci-fi guy. I love science fiction. I don't really write too much. I don't really have too many ideas in the science fiction world, but I would love to write something in every genre, to be honest. I would love to make a movie that in every kind of genre that exists. But yeah, just, I guess the slot that I've fallen into is comedy. I can't escape it no matter what I try.
And I know anybody who's checked out Josh's channel, you should definitely go check out his channel. Link down in the YouTube description down below over at Josh Makes Movies. Josh has some funny stuff on there. How many movies have you created now at this point?
There's a little bit over 40 short films on the channel.
Mhm.
I've got like 10 or so more that I've got on that are in various stages of editing that I'm editing on my computer. I've got 100 probably.
Many more planned.
Yeah.
And I know every single one that you sit down for, you're like, wow, it feels like it's like a full viewing experience, which is awesome. And there's always a setup, a stick, a punchline, and the whole thing. And comedy is not my specialty, so I'm always like, how does he do this stuff? I like comedy always goes right over my head. My challenge is like, all right, I'm trying to layer on comedy into my storytelling,
right.
because like good dramas have to have comedic moments as well. But that's always my my hats off to you, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is as we're kind of thinking towards the future, is there anything that you're working on before we wrap up here, or anything you kind of want to like share with the community, or anywhere you want to send our writers towards?
Yeah. Can I share my screen again, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I'll share my screen for just two quick things here. Give me a second. Were you able to see when I shared the screen before? Okay, cool.
Yeah. When you did it before, it was great.
Okay, very good then. Yeah, I just had that little hiccup at the beginning there because I'm just not technology literate. So
you're not the first one. We had a couple same thing with some of our guests yesterday.
Oh, okay. So if you can see this is the series that I helped co-produce. It's called Red Sands. It's on Tubi right now. You can watch all 4 episodes for free. This one, No Trespassing, is the episode that I wrote and directed mostly on. The rest of them were written and directed by my co-producer Michael Barrett. But this is the one that I had the most time to really tell a compelling story, and I'm really proud of the show, but I'm really proud of this episode because of all the moving parts that we had that went into it. And it's a 30-minute episode, so it's a full episode of television. And this is my YouTube channel, Josh Makes Movies. You go on here, you'll see, all my short films are right here. As soon as you scroll down, I try to make a lot of different types of comedy, but always try to keep the same comedic voice, comedic tone with it. But yeah, that's the only 2 things that I just wanted to share. I'm
awesome.
Working on a couple
definitely. I just dropped the link down in the description down in the chat for anybody who wants to go check out Josh's channel. And then the Red Sands can be found, you said, on Tubi.
Yeah, on Tubi for free. You can watch it on Amazon, but you got to pay for it. But you can go to Tubi and watch it.
So if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can check it out on Amazon or Tubi.
No, you still have to pay for it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's not an Amazon show. You don't.
Okay, you still. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Tubi is clearly the way to go.
Yes.
And the first episode is really cool.
Yeah.
The first episode is really, really cool. I remember the first time I watched it, I felt like I was watching an episode out of Breaking Bad. I'm like, wow, this is pretty badass.
That's what we were going for. So I appreciate you saying that. But yes, I want to make that distinction. I didn't produce an Amazon show. I produced a show in an independent company that Amazon now hosts on their streamer, but you have to pay money to watch. Okay, so I'm not that big yet. But I will be maybe someday.
Yeah, being the distinction.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Josh, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for coming and joining us, and thanks for sharing all your knowledge, my friend.
Of course. Thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate it. I hope you guys got a lot out of it.
Awesome. All right. Take care, my dude. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right. So wonderful. What a great setup. What a great opening for the WriteNow-a-thon. So I love screenwriting. I love screenwriting. I've always loved the art of it. I love because the focus is more on the dialogue and the visual, and it's such a different art form than novel writing, but it's still storytelling at its core. So I spent many years working on screenplays, working on web series before returning back to working on novels and short stories. So all part of the journey, which is very, very cool. So as we look forward and as we hop into the next section, let's see who is ready for a giveaway. All right, and let's see what we got here. Perfect. So what we're going to be doing next, we have a giveaway. So this is actually an AI automation tool. So for any of you out there, we're actually going to be hopping into an AI presentation in just a little bit. We're going to be showing you how to use this AI tool to help speed up the entire process. Not the writing aspect of it, right? The writing aspect is for you and you alone, but the back end, this is going to help you improve the speed and consistency. This is a social media posting blueprint for make.com. So our guest, Rella B, she's going to be reviewing the AI tool in just a little bit. But if you want access to this tool, right, and this is really cool, it's actually a really, really cool feature. All you have to do is you have to type in hashtag make into the chat to be eligible. So this is going to be an AI tool that's going to help speed up your process. Type in hashtag make into the chat to be eligible. Type in hashtag make. All right, so type in hashtag make into the chat and to be eligible. There we go. So type in hashtag make. This is an AI automation file. We will show you how to be using it in just a little bit, but this is going to be absolutely incredible for anybody who wants to, needs to, who really likes to leverage AI. This is going to help with social media. We all know, guys, as authors, we got to post so many things on social media, right? We got to do all the different platforms. And anytime that we can find AI platforms and AI tools to help speed up the process, like, it will save you time. If you are any type of author or content creator, you know that you have so many things that you have to do. You know, how long it takes to make the social media post, how long it takes to schedule, how long it takes to do the advertising, how long it takes to repost things, and then do that on each social media platform. And that's not even including the writing, right? That's not including the writing process, which you got to balance that. So anything that can speed up the process, like, I am always all for. So type in hashtag make to be eligible. All right, so this is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to Rella's presentation. I'm very curious to see how we can leverage this tool, because I know I'm definitely going to want to use it. Anytime I can find AI tools that help speed things up, I'm like, I never have enough time to do what I already want to do. So perfect. All right, so hashtag make if you want to be eligible for this free giveaway. All right, and hashtag make into the chat, going once, going twice, and we are rolling. All right, and let's see who's won hashtag make. And the winner is our very own Chat Soul. Soul, congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. You definitely deserve it. And we all know, with Soul having just launched their brand new website with all of their new services, this is definitely going to help you out, my friend. So very, very awesome. Congratulations. You already have access to our giveaway form, so just make sure to fill that out, my friend, and we'll make sure to give that AI automation tool to you. All right, wonderful. But let's say you're like, hey, I didn't win. Well, you're in luck, because we got more giveaways. Stick around, because we're going to be doing another giveaway in just a little bit. But it's time to move on to the next presentation, of which I am super excited for. Oh, and I think we got the sneak peek there. Oh, we're getting a couple sneak peeks. So for those of you who don't know, our very own Miss Penelope Hartley, she's going to be sharing with you practical magic, a visual branding for indie authors, for indie writers. Branding isn't just a tool, it's the first spell you cast in the world. This is going to be absolutely incredible. Penelope always has such a unique art style, a unique way with words, poetry, and I absolutely love it. I'm very curious to see what her technique is. And without further ado, let me please welcome back to the stage our own Miss Penelope Hartley. Welcome back, Penelope.
Hello. Thank you for welcoming me back.
Welcome. I know I've really been looking forward to this visual branding presentation.
I'm glad. Yeah. So this is going to be a lot of fun. It's actually very talky. I wrote out all my slideshows, so I'm just going to be reading them because I've been working this like festival, this writing festival, and I'm just a little bit tuckered out right now. I took it a little bit away from visual branding, and I'm actually going to be taking everybody on an adventure of how I became somebody who does my own independent branding for my brand. Yeah, stuff. See, make words good. On paper, yes. In mouth, no. So we'll be reading the slideshows today.
Give Penelope some credit. She's only been live streaming for the past 11 hours. Well, technically, if you include the Friday, past like 13 hours.
Yeah. So I'm just I think it would be safer just to read a card today.
All right, Penelope, I'll let you take it away. You do your thing, my friend.
Okay, so in the spirit of us being a bunch of writers who know what show don't tell means, I'm going to show you some slides. This is my brand, 23 the Writer. This is my podcast and forthcoming anthology, Aether and Ink. This is my first novella, De Tira's Requiem. This is my forthcoming feature-length novel, The Love Spell Murders. And this is a forthcoming chapbook of poetry, Waltzing with Hermanubis. And I wanted to show out, starting you some slides, because I wanted to emphasize the point that branding is the first spell you cast. Let's be honest for a moment. You wouldn't be here if branding felt easy. Maybe you've tried before fumbling with Canva or second-guessing your cover design choices. Maybe you're tired of feeling invisible in a market flooded with stories just as good, wondering why their book catches a reader's eye while yours fades into the background. Or maybe the idea of marketing your work makes you want to run for the hills. If we're being honest, if we're being real, most writers didn't sign up for this part. Oh, sorry. This is the foreword for my first volume, Practical Magic, a branding grimoire for writers. I'll continue on now. You didn't pour your heart into your work so you could learn algorithms, audience targeting, or the psychology of font pairings. You wrote because you had something to say, something burning and true that needed to exist in the world. And now you're being asked to figure out how to sell it. It's frustrating, it's exhausting, and if you're anything like me when I started, it might be like you're being asked to shrink yourself down into a marketable box when all you want to do is set the world on fire with your imagination. But here's the truth. Branding isn't about shrinking yourself. It's about becoming more visible. It's not about fitting into a mold. It's about casting a spell so unmistakably yours that the right readers can't look away. Branding is storytelling. It's magic. And as an author, you're already a spellcaster. You weave words into stories, ink into worlds, characters into myths. But your first spell, the most powerful one, comes before the first page is ever turned. So here's my background. I hold an MA in history and an MA all but thesis in creative writing with a focus on poetry. Words have always been my first magic, and they remain at the heart of everything I create. I am also an outsider artist, which means I'm an informally trained line artist, fine artist. I work as an illustrator, painter, and I dabble in abstract expressionism. Before stepping into the world of indie publishing, I worked as an intuitive artist, specializing in what I called soul logos. I collaborated with people in the spiritual entrepreneur community, astrologers, healers, mystics, to craft visual branding that reflected their soul's work. This taught me how symbols and color can speak louder than words, and how deeply personal branding can be. In 2024, I independently published De Tira's Requiem, an experimental literary novella exploring themes of trauma, love, and healing. Written with the sensibility of a classically trained poet, it's become my perpetual proof of concept, a work I share freely to give readers a taste for my style and vision. And I'll explain more about that later. So, I've lived the struggle of promoting myself authentically as a writer and built the Practical Magic series to make that process approachable, actionable, and, yes, magical. So how did I become a self-published author, my journey started far from traditional publishing. It began in the stars. I belonged to a spiritual community that included tarot readers and astrologers. I worked with several astrologers and spiritual entrepreneurs as an intuitive branding consultant, including projects like Cosmic Owl Astrology. So if you ever buy an astrology book and you look on Amazon, usually Cosmic Owl, Louise Eddington of Cosmic Owl is usually in the top 3 or 4. I did her logo. I also studied self-promotion under Lorianne Lothian of Lunatic Astrology, a renowned astrologer with a thriving presence. She has like 20 to 40,000 views for each of her YouTube videos, like as of last week. I was impressed. And she taught me a little bit about promotion. I took a course with her about it. So some of her ideas are also embedded in this. The key lessons from the Wooniverse is there's a critical distinction. Everybody is a self-starter in the spiritual community. They carve their own path, bringing their message to the appropriate audience. Finding the audience for your message. If you have a message, you need an audience. It's not enough to create something meaningful. You have to connect it with the people who need it. And whether you're casting a spell or crafting a story, building your following is the magic that bridges the gap between dabbler and published writer. Woo principles meet the publishing world. Writing is a craft, but publishing is a business. I struggled with the idea of letting go of the creative reins, so I didn't. Instead, I embraced what I learned. Create my own map, define my own audience, and write my own rules. Self-publishing isn't just an option. It was the only path that aligned with the created authenticity I'd honed in the Wooniverse. So my breakthrough moment came with Dachira's Requiem. In 2024, I launched Dachira's Requiem, my first novella. It was perfect, but it didn't have the reach I wanted. High five people who follow me on Facebook. I knew one thing. I wasn't going to wait for somebody to hand me an audience. I was going to build it myself, and I was going to use Dachira's Requiem to do it. The moment I realized that I was willing to put in the hours to research and to find a brand, create content, and promote myself across the social media platforms was the moment I became a published writer. The writing process. So how did I write Dachira's Requiem? Step 1, I wrote it. I wrote the manuscript and worked through multiple rewrites. The themes are trauma, love, and healing through my distinct poetic voice. Editing phase. Step 2, I hired a professional editor for structural and line edits. Hi, Kaufman. Never, ever, 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 ever skip the editor. It is the polish your manuscript deserves, and you deserve the best. My first edition. So this is how I got it into print and also digital copy. I purchased editing software, Atticus, for $149 for final formatting. I printed a small run of signed first editions to sell on my website in case anybody really liked the book and wanted a copy. I designed the cover and the physical book to reflect the book's emotional depth. So I used the contrasting dark green and hot pink. And you'll notice, if you can see it, the Dachira's Requiem, the title is in kind of an 80s style font, but it's got a little digital glitch on it to make you think just something isn't quite right with it. I also wanted to use kind of a classical style of cover because I felt like that was the most appropriate cover for this particular book. And then I made the digital version available for free. Well, unless you count signing up for Book Funnel, which costs about $100 a year. So let me talk about why I'm using Dachira's Requiem as a newsletter magnet. And this is probably the most actionable advice that I'll be giving out today. So I love the idea of a newsletter magnet. It's how Lori taught me to build my audience. And there's a lot of really good reasons why, if you're an independent publisher, you should use one. A newsletter magnet, and also to grow your newsletter. So a newsletter magnet offers an instant value to new subscribers. It acts as a free, no-risk introduction to my voice and style. Showcases my unique voice as an experimental fiction writer, which is a difficult genre to market. Dachira's is a perfect representation of my poetic and emotionally resonant approach. Anybody who likes Dachira, 80% of them will probably like anything else I write. So what is a newsletter magnet? It's the hook that turns readers into subscribers. It's a free, high-value offering designed to entice readers to join your email list. It could be a short story or a novella like Dachira's. It could be a free chapter from your book. It could be a writing resource or checklist. And it could be exclusive content like behind-the-scenes books or bonus scenes. The purpose of it is to build trust by offering value up front, and it gives readers a reason to say, I want more of what this author has to offer. It works because it's instant gratification for readers, and it prepares your audience for future content and offerings. Why email lists outperform social media. Social media algorithms constantly change. Email lands directly in your reader's inbox. No filters, no guessing. You own your list. Unlike followers on your social platforms, your email list is yours forever. There's no risk of losing access due to the platform changes or banned. I actually got hacked on Facebook and lost my entire following in October, so I had to start completely over. Which might be the only reason why I have 5 followers, but it might also be because I haven't promoted myself too much there yet. But yeah, I mean, perfect example with the TikTok, the potential for TikTok in jeopardy. Like, you just don't know what's going to happen with the social media platforms. But if you have a list of people who are regularly opening up your emails and checking out what you have to say, that is your numero uno marketing tool right there. It's also a more personal connection. You can share updates, exclusive content, and personal stories, and your readers feel like a part of an inner circle. And you get a better return on your investment. Readers on your email list are more likely to engage, purchase, and spread the word. It's the #1 tool for driving pre-orders, launching books, and growing a sustainable career. And it draws the right audience. People who downloaded Tira's Requiem have already aligned with my themes and style, and it prepares readers for my other works, creating an emotional connection. Again, anybody who likes Tira is probably going to like anything else I do in the future. So branding is the first spell you cast. Whew, I got through that. So right now I have created Practical Magic Volume 1, which is basically a primer to get you in the right headspace. If you're like me, you're ready to publish, but you don't quite want to make the commitment to promoting and marketing yourself. Volume 1 is meant, which I read the foreword from at the beginning of my talk, is meant to get you in the right headspace for doing that. And there's a little exercise at the end. It's super cute and super fun. And if you sign up for my newsletter, you'll get a message in your inbox when Volume 2 comes out. Volume 2 is going to cover visual marketing and has a ton of tricks and exercises planned to help you figure out what your personal brand should be. And then Volume 3 is going to cover like social media platforms, where you should put yourself out there and which ones are going to be the best for your genre or your time commitment or whatever. So anyway, if you want to check that out, feel free to sign up for my newsletter while you're at it. It's not required. You can just download the book thingy if you want. And also because I have had so much fun putting this spreadsheet. Yeah, no, man, how many hours have I been? I had so much fun putting this together, and I remembered like when I was working with different astrologers and taromancers and other spiritual types that I really enjoyed working with people to try to help them connect with the particular words, images, and colors that would help people, that would serve as a very specific symbol that represented them, so that when they went out to look for their audience, it would act as kind of a calling card, as a spell for people who would be interested in their product. So I wanted to experiment with that a little bit. And so my free offering for today is an invitation to play. I thought if somebody would like to sign up for a 1-hour intuitive branding jam session with me, that would be amazing. So I'm going to do my own giveaway right quick. I don't know. What should we say here? Should we say brand? So let's do #brand in the comments if you would like to sign up for a 1-hour branding jam session. We can talk about your brand's persona, your brand's personality. We can talk about your genre is super important, obviously, when you're doing any sort of branding. And we can talk about what colors your readers are going to associate, what symbols are going to represent your work, what fonts are going to be the best for your book covers and for your branding. And we can also talk a little bit about marketing as well, figuring out which social media platforms you're already using. The conventional advice is whatever is working, do more of that. But if you'd like to explore other options, we can talk about that as well. So yeah, I'm going to give that a couple of minutes. And also, if anybody's got any questions about that extremely fast-paced presentation, feel free to drop it in the, let me look right quick. Do we have any questions? Anybody want to ask me anything? I'm gonna give it another minute and go through the comments right quick. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. I know. Thank you, Pat. Great advice. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go. Do you think the color should connect with the genre? I think that there are definitely, because I've done a lot with art and color, the psychology of color, I think that if you're writing to genre, you should definitely choose colors that adhere to that genre's expectations. If you're more like me and you kind of want to be a self-starter and an entrepreneur and kind of experimental with what you do, I think that, yes, if you're doing horror, you should probably use black somewhere. But you should, if you want to do it a little bit differently, you should also move into what feels right for you. So yeah, I mean, there are associations that you can use to immediately connect your writer to what you're writing. I think it was, Alyssa did a great slideshow yesterday about book covers and not writing, but like visual branding to genre, which was fabulous information. If there's already examples of what you're doing out there, go and look and see what, like I look at experimental lit to see what other people are doing. I look at comic books. I look at a lot of different ones. So absolutely, there are definitely colors, and there are also, I mean, there's a whole, like, there's reams written about the psychology of color as well. So if you're trying to hit them with an emotional feeling right away, you know, if you want to soothe them and make them think this is a fun, sweet story, use blues and greens. If you want to kind of be striking, then use, like I did with Daturas, with the high contrast between the dark green and the hot pink. So there's a lot of different things that you can experiment with. If it's whatever feels right for you, I think, unless you definitely just want to write to genre, in which case you should probably look and see what other people are doing. Sad Panda, I don't write dark romance, but I hate bright light colors. I do contrast. I do a lot of dark colors with bright pops of color, which I feel like very much is, if you saw my soul, it would probably be like a little dark with like some splatter paint on it, bright colors, neon colors. So that's why I do that a lot with my branding. You should try to brand styles and compare reaction if you don't have an idea where to start. Yeah, like absolutely. And you can also, there's also people who actually, you know, have developed a following at already. You can market what you've got, and you can give them compare and contrast, like, do you like this book cover better or this book cover better? If you're really working with your audience to figure out what they want, and that just, to whatever degree you're comfortable doing that, which you need to a little bit, because you need your audience to support you as a writer. So you need to kind of figure out what they want as well, which is kind of where I had a lot of problems. I felt a little bit like I was playing to the catering to an audience, and it's not necessarily catering to an audience as it is like communicating with your audience. Like, you can still bring a part of yourself to the colors that you choose and the fonts that you choose, but you also have to connect them in a meaningful way to what you're doing, because the visual response is instantaneous, right? So and also, like, yeah, figuring out how that works. I mean, it's a really unique journey for anybody. Yeah. Can asking readers to vote on things help them feel more connected to your brand? Absolutely. Like anytime you involve your readers in anything, they're going to feel like they've helped create the story, and like that they're privy to the creative process. And any sort of engagement like that creates an emotional connection with your audience, which is what you're trying to do as a writer. You know, I mean, your story is meant to create and almost collaborate a little bit with an audience in the way that you tell a story and how they interpret it. Oh yeah, let's get the winner right quick. See who won. No, congratulations. I know how to get a hold of you, so I will, but let's do a 1 hour jam session. So let's see. SD. Don't be afraid to evolve with your brand as you evolve as a writer. Almost all authors go through this. I've had 2 different brands and I'm considering a 3rd at the moment. Absolutely. Like, the important thing with branding is to give people something that they can eye hinge on and recognize you immediately. So there is like, put a lot of forethought before you make a move with your brand. But also, if you evolve as a writer, like if I find at some point that I've evolved away from what I'm doing and you need to rebrand yourself and reinvent kind of who you are, don't be afraid to let that happen for you organically, because your brand is always going to be your name, right? No matter what. Penelope Hartley is always going to be my brand. 23 the Writer is always going to be my brand. And even my logo has gone through massive reworks over the last couple of months. Like, that is not where that started at all. Or is it? There we go. That's not where that started at all. So like, give yourself the leniency to change it later on, remembering that the core of your brand is always going to be, as a writer, is always going to be your pen name that you're using for that particular genre. Yeah, if you're talking about, okay, well, I saw this one. Oh, okay. Right now is on point for the questions. Is there anything else that anybody wants to ask? Oh, where it is. So what do you think is the best email platform to use for the beginning authors right now? I actually use, so what I do is I have a subscription to Wix. So I use their integrated email platform to send out my newsletters. And what I do is book funnel catalogs through a spreadsheet, the people that sign up for your newsletter magnet, and tells you whether or not they want to sign up for your newsletter. And then you export that as a spreadsheet, and then you can integrate that into Wix. That's the one I'm using. Is it the best? I don't know. I didn't do too many options because I knew that I wanted to do a website as well, and it already had the email capabilities in there. And because I don't have a high volume of newsletter subscribers at this point, I don't actually pay for the service outside of the subscription I paid for with Wix. I would be interested to see if anybody else uses. I know there's MailChimp is one, and I think MailChimp is the one that my friend Lori used a couple of years ago. But I've noticed when I started getting back into this that a lot of things have changed in the last couple of years. So it would be, I mean, if push comes to shove, you can sign up with a Gmail account and send out your newsletter that way. But probably just to gain trust with your audience, strongly consider subscribing to some sort of something that allows you to have your own domain name connected with your brand. That's what I ended up like putting out. I don't remember how much it was for a yearly subscription of Wix, just because that helps build trust in your brand as well. Anybody else have any questions? Is anybody else out there like me and just getting into publishing? Just out of curiosity, like what is everybody's like biggest, I hear this a lot, I see this a lot on threads, that people are just like, they have an aversion to marketing themselves. And I think that comes from like, writing is a very introverted chore. It's a very introverted calling. And I think that there's for me, it was a lot of fear based with like putting myself out there in terms of like, I actually have to, self-promotion is difficult, especially if you'd rather just kind of hang out in the corner of the party and, sip your beer and not interact too much with people. It feels very much like standing in the middle of the stage and, talking about yourself, which can be frustrating and difficult. But I think that the cool thing about branding is it does help create like a persona or a mask, which helps translate you instantly for your potential audience. So if we go back to this, I'm going to talk a little bit about, this was my latest branding. This is I'm putting together a banner for my website. So when I decided on my colors, which are black, gold, and that dark raspberry color, I decided I was going to go back in and lace those into all of my offerings, even though I have, a podcast, a tragic poetic novella, a murder mystery love story, and a chapbook of poems. Each one of them has the dark raspberry, gold, and black in it somewhere. So that it's still, you can tell each of these have an element of my branding colors in it. And there's a similar fonts in each of them. I use a stencil for a lot of my fonts because it's kind of got that kind of archaic, magical vibe to it. It's something we have to do, but like marketing, LOL, no. I run and market my other business, so that I think books is the most difficult. Yeah, it is really hard. And I think that a lot of that has to do with books and writing can be so personal. It's like, it feels like bragging a little bit. Like, oh yeah, I made this great story. It's about this thing, which is exactly what you have to do when you're publishing. So I think that a lot of people have that a difficulty kind of approaching it from like, okay, I have to hype myself. And if you're not used to doing that, it's a skill though. It's a skill that you can learn. Absolutely. You are either good at marketing or writing, never both. Yeah, I feel that way. I'm trying to, I think that the moment when I decided I'm going to have to market myself as an independent writer, if I actually want to do this as a living, is the moment I became a writer, a published writer. Because that's the only way I was ever going to get an audience for what I was doing. So, and being a visual artist helped. And that's why I lean into a lot of visual branding. Other writers out there might be better at doing other things. And that was definitely like, if you're better than me at speaking to people, then I definitely like promote yourself, by speaking to people rather than hiding like I do behind art. I think both are skills you can work on, but marketing is just not enjoyable for me. I think a lot of people would agree with you about that. I'm starting to enjoy it, especially since I can kind of utilize my skills as an artist for it. I feel that. Finding the right color scheme that matches your brand and attracts the right reader viewer can be such a difficult task. I love your visual aesthetic with your brand. Thank you. Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said about connecting an audience with your brand immediately through the very distilled, like your logo is a very distilled example of everything that you are. And so you have to be, and I took a lot of time to decide like what kind of colors and what kind of text and things, because I understood the importance of making an impression like instantly. I just want to make friends with someone that loves marketing. Let me write. You do your thing, my bud. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are hoping that person. If you find that unicorn, let me know. No, I'm just kidding. I always wondered if I would be good at advertising. I just never imagined I'd be advertising myself. Like, I think I'd be really good at it if I was trying to hype somebody else, but hyping myself is a little bit difficult. I love the design part is I can do it, but the rest of it, yeah. So it's really, there's a lot of it, it's become just, like I said, like, so a lot of people in the spiritual community definitely are all self-starters because there's no traditional publishing for, people who read tarot, or there's no like, standard short story contest for astrologers, right? So hey, there's Coffin to save me. So yeah, so I mean, like the entrepreneur thing was something that I got exposed to early on. So I think what I took away from that community is you absolutely can be an entrepreneur and a publisher for yourself. There's just there's certain beats that you have to hit with that, and marketing is one of them.
I'd have to say that was a really good presentation, Penelope.
Thank you.
That was really good. Despite our sleep-deprived streaming antics, I felt like I actually learned a few things from the visual branding side of it for you, because you have a really unique style with all of your color schemes, your art, and your design, and you go for this very like this niche indie vibe. And I think like when you originally mentioned who was the celebrity character when we were talking about Jezebel, I'm forgetting that celebrity.
Elvira.
Yeah, Elvira. I was like, when we were talking about Elvira, I'm like, I feel like you totally channeled her vibe. And that, but Elvira was what, like 20 plus years ago? But that's a thing that artists do.
Don't call me out on how
that is such a good strategy. A really good strategy that people can use for marketing is go back to a previous era or time period and pick a style that clearly worked, right? Elvira was very popular and she became an icon for a reason. Go back, pick a style, take it, bring it to a new audience, and then refresh it and make it new. Well, and that's definitely a way to go.
Yeah, even Elvira was based on like Vampira and previous.
Exactly. But she had that cool like indie, like gothic vampire vibe. But she stole the sex appeal as well. But that was like sex appeal was undertone. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And so like, yeah, you don't always have to like swim upstream if you don't have to. I sometimes think I make this more difficult on me simply because I try to reinvent the wheel, and that's not always necessary. Like I'm also I know I'm French. I know I'm genre fluid. I know that what I do is difficult to market. So that gives me the flexibility to be artistic with how I brand myself. Not everybody wants to put that much thought into like creating a brand. And then of course, like creating the brand is just step one. After that, you actually have to go out and promote yourself, which is why I've started doing the podcast and why I've started putting out, like I have my 5-prong approach to social media marketing where I do something different because I write in a lot of different genres. I do something different on every platform. So yeah, TikTok is poetry. Instagram is my series. Facebook is just like my journal and my dumping ground.
Yeah, so you find that each platform has its own culture. And there's definitely parts with repackaging and redesigning. And I think this is literally the perfect segue into the discussion. As Courtney is saying, Penelope is setting the conversation up for the discussion, of which the next event we're about to hop into is social media and author branding. So this is absolutely phenomenal. You've done a great job of kicking it off for us, Penelope.
And I'm glad that I'm not actually in that discussion because I have talked all I want to for the next 3 hours.
But so before we let you go off stage, off screen, is there anything that you're really trying to hype up right now? One last time, anywhere you want the audience to check out? I know you talked about your book. I know you talked about your brand. I'm looking forward to Love Spell. I'm biased, but Love Spell, I already fell in love with it, with the visual style of it. So I'm very excited.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna show that one off. So I guess we can go through this.
I love your color scheme for Love Spell. Like it's so colorful. It's so artsy. Like, how did you come up with the ideas for like the main branding of it?
So Love Spell Murders, it's art, murder, love, magic. So there was this strange thing that happened when I was working with it, where I wanted to show splatter, but I wanted to do it creatively so that a lot of the splatter throughout the images that I use for it are like look like paint splatter. Somebody was like, do they have a paint party? And I'm like, sort of, but it is also kind of a murder as well. So I mean, like with this, it's a lot of blending different elements into creating something very specific to what I was trying to do. So I mean, because it deals a lot with conventional art, so you'll see like references to Andy Warhol, Pollock, Picasso is in there, but also like
Mhm.
very like folk artists as well. So it's a love story and it's a love poem to art as well. So I wanted to work with the visuals for it. And so I kind of it wanted to when I started, because I do these daily chapter summaries on Instagram. I ended up like working with comic book because I thought that was the style was the best confluence between art and writing. So that's kind of how, I mean, it's form follows function. That is my number one. Anytime I do anything, form follows function. What is the purpose of this? How do I need to put it out there? And then because I've got crazy brain, it's like, and how can we make it more difficult on ourselves / make it cool / say something unique and reinvent the wheel a little bit. It's also noir detective story. So you get the kind of neon-y type. There's a lot of elements that went into just that image alone. But it makes it really unique and it stands out too. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be doing the love spell murders.
Which sounds very cool. I'm not getting distracted at all, I promise.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm very much looking forward to it, let me tell you. Let's see. Hold on. I need to
see.
I need to figure out a logistical thing on my end. Bear with me uno momento.
Somebody's having trouble with my link. I'm sorry. It was working for me. I don't know that I can do anything else. Oh, anyway, like while you're doing that, let me promote the rest of myself. So I'm also a classically trained poet, waltzing with Hermanubis, who is a psychopomp. If you don't know what that means, he is a god who escorts the living to the land of the dead. That's just my chapbook of poetry, written in the same vein as kind of a follow-up to Decher's Requiem, which was meant to be all of the poems I didn't use in grad school and turned into be like my memoir disguised as fiction / spiritual healing journey. And then, of course, Aether and Ink, I'm super excited about. It's my new storytelling podcast. Kaufman, you got to come on my show. Say hi to the peeps.
Oh, I would love to. I would love to. I've seen a couple of the episodes you've done so far, and it is exciting.
I love it. My cat also gets a little cameo. Miss Mirabelle has her own segment.
I have loved the Miss Mirabelle cameos. I was like, I didn't know Miss Mirabelle was such a cool character.
Oh yeah, I know. We've been talking to each other for, the 4 years that she's been alive. And I was like, you know what? Let's put a cat on it. See what happens. And it's actually like, it's a lot of fun to put. I actually had a dream where I was supposed to make the podcast more like Pee-wee's Playhouse. So I was being directed by the invisible powers that be to have more fun is how I interpreted that. So it's like, well, let's put a Mirabelle on it and see what happens. And it's actually a really fun little segment. So
let's put a Mirabelle on it and see.
Yeah, so remember, kids, branding is the first spell you cast.
All right. Beautiful. And awesome. Thank you so much for that, Penelope. I
hope you guys got something out of it.
Yeah, no, I can definitely tell our community definitely got a lot out of it. I know they definitely we got a lot of really solid comments, and I know that's kind of on the mind of a lot of creators, a lot of authors, because like we have to, branding has to be at the forefront of our minds, even though we want writing to be at the forefront of our minds. Like that's part of the equation. But if we want to sell books and eventually make a living off of it, we have to figure out how to find the readers or how the readers can find us.
I'm gonna
whole conversation.
Impart with a little bit of spiritual wisdom from I think Campbell said something like, if you ever find that you're falling, dive, which means make whatever that you're falling into, whatever you don't want to do, intentional. So reframing it as, I get to promote myself, I get to market myself. See how that feels. See how it feels when you say, there's a part of you that really does want to be a published author with a following. So ask yourself, what is it going to take to get there? And how can I flip the script so that that's where I want to be? That's casting those little rituals that you do every day. Cast small spells to get to the person you want to be. So, I mean, I hate promoting myself. I hate marketing and things like that. But the second I started saying, but I have to do it, and kind of gritting my teeth through it, is really when it started being working for me. And I hope that advice works for you guys too. I know it sucks. No, I'm sorry. It sucks. But if you're falling, make it intentional and take a dive.
Excellent. Well, Penelope, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. I'm figuring out some logistics on my end. Bear with me just a second, my friends. Let's see, making sure I can help DL get into our conversation. Perfect. Okay, so definitely wanted to make sure that we had all of our guests. Perfect. As we are about to hop into our next exciting discussion and conversation. So let's see, seeing who we have here. Let's see, bear with me just a second. So while I'm setting up and I'm getting my mind together, how are y'all doing? Are you guys excited to be able to talk about and listen to social media and author branding? Now I know for a lot of you, love-hate relationship. I was like, a lot of you, you're like, I just want to write. I want to do the fun part of it, the writing, the storytelling, and pay somebody else. Somebody else can do it for me. It's the necessary evil. I love it. It's kind of like a learning experience. And yeah, so it's definitely all part of it. Definitely. So I saw DL your comment down there. You know what? I try not to end up in spam, but you know what are you gonna do, right? It's all part of email marketing. So it looks like I got the majority of my guests here in the stream. So let me kick off now. All right, perfect. And then let's get into it. So without further ado, let me throw up the discussion panel. So we're going to be kicking off our next event with an exciting discussion around social media and author branding. This is going to be great. This is going to be incredible. I know I've invited some other guests here who each have their own unique visual and aesthetics and brands and their own social media strategies that work for them. And let me pull it up on the screen. I was like, I had my screen share set up somewhere. And clearly JK. All right, so here we go. Awesome. So we're going to be talking about visual, social media, and author branding. I have each of my guests here. I'm all set, getting the logistical kinks worked out. So I am very, very excited. Let me welcome to the stage all of our guests. Welcome back. First off with Brianna Bass. Brianna, welcome. Welcome back to the stage, my friend. Glad to have you joining us for day 3. It will be awesome.
Thanks.
I'm glad to have a romance author here in the chat with us. That'll be awesome. I want to write romance arcs, but I have to stick with my fantasy and my dragons. Everybody knows.
We love the fantasy and dragons.
Let me welcome to the stage Miss Dana Bell. Dana, welcome. Glad to have you back with us, my friend. And let's see, who do we got else? Let's welcome back Teresa from the Storytelling Pod. Welcome back, Teresa. Oh, let's see, you're muted. You just have to unmute your mic. Teresa, you're muted.
Hey guys, sorry.
Hey, there we go.
Background. This is my author background, so.
I love it. We love the adventures in Oculus. Very, very cool. I was like, I know we got the, I know somebody won the Adventures in Oculus, the mug yesterday, which was very, very awesome. Very, very cool. And then let me welcome to the stage our next one, author D.L. Tillery, the mistress of horror. Welcome, D.L.
Hello, everyone.
I am so glad to have you here. I was like, I'm such a horror buff. I don't really write horror, but I'm like, this is going to be really cool. I feel like we have a very, very good group here. And then we cannot forget our other branding expert, Mr. John Allen Turner. Welcome, welcome, John.
Well, hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your holiday season.
You know what? It has been quite a pleasure. It's been quite fun so far. Our Right Now-a-thon. Let's see. Let me drop this. How's everyone doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm coming off a couple of very, very productive days. And when I say very productive, I mean like 5,000 word days. And so I'm feeling juiced up for this event.
I think is probably perfect because I feel like we have to be juiced up when we're dealing with social media. I feel like it's like a prerequisite. It's a requirement.
Well,
So-
because social media is going to drain you of all of that juice because social media is a vampire, an energy vampire.
It absolutely is. We get to sit down and write, work on our storytelling, and that should be the fun part, hopefully. Unless for most people, editing seems to drain them. So if you're editing, I'm sorry. But then you get to hop over to social media and maybe like one post is super fun. And then you have to repeat that post 3 times a day, 10 social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, all the platforms. Then the email and newsletter list. Let's not forget that. And then it's all the things, right? And I think for me, I love the process because it's learning. It's such an experience. And I have some great questions for you guys. But before we get into it, let's start off with a round of introductions. So I wanted to keep it really, really interesting for our author branding and social media conversation. Let's go around the circle, around the group, and start off with when introducing yourself, what is your visual or what is your brand? If you could describe your brand in 1 to 2 sentences, what is it? Because since we're going to be talking about branding, we're really thinking about it. And I'll start off with myself. You guys know me as Kaufman. You guys can go Jared or Kaufman. My brand is Kaufman, a writing coach and daily writing motivational streamer on a mission to help the writers of the world and put a dragon on all the problems that writers deal with. That's my brand. It's, as we know with social media, it evolves. That was a different shtick I had than I think 2 months ago. I think before that, it was I was on a mission to just help the writers of the world, and we continue to learn and adapt. So that's me. I'm going to kick it off over to you, Brianna.
All right. So for me, it's 3 words: Christian, writer, coffee lover. That is my tagline on all of my social media branding. It's what I incorporate in everything that I do. There's a lot of coffee photos. I'll post, scripture and prayers behind the scenes on my writing. I try to keep it condensed within coffee and writing and my faith.
Awesome. Excellent. Absolutely love it. And Dana, I'll pass it over to you.
Mine's kind of hard because I write for both the Christian and the secular audience. So I have 2 different audiences that I work for, and you can't see them, but I've got a cat in my lap. Cats, and more cats. Half of what I sell, it has cats in it. I'm also someone who mentors writers. I will edit for writers. I wear a lot of hats, so it kind of depends. I write right now 4, soon to be 5 different genres. So it's
Man, that is so crazy. And are cats part of your branding at all?
particularly, yeah, mostly. Anytime I get on anything, there's a cat. Like I said, you can't see him, but I got one in my lap. He feels ignored. So
I think for all of us who have cats, I think they always like to be part of the equation until you try to make them, and they're like, "No, just what are you doing?" Awesome, Dana. Thank you so much for that. And John, I'll pass it over to you.
My 3 words are wisdom, wit, and authenticity. I am known sort of as a thoughtful sage. In fact, one of the books that I'm in the planning stages for next year is called Becoming Obi-Wan, which is about the transition from being Luke Skywalker in the trenches, being a warrior, to being that sage, being that mentor, that guide for other folks. So sometimes on my social media, if it asks me for a bio, I'll say I'm a writer, a consultant, a public speaker, and an asker of many hard to answer questions.
I absolutely. So then the next time somebody is struggling, they should say to you, Obi-Wan, you're my last hope.
You're my only hope. Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Even I'm butchering
their
it.
only hope. But having been in the trenches for as long as I have, and having a little bit more gray hair than most of the folks here on this panel, I've been there and I've done that, and I've published books. I've published them through traditional publishing houses. I've published them in the Christian space. I've published them in the secular space. I've also guided people through the self-publishing process. I myself have published 12 books. 7 of them were through traditional. 5 of them are self-published. So I know just about everything there is to know about the industry and the business side of publishing. I've also written 12 books of my own and ghostwritten 55 others, including 7 New York Times bestsellers. So again, it's rare anymore that something surprises me, or that somebody comes up with something in the industry that I'm like, I've never heard of that before. I know about acquisitions editors, and I know about book proposals, and I know about getting scammed and ordering boxes and boxes of books that just sit in your garage and you sell them out of the back of your car at book fairs. I know all of that stuff. And so that's kind of the process where I am just in my own life. And so that's become part of my brand.
I absolutely love that. It sounds like you have some exponential experience, and I'm definitely looking forward to digging into that. DL, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Hi, everyone. I would say, my slogan is pretty easy. I always say the same thing all the time. I usually introduce myself as author the artillery, the mistress of horror. I am married to all the other genres, but I am the mistress of horror, which means I'm a multi-genre author, but most of my stuff will have a dark incline to it, supernatural or otherwise. So I tend to always, at the end of my videos, which everyone's gotten used to, for me to say, stay scared. And I have a particular way that I say it. So that's kind of part of my brand as well. And I always say, stay scared. So that's part of my brand. So everything I do is brand based around who I am. And it made it simpler because it was also just who I was. So it wasn't something I had to work at once I started doing my brand. So my slogan is always the same. Everyone knows me as the mistress of horror. So those are the 3 words.
Awesome. And we'll kick it off over to you, Teresa.
Okay, so I really like that you brought up the dragon thing, Jared, because that's kind of in my next book. So for the 3 words that would describe me, I would say homeschooling mom, Christian, because a lot of my themes from my book have a Christian theme. It's not totally Christian, but it's has those themes. And foodie, if you go to my social media, there's all kinds of I'm always cooking. So I'm always showing all the foods because my husband is Mexican, so I make my own hot sauce. So that's kind of my thing, As an author, I am I totally get what you're saying, John, because when you're selling it out in the back of your car or things like that, that's the reality as a self-published author as well. But yeah, for me, my brand is the sort of Christian theme, but not totally Christian. It's in that because it's from my faith. And then very crunchy foodie. Seriously, if you go to my social media, it's all about food. And then I guess one more, I know that's only 3, but one more is a podcast host. So yeah, that's me.
I absolutely love that. And I'm actually curious. So bringing up podcasting, because you touched upon that, does everyone here have a podcast, or have we all been on a podcast, or is that I almost wonder if having a podcast is almost a prerequisite of having a brand in this day and age?
I think it
two
is.
podcasts. I've had two podcasts over the years, and I'm without one right now, and I feel kind of weird about not having one. And I've been thinking, should I start another one? But then I think, does the world need another podcast from somebody who looks like me? I don't know. So
Yeah, I think it's interesting because podcasting really comes down to putting ourselves out there, and really whether it's we're advertising our own brand or hopping on and advertising others or ourselves on others' brands or others' shows, whatever they may be. But I think what will be really helpful as I think about the audience, and I think about for most people, most writers do not like social media. And I think because it tends to be a time suck for a lot of people for the amount of time that it actually takes to write the posts, to go through the whole entire process and then repeat that daily, because social media requires daily consumption or weekly, depending on the platform, but generally daily for you to be able to build up that readership and build up that core following. So the first question I'd like to pose to you guys, and I think this is probably what will help our audience the most, is what do you guys think is the most difficult part of the social media, the branding aspect, and what has been one of your strategies that you feel like has worked very well for you?
I'll jump in on that one. Social media, like you said, can be very, very draining. Especially if you tackle it the way I decided to when I started out, and you'll hear constantly from most writers, from most people who are teaching you about self-publishing and also marketing on social media. They say pick a platform and stick with it. And if you become good at a platform, that's where you can find your audience. This is where you can focus your time and energy. And I did not follow that mold. And it's probably because of the type of person I am, and I do a lot of stuff. I wear a lot of hats in life. I run multiple businesses. I come from multiple different types of backgrounds in different things and art and stuff. So when I tackle social media, I kind of tackled it in a free marketing sense, where when I first started out with it, I decided to get a presence or make at least a profile and account with each social media that was around. I mean, I'm starting back at like MySpace, so I'm showing my age at this point. But that was my.
You're still friends with Tom, right?
Right. Yep. You gotta be friends with Tom. But I utilized any of social media at the time, and more have come around since then, since Facebook, since Instagram and things like that. So I decided to make a presence on each platform, and then decided where I would give most of my energy to. And in my playbook, I tend to pick 2 or 3. And that's not for everybody. I'm not even trying to say that everyone can pull that off or that you should try that, but you do have to try what works for you, and you'll find out what that is as you get into it. But for me, that has been a good way for me to get my name out there, because I made a presence on each platform. That'd be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X. Now X was Twitter. Yeah, I'm right. Threads came up. When a new platform would show up, I would make sure that I would at least make a account on there. And that reason was because I called it free marketing, meaning if someone searched me up in Google,
in the age of free marketing, right? Like
you gotta utilize it.
Marketing used to cost a lot of money. Like let's keep in mind, before social media, you had to pay a lot of money for this type of attention
to even be seen for a second. Right. So that was my thing, connecting my branding with social media, is if you Google me now, if you Google Off the Artillery, or if you Google any of the books I have, if you Google certain words that's connected with my brand, I will show up because I have a presence on every platform. My main platforms have transitioned over time because new ones had new faces and they worked better. But my main ones were YouTube and Instagram and TikTok now. It was not TikTok before, it was Facebook, but that kind of transitioned away a little bit, but it's still useful in certain aspects. So I never stick to just one platform. I do, again, have my ones where my majority of my audience will be, and a lot of them will be repeat and overlays as well. but that's also to protect myself as what if something happens to another platform that I use.
Exactly. You
Then
can
I
get kicked off a platform at any time. Like these are
you
all
can
like private companies.
they
They
will
could kick you
block
off
you
and
all
say
kinds
that
of
they
stuff.
don't
Your
like you.
account gets
But yep.
right. So that was my strategy. And again, I'm not telling anyone to follow that strategy because it's not
Mhm.
for the weak of heart. Also, your mental state might be affected because of the different aspects of different platforms and how they work. Okay.
Mhm.
But I'm the type of person I can handle it. Also, I'm a planner and I have a schedule. And even I am still learning from my schedule. And when new platforms come up, then I have to find space and time for said platform for marketing. And it helps a little bit because I recently took on a job about a year almost now, that I'm a social
Mhm.
media manager for a movie company. So
That's
I also do theirs as I'm the
Mhm.
manager. So I also do like the uploads, the editing, and all that stuff for their stuff besides my stuff. So
Mhm.
if you can take on so many hats, then by all means go for it. But again, I'm not recommending that. You do want to try to utilize social media in this way because everyone is on a social media of some kind in most cases.
Mhm.
There are people that are not, don't get me wrong. But then that's when you got to go out to the real world and get those people there. But that's how I utilize social media with
Mhm.
my branding. Usually I got some good advice from a self-publishing guru, Dale L. Roberts. And he said, try to use your picture, the same picture across your platforms. And I figured he
With
was
an
right. Now,
image.
that was
I
a
like
little
that.
hard for me to do, only
Mhm.
because I take so many pictures. I used to be a model and I was a dancer. So I'd like to take me pictures all the time. And I was like, he's right. Even though you'll recognize me by my face in my pictures, but it wasn't the same picture.
Mhm.
Again, really hard for somebody who takes a lot of pictures. But I did do that, and I think he was correct in that. So if you do decide to utilize different platforms, I do recommend trying to pick a good picture that people
Mhm.
can recognize you through, because that's also part of your brand when you're a writer, your face. If you are a writer that people see, 'cause there are some writers that have done that Mr. Rita out thing too.
Mhm.
But that is another thing that I utilize throughout my platforms, and I'm trying to be better with it because I was not doing it at first, mind you.
Which I think that's actually very, very important. I know I
Yeah.
actually saw very similar advice from another content creator, Chris Dover with The Future, where
Yeah.
he would always say, like, you want people to recognize your silhouette.
True.
Like you want to have a unique you want to have a style or some type of silhouette or some type of image that people can recognize you by
And connect
then
you
put
with.
it in as many places as possible.
Yeah. So I mean, the
If
last
I
thing I'll
could,
say is
if I could just
yeah,
insinuate myself a little bit, because again,
do it a lot.
I've been doing this for a long time, and so I've had to change because otherwise, I don't want a picture of me from 2004. It's 20 years old, right? My as my hair has gotten darker, or as my face has gotten larger. I don't want to say my hair has gotten receding, but my forehead has gotten bigger. I've had to change my avatar
Yep. You will.
over the years. So I think rather than being so concerned, it's got to be the same, it's got to be the same, it's got to be the same, it's got to be consistent. It's got to fit
Yeah.
within. And some of the best advice I ever got was early in the days. Like, I remember when there was no Facebook, right? So I remember early in the days of Facebook, early in the days of social media, some of the best advice I ever got was everything is branding. Everything you post is
Mhm.
it becomes part of
Yep.
your brand. And if
Yep.
you don't want it to be part of your brand, don't post it. Share it with your friends, screenshot it and send it to your sister or whatever. But don't post it unless you want it to become part of your brand.
Yep.
And so whether it's food pictures, and I posted a lot of those as well, but a particular kind of food picture, right? It's going to look and feel a certain way. It's going to have a certain, back in the day when we used to use a lot of filters, it's going to have the same filter or the same lighting, or it's going to have, because that all fits with my aesthetic. That all fits with
Yep.
my brand. And it's weird to think of this as being that calculated because we all pride ourselves, I think, on being authentic people, on being open. But when you are talking about branding and when you're talking about social media, you're talking about creating a persona.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not inauthentic.
It's the same thing as having like a persona at school or having a persona
Yeah.
at work. It's the
Yep.
same.
You're that person.
Very
You're
true.
this person. You're the go-to for this. And so at what you talk about, and so I was told, I hired a branding agency early on in my career. And one of the things they told me was you're equal parts inspiration and aspiration. People want to live your life and you're going to inspire them to go out and do things. And so I think through my posts that way, rather than, and especially when you're in a season like we're just, I think we're still in it, this very politically divided, very tense situation where it's easy to throw rocks and it's easy to post things that make fun of or poke the other side in the eye or whatever. I got to think that's not my brand.
Mm-hmm.
That I may find that funny, or I might find that interesting, or that might raise my eyebrows, but that's not who I want. That's not the persona that I've created. Does not engage in those sorts of things.
Yep, completely agreed.
I'd like to jump in for really quick because I would like to add to exactly what John is saying, that with you're really looking at who am I? You're not trying to sell your books or you're trying to say, okay, what are my interests? Who am I as a person? And like you said, that you're going to be speaking on, okay, if I want to make this a calculating post, you want to show who are you as a person when you're making those posts. So you're branding yourself in who are you as the person. That's the best way I can describe it. That's something that I personally do. I go, okay, well, I like food. I'm going to post a bunch of food pictures, or I'm going to show my cooking channel on YouTube, or I like fantasy books. So I'm going to write middle grade fiction and have lots of pictures about dragons or something like that. Right.
Ooh,
So
yes.
yes, exactly. So for me, that's how I am. I like to make it a fun, like you said, like nothing negative. Let's make it more of a positive thing. We need more of that on social media. So
now, if you're a social critic, if you're writing political fiction, if you're those sorts of things, if you're writing about conspiracy theories or
they play into it. Yep.
That becomes your brand, and that's okay. But that's not me, and that's not the and also think through what audience you're trying to attract. And frankly, for me personally, I don't want to spend a lot of time around people who are hip deep in conspiracy theories and calling the other side bad names and finger pointing and demonizing and stuff like that. I try to stay out of that, and I try to get my clients out of that. And so
people will definitely come into the community sometime, right? Who care about politics or care about religion. And I was like, those are important conversations, but I'm always just like, thank you. We're here for writing. Like that's my brand is about writing. So thank you. And like, okay, what if you're going to write something like a political thing? Like, okay, we can help you with writing a political thing, but we're not here to talk about politics. Right. And I think it's just setting that setting guidelines, expectations.
I have to approach it from the who is watching me. Because I have authors who are watching me. And how am I getting published? Who do I know? My Facebook's looks like the who's who in the science fiction community. I kid you not. I have New York Times bestselling authors. I have up and coming writers. Got some actors on there, including Mark Hamill, who's an interesting character, by the way. And I'm watching other authors. I've got local authors that I'm watching. I'm watching the up and comings. I'm watching one of my babes who decided to self-publish, and I'm watching what he's doing. Like, what is he doing right? So he's inspiring me to take some risks, which I haven't done before. So I very much watch what I post. I'm very careful about what I post. I've been known to go in and delete certain streams. I wrote one that I shouldn't have in a group, and I went in, I deleted it, and I left that group. Because I'm like, I'm not coming back. Evidently, I'm not welcome here. That's fine. But you do have to be very, very, very careful. And I have, I'm primarily on Facebook. I also have an author page on Facebook. I'm on YouTube, which is kind of recent. And I've just started a new group. I can't remember what the name of it is. I've got different things on different computers.
Mhm.
And so I never really remember everything. I'm on another social media group, but I don't even remember what it was.
I think, and definitely something I hear from you, which is I think the key word. I think if I could take one key word that we all need when it comes to social media over time, adaptability. We have to adapt to what we've learned now, where we're at, our persona right now, our brand right now, because the truth is, in 3 months, it's probably going to change, or it's going to evolve, right? It's going to evolve. Trends evolve. Landscapes evolve. For all we know, in 2 weeks, TikTok might not be a thing. Maybe it'll be a thing for the next 10 years. Who knows, right? But we have to be able to adapt to changing landscapes, especially in social media.
Well, that checkerboard pattern that that a lot of us used, for years, that was super trendy, and it was it was innovative at the time. And now it looks salesy, it looks trite, and so you have to adapt. You have to change. Are you folks familiar with the meme strategy for social media? Right? So motivate, educate, market, and entertain. So you
I haven't heard
alternate
that.
your.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah. So every 4 posts, you post a motivational post, then you post an educational post, then you market your services, and then you use humor or storytelling, or you post a goofy selfie, or
I like that. You're mixing up the different styles.
just
of what
mix
people
it up,
interesting.
and you land on a strategy like that, and you try that for a while, and it changes your algorithms, and it gets you more engagement, and and that's gonna play out after a while, and there will be a next iteration, and so you have to again. We hold mission. I talk to my leadership clients all the time. You cling to mission tightly, and you hold strategy loosely.
Completely agree.
I'd like to add one thing to that, because I think you guys all kind of like I think we're all on the same page about this. But I think it's okay to make mistakes on social media. That's something that we learned. And of course, I think I would like to add to that of course, be adaptable, because obviously things change over time. Technology changes over time. However, the core value of yourself shouldn't change. I think you should be authentic in yourself in that sense. And then you were mentioning, the meme thing. I remember that because I have a degree in marketing from U of H, Bauer Business School. And that's something that they actually talk about. This is like a million years ago. I'm also dating myself. But I would say
everything old is new again, Teresa. Everything old, it all
You're
comes
trying to figure something out. Take something that worked like 20 years ago, and then
Baggy
you have to
jeans are
refresh
back, so it's fine now.
Fashion is forever, so what's the supply to all the things,
So
guys, let's remember TikTok. Remember what was popular in the beginning? Vine. Yeah. Vine was popular before Vine was done, and then Vine disappeared overnight. TikTok came around first musically, and now TikTok has been a thing for the past few years.
When TikTok even changed a little bit, it didn't used to have the option to have longer videos. Now it's like, longer videos are doing better. So here is the option. So
yep. And now all the platforms have short form vertical reels or vertical feeds. Absolutely.
It also matters to the hashtag. You could probably keep the same video of something, for example, and then you could change the hashtag to kind of see where the growth is at on the social media as far as that goes. You could reproduce the same video and have a different hashtag going to different platforms and on the internet, so this is an example.
I really love that. And Brianna, I'd actually be curious, what's your strategy when it comes to with especially romance, and you played a Christian is very, very important. How do you balance your social media strategy?
Yeah, so for me, it's a mix of sticking with my three, the faith, the writing, and coffee loving. That's really how I approach it. And then I streamlined it to make it easier on myself by having specific colors that I use for my brand. I have saved templates in Canva that I use that align with my colors. And it really has helped me to one, stay within my genre with the romance, but also still step out and incorporate faith because the colors are actually really similar. I do purple, blue, and pink. It works for romance. It works for Christian, specifically Christian women, because that's my audience. And so I'm able to throw up a post of, some scripture on a pink background. And then the next day I have like a blue coffee cup that I've posted because I'm out and about drinking some coffee. And that has really helped me because, like I said in my presentation last night, I like to stay organized. I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every time, including with social media. And so having a plan, it sounds like I spend a lot of time thinking these things through. I don't. I decided on these colors a year ago and I've just stuck with it. I decided on my 3 definitions and just sort of stuck with it. And I don't have to necessarily think, oh, is this something I should or should not post? Is this something that my audience will want to see? I automatically know if it falls into one of those 3 categories, it's probably something that I can go ahead and post. Now, like Dana was saying, I do have to be aware of who is watching me, especially when you are doing something that is faith-based. There are some certain expectations there. And with writing closed-door romance, I don't do really spicy romance. And so there are expectations there when it comes to what you're posting on social media, not just with what you're writing in your books. And so there are some things like I don't really post a lot of videos or photos of myself drinking wine, or I do these things personally. I enjoy a glass of wine, but it's not something that I'm necessarily going to post because it doesn't fall into one of those 3 categories. And that has really helped me to not overthink it because that can be a huge time suck.
I love that. Really, really do. When we think about posts that work, and this is actually a question that came to mind for you guys. Is there a post that has done really, really well for you guys over the past couple months, the past year, where it's one that stood out? You guys can say like which platform it was, what the post was, and maybe we can help give the audience a little bit of an insight on why do we think it worked.
I have one. So I recently started on the TikTok, and I'm not consistent yet, but I'm that is a goal of mine, is to become more and more consistent on it. And my videos on there tend to get 400 or 500 views, right in that range. And I posted one maybe 3 weeks ago that has 9,000 views now. And it is the most mysterious, bizarre thing to me. It's not that unusual. It's very similar to other things that I post. I don't know if it's the time of day when I posted it. I have no clue how this works. I just know that if you go and look at all the views, it's like 380 views, 420 views, 560
what
views.
did you do in the video?
I told a story about a Roman senator who spoke harshly about the emperor. The emperor told him to shut up, and he said, "No, I'm not going to do that." And he said, "Well, I'll have you killed." And the senator said, "Well, you do what you have to do, and I'm going to do what I have to do." And then I talked about Bill Bernbach, who was an advertising marketing guru, who decided not to advertise cigarettes in the 1960s after the Surgeon General connected it to cancer. And he came up with a principle that said it's not a principle until it costs you money. And so then I just challenged people and I said, well, if your principles aren't costing you any money, I'm going to question whether or not it's a principle. And that's when you know when the rubber meets the road. And we all have choices to make. And I don't know if that had to do with it being, post-election or what exactly. It just, for whatever reason, that one resonated with people.
Really resonated
In a way that
Interesting.
that none of my other stuff has, and I'm completely baffled by it. So there, I put that out there, and I'll just tell you, I don't know why it works, and this is why becoming an influencer in the age of social media is so mysterious, because stuff like that can happen and does, and all of a sudden your video goes everywhere, and you're famous for 10 minutes. And then the rest of my videos are back to getting 580 views and 460 views. And I was like, oh, maybe I've finally crossed the threshold. And now I've finally figured it out, and people have discovered me. And now it's going to be smooth sailing and easy. It's all downhill from now. No, they're back to, I think my last video has like 400 views, and that's it.
And I think that's part of the strategy, right? Trying to understand when you do something well, is there a way to understand why does it do well? Or is it just a one-off, right? I think you can take educated guesses, right? Maybe it was due to politics, right? Maybe it was due to our political landscape. Maybe it was due to people are upset about the political landscape and they're all smoking cigarettes now. So cigarettes is on their mind, right? Or maybe it's because we have
Here's
a lot
the
of
danger, though,
right?
Kaufman, and this is what I want to warn us against, is I could go back and I could see, okay, how long is that video? And what was I wearing? And where was I sitting when I filmed it? And what time of day did I post it? And I could try to replicate it and fail. And so my biggest thing is, I think the key to long-term success is consistency. Just put stuff out. You don't know what's going to work. The algorithm is constantly changing. Everything is always fluid on social media. And so you can try to copy your exact same output and not get the same result, and then you'll be discouraged. Or you can just say those are the ebbs and flows.
Right, like that's part of the process. I think what I would do if I was in that position, I think I would tweak. I think if I'm being consistent and I'm putting stuff out, I would put out similar videos over the next month, but I would tweak certain things, right? Do one about maybe a different type of room. Do one maybe about a different type of history. Do one about cigarettes. I think there's things that you can tweak, and even if some of them don't do well, like, who cares? If your post doesn't do well, you're the only one who cares, because everybody is looking at something else, right? So it's keep trying new things. What about the rest of you guys? Any posts that have stood out for you?
I have one that is not exactly related to my authorship, but more of my podcast. But again, it goes along with my brand, right? So we just posted our holiday podcast episode. One of them, we did a short. The shorts got like close to 2,000 views. And the question was, and it was just more of like a related thing. It's podcast is Kidlit book reviews and interviews, right? So it was the Grinch lived in Mount Crump for so long, and he never left. Where did this come from? And then with that one became like almost a role from my podcast, so like going on Instagram, because it was like, okay, well, they were, and I was thinking to myself, you never know what might be popular, and when it does, you have to keep pushing marketing to capitalize views. So yeah.
I love that. The Grinch, I think, and of course, getting close to the holidays, right? We already know the Grinch is on people's minds. Even if there's not a remake coming out this year, I'm sure there'll be one next year. But Grinch is always a classic. So I could totally see that. That's really interesting. What about the rest of you guys?
Well, I had one that I posted on Instagram earlier this month. It was just a photo of me recording one of my audiobooks.
Okay.
And it had the highest level of engagement that I've had on anything all month, actually,
Okay.
possibly the last few months. And it was just a good reminder that our readers desire that content. They want to know that there is a person on the other end of the screen. They want to see our writing process because social media does create that illusion of a relationship. Now, sometimes it can become an actual relationship, right?
Mhm.
We can't engage with readers and become friends with them and engage with other
Mhm.
authors and become friends with them. But in a lot of cases, you follow a celebrity on social media, you feel like you're their friend because you get
Mhm.
this bird's eye view into their life, but you're not really.
Oh yeah.
And our readers want the same thing. To them, we're the celebrities, which is a very
Mhm.
wild thought. But they
Yeah. Yep.
to get to know us and see our process and behind the scenes in our lives. And so if you have behind the scenes photos that you're willing to share or videos, I highly encourage that you do so.
Yeah, I think trying to find that balance has been a learning experience for me. Because like I know for me personally, I come across very very welcoming, very inviting, very friend-like. And I know in my own world, I'm like, okay, I'm here to be a writer. I'm here to help the writers of the world. But then I haven't always taken into consideration other people. Writing is a thing, but they're looking for friendship. So I'm like trying to balance what I'm looking for in a way that's authentic and that's kind and that's clear, while also understanding others' expectations when they're coming to me and we're building up relationships over time. So I think that's very, very powerful.
And I think it raises a good point too about finding that balance between public and private, not just when it comes to your audience's expectations, but saving something for yourself as well.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to post everything, especially if
Yep.
it
Great.
is something that might compromise your safety, right? If you're on vacation, maybe don't tell the whole world that you're on vacation, right? So make sure you are keeping something for yourself. Don't have to put it all out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had a post, but I tend to on TikTok. That's where I'm kind of reaching into my romance audience because they are strong on TikTok. So a post that I make, and it's a series that I do every month. And since I write spicy, I write paranormal romance. That's where I'm leading because a lot of my romance stuff will be coming out 25. I'm leaning into that. So excuse my 8-year-old in the background. That those posts that I put up, I've noticed they've gotten a lot of viewership, and it's called straight up Hot Guy Part 2 of December, let's say, right? So I usually compile the type of males that I plan to write in my romance books. And everybody who visits my TikTok know I have a more incline of attraction to Asian men in my whole life. So that's where a lot of my lead males are Asian men. So I use TikTok platform to boost that for my audience I'm building over there for my authorship. So I've noticed those posts was crazy. So I do other posts, but those posts particularly, and I usually say like my inspiration for the book I'm working on or something like that in the wording, and those blow up. So I would get one particular that would do better than the other. And recently I had one that was like, and on TikTok, the viewship doesn't always match the like, obviously, because people are real quick on TikTok. They're like, I watched this and I'm gone, so they may not press that, oh, I really enjoyed this button, but they saw it. So I think it went some crazy amount of views. Like one got like 16,000 views. And I was like, well, excuse me? Well, why this one? This is quite similar to the other ones. You know what I mean? So like John was saying, like you're trying to figure out, like, I'm not really going to go try to copy it, but I'm sitting there like, what? Was it the one particular guy in it that people just like, oh my goodness, I got to replay this. You know what I mean? But so that kind of blew up, but I've been playing with that series for a couple months and it's doing well, and which works for me for that platform, since that's where I'm trying to pull in my romance audience, which again, very strong book talk type of situation over there on TikTok. Sad to say if it's gone, then that's gone, but there are other aspects and you can lead people to other platforms. But yeah, that's my post that was like, what is going on over here? I don't know. Can I try to get that again? That's good again. Without trying to do advertising promotions on the video.
Totally been there, done that. I get that. And I'm starting to see this theme now, right? We have one post, video, word, whatever it is, blow up in comparison to our other ones. And they're like, all right, well, why did it blow up? Because we want to know why.
Caught a wave of some kind. And I had this instance happen. Well, I have a dance channel. I was a dancer since I was a kid and got professional. I'm retired now. So I'm 40 now. I've been retired. I'm not doing that anymore. But I have a YouTube channel that did very well back when I used to teach and go do conventions and all that stuff. And one video blew up to the millions. So I was like, I'm viral. Watch out, people and stuff. But it was like, it got to, I think it's currently sitting at like, I don't know, millions. I can't even remember right now.
Wow, that's awesome.
And so that's a big deal for some people. And I'm like, not a big deal to me. I didn't really get much out of that. Besides, a lot of people saw me. So I felt kind of less cool. But then I had like John said, the videos, your other videos is like, I'm right back to the same. I got a couple thousand on the, where'd the millions go? So that happens, I think, on each platform that we have or a post that we have that we're like, I didn't really do anything different. And I don't suggest trying to catch lightning in a bottle per se, because that could be stressful. That doesn't really work. And I see companies do it. They'll release a product or something and they're like, oh my goodness, this product did so well. Let's catch the lightning in a bottle. And then they'll be like, womp womp. And then it fails. And
well, I think that's where we still have the advantage of, right?
We do.
Biggest companies in the world still they do have social media presences to a certain extent, but they don't play into the strengths of social media like we're able to. Like influencers.
Very true.
There's a reason that influencer marketing is popular. And has been popular. We'll see what the landscape looks like over the next couple years with the rise of the AI influencer and the challenge between what's real and what's not real. But right now, our influencers have definitely been very popular. But Dana, I'd love to hear from you. Is there anything that's worked for you on your social media platforms?
Cat pictures are popular.
People always love cat pictures. That's a great strategy.
I posted.
That's that final E in the meme strategy, right? Where it's entertaining, and you do that for engagement, and you know that if they engage with that, they're far more likely to see your next post. So yeah.
I recently picked. I had given catnip. What I do is when I clip their claws, I give them catnip. For both the cats, it's a reward for being good kitties, so I don't have trouble clipping their nails. And I had given her catnip, and she curled up in it.
Oh.
And so I just clicked a picture and posted and went, what? But like I said, cat pictures are really, really popular. And I post a lot of cat pictures because my kitties do really cute things. And I've got somebody who's not happy with me right now. He's at the center of my universe. So he's the one who wakes me up at 6:45 in the morning by banging on the door.
Aww. He just wants more attention.
Yeah, it's dawn and it's time to hunt. I just learned this about cats. He did wake me up at 2:00 in the morning one morning with a very vigilant, constantly staring at the door. So something happened that alarmed him and he woke me up twice. So it was interesting. Yeah, he's like right up here where he knows he's not supposed to be.
Only because you're in front of the computer. That's how they know, right?
Yep.
Which I absolutely love that. So with our time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say speed round. So I have a question to pose each of you guys. I have a question for all of you, but we're going to answer this speed answer. So we're all on different social media platforms. I think we can all agree, regardless of which platforms we're on, consistency, adaptability, trying to figure out how to repeat the lightning in the bottle if it's possible. For whichever your number one platform is where you've had the most success, is there a strategy or insight that you like to share that maybe something you've learned from an individual from your best platform. Speed round. I'd love to hear from each of you guys. And I will popcorn this to Teresa. I'll go with you first.
Reels. I would say reels, 100%. Like, they are the best thing in the whole world in getting the views that you need. And I'd like to add to that. And
reels, Instagram reels, right? Just to be clear, Instagram reels.
Is the best platform for me, as also Threads. So Threads and reels, So yeah, 100%. I asked a leading question on Threads, and I got, like 1,000 comments just on Threads. So that was cool. Yeah. And then to that, you would say community. Like, when you're on social media, we're writers. We're all writers, right? So we should work together in that community platform. So, you try to find that common ground in the hashtagging and the threads and the reels. So yeah, that's where I would go with that. So yeah.
I love that. Awesome. Let's see. Popcorn, Brianna, I'll throw it to you.
So one I haven't mentioned yet is Pinterest. I actually have my best engagement on Pinterest. For me in particular, Pinterest, I write romance for Christian women and devotionals for Christian women. And so with Pinterest being predominantly female, a large number of my audience is there. And I cross-post between Instagram and Pinterest. Well, with Instagram, the algorithm is nuts. And half the time you don't see stuff. But with Pinterest, you not only will come across it, you can pin it to your board. And so then it's always there to go back and reference. And so that does kind of change it up a little bit in a really great way for me as far as my numbers. So if you haven't tried Pinterest yet, try Pinterest. You can also do paid ads on there. So you can do organic and paid and kind of play with both.
Pinterest is a good one. I always put Pinterest. We have the main social media platforms, right? Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I always put Pinterest in that secondary echelon, similar to Twitch, Snapchat, where they've been around and they have followings, but they're not the predominant one, at least right now. So Pinterest has a huge niche following. Absolutely agree. That's awesome. John, pass it down to you.
I'm going to say, let's remember, kind of piggybacking off something Teresa just said, let's remember that social media it initially started to create a sense of community. And it's easy for us to think of these things as broadcasting channels where we just send stuff out. But let's also remember to engage with other people, not just the people who are commenting on our posts or liking our posts or whatever, but there's so much other content out there, and we need to be responsible community members. Let's boost other people's content. Let's engage with their stuff. And let's do that in good faith, understanding that what you put out tends to come back to us. And so I think that's the biggest thing is let's not just treat these things as if they are billboards or broadcast channels that we're pushing stuff out on. Other people are also pushing stuff out. Let's get out there and let's engage with their content as well.
I absolutely love that. I think one of the things I love about the AuthorTube community is that there's a lot of support between the different author tubers, whether that's showing up on the other streams and liking the stuff, dropping a comment, because I promise you guys, every single person out there, every other author who's putting out stuff probably cares about a similar thing that you do in terms of they want engagement to help build their own community. And it's a mutual reciprocation. So I think that's an absolutely great mindset to have, John. Thank you for sharing that. And Dana, pass it over to you.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm mostly on Facebook, but that's where most of my community is. Because I'm part of Superstars, I'm part of Realm Makers. And the science fiction community is very tight. Whether you meet them in person or whether you meet them online, we're very supportive of each other. Ed Bryant, who is no longer with us, was very supportive of me as a writer and an editor, which kind of shocked me, but because I didn't know him very well. But he would always come up and say, you know, I want to submit to you, but unfortunately I'm not able to. But, you know, you're doing good. And he was always very supportive. That meant a lot to me, particularly since I barely knew the man. But that's kind of just who he was.
Awesome. And that leaves you down there, DL.
I'm going to say TikTok. That was my fastest growth, even though I've been on AuthorTube, YouTube for authorship for 6 years. Very slow burn growth for me here. And I know why that is, but that's also, I think, in the aspect of growth on a platform, people need to feel that you are giving them something, and not necessarily just yourself, but something that can help them in their life. And if you are not doing that, let's say you could be an entertainment one, which is giving them happiness of some sort. But if you're in the middle ground of talking about what you're doing, it's a little harder to grow, granted. So I think that's why my growth was slower on AuthorTube, considering my dancer channel was faster growth because I was doing entertainment and performance. But on TikTok, I had a faster growth, even though I was an author TikTok. And I think it's just the element of TikTok and how it works and the way their videos would start. You can do pictures, videos, and slides on there. So, of course, I recommend TikTok because of the way you could make quick videos and that would grab people's attention because they were like in and out, but they return. So my followership grew quick on TikTok compared to my 6 years on AuthorTube. But my 6 years on AuthorTube was that one is very network based. It is very, these people are here because they wanted to see what I was doing. So I love my like 600 and something subscribers because they care about what I'm doing. I still would prefer to have those 600 than just random people who decide to subscribe and don't come back and look at all, you know? So YouTube is really good for that, for building an audience that wants to see what you're doing, rather you are doing something for them or just showing them what you're doing, you know, which could also help them in their life, but you have to kind of find your place and what you're doing there. TikTok is a little bit different. You can grow faster with consistency. And I mean, consistency on TikTok a little bit different. It's more frequent than you would do YouTube. Like, for instance, you have your schedule on YouTube, and YouTube is like, okay, I may upload once a week, or I may upload twice a week, or I may throw in a stream or something, and you have your schedule. On TikTok, if you just put up something every other day, let's say, depending on what your posting is, that can matter on TikTok because people are like, oh, this person's always here. Even if you're not technically always there, it's you're seen faster on TikTok. So the growth can happen quicker. So that between those two platforms that I utilize the most currently, I do recommend them in those type of settings, depending on what you're looking for. I say YouTube for a longevity of a more close net followership, but then TikTok is like a faster growth in my opinion, because compare again to my 6 years of 600 and my 1 year to like almost 1,000 on TikTok. So it, again,
I absolutely
very different. Very different.
I really love that. That's really, really awesome. And I know it sounds like we each were almost representing one of the different social media platforms on here. John, what was your main platform that you've had the success on?
In the past, it's been Facebook, although more and more it is moving to LinkedIn.
Okay, I love that. So like from hearing what each of you spoke to, my personal success is generally YouTube, but I've had success on Facebook as well, and obviously doing more platforms. But I hear YouTube for myself. Brianna, I heard Pinterest from you. Dan, I heard Facebook from you. Teresa, I heard Instagram. Dia, I heard TikTok. And then John, I'm hearing LinkedIn. 6 separate platforms, and we're having the same conversation. And I think this should be a really big takeaway for our audience. It doesn't matter what platform you're on, right? You, of course, you want to understand what the culture is of the platform, right? You need to understand the nuances, but at the heart, you want to build a community, right? You want to go be involved in others' community, and you want to connect with people because people want to connect with people. And I think this has been an absolutely great conversation to have. I can like I can feel that anytime I start talking about social media, author branding, we could literally go for hours, right? Because this is like many, many workshops worth. This is like days worth of research, right? I'm sure that if we added all of our amount of research and time we've put into it, into understanding social media, I've put hundreds upon hundreds of hours over the past year, couple years, to understanding the different platforms. And I'm sure just from listening to you guys that you have as well. We probably have well over 1,000, maybe thousands of hours of experience of just researching in this group alone. So I think this is so, so cool. I really just want to thank each of you for joining me today. I think this has been a phenomenal panel for each of your guys's or for each of your websites and platforms and portfolios, wherever you're driving, wherever you want people to check you out. All of the links for all of your either website or social media platform is linked down in the YouTube description down below. So I'm going to drop all the links down in the YouTube chat, and I'm going to ask, let's see, I'll drop it. I'll have my team help with it. So we'll drop each of your links down there because we have to move on to the next event, but all of you guys can be found. So all of them can be found, whether you guys want to go with Brianna, Dana, Teresa, DL, or John. Like, guys, we have some incredible experience. I just thank you again. I really want to thank each of you guys. It's been an incredible pleasure.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Anything that you would like to sign off with? Any closing thought?
Definitely just try to have the confidence and believe in yourself. And I always say to be yourself. Granted, we are building brands, but try to be authentic to who you are, because guess what? You can remember the truth, but you can't remember a lie. So if you have to try to stick to something, you're going to probably fall off the horse at some point. Mm-hmm. So I definitely believe in being yourself, even though we are like, we're not going to put everything out there, but it's still to be an authentic you when you're in the face of people, because you cannot remember a lie. It's going to keep changing. So being truthful to yourself and then giving yourself of who you are constantly and being the same with everyone as much as possible. I think that would be a good takeaway.
I would add that at some point in time, you have to grow up and be an adult about this and give up some of the romantic notions we have of what it's like to be an author, that you're going to sit, wearing a tweed jacket, smoking a pipe, overlooking a lake where it's going to be perpetually autumn as you type out this morning's pages. Your job as an author has to involve some entrepreneurial spirit, and your job description breaks down into 3 different pieces: think, sell, and deliver. And you just cannot get away from the fact that if you want people to read your words, you've got to figure out a way to sell your work in a way that feels authentic, that doesn't necessarily feel salesy. But if you believe your work will benefit other people, then selling and marketing becomes an act of love.
I'm going to tell you guys, you know what? Enjoy your writing and have fun with it. Don't worry about if it's going to get published. Don't worry about if it's going to sell. Just have fun.
I would like to say never give up, even if it's hard, with the writing, because we all know, we're all writers, that you're trying to really build yourself as a brand. You're branding yourself. So don't give up on yourself, and don't give up on, keep going, keep trying, keep making those mistakes. That's always good. Mistakes are awesome. It's a great way to learn and grow as a human being. And then I would just say, I would say with what John was saying, I was hoping to have a pipe. I would be like C.S. Lewis, buy his little house. So that would be awesome, All right. Thank you guys so much for today.
Love it. And then who else? Let's see. DL, John, Teresa, Brianna, that leaves you.
All right. Well, I would just say to have fun with it. Try not to overthink it if you can. I know that's hard for some of us, but at the end of the day, you want to just make sure that you're enjoying what you do. What's the point of life if you're not having fun and enjoying it?
Absolutely love that. Thank you all so much. This has been great. And I know we'll be seeing a couple of you guys in just a little bit, but thank you all for joining me. This has been an awesome conversation.
Thank you.
All right. And I will be bringing John. I'll be bringing you back up in just a moment, my friend, because what a great conversation. What an incredible, mind-blowing conversation for anybody who's really thinking about social media, author branding. Like, this is the vibe, right? You might not want to do it, right? It might be like, utter hate when it comes to social media, but it's just reframing your mind around the conversation. All you're doing is you're just building a community. We all want to be part of a community, right? Your community is you, your readers, whoever you're trying to build up over time. Now, whether you're building up the community through what you yourself are posting or whether you're going out there and finding others, it would be the same thing if you went in the workplace, right? You're trying to build up friends. You're trying to build up your sense with maybe other employees, other people you work with, a type of community. In school, you're building up a community with friends. It's that same idea and that same mindset. The obstacle is the amount of time it takes to do the things, right? And reframing our conversation, our mindset around how do I build up that community is the key to success. You heard it not just from me, you heard it from the other authors. So this has been wonderful. Love it. Man, so after what a great discussion, I would love to hear. Does anybody feel a little bit more motivated to do social media? How are you guys feeling? Drop a comment. Do you're like, hey, I'm going to do some more social media? Or you're like, nope, I'm going to hire somebody else to do it. I'm going to hire a social media expert. How are you guys feeling? Good, bad, in the middle? Drop a comment down below. I would love to hear from you. And in the meantime, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the Right Now community. Whether you're looking for daily writing motivation, author interviews, writing events, fiction contests, community stories, our Discord, we have all the things. We've been live streaming for 360 consecutive writing streams, and we are not stopping anytime soon. So if you're looking for that writing community, this is the place to be. Tap that follow button, tap that subscribe button right now. All right, my friends. So I had to get that in really quick. Now, as I'm looking at our schedule, awesome. So we're actually about to hop into the next giveaway. We're going to be hopping into John's presentation in just a second, but I think this is actually the perfect timing because the giveaway for this thing, oh, look at that. We're doing we're giving away our coaching session. So I'm actually going to bring John back up onto the screen to join me. Welcome back, my friend.
Well, it's good to be back after all of that time. Great to see you again, Kaufman. It's been so long. Yeah, but it's always good to see you.
So we were able to coincide and make it. And I was like, I don't remember which order the giveaways are in. So I was like, oh, wait, your giveaway is next, right before your presentation. Perfect timing. So for anybody who wants a chance to win, which I believe is a coaching session, John, I'll let you explain in just a second. But if you want a chance to win this free giveaway, type in #welcome into the chat. Type in #welcome into the chat. And it looks like we're still loading it up. All right, and we just did it. It just started. So right now, type in #welcome into the chat. I would say Holistic, Megan, Chat Soul, Mira, post it #welcome one more time just to be safe. So post it one more time just to be safe. Want to make sure all of you are entered into this. Want to make sure you guys can all get it. Megan, post #welcome one more time. Definitely want to make sure all of you guys are added. Let's see. SD, ML, post one more time. Everyone just post twice, just to be safe. We started it a little halfway through my announcement. So post hashtag welcome twice just to make sure you're entered. Want to make sure we all have a chance. So hashtag welcome to win this coaching session with John, which clearly you guys just heard. Like, John's very, very knowledgeable. John, I'll let you explain it. What is this? What does this involve?
So, Welcome to Your Life was a book that I wrote during the pandemic, actually, because in 2020, a lot of us were rolled into the year with all sorts of goals, and they all got derailed. And so I had to switch the game halfway through, not even halfway through, towards the end of the first quarter of the game. And I ended up writing this book, Welcome to Your Life. And Welcome to Your Life is for people who are stuck or who are confused or who feel like maybe they're in over their head and they're trying to pivot and they don't quite understand what life is for, what life is about. I don't really go into the meaning of life. I make the assumption that there is meaning in life. And so you'll get a free copy of the book, but then you'll also get an hour of my time where we sit and basically I'm just going to ask you, where does it hurt? And we're going to figure out what you're stuck with and what you're stuck on and what you want to achieve. And we're going to try to create a plan to get you some good progress in the next 90 days. So that's basically what this is.
All right. Love it. Love it. And I was like, John, I was like, I want a coaching session. I'm like, you are very, very knowledgeable, like many, many years of experience, of expertise. Whoever wins this is getting quite the value out of it. So it looks like we have all of our entrants. So let's start the drawing. Let's start the drawing and let's see who wins this free giveaway for this coaching session. All right. And let's start the drawing. All right. And let's see. So it looks like give us perfect. And let's see what we got. Oh, all right, beautiful. So it looks like we're drawing. We're going to see who's going to win this session. Mira, congratulations. Congratulations, Mira. You have won this coaching session. Congrats. I know I just framed it. It is a coaching session. I'm like, I framed it correctly, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I was like, okay, cool. And
You'll
I was
get
like,
a copy of the book and the coaching session. So it's both.
Love it. And Mara, you are in for quite an experience. I can definitely say congratulations, my friend. Make sure that you fill out the form and one of my team will drop it down in the chat for you. So that way we can make sure, fill it out again. We need to make sure we have your information. We'll get it to John and you guys will be all set up. So congratulations again, my friend. All right. Beautiful. Well, Mary, you've come to the right place. Apparently this is your lucky day. This is your lucky weekend. And without further ado, John, I know we have let's see, the ad. So with our event, how to know what to know, right? And
Kaufman, how long do I have? It feels like we're a little bit over, and so I want to be conscious of our schedule.
Absolutely. So I really, really appreciate that. So with our timing, we're a little over about 5 to 8 minutes behind, but don't worry, you still got the same amount of time. We'll make up for it on our end. So do your thing. You got about 35 minutes. I'll come back and check in just a little bit. We'll moderate chat for you and good luck. I'm excited. I want to learn.
Okay. Well, before we get into this, let me tell you a little bit about the technology I'm going to share with you. This is what is
John,
known.
Before you start into it, actually, quick question. Do you need to share anything on screen?
Nope.
Nope. Perfect. All right. Do your thing, my friend.
I worked with the Department of Defense for 4.5 years, and I learned during that time period that you just cannot trust technology. And so anytime I am asked to make a presentation, I make sure that I am not too reliant on slides or things, visuals or things like that, because if something happens, then your whole talk is messed up. And so I worked with an organization in Australia for a number of years, and that organization is run by a guy named Matt. Matt is one of the top, 100 motivational speakers on the planet, according to the International Speakers Bureau. He's one of the the smartest, sharpest, quickest thinkers I've ever met in my life, and I consider him a friend and mentor to this day. Matt designed a technology, a piece of technology that helps people think about their thinking. And he presented this in a workshop called Speakership, which was designed to help leaders know how to communicate and help communicators know how to lead. And so he invited 30 of us to Australia to participate in this workshop in person. And he designed this template for us to use. Now, he wanted each of us to have 10 copies of this template that we could use and we could experiment with. And he set his printer to print 300 copies of this. And then he walked away. Now, what he didn't realize is that his daughter, his 14-year-old daughter, had left pink paper on the printer. Not like pale pink, like a neon pink. And so when he went to the printer to get his 300 copies, they were all printed on this neon pink paper. And not wanting to be environmentally unconscious, he just decided, well, okay, I guess we have pink paper now, and brought them anyway and set them out in front of all of us. And we began utilizing this. None of us understood why it was pink. And then he told us the story, and it was kind of a funny laugh that we all had together. And one of the guys in the room kept referring to them as the pink sheets, the pink sheets, the pink sheets. And the nickname stuck. And so we all now learned this technology, and we learned it as pink sheets, even though they're technically known as an intellectual property snapshot, which is a bit of a mouthful. It's easier to say pink sheets. And then we all took that technology and embraced it, and then scattered to the rest of the world where we all lived and started sharing these things with our clients. And now lots of conspiracy theories have grown up over the years about why the paper is pink. And some people say it's because pink unlocks a certain part of your brain, or it has to be pink or it won't, blah, 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 or whatever. And really, it's just an homage to a man and his relationship with his 14-year-old daughter. So, and so much so that he actually now, I think he owns a website called Pink Sheet or Think Pink or something like that. But the premise of this is, how do you think about thinking? Like, imagine if I were to invite you all to go to a quiet corner and just tell you to do some thinking about your work in progress or about your next project or something like that. What would you do? Would you grab a pen and a notepad or a journal? Would you sketch out a mind map on your tablet, or would you just sit still and concentrate on your breathing, or would you search the internet to try to find some sort of stimulation? And then at the end of 15 or 20 minutes, what would you have to show for your deliberate thinking? Could we take that thinking and turn it into something that we could commercialize? Could we put a price on it and share it with others? It's a little bit hit or miss, isn't it? If I asked you to reflect on your time in school, when were you taught to think? I mean, we really aren't. So here it is. This process I'm going to share with you is a way of thinking deeply and deliberately about something. It's not the only way to think. It may not even be the best way, although I think it is. But without a doubt, it is an effective way to think. And so my question for you is, are you consciously thinking about things, or is it just your monkey mind running around? The monkey mind is that sort of noisy, reactive, paranoid jibber jabber that passes for stream of consciousness a lot of times. Oftentimes when I teach this idea of pink sheets, I'm struck by how hard it is to get your head around what really is a straightforward idea. And as writers, that is what we're trying to communicate, whether we're working in nonfiction or fiction or fantasy or romance or horror or memoir or whatever. We're trying to communicate a straightforward idea. And it's difficult sometimes to sit down and think deliberately about something. It's a little bit like teaching meditation or mindfulness. It's through the practice of meditation that you get better at it. And similarly, it's through the practice and application of this process I'm going to share with you today that you actually get better at thinking. Now, I love the non-thinking state of meditation. I have a friend who's written a book about this, and he goes into the scientific benefits of regular meditation and all that kind of stuff. And I love the idea of being in the present now moment as much as possible. My friend who has written a book on meditation, he and I have done some business projects together. We live in different cities, and so we're a lot of times we're connecting by phone or by Zoom, and sometimes I'll start the call by asking him, what's not on your mind? Which is kind of code for remembering that thinking is not the end state of his meditation practice. It's kind of ironic that he's such a successful CEO of his own business. But I think if you could imagine meditation as being an emptiness and mindfulness as being a fullness, then what we're going to talk about is sort of the meeting point of those two things, where meditation is emptying, mindfulness is filling. Pink sheeting, the IP snapshot, is a way to go deep, something called deep insight, as our Buddhist friends would call it. I think if you remember Aristotle explained that logos, pathos, and ethos, those are the three artistic proofs, right? So, and he suggested that if you're trying to convince an audience of something, you need all three: logos, pathos, and ethos. Ethos is all about the ethical appeal or the idea of character and credibility. Pathos is the emotional appeal, and logos is the logical and rational. So you have to have all three. And this process is designed to touch on all three of those. It needs to contain the educated opinion of logos, the emotional connection of pathos, and the enlightened idea of ethos. Jill Bolte Taylor is a professor at Harvard who had a stroke. And she wrote this amazing book called My Stroke of Insight about the experience of love, peace, and connection that she achieved when the left hemisphere of her brain shut down completely for a while. The narrative surrounds her observations of herself, a self-declared scientific left brain thinker having to go right brain. And it highlights the idea of left and right brain thinking preferences. Consider that there exists a horizontal line from left to right. Left-brained people, as we understand them, prefer logic and reason, and right equals creativity and relationships. And it's not completely accurate to say that those are exclusive of one another, but it's a useful metaphor. Generally, people have a preference for one side or the other, for logical thinking or for creative thinking, for scientific, data-oriented, or for dynamic thinking. Alongside our personal thinking preferences, certain subjects lend themselves to left brain or right brain bias. And a conversation around a commercial enterprise will most likely be presented in a left brain, rational, logical view. This is why a lot of times authors struggle with marketing and sales. It's also why a lot of times authors struggle with getting their books published, because the publishing company, a publishing industry, you have to convince two different boards. One is the editorial board, and their only concern is this a good book that we would feel proud publishing? But then you've also got to convince the sales team who are interested in, is this a commercially viable book that we could sell copies of? Because publishing companies are not nonprofit organizations. So you've got to be able to communicate in both realms if you're going to be a successfully published author. So if you divide your pink sheet horizontally into left brain and right brain, you can also divide it vertically And on top would be more abstract and theoretical. And underneath would be more concrete and practical. So you've got abstract, you've got theoretical, you've got practical and concrete. You've got left brain, logical and scientific, and you've got right brain, relational and dynamic. So now we've got 4 quadrants. You see what I'm saying here? You've got 4 quadrants: top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Top left, abstract and logical. Top right, conceptual and energizing. Bottom left, concrete and analytical. Bottom right, science, specific and creative. So now we've got 4 quadrants. And this is, I think we're all at home in one of the quadrants of that model, but staying in your one little quadrant has a couple of problems. One, that's where we do our thinking. And second, that's where we communicate from. So if you have a left brain detailed preference, that's where your ideas are going to live. And you'll make logical arguments that have great evidence, but they'll be emotionally flat. And the trick is to force your thinking into unfamiliar territory. Am I thinking through these ideas in all 4 of those quadrants? How would I communicate my ideas to someone who is in a different quadrant? This is the process by which you really learn to know what you know. It expands your brain. It sends you down different neural pathways. It stretches you as you struggle to find the big picture using right brain expressions of your idea. And what comes out the other side is more complete thinking. This is what I call full spectrum thinking. And this then solves that second problem that we communicate from our preference. Our hypothetical left brain detailed thinker will have a slideshow with lots of bullet points and lots of logic and lots of detail, but not much heart, not much imagination, not much context. And while that might speak to a percentage of the people in the room, lots of people get left out. So forcing our thinking into all the other quadrants means that we can communicate our ideas to everyone, not just the people who think the way we think. So the key to creating a great message is to structure our messages so they dance across the full spectrum of left brain logic and right brain creativity and concrete specific examples up to high order contextual ideas. Because ideas exist at various levels of logic and creativity, which is that horizontal axis. And just as we need both hemispheres of our brain, we also need to mix logos and pathos, logic and emotion. We need to have our ideas able to appeal to both the rational and emotional perspectives. So when you try to connect with someone, the attempt can be a battle between putting in too much information, which is at the bottom of the model, or which results in the essence of the idea just getting lost. Or we make the message so abstract, which is the top of the model, that it's not seen as practical or relevant by the people considering it. So full spectrum thinking using this pink sheet process resolves that tension. So using this framework to catch your ideas creates a depth in your thinking and forces you to create messages with substance and balance. Each concept or point you want to share is going to need its own pink sheet, its own intellectual property snapshot. You begin with a concept, your concept and a summary of the idea. That's sort of in the middle of the sheet. The goal of this section is to make you carefully select your words. There are several different ideation strategies that I recommend, and I don't have time to go into here. But you're trying to get to the essence of the point. What is your point? If you're thinking in terms of scenes, what is the thing you're trying to communicate in this scene, in this chapter, in this beat. Again, if you are thinking about writing, whether it's a screenplay or a stage play or something like that, you might think in terms of beats. In fact, if you ever use Final Draft asks you to outline your project by using beats. What is the idea of this beat? What are you trying to say to your audience? Even if you're writing fantasy, horror, any of these fiction genres, you're still trying to communicate an idea. And it's important for you as the author to know what your idea is and how you're going to communicate it through these characters as your functionaries. So again, your concept lives in the middle of the pink sheet. And as an author, you need to make your statements in a way that is memorable, to craft great ideas into a powerful meme so that it can spread. So the concept layer in the middle of this pink sheet is where that process happens. And then at the top of the pink sheet, that abstract theoretical piece is the context. And context is characterized by a couple of different parts. Top left, which is for left brain data oriented people who are more abstract in their thinking, give me a model. A model is just a diagram, a visual idea. It could be a Venn diagram, a ladder, an XY chart, a quadrant model. It's a concentric circles. It's a tool that helps visually describe the hierarchy of ideas and how they play together, provides a map for navigating them. A single model will often serve as sort of the parent of a number of pink sheets for me. A Venn diagram, again, because I function mostly in the nonfiction world. You give me a good Venn diagram, that's the three circles that overlap and then have that sweet spot in the middle. If you give me a good Venn diagram, I can teach for 7 hours. I can write 7 chapters. I can write a whole book on one Venn diagram because I've got the 3 big circles. I've got the 3 areas of overlap, and then I've got that sweet spot in the middle. That's 7. So a model provides me with a roadmap for everything else I'm trying to accomplish. And then the top right, that more dynamic and creative minded person who is still in the abstract and theoretical a piece of the puzzle, they need a metaphor. A metaphor is something that they can grab hold of and very quickly understand the significance and importance of an idea. Metaphors allow your brain to use existing neural pathways and cognitive understanding and immediately apply it in a new context. So could be, this is I use this one a lot. This is the top button of your shirt. And if you don't button this one properly, nothing else is ever going to line up. Or this is like a 3-legged stool. And if one of the legs is too short, you're going to wobble for the rest of your time there. Or this is the brake of the car versus the gas pedal of the car. Or this is the steering wheel. Something that I already understand and now can apply to this new idea. And then if I move to the bottom of the pink sheet, this is the stuff. This is the content. Here's where supporting data, case studies, stories, anecdotes, and pictures live. And remember that each point should be represented as much as possible by left brain analytical content, data, case studies, along with right brain creative content, stories, anecdotes. And ensuring that you have a variety of content across the spectrum means you're well equipped to back up each point with compelling and relevant content cherry-picked to suit your audience. So one of the key takeaways for you to consider when you're learning this IP snapshot process is understanding the layers of thought. There are small ideas, detail, and content, which rise through layers of abstraction right through to the higher levels of understanding. So there are small ideas, a hamburger. There's a medium idea, food. There's a large idea, energy. There's a small idea, a red bus. There's a medium idea, transportation. There's a large idea, movement. You see, the hamburger is the concrete detail of the idea. But the higher context to consider when hamburgers are in the conversation is energy. And learning to identify the higher contextual ideas that frame your content and successfully communicate them with your audience is going to increase the strength of your presentation more than I can even communicate. It helps dispel disagreements of he said, she said kind that tend to be mired in details and achieve very little, if anything. And it helps link each of your points into a bigger, more convincing overall argument that more people can understand and identify with. It also helps group your points into congruent families that share common themes and build off of each other. So for each of your ideas, you need to work out where on the pink sheet your idea lives. Is what you've got the equivalent of hamburger, or is it food, or is it energy? Is it content, concept, or context? Have you got a red bus, transportation, or movement idea? Do you need to think up or down, or both from a starting point? Have you recorded a basic story? Right brain content. Have you drawn a model? Left brain content. Have you thought of a metaphor? Right brain content. Once you've worked out where on the pink sheet the initial idea lives, you'll know what kind of thinking needs to be done to really flesh it out. And you may find that some of your different ideas actually belong together on one pink sheet. Perhaps a story that takes place in a workplace beautifully illustrates a concept statement from somewhere else. Perhaps a few separate points can be tied together into a single overarching model. It's good to be light in this process. Don't be too concerned with detail and locking things down. Try to be playful and try lots of different ways of arranging and connecting information. You might be surprised just how much you know about what you know as you begin breaking your ideas apart. They're just waiting to be unlocked by this process of getting into full spectrum thinking. All right, I have done a ton of talking, and I'm now looking at all of these notes. If it's pink, it's important. Pink, and now everybody's thinking the Barbie song, logic and emotion. Okay, let's. Does anybody have any questions?
I could tell that we definitely had some really, really great comments, some definitely really great questions here in the chat while you were talking.
Oh, good.
Like we could tell, right? They were talking about, they were referring to your pink conversation. I think that was really interesting. I never would have framed something like that. They're like, Kevin's like, yeah, slides make me feel trapped, but sometimes they're useful.
Sometimes they are. But again, I don't ever want to become overly reliant upon them when I'm in a live situation, because too many things can happen. Kevin asks this question: do you have a pink sheet for each quadrant or one pink sheet for all? I use one pink sheet for everything. So my pink sheets have, oh goodness gracious, I should have printed one out to show you. But my pink sheets have that space in the middle for the basic idea and a simple explanation of it. And then I literally have a quadrant top left, a quadrant top right. That is a model and a metaphor. A quadrant bottom left, which is for a study, and a quadrant bottom right, which is for the story. So I want to make sure that everything is filled out on a single pink sheet before I move forward in executing that idea.
Awesome. And maybe at some point after the presentation, maybe we could get like a screenshot or a picture of the pink sheet, and we'll include it with all of our presentations we're going to show in the Discord community.
In fact, let me see. I think I probably have one that could. Let's see. How would if I copy that? And then
if you want to share your screen, you can just click the present button down at the bottom, and
Let's
then
see
present and
here.
then screen share.
Oh, well, how about I just do that? Let's see. Rather than going there, let me open this. Oh, I'm coming here. I'm gonna, let's see, do I click the present button?
Yep. So you click the present
And
button.
share my
and then
screen?
Yep. Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. And I know that helps
Oh.
like somebody like me, like I'm such a visual learner, and I think that'll help anybody who wants to see like a visualization of what it looks like. That'll be awesome.
Let's see. Where do I, goodness gracious. It's not working for me. And this is why I detest slides, because it's not working. Screen sharing was canceled. All right, I'm going to send it to you.
Yes, if you want to send it to me, you can drop it Instagram, email. I can share it as well. with the
Okay,
community.
that's
That
what
might
I'm
be a
going to
little
do.
easier.
And then you can share that with the folks. Again, this simple piece of technology is what I refer to it as. Changed everything for me as a writer. I will sit and I will work pink sheets forever before I start writing anything. And then sometimes when I'm asked to present, I'll just walk up on the platform with a pink sheet in my hand. And that's all I have. I don't have detailed notes. I don't have a full outline. I don't have anything. I just have these. I have the general statement and a simple brief explanation of it. I have a model, I have a metaphor, I have a study and a story, and that's it. And once you codify that, you've already got 2,000 words to the chapter of your book. When I work with clients, especially those who are working on nonfiction books, I'll just say, we're going to do 25 pink sheets and then the book will be written. And they don't they can't understand how that's possible, but that is exactly the process I have used now to write my last 5 books. I just do pink sheets and then I just write the pink sheets.
And it sounds like it's a very proven strategy that's worked out very well for you. And because you've been using it for so long,
for me, yes.
you know what to expect. So you don't have to create something new. Now you have a model that...
I will also say, I go back now and look at some of the pink sheets that I did years ago. And I'm like, oh, this should be 5 different pink sheets. What am I doing here? Like, you get better at it the more you do it. It really is that kind of a process. By the way, I've emailed you a pink sheet, so that a blank template, so that you can see what it looks like.
Perfect. All right, let me see if I can pull it up here. Awesome. Let's see.
And Mira,
yes.
you said Mira says that she despises outlining, so I totally get that process. Some people prefer mind mapping, where you write a central posit or a point, you circle it, and then you create spokes off of each one, and then you use each one of the spokes to create another mind map or whatever. And that's a very left or a very right-brained way of creating an outline. There you go, right there. Context, concept, content. Model, metaphor, statement, explanation, study, story. Once you get that, yeah. So again, I'll use the same model for 10 or 12 pink sheets. And it is a way for you to understand how much you know about what you know. And if I can fill out a dozen of these, I know I've got a book. Easy.
Yeah, and I could tell that this is very, very helpful. I feel like it simplifies it, right? It simplifies the prep that you need to be able to create something. I think that's what I really love, because a lot of people do not like all the kind of like all the wordiness that can go into planning. I know I'm a planner, but then I show people like how much I plan, and they're like, no, that's too much for me. They just want to do the creative stuff. They want to do the writing and have fun with the writing.
Right. And I get that. But what this does is it'll keep you from writing yourself in a corner and having to kill Hamlet. It will keep you out of so much trouble. It keep you from chasing rabbits. It keeps you on task. It keeps you so focused on what it is you're trying to say in this moment. Because we're not documentarians, most of us. We're not just filming life as it happens. Even if you're writing a fictional narrative, you're writing it to communicate a point.
Mm-hmm.
You're writing it to comment on loneliness or comment on capitalism or comment on like we understand that's why we tell stories, is not just because this is what happened or this is what we wish had happened, but we're writing it. There's a theme. There's a good story is a metaphor for something, is trying to communicate something, and it's up to you to, as the author, to know with precise clarity what you're trying to communicate in each moment of your story.
And I know Chris asked a great question. He said, is there a place we can download the sheet from?
You can email me and I'll send you a copy of it. Or you can email Kaufman and Kaufman will send you a copy of it, because Kaufman has one now. So I'm sure there are places, but I don't know them off the top of my head. I have this because Matt taught it to me.
Yeah, so Chris, what we'll do is with all of our guest authors, all like the presentations and stuff that we're going to give out in the Discord, we'll include an offering, or I'll connect with John, whatever you think is the best place. We can always send people your way, John, or we can send people into the Discord.
Either one.
Awesome. Yeah, so we'll definitely find a way to make it usable, because it's such a great format. This is such a great format. Anytime we can find ways to make it easier to be a writer, I am all for that.
Right. And again, I know we want to get into writing the dialogue. We want to get into putting words on the page and all of that kind of stuff. This is the prep work that allows you to do that much more smoothly. And I know there are pantsers out there. I tried that once, and it turns out to be a really good way of communicating, of using 50 pages to communicate something that you could have communicated in 5 pages. That's for me. I know some folks, that's what they do. Matt Church, Kevin, it's Matt Church, not Matt Couch. But if you know what you know, it just makes it so much easier to put those words on the page. And it's easier to find that flow state that we're all sort of hoping for. If you're a Stephen Pressfield fan, Pressfield talks about how we're all waiting for the muse to land on us, but the muse is looking for someone who's got their laptop open. This is a way for you to get into that flow state, for the muse to find you ready to put words on a page.
Yeah, completely agree. And it was funny that let's see, Kevin said, when I searched Google for Pink Sheets Thinking, I got a lot of Matt Church.
Matt Church. It's Matt Church. Up. Yeah. Yeah, that's
awesome.
him. Matt runs an organization called Thought Leaders in Australia, and I was part of the Thought Leaders organization for a number of years prior to the pandemic. And I think Matt is just absolutely a brilliant thinker.
Absolutely. So that's very, very cool. Let's say I'm setting up logistics. So John, what I want to say is thank you so much for presenting this.
Sure.
I'm going to have you on the podcast at some point. I know I keep having you for our events and our discussions, because every single time I talk with you, I leave feeling motivated and have 20 more questions to ask. So I always know, like you are such a great individual, and I can tell your expertise speaks for itself.
Well, thank you so much. And I love the opportunity, and I love helping people. I mean, this has become a real passion of mine, is helping people get the ideas out of their heads onto the page and into the hands of other people. And so if anyone in your audience really needs that help, they've got these brilliant ideas, they just they struggle articulating them. that's kind of what I love to do. And so I would love to be of assistance to your audience, and anybody who wants to reach out to me, they certainly know how to contact me. And if you can spell my middle name there, you can find me on any social media platform there is. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present this. And anything else I can do to help, I stand by as a resource.
Awesome. And where can people find you if they want to go check you out?
JohnAllenTurner.com.
So easy.
Yeah, Facebook. It's Facebook/John Allen Turner. It's Instagram /John Allen Turner. It's Twitter /John Allen Turner. It's Threads, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, you name it. I do have a YouTube channel. I don't think there's anything on it because that's for the new year.
All the platforms.
Exactly.
We'll get to all of them, right? Focus on the one that works. Do the other ones.
But if you just Google my name, you can usually find me on something. Okay.
Awesome, John. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm sure
Mira, I'm excited to meet with you in our free session, and I'm sure I'll get all the details from Kaufman soon. And I hope you guys have a great rest of this event.
Awesome. Thanks so much, my friend. Take care.
All right. Bye.
All right. Wonderful. What a great presentation. One of the things I love with our different guests is they come in with such different insight, expertise, and knowledge that help us make it easier to be a writer, to be an author, to build a brand, to do the things that we need to do, which is why the next conversation that we're leading into, this is the perfect transition, because we are going to be getting into AI automation and tools, and AI tools for author automation, which, if we want to be able to keep up with the industry trends, we're going to have to leverage AI on the back end on improving the processes, not the writing aspect of it, right? Of course, we could use things like Grammarly for editing and things that make it easier, but things on the back end to help speed up the process, because there's so many things we have to do as an author. But before we get there, I just want to do a quick shout out for my newsletter, The Art of Writing. If you want weekly writing tips delivered to your inbox, subscribe to The Art of Writing. I offer articles, stories, exercises, and I also will include the weekly live stream schedule. So if you're wanting that daily live stream motivation, if you want to know what the weekly streaming schedule is, we have so many shows, from the Create Right Now podcast, the Story and Critique show, our weekly Wednesday night writers group. We have so many things that go on just week by week. That's not even part of the major holiday event schedule. So I just dropped the link down in the chat. It's also down in the description if you want to sign up for the Art of Writing newsletter. All right, beautiful, my friends. So I just wanted to advertise that real quick, because next we're going to be getting into Rella B's presentation. So let me pull up the slide. I am so happy to have and bring Rella onto the screen. Rella joined me on one of our podcast episodes previously, and she is so knowledgeable. I love what she does with her YouTube channel. And I love that we get to now get a little bit of the back-end processes, because AI is quite a conversation to have. So we're going to be hopping into AI tools for author automation. We're going to learn some ways to use AI for authors, for the author business, to boost productivity. I'm excited, because then we're going to be kicking that off into the AI discussion after that. Is AI good? What are the pros and what are the cons? We'll be doing that after Rella's presentation. So without further ado, let me bring on and welcome to the stage, Rella B.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, Kaufman. How are you?
I am good. Only how far? 15 hours of live streaming so far. Still alive.
That is amazing. You are the go of live streaming. I wish I could incorporate this more into my whole routine. And I have actually found out that there is an AI that will go to meetings for you. So
I've learned that as well. I'm like, okay, I was joking around with my team. I'm like, okay, so next year, instead of doing 25-hour live stream, I'll do a 60-hour live stream. And then when I need to take a break, I'll just throw AI Kaufman on screen and I'll just have him tell jokes, but I won't pretend he's not an AI. I'll just make it obvious he is. And I'll like play into the comedic element of it.
Yes,
Maybe
I love that.
he'll be a dragon as well. He'll be like Dragon Kaufman.
Oh
People will
yeah.
get a kick. So I'm very happy to have you on the stream, Rella. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know I'm eager to learn about the AI tools. Anytime I can pick up a new AI tool, I like have to get my hands on it. I'm like, I have a trillion things to do and not enough time to do it, as we both know what the lifestyle is like.
Yes.
So I'm going to let you, you can start off on your presentation whenever you're ready. You got 35 minutes. I'll give you a music cue when we're halfway through, and we'll moderate comments and just holler if you need anything.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much again, Kaufman, for having me. I am Rella B. I am a children's book author, but I also have a podcast and a YouTube channel. So along with writing children's books, I create a lot of children's literacy-based content, and it is a lot to keep up with when it comes to marketing and doing any of my presentations as well for live presentations or for online presentations. So I like to have a lot of different touch points for all of my fans to be able to contact me, and AI automation tools allow me to help just make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible. I've been accused of being very organized, but it's not necessarily that I'm organized. It's that I use these tools to the best of my abilities to give me octopus arms, if you will. I like to be able to harness the power of AI to make sure that I'm in as many places as I possibly can be. And with the growth of AI, I feel like if you're not using it, you're doing yourself a disservice, because it's only going to become a bigger and bigger process in all of our normal lives. So I feel like as long as I can use it in a responsible and safe manner, then, and it's all ethically used above board, which some may argue that it can't be used ethically at all. But I think as a productivity tool, it's been around for a while. It's just getting more and more prevalent, especially in the writing space. So I wanted to go ahead and get started with the presentation. And let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay, awesome. So as far as harnessing the AI tools, I think it's really important to know what your goals are when starting your use of AI, because there's a lot of different things that you can use AI for, and a lot of them are still very disjointed. ChatGPT is really a nice start off point for outlines when you're doing like a presentation like this one. I actually created this presentation with AI. So there's a lot of different things you can do with it, but you have to use different tools. So for this presentation in particular, I use ChatGPT to start with my outline, and then I use slidesai.io, which is a platform that you can plug into Google Slides. And I was able to create and design this slideshow using that, which was able to save me a lot of time. But ultimately, once you figure out what your goals are for having the use of AI and automation, whether it's your productivity, whether it's helping with outreach, whether it's helping with social media, it'll help funnel your interest into the tools that you need. I personally use it a lot for social media and for creating different slideshows when it comes to not my books, but if it comes to like sending out pitch decks of different types of books that I'm trying to sell, whether it's a bulk order or whether I'm creating a sales sheet, I like to be able to use AI to help, not necessarily with the creativity, but making sure that I'm not missing anything. And sometimes I'll even have it critique my stories as well. I found that the more direction you give the AI tools, the better it helps. So I definitely believe in using it as an aid for your creativity or an aid for your marketing or your social media. And so going into more ways to use it, we'll go into our next slide. So we already talked about a little bit of this, how you can already use AI to help with writing assistance. There's so many tools like Writing Pro Aid. You can obviously use Grammarly. You can use ChatGPT as well, but that does not get rid of the need for an editor. I do like to run my stories through AI just to kind of see like if there's something that I'm missing. Like sometimes it'll say that I have not enough like emotional pull in some of my stories. And I think that it's really interesting, just some of the things it comes up with. I don't always agree with it, but it is fun to get like a little beta read from AI to see what it thinks of my story. You can use it for marketing support. So if you are trying to create ad copy for your book, you can always plug your book in, or even a section of your book, and help try to create a blurb from that, which may give you a really good hop off point. I know I personally do not like writing blurbs. I do have a formula that I use to write blurbs. So with that formula, I'm able to prompt the AI tools to be able to help me create something that is more usable. But just copying and pasting my story in and trying to get a blurb from it is not always the best option. And again, I would like to reiterate that most of the time AI is just a really good starting point, not something that I would necessarily lean heavily on. For administrative tasks, this is one of my biggest just tools that I use as far as administrative tasks, because of all the automation that you can do with AI. So I use AI to do a lot of my blogs and a lot of my social media. And I also use it to do some of my interviews when I'm doing like blog interviews, transcriptions, because I have so many different forms of entertainment and media that I have to keep up with. It's really easy to have like a specific prompt and send that to my virtual assistant and give her these tools as well, because it makes things really uniform overall. So if you have administrative tasks such as blogs or even YouTube channels, you can do so many things with it. You can have your RSS feed into from your YouTube to your blog or to your newsletter. And I'm going to show you a tool that I use to do my social media things. I have a template that you can use and kind of tinker around for your specific needs. Mine is very specific to myself, because that's what I'm using right now to do my blogs and my social media. But with that template, you'll be able to create your own sorts of automation if you so desire. So things that I personally don't believe that you should use AI for is trying to create stories with AI. I've seen people do this, and I've seen people do AI illustrations, AI storylines, and different things like that. I think it is really fun that they have a lot of different AI stories that you can put your child's likeness in and they can create their own story. And I think that that's great. But I think for mass marketability, that is not going to be something that we can heavily rely on, at least right now. And if it ever does get to that point, I feel like it'll be really scary and possibly put people out of business. And I don't think that's a good thing either. I do not think that you should always use AI for personalized interaction as well. Some automations are really easy. Like if you have a trigger word and then you're using something like mini chat and you have social media and you're saying, hey, if you would like the link to my newest book, go ahead and comment book down below and I'll send you the chat. And things like that are very straightforward using a trigger word. There are other ways that you can use AI to comment back to every single comment. And because you don't really know, or the AI doesn't really know the questions behind what somebody is commenting, or maybe the tone of somebody that's commenting on your AI, you can get into like a little bit of a weird area if it's not very specific. So personal interactions, I don't really think are the best, because you have to prompt it really, really well in order to make sure that it's not going to leave you with comments that are totally unrelated, and then you're upsetting people on your social media or professionals as well when it comes to like emails and things like that. It always needs to kind of have like a look over second opinion. I also don't think that you should just try to use AI to skip over learning fundamentals. I know that they're coming out with a lot of different tools, especially when it comes to like Amazon ads, and being able to use different AI tools when it comes to like Facebook ads and things like that. I think that it's awesome that you can use tools like that, or even just help with like copy. But again, you still need to know the fundamental basics behind using the tools, because AI is not going to fix everything for you. When I show you a bit of my social media automation a little bit later, I will show you how I use it. And there's actually an AI within the automated platform that will help you fix some errors, but it's not going to do the whole thing for you. It may start you off with like a really good template, but it's not going to complete everything for you. And if you get into a situation where you're trying to just have it do it for you, you're probably going to get really frustrated and a lot of errors. Because of AI and the fact that they do use a lot of information that's already out there, you have to be really careful of plagiarism and everything like that. That's why I don't necessarily think it's good for writing stories, but using it for like being a beta reader for one of your stories, or giving you feedback for a story, or maybe helping you think of a different like way to outline something, I think that that could be really useful. I've really enjoyed going back and forth with it. Sometimes I will just make sure that after I put in my story and make the changes, I have my full draft, and then I'll have another draft with suggestions that I put in with AI, and I'll send them both to my editor and just see what they think. And 9 times out of 10, my draft was always better. So it is really interesting to see those parallels. And then another thing that I wouldn't use AI for, if you are an expert in any sort of field, and you probably already have a lot of the information anyway, but maybe you're trying to do a little bit more research and it's on more of a sensitive topic. If you're using AI for that, it's really important to triple check everything that it's putting out there, because sometimes AI has put a lot of incorrect information and potentially dangerous information out as far as like the output when they're prompted to give information. One scenario that comes to mind is somebody trying to make a foraging and scavenging book, and they got information that was potentially dangerous because it was telling people to forage for mushrooms that could have killed them if they were eaten. So I think overall, like, AI really just shouldn't be used to create content when you're just asking it to create it out of nowhere. I think when you start with your outline, or you start with something and you're asking for like suggestions and using it as an aid, then it can be extremely helpful. So the pros and cons of using AI for authors: the cons are basically just not really understanding the whole world of AI and what it will potentially change into. The pros are, now that we're at the beginning of this whole AI revolution in a way, if we learn to harness these in responsible and ethical ways, then we'll be able to be leaps and bounds ahead of people that potentially don't use these type of tools. And I still wouldn't use it for translations or any sort of things like that when it comes to our books. But if it comes to like a translation of a title or a subtitle, if you have a YouTube channel, then I think it could be really helpful. So I have a couple different things on here that you can use it for, as far as writing your captions, again, with blurbs, anything, emails, newsletters. AI can be really helpful. You can even put in your voice into ChatGPT. There's a way that you can actually have your voice permanently in its memory. And then same thing for Jasper, which is another AI tool that's very similar to ChatGPT, but it's mainly focused on copy, which is any sort of like newsletters or social media, blogs, even post ideas for reels and things like that as well. Caption writing is really great. I actually have an automation that I'll show you later, and it does do my captions for me. But I do put the original input in. So it doesn't create everything for me. I put the original input in, and it repurposes it for me. As far as like scheduling things, because this is a super easy administrative task, and I just prefer not to do it myself, it's a lot easier to have AI schedule things for me, and it's really good at doing it. Content creation is, again, something that there are a lot of tools that you can use for it, but I haven't personally found a tool that's a catch-all when it comes to creating content, especially not presentations. Instead of creating this presentation from scratch myself, I did use slidesai.io as a plugin. And for the most part, it did a pretty good job. And I was really happy with the speed that I was able to do this. But there's no like animations. Those things could have been added as well. But it's kind of like bare bones. So if you go back in and like alter it as well, it'll be a lot more engaging. And I think Lumen 5, I personally have not used, but I've heard that it's a really cool tool as well. So time management, as far as time management goes, you can have AI that's like plugged into any sort of productivity calendars or scheduling calendars. One that I used to use is called Clockwise, and it would give you different blocks of time and suggest times for people to schedule podcast meetings with me or any sort of meetings that you would be scheduling. It would suggest the best times for them, and it would also block off time for me to be productive for 2 to 3 hours a day, just depending on my schedule. And then it would automatically shut off times once I got to a certain amount of time throughout the week that I was scheduled for meetings, because I don't want to burn out. So as far as like time management, I highly suggest using an AI tool that you're comfortable with. Clockwise has a free option, which I was really happy with. Motion and Clockify, I've heard good things about, but I haven't personally used them. For research, I feel like should be taken with a grain of salt when it comes to AI. Perplexity.ai is something that I really do enjoy using, but it's still very buggy. The reason I like using it a lot is because it gives you the sources. So you can get like a short summary of the things that you're looking for and a ton of resources to go and double check and understand where that information came from. And then you can cite those resources in your blog or in your social media posts as well. And as far as like Pro Writing Aid and Grammarly, those are great tools to try to start polishing your manuscripts and things like that, but it should never replace a editor fully. Some of the tools that are part of like the automations that I do are Airtable, Zapier, and Make.com. Make.com is the one that I'm going to show you today. And Airtable is like a very big database, basically, that you can put your social media into, reels, your blogs, and it will be a resource that you can tie into Zapier and Make. I've used all three of them together. Make is my absolute favorite, and I feel like Make is the most user-friendly. So if you're going to start somewhere, I would start with Make, and I would try to start possibly with the, I know that Dana was saying many publishers are putting on their guidelines, no AI written stories. And that's what I'm saying. Don't use AI to write your stories, just use it to refine your stories. And I've also had some people saying that AI, they'll use it for illustrations as well. I would not illustrate a story with AI because the illustrations are normally not very good. There's a lot of different strange things that go on, like with their fingers and toes. But I do enjoy using the imagery from AI to possibly show a perspective. If I can't explain it very well in words, I'll normally do like a sketch and send it to my illustrators. And if they're not really getting it from a sketch, then I may go on and use a AI tool to kind of show them the perspective that I want, like the window and then the person sitting. And it should just be used as a starting point. So even if you use it to generate, let's say, a picture of a house or a picture of a room, then you can always go into Canva and like move things around. You could start in Canva, honestly, and skip AI altogether and just like put clip art around to show your illustrations. I just like to use it as a tool to communicate, really, and help with my automation. And then Kevin said the websites that the publishers use can identify as AI or not. It'll come back with a percentage of AI. Yes, that's true as well. They do have AI detectors. They're not always completely accurate. Even if you write something yourself and you put it into an AI detector, it might come back as like 15% AI. But ultimately, do not use AI for your actual writing. Use it as a tool to help you be more productive, or just make things easier on yourself, not create actual books, just like content, blurbs, things that supplement our writing journeys. So, prioritizing the right tools is super important. One of the reasons why is AI tools can be really expensive. And if you have a ton of them, it can add up a lot as far as your subscriptions go. So, depending on what your focus is, whether it's writing, marketing, administrative help, or just like productivity in general, know that there are different tools that do a better job at all of those things. Um, it really just depends on your preference. If you ever have a question as far as like what different tools you would use for specific things, let me know, because I do love using different tools. But there's actually a website. There's a couple websites that will actually help you find a tool that is perfect for your use case. And one of them is tinywow.com. That one you can go on and just type in what you're trying to do, whether it's be more productive, or possibly edit your story. It'll give you different options, and then you can try them out and see which one would be best for you. So that's the basics that I would like to say as far as prioritizing the right tools and my presentation. Now I want to get into my social media automation that will help you with social media, if that's something that you utilize, which I feel like lots of us authors have it. And I'm just trying to figure out how to share this screen. So what you're looking at now, is make.com. And make.com is a really, really helpful tool to be able to distribute things or even collect things. If you, I'll actually show you different scenarios that are on here. So when you go onto make.com, you'll have your organization, and you will have your team in different scenarios as well. Let me see if this changes. So here I have a ton of the different scenarios that I use. Some of them are a bit more advanced than other ones. But this Rella Beach Social Blast is the one that I'm going to be sharing with you guys, because it's pretty straightforward. But if you start here, and let's say you have a Telegram group and you want to send things to Telegram automatically, you can go type in Telegram and see which templates they already have in here as far as making an automation. So this specific one takes ChatGPT, a powered bot, to reply automatically to your Telegram group. I know I use Facebook a lot. So if you go and type in Facebook, then you'll also be able to see that you can share posts automatically from Facebook to Telegram. It's a great way to just make sure you're getting all of your information as far as you can, without having to go and post onto everything separately. So when we go back into my social media blast, which is the freebie that I have as part of this conference, for this one specifically, I post on Pinterest first and Pinterest only, and then I have it moved to all of my other social medias. Kevin said, so if you like AI, you can try to edit your AI results, and then you'll want to plug that into an AI detection and try to reduce the AI percentage on something you're writing until you get to 15% AI detection. No, that's not necessarily my goal. I like to write my books, and then I will put it into AI and ask, like, do you think that the words in this are age appropriate? Or just, I like to ask for more feedback as far as constructing it, not rewriting it. So I'm just saying that when you plug something into an AI detector, even if you wrote it yourself, it still may come back as a percentage that was written by AI. University. Right. I mean, I know that there have been books that have been written by AI. I've never read one, but even like the AI coloring books are pretty bad. So I think that if you're trying to use AI to write books, even if someone doesn't plug it into an AI detector, like they'll most likely be able to tell. And I actually just went to a seminar where they had, I can't remember what the seminar was called, but they were trying to sell a software that would be able to create 70 picture books a week or something like that. And so basically you just like prompt it and then it creates the story and then it creates the book as well. And if you're interested in that and you email me at info.rellabooks.com, I'll send you the email because I saw the newsletter email and then they actually sent like their AI book, their AI children's book that you could like read, and it wasn't good. And it's really terrifying that people just want to put lackluster work into the market and flood the market with like really poorly written things. Yeah, I mean, Kevin says not to skirt the system, but as a tool to help develop your idea as your own. But AI is basically guiding you. I mean, I feel like it can be like a good bounce off partner, especially depending on if you have like specific questions. But it's not perfect at all. So I'm gonna hop back into the automation because I do feel like this can be really useful to a lot of people. And it does use AI writing based off of what I wrote, but here it's mainly just captions. So when you go into make.com, you'll have your organization, your scenarios, and then templates. You'll also have an area for connections as well. So these connections are where you will connect any of your social media. So I use like Place ID, Airtable, my Facebook connections, any sort of apps. You'll have to make sure you're connected, verify them, and then every once in a while, you'll also have to reauthorize them or your scenario won't work. So for my social blast, what I do is I have a module that is watching for any of the pins that I have posted on Pinterest. And then you can set it to run like every hour, every 12 hours, once a day, 3 times a week. It's up to you how often you want it to run. And all of those things can be determined either down here or in the scenario itself. So right here, it's saying that I am going to limit it to 1 post at a time, and it's watching for those pins. And then when it runs, you'll see this start to think, and then it'll route it up here to my first ChatGPT prompt, which prompts it that it's a social media manager for Instagram. I would like it to write a post, and then I would like it to create 10 relevant hashtags that go along with being a children's book author. Even though you may have a really, really good prompt, it's not always perfect. So you may have to like move it around because sometimes it'll just like copy and paste the post from Pinterest. So it's something that you'll kind of have to play with to see what's going to be best for your goals. After it creates that caption, then it goes on to Instagram, and it'll post it on Instagram, and it'll let me know that the image is taken as well. Whenever you're mapping something on make.com, you have to make sure that it's going to the right place. So for Instagram, it's taking the information from this Pinterest pin and it's putting it onto Instagram, and it does that with this link. So under media, you can see how it's mapped here. Under media, it goes down to images, and then it gets this 1200. I think that's pixel, or like just this 1200 size image, and then it gets the URL from that, and it's going to put that onto Instagram. So once it's mapped there, it's going to be the same thing for all of the other ones. You type what you want prompted for this other social media, and then you also just map it so it'll be pulled onto Facebook. There's different sizes on each one of these because it'll mess with your resolution. So all of this stuff will automatically be put in here. And if you decide to use it, the only thing that you'll really have to change is the order that you want it, or your connections. And then, I mean, if you have Facebook but not Instagram, then you can just go and delete these. And they're really easy to disconnect and delete them as well. Move them around however you want. The last two modules that I have is a module to take it to LinkedIn as well, and create a blog on Shopify. So when it comes through this route, it will come on and create a professional LinkedIn post for me, and then also post a picture as well as the text that I came around with the post that was generated. And then it'll come back through at the end and create a blog for my information, as well as you can connect it to Pexels to get an image, or you could even have ChatGPT create an image for you. I don't do that because I just go on and add the image that I want specifically, because it's normally not my Instagram photo. And then you can also have it generate a title for you too. So that's why I have two different modules here, because I have it create a blog and then I have it create a title, just a generic title, so I can go on and know which ones this is uploaded. So I'm going to show you guys how it works really fast. Okay. So this is when it starts running its thinking, and then I can go to Pinterest and show you what post it's going to grab. Hi, how are you doing? How many minutes do I have left? It should be fast.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited about this. I love this. I'm so curious to see this, the way this works, the back end of this. And
Yes.
you're going to show us the Pinterest post, the front end of it.
Yes. So I am going
I
to
love it. So then, okay, so you put it into Pinterest, this post, and now it's basically delivering it to all the other platforms. So we have Instagram, Facebook. Is the web one, is that your website?
Yes. So it goes
Okay.
as a blog to my website. So I'm going to show you
website,
my Pinterest and where it grabbed it. So I only have it run once a day. Right now I'm really big into Reels, so I'm not really posting as many static things. And there is a way that you can use this for Reels as well, but you have to do it through normally like a Google Sheets or Google a Google folder that will help you. So I'm gonna go and show my Instagram as well, unless I can do it on my phone. Hopefully you can see it on my phone, and that will be a lot faster.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's if we're able to see it on there or not.
Okay, let's see. Can you see my screen? No.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard, I think, because it's so blurry. Are we able to hop on? Can I just hop on your Pinterest and see it myself?
Yeah, that might work actually.
It's been so long since I personally used Pinterest. Do I have to have an account?
I don't think you have to have an account at all.
Welcome back. Oh, look. Pinterest is welcoming back. Apparently, I am logged in. Oh, look at that. Wow, my goodness. Pinterest has been a while. It's like one of those platforms that I want to get to. I just added to the other ones. Okay, where'd I go? So I search for what I search for.
So right now, I'm on Instagram and I'm looking for the post that it just posted. So let me see. So I can show you exactly which one it pulled.
Ooh, awesome. And is it on your Instagram right now?
Yes, it's on my Instagram right now. So it just uploaded, and I can go to Instagram.
All right. And then which one is it? Because I'm on your Instagram page right now.
The newest one that says Rella Books, and it's a bookmark. Find an easier reading experience for your kids.
Let's see. Rella Books. Rella B Books. Find an easier experience. Perfect. All right. I just pulled it up on my end.
Okay, so you can see that. And then on Pinterest, I'm not exactly sure how far down, but it goes in order of like when I posted them. So some of these are posted like quite a long time ago. So it'll pull it from Pinterest. It puts it on to Instagram, and then it also puts it on Facebook as well. And then it creates a blog, which I'll show you the blog too. I have that. So how can I just share? Oh, I could have just shared the tab. Sorry, live streaming is still something that
You are totally all good. I know you're so used to your normal videos, and then getting used to the live stream aspect is a whole nother beast.
Yes, so this is what it posted. One thing that I'm working on is getting it to format it for me so that I don't have to go back through and format it. But based on the bookmarks that were posted onto Instagram from Pinterest, the same posts are posted onto like Facebook and things like that. This is the blog that it came up with, and it's talking about creating a personalized bookmark. And this is not really necessarily something that was on my Instagram post, but I can do something really fun with this and maybe do an arts and crafts and link it into this as well and have it be an activity for parents. And that's why I do not have I don't have the blogs automatically posted, because I do want to go on and make sure that everything is correct and it's actually something that I want to put on my website. But having that low hanging fruit as far as content is really, really nice. And so if I can share this tab, this is my Facebook, and you can see that on my Facebook it was also shared 4 minutes ago, and it adds in the different hashtags, and then it creates its own little caption and everything, and then it puts the image on there. So it's just a really easy way for me to have a lot of content go, you know, far and wide. Same thing for LinkedIn, if I have a minute to share that. But I think this is something that, you know, can help a lot of authors, and it's only like $11 a month to use it. The only other thing you need to make sure you have is credits from ChatGPT if you're going to use a lot of tokens for that.
Yeah, and right now this one is called Make. So this specific platform is called make.com that does this automation.
Yes. And so on my LinkedIn, can you see my LinkedIn right now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So on my LinkedIn, it was also posted 5 minutes ago as well, with hashtags and the photo too.
And I like that. I like that it has the emojis, and then I could see adjusting the formatting. I'm sure that's probably like a code thing that you do in the program itself, and it does the formatting for you.
Right. So as far as the emojis, or do you mean the blog?
Or just in general, if you wanted to format it like a specific way.
Right. I think I would have to go back into the prompt, but sometimes I just manually go and make sure, because sometimes it'll do some strange things. So you always have to use AI with guidance. You can't just like take your...
And I mean, I think that's with any tool, right? It's you want to have a self check to make sure the tool is working correctly a number of times before you let it do the whole thing.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me, Guthrie. I hope that people find this useful.
Yeah, so this the AI, using the AI tool is so cool. Once again, it is for make.com. Now, normally, Rella, I would close you out and outro you, but you're about to join us for the next debate as we hop into the great AI debate. But I'll bring you back up in just a second. Before we hop into the AI debate, we're going to take a breather with a free giveaway. So let's do a free giveaway. Nothing to do with AI. This is a free giveaway for a book. This is a digital download by author Pat Alney. So Coronado, this is an incredible book. It's a short story. It is very, very well written. I would highly recommend it. If you want a chance to win this free giveaway, type hashtag Coronado into the chat. If you want a chance to win this free giveaway, type hashtag Coronado into the chat. All right, and let's see. All right, and let me see, make sure we are grabbing everything. All right, perfect. So to be able to get it, type in hashtag Coronado into the chat for a chance to be able to win this free giveaway for Coronado. It is an absolutely great book. Hashtag Coronado. It's a short story. Coronado is a short work of dramatic fiction. Told in the first person, Coronado reveals the journey of Cole Morse, a washed-up journalist, as he returns to the Coronado Hotel, the hotel where he and his now estranged wife once celebrated their honeymoon. Will Cole find the absolution he seeks under the golden rays of the California sun? Such a great, great book. Very, very awesome. I am totally highly recommend it. I was so happy to see that Pat put up this story, put up his book as a freebie, as a giveaway. It is brand new, hasn't even been officially released yet. So this is going to be such a great opportunity. Definitely a really great reading. All right, perfect. And let's see. All right, and then we're going to, I absolutely agree. Pat is definitely going to be on the bestseller list. He is such an incredible writer. Completely agree. Yes, Pat, we have you here. Our giveaway. All right, perfect. So type in hashtag Coronado for a chance to win this giveaway. And we are going to see who won this book. Hashtag Coronado. Such a great story. Highly, highly, highly recommend. And let's see who won it. Marta. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations on winning this free giveaway. Coronado is such a great story. You're definitely going to have quite a reading experience with it. Make sure to fill out the giveaway form down in the chat. We will drop that down there for you so that way you can fill it out and we can make sure to get that digital download to you. All right, perfect. And next, we're going to be hopping into the AI discussion. So let me make sure that we are all queued up here. All right, give me just a second. Perfect. And it looks like we got everybody. So Marta, definitely enjoy. That's going to be a very, very cool, very great reading experience for you. Make sure to fill out the form. We'll get that to you after the Right Now-a-thon. So without further ado, we're going to be hopping into our next excellent discussion. I have been looking forward to this. Rella kicked it off with AI tools and AI automation. And now we're really going to be discussing in the great AI debate. What are the pros? What are the cons of AI? Is AI good? Is it bad? Is it neutral? And all the things in between. So I have very much been looking forward to this debate, as I have always been very pro AI, but I've heard so much feedback over the year from a lot of authors, writers who are against AI, and I understand a lot of the concerns. So I love to understand, balance both sides, and really think about how will AI work in the industry moving forward. Beautiful. So without further ado, okay, let me make sure we got everyone here. All right, and let me bring up our wonderful moderator who's going to be moderating our great AI debate. Let me welcome AJ to the stage. Welcome, AJ.
Hello.
Thank you for leading us and guiding us in this AI discussion.
It's going to be so fun. It's like a return to my games journalism days because AI is the new gaming, right?
I know. I was like, who's like the perfect person to be able to moderate our AI debate? So I'm very happy to have you here. I know you joined us yesterday for an incredible discussion. And I think today we're really going to up the stakes with our AI debate. For a real quick intro for anyone who's just joining us, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure thing. So my name's AJ Glasser. I was a games journalist for about 20 years by trade, and I will be moderating today's AI discussion. Full disclosure, I work at Meta right now. I'm a developer strategist in Oculus Publishing, working in video games. But I thought it'd be weird for me to participate as a speaker because that could be a conflict of interest. And in true journalism spirit, I prefer to be the one asking the questions. So happy to be your moderator today.
I absolutely love that. So we're going to have some great questions, great moderation coming from AJ. So let me bring up the rest of our guests. So we'll welcome Rella. Welcome back to the stage, my friend. Long time no see.
I missed you so much.
Welcome. So clearly, I know you know a thing or two about AI.
Yes.
Your last presentation was very, very awesome. We'll bring back to the stage my fellow wonderful co-hosts, Chat Soul. Welcome, Soul. And the lovely Miss Penelope Hartley. Welcome, Penelope. We are so thrilled to chat AI and inviting to the stage the wonderful Shannon SD Huston. Welcome, Shannon.
Hello.
So I am very, very excited to be able to bring everyone to the stage here and talk about all the AI stuff. So AJ, I was like, make sure I'm pointing, figure out which side of the screen is my right and my left. I can never get this. I always point, I'm like, no. All right, down. No, that's not the right one. All right, AJ, I'll let you take it away.
No problem. All right. Hello, lovely panelists. I promise this won't hurt too much. So to begin, I'm going to ask my first question, and you each get to answer it. But as you do, take the time to tell me who you are first. So the question is, what do you use AI for today? So I might say, hi, my name is AJ Glasser, and I use AI today to rewrite some of my emails to sound a little more professional. So Rella, I'll throw it to you first since you just did that amazing session. I think I know what you use AI for, but feel free to do the elevator pitch version.
Yes. So my name is Rella B. I write children's literacy, and I use AI for almost everything besides writing. Any sort of automations. I love to be able to use it for captions, blurbs, anything that's going to help me do more writing.
All right. What about you, Shannon?
Hello, my name is Shannon, and I write under the pen name of SD Huston. I'm a fantasy romance author. I have a passion to write about. Sorry, get a little nervous sometimes going live. I have a passion to write about broken characters who face adversity to become better versions of themselves. There may or may not be dragons, but there's always love to find. I'm also 1/3 of the Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast with Ben Peck from the YouTube channel Running to Write, and Jamie, and his name is escaping me. He's a brand new co-host. We had another co-host, Morgan Lee, for 3 years. She just left us. We just finished our last episode with her. So yeah, and that will start again in January. I'm also part founder and conference chair of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And so, and we have a good team set up there, and we're heading into our 4th year now. So I use AI in my writing life. I use it as my brainstorming buddy. I write fantasy. I write epic fantasy. So my stuff is set in the past. I like to use multiple languages, older languages, to develop names for my characters. And this used to take me like hours. And now I can just put my parameters into ChatGPT and say, okay, for this culture, they use these types of names. They use it with Latin roots and Norse roots or whatever. And I said, give me the meanings with it.
Shannon, we got to move on to the next person. I'm so sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
Can we get Penelope next?
Me, yes, of course. Hello, I'm Penelope Hartley. I write experimental literature mostly. I am also an artist. I do line art and I do I paint. I dabble in painting. I use AI because I post across many different social media outlets, and because I don't have the time to create my own artworks, I generate AI images for my characters, and I use them in collages that I create on Canvas. It's a as part of that, it's fun to be able to visualize my characters. I also
use it for automation and also for generative AI works for like being able to see images. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. What about you, Chatsoul?
I usually actually use my use AI to I don't really want to call it edit, because it's a mix between edit and rewriting my work. Basically just to make sure that there's no glaring errors, and if I'm having a really hard time rewording something, no, I will definitely use AI to help me with that, to figure out how to make it sound better. And the main thing I've used it for lately is writing children, making sure they sound that age, because I cannot seem to do that naturally. I'm also an indie. Say what?
What do you write? Chetzel, what do you write?
Oh, I am a fantasy sci-fi author. I have one book published right now, Pirates Burning Ember, that is technically a sci-fi book, even though it looks fantasy.
Fantasy sci-fi. Okay, that's good. And then Kaufman last.
What don't I use AI for? Obviously, I do not use it for my writing, and I think I can actually prove that after 360 days of writing through live streams. I think I can prove that I write authentically without. I use AI for backend tools. I use it for a lot of video editing. A lot similar to Rella, what you use for make.com. I use for a lot of automation. I'm like, God, I have so many things that I use. I love leveraging ChatGPT as a brain partner. Love using Sora. Looking forward to the possibilities of what Sora will do with videos. I tend to do a lot of creation, Suno for music. So just a lot of different like processes, content creation stuff that I myself am not able to do.
Got it. Okay. So I detect even within our broad use cases, because all of us sounded like we used AI for different things. Some of us were using it for marketing, and some of us were using it for generative purposes. So like just getting an idea of what our character might look like, or getting unstuck when we're trying to rephrase a sentence or something like that. How many of you have ever used a spell checker? All right. So I think it's important for the sake of the audience to be clear about which AIs we prefer or what we use. I think everybody here has definitely used an AI of some kind. Do you make a distinction between generative AI, which is creating new content, versus passive, inert, or plain AI, depending on who you ask about what that is? Because there's a pretty clear cut between people who see AI as like not creating content, it's fixing my content, versus AI that's creating content. Like Kaufman, I heard you say that a couple times.
Yeah, I see that as one of the major concerns for a lot of the writers in the writing community, of people are going to misuse AI to say this is my work when really it was created by AI, and then it makes writers feel like, oh well, it's not authentic. AI is taking over all of the artistic creativity of what it means to be an author. And I think that lack of distinction for a lot of writers is what causes that fear that I see a lot of the time.
Shannon, do you make any particular distinction
between generative and
inert AI?
I'm not really sure if there's a distinction for me.
Okay. Penelope?
I mean, obviously they're two different things. I think that they're both tools, and it just depends on culturally what the expectation is and how they are used. I make a distinction because I'm a creator. So anything that I think that's where the distinction lies for me. Is it possible to replicate human creativity generatively? No.
I think that's a great segue.
If you were waiting for me to answer that, the answer is I don't think so. No.
Okay. I mean, it's a great segue into the next question, which is how has your writing career been influenced by AI? And I'll throw that to Chatzel to start.
It's honestly helped me pick out some glaring issues that I had skipped over myself, that I did not even think were issues. I actually had ChatGPT point out an inconsistency in one of my chapters. It had actually remembered like a few messages ago that I had said something, and it pointed it out in the next chapter I sent it, and it said that I needed to fix that. And it's like, oh crap, I did not notice that. It wasn't even like a big thing, it was a minor thing, but it would have changed so much.
What about you, Rella?
So using AI, I don't really feel it has affected my writing that much. It sometimes will help me, but because I write in rhyme, a lot of the time it's not as helpful as it would be, I feel like, if I wrote like longer stories.
Does it help your career though with the marketing aspect of it?
Yes, it does. It makes things a lot easier as far as like the automation side of it.
Can you give an example of how you've used like the actual prose that you've written and you've created to feed an AI to get it to post something for you? You covered this in your last section a little bit, but just step us through a really quick example for the panelists to work from.
Yes, so I basically use it to repurpose my content. So I do YouTube videos and I read books on YouTube videos. So I will take the link from a YouTube video, I'll put it into an AI summarizer, and then it'll have my thumbnail, the summary, without giving away the story. And then I can just put the link and my YouTube URL in there and have a really pretty blog. So it helps with things like that as far as my creativity.
Okay. So I've heard the word help come up a few times, and I think that is sort of what authors kind of unanimously look at this as. If they are pro AIs, they look at it as to be helpful. Have you ever experienced a time when AI was kind of unhelpful with your writing process? I will start actually with Penelope this time.
Has AI writing been unhelpful for my writing process?
Anytime AI has set you back creatively.
Yeah, I think that as an artist, I really had to struggle with the question of why I was using AI to market myself as a writer. I'm a very visual person, and I like to market very visually. So I feel like sometimes it's a crutch that I could be using other things for. Like, I feel like if I could afford to hire an artist to do the things that I have AI do, I would. But because I don't, I find myself depending more and more upon it, and I'm not sure that's quite the direction I want to take with it. So, I mean, I have to ask, but again, AI is so fast. It gets product out quickly, and it allows me to post across a lot of platforms very quickly, daily. So, I mean, there's a give and take with it for that reason.
Okay. Kaufman, what about you? Have you ever asked an AI to do something and its answer just threw you for such a loop you couldn't even figure out what to make of it?
That's what you were asking.
All the time. Absolutely all the time. AI is interesting. I find that, and especially with ChatGPT, because I do leverage ChatGPT a lot, I find that when I'm searching for an answer, whether I'm trying to look for the answer to a question, or I'm trying to create a system, or I'll use image generation, I feel like I get, it goes in one of two directions. I either get one direction where it's like, okay, that's super cool, I didn't expect it, and that would be a cool direction to take it in. Or I get the other direction where it's like, what the heck was that? Like, comes out with like the weirdest stuff. I was like, okay, well, I need to be clear on my end. Sometimes I just do it to try things and throw something against the wall and see what comes out. And when you throw something against the wall and you get the weird stuff, you're like how does that compute? It's funny, but I'm like, not helpful.
I'm going to give Shannon a bit more time with her camera. I'd love to actually just set aside a question that I'd like to ask her when she's ready to, or able to resolve whatever's going on there. Are you back?
Yeah, I can answer as is.
Fantastic. Okay. I would love to ask this question to you. What do you make of reader backlash to AI that we see so often on social media spaces?
I'm not really on social media spaces like that. I don't have any reader backlash. I don't use it to write anything for me, so I don't think I have to deal with that part.
Okay.
In your own experience, when you've been a reader, for example, have you ever found yourself stepping back and wondering if something is AI, or are you usually pretty able to tell?
Yeah, I can usually tell. And if it's something AI, I don't continue with it.
What is the dead giveaway for you?
There's a lot of what they call ChatGPT-isms. So just certain language that's used. Yeah.
Can you I'm so sorry. I've actually been out sick for a bit, so I feel like I've missed an entire month of internet just from a week. Can you think of a ChatGPT-ism, or if you're feeling comfortable, open a window and try to get it to do something silly?
It just likes to use certain phrases and words, and this is not just ChatGPT. ChatGPT has its own, Claude has its own, Google AI Studio has its own, Mistral has its own. You just have to be familiar. If you do enough in there, enough prompting, just to, because I use it as a buddy, a brainstorming buddy. I also use it in my businesses, the other parts of my author business. You can tell what is a GPTism, and one is like testament. Testament is a big word that ChatGPT loves to use. So that's just one. There's a ton. I have a whole list that I've written up of things because I do often use it to draft my emails. I verbal vomit into a dictation program what I want to say in emails, and then I throw that into ChatGPT. And I actually use several at the same time because I pull out what I like. And I say, here's the tone, here's how the language that should be used, whether it's formal, informal, academic, educational, whatever. And then I have it write the emails for me. So then I take out all the ChatGPT-isms from there.
That's good. I feel like there's actually a lot of ChatGPT-isms. I see it the most with visual stuff. Whenever I'm looking at images, and like you guys can probably recognize when there's AI design things and they either haven't been edited or touched on. You know, like AI can't always get the lettering, and I'm like, all right, why are there like 2 R's? I asked for a word and it comes out with 10 words. I'm like, AI, what are you doing? Or it comes out with the hands, you know, too many fingers. Obviously, it's still a learning process. We're technically still in an early-ish period of AI, since it's hit mainstream appeal. So I'm definitely very interested to see how it hopefully evolves and continues to just improve over time in efficiency for us to be able to leverage it.
What about authors using AI for cover art? So they're going to like sell a cover, either paperback or digital, and they're using an AI to generate the image that goes on that cover. Is that something that you guys have done? I know I've done it on the Royal Road platform, for example, where it's very common. It's almost expected. Your cover has to look a certain way or they won't click it. Versus, I was afraid I was going to get torn apart on Kindle. I was really afraid of that. They also were pretty harsh on stock photo images in the fantasy genre. There's this one girl with like a bow and arrow that got reused so much that people made it a meme. So that was the other side of that nightmare.
That's fine.
But as authors, how are you on using AI for cover art images?
Yeah, I actually see that. I see that question actually get asked a lot because on one hand, every author needs a good cover art. The challenge to it is hiring a cover artist is expensive. And most authors, when they just start publishing, probably don't have the funds to hire a cover artist. So then it creates this gap for early authors who I need a cover artist. I can't pay for one. Oh, I can create a cover art through AI. I think it creates opportunity for early authors. I think it creates an incredible opportunity. But I think you also have to be able to leverage it. I know I have so many years of Photoshop where I've been able to at least make it my own and not just putting out straight AI, but not everybody has that experience. So I think it definitely creates more opportunity. And the end goal is right. When I have the money or when I have those extra finances, invest in the cover design artists who can make it their own. And I think it's trying to understand that. And then also letting the viewers know or letting people know AI generated. I think that's another aspect.
Penelope, do you have any observations on images versus text and whether or not one feels more exploitative than the other? It sounds like nobody here really feels like it's exploitative at all unless it's outright plagiarism.
I feel like for writing that it feels more exploitive to use it for writing, for creating writing. Obviously, there's benefits to using it if you need to, not to create the writing, but to edit the writing or to brainstorming ideas and things like that. I use a real editor. Hi, Kaufman. For mine. So I like to, I mean, as much as like it would be easy to lean into some of those things, I try to keep myself honest in terms of like how, because of my views on human creativity, I want to have everything have a human touch on it. So to go back to your previous question, I took the photo for my first book's cover. And I created the cover in Canva. I'm not really interested in selling or making any money off of AI at this point, because I think that I'd like to extol the virtues of human creativity over that of the robots. So am I a snob because of that? I don't know, maybe a little bit. I just I don't think I would want to read anything created by AI because I don't think it would be very interesting. I think I can write something better than that. I think Kaufman, I got that from you. You said that before. I don't think that because I'm coming from a place where I don't have a huge amount of money to throw at a bunch of different things, that AI is also very, it's like Kaufman was saying, like if you're a new writer who's just getting into it, it can be totally helpful, but you have to decide for yourself where where it becomes too much of a crutch for you is. So I think that as long as you're not, as long as you know what your integrity is, I don't think that you should be ashamed of using it. If that answers the question.
It does. And then Chatsol, I actually want to go back to an example that you gave earlier. You mentioned that you were feeding whole chapters to an AI. Do you feel comfortable saying which one?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's mainly my fan fictions. I don't really do it so much with the books that I'm publishing. But my fan fictions, I will actually feed entire chapters at a time or sections if it's too long. And I will have it.
Are you using a different one, or which one are you using?
I'm sorry, I'm using I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, so it caught an inconsistency in plot. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
The reason I'm curious is, did you do ChatGPT as the AI that you're feeding it to, or did you use Grammarly or Pro Writing Aid? Because they're different.
I actually use Pro Writing Aid for like the main thing, and then I go into ChatGPT. Pro Writing Aid catches most of my mistakes, and then ChatGPT I kind of use for the more general stuff. I will actually use these specific prompts.
I'm so curious.
I will actually use a specific prompt. Here is chapter 3. Give me a general overview. And basically all I want it to do is just tell me, are there any inconsistencies? Do the characters sound realistic compared to the characters that actually exist in the existing show? Things like that. I don't ask it for anything more specific unless it is a much smaller part, like a paragraph or two, when I need help rewriting something because I can't figure out how to word it where it doesn't sound stupid.
So I think it's worth talking about, again, going back to, there are different AIs, and more importantly, there are different companies that own them. So they use different training models, which means that the AI behaves differently by each company. So you could
but
take
they all kind of get back
3.
together sometimes. A lot of people are like, AI is one thing, even though that's different. Yeah.
They're different. And that's why I asked, who caught the plot inconsistency? Because this is getting maybe a little too close to work territory, but I fed a chapter into the Facebook MetaMate AI that you can access through Instagram. I created a little custom one because it's something they let you do for Romantasy books. I called it Romantasy Book Editor, and I asked it, is this chapter good? And that thing straight up lied to me and said yes. But I swear to God, I showed that to the beta reader, and the beta reader was so upset and caught all these plot things. We're like, you say he's holding it in this hand and he doesn't hold it in the next paragraph. Oh my God, you're terrible. And the AI is like, this is the best thing I've ever read.
Which is why on a lot of these AI, programs, they'll usually say in asterisk beneath it, this is experimental, or this is in beta, or some type of warning, because AI is just,
I want to say this. Pro Writing Aid actually just recently came out with 2 beta things. One of them is actually an entire story critique. It takes your entire manuscript and it gives an overall critique of it, like a beta reader would give you.
But an AI
I gotta admit, I was actually pretty impressed by it. I'm sorry?
An AI did it instead of a random person you met on Reddit.
No, it was the AI program, and I mean, obviously, I took it with a grain of salt. I just used one of my longer fan fictions for it because I was just seeing how well this thing worked. It actually had a very, very good overall summary of the story and the theme and everything, and how well the characters were written. It actually did catch a couple plot inconsistencies. There was just one major one that I had actually skipped over. I had forgotten the character had gotten sick like 2 chapters before, and it never got resolved. And the AI actually caught that for me. So, I mean, obviously there were problems with it. There were some things that it got a little mixed up on, but they were like minor issues that would have, in a much larger manuscript, caused problems. But for like a fan fiction, no, it actually did really well, I thought. I'd still much rather use an actual beta reader, an actual human, but
I think it's the next best step, right? Because
because
usually it costs money, right?
And
unless you
that
can
is
find
actually-
somebody to trade for.
I want to bring it back to Rella, who hasn't had a minute to talk, but I'm curious about her opinion on this one. If it came down to you get to pay, you have $50 and you can spend it on a human beta reader or on this AI that Chatsol has described, where are you spending your $50?
Oh, it's just hard because I would rather have a human beta reader just because of the way I've seen AI sometimes just doesn't have any skin in the game. Basically, it doesn't really care. But at the same time, people are like that too. So if it was good and I already knew it was good, then I would use it. I would spend $50 to experiment. And if it was good, then I would keep doing it, honestly.
Okay. And then Shannon, what about you? Would you take that $50 and spend it on a human or on the AI beta reader?
I have a wonderful beta reader from Fiverr I've used for most of my books. She costs $35 for up to 120,000 words, so I like her.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I need that link.
Yeah, I'll share. I've shared her name with lots of people, and everyone has always liked her. So,
Yeah, I think of Fiverr.
I feel like it's one of those things where I'm so conflicted about it personally because I love validation. I think everybody does if you're a writer, or you wouldn't be publishing things for people to look at and read and judge you. But I also feel that if I came down to the AI, which I can customize exactly how I want that feedback to come or what to focus on, or I have all this control over the AI that I don't have over the human, I'd rather spend my money on the thing that gives me more control. But that's just me. And I'm wondering if I'm thinking about it the wrong way.
No, I mean, it's interesting because a lot of writers go into self-publishing because they have more control. So clearly there are a lot of authors who do want a certain level of control.
But I also think it depends on who you're working with. Because like my beta reader that I've worked with her on my books, I just say, hey, I need more focus on this part. And she wrote a huge breakdown on just that for me. And it was after we already completed the transaction. I already paid her. She already gave me the stuff. She continued conversation with me. So I think if you find the right person, you can like get them to work for you for your work.
I wish that I could train like there was like an AI or like a Tinder for finding beta readers, like beta reader Tinder with like AI and the
we need
algorithm
beta reader Tinder
to my audience.
Guys, it was here in the WriteNow community.
All librarians
Beta
reader
AI. We got to create the AI to do that for us.
Oh
that's
my God, I
a
love
really
that.
good question, actually. So I'll keep it. I'm going to keep it with Shannon, but also invite Penelope to answer this one. Like, what tools do you wish AI would empower for you that don't exist today?
I wish there were better editing ones.
Like line editing or developmental editing or some other aspect?
Grammar, line editing, grammar, punctuation, that kind of stuff. Because sometimes it does well and sometimes it doesn't. So you still have to rely on humans. And that's really expensive.
Yeah.
Human beings cost money. Yeah, they do.
AI also has
I wanted to find
costs.
me readers.
Yeah. AI also has costs. They get passed on to consumers in weird ways. I'm sure, Rella, you've got more thought out things on this one than I do, but just so people on the stream know, a lot of the business models of AI companies today have like that first hit is free, and then there's tokens that come in, or they are counting on you to continuously input content into it so that they can go spit it out to other consumers. And then they look for a subscription hook is usually eventually where they go. So they move from like an in-app purchase to subscription model because it's more stable and scalable. Again, not talking out of work or anything, but just to say there is a cost. It does get passed to consumers, maybe not right away, but eventually. So to authors out there, it might sound free. And in a way, very short scaled way it is, but give it enough time and then it wasn't free anymore.
So I think when I'm ready to invest in software, we're going to build for the WriteNow community AI beta reader Tinder. There we go. That's what we'll develop. But before we hop into the next question,
beta user on this tool.
Before we hop into the next question, AJ, I just wanted to bring up a really good comment because this is such a common challenge with those who are against AI. Richard said, what does the panel think of the tendency for AI-related cancel culture? There's this really toxic sense of gatekeeping from certain members of the community at the sheer mention of AI. And I know myself,
I had backlash, I had a ton.
But you see it, like I look in social media posts, somebody says like AI, and if it's taken in the wrong context, it's like witch hunt. And then, I mean, we saw what happened with NaNoWriMo, right? With the whole their AI thing, like they went about it horribly, like in such a poor way. But the mention of AI then makes it brings up that fear. And then it creates this very like toxic environment of like, if you don't want to use AI, that's fine. But it creates a toxicity that's not
Penelope
not
called
healthy
it
for anyone.
snobbishness, like earlier in the panel. So we've all felt the effects of it, even if we haven't seen it for ourselves.
I think that also, like, I mean, I'm just sorry, I was just going to input this right quick. I think that there's an expectation among readers to put out a lot of work really quickly. So they're almost like, in a way, creating a culture where AI fits right in. And so, I mean, which is interesting, if the same reader is also demanding their author put out a book every 2 or 3 months, then they're demanding what AI can provide for them without taking into consideration like the how hard it is to actually write a book. So
I think part of that
sorry.
problem though is a lot of people who don't actually look into what it takes to write a book really don't understand how much work really goes into this kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with game makers. When I was in school, because I just recently completed a degree, and part of the reason was to become a game writer. And one of the things my teachers pointed out was a lot of people do not understand how much work goes into even just the writing for a game, let alone everything else.
Hit me on the side, that's all. I can't bring it onto this chat, but you and I should talk.
Yeah, please.
I have seen many game into its grave because they wouldn't pay their writers.
But I think at the heart of it, I think there's a lot of fear, right? And I think it's starting to grow, get better over time. But I think with any technology, any new things, that it brings about the fear of this thing's going to replace me. This thing's going to take my job. This thing's going to replace humans, or we go the sci-fi side of it. AI is going to go all Terminator and take over the world, right? So there's some realistic fears, some non-realistic. What was that?
The Golem of Prague is an old fairy tale in Jewish folklore about that monster that gets created is only as evil as the instructions you put in its mouth. Oh my God. It's like Judaism invented AI or something. I love telling people that kind of makes me so mad. But there's something to that. AI can't do anything we can't imagine because that's how it's designed. So whenever I meet people who express a lot of fear or anxiousness or even like a blasé attitude to AI, I just detect like a fear and a misunderstanding of human nature.
Yeah, I think that's the heart. Yeah.
On the other hand, it is kind of enabling too. I mean, just to play devil's advocate, like guns don't kill people, people kill people, but the gun represents something and symbolically represents something, you know, so AI doesn't replace human beings, but it has the capacity to if enough people misuse it. And I think that there's some lazy humans out there who could misuse it very easily because it's prevalent and it's very easy to use. And so I think that, again, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to babble, so I'm just going to stop.
No, I mean, I think on top of that, though, Penelope, I think one of the major concerns people bring up with AI is that in the environment, the amount of pollution it brings for because AI, what has to be, there's like so much more that goes into it. And I might not understand the logistics as well. I think we have to hold the companies to some level of accountability, the ones who are putting the technology out there. And I think there's a level of accountability that needs to be had.
Yeah, that's
an environmental historian. Right, that's going to be difficult to do for anything because getting any companies to adhere to or at least even acknowledge environmental standards is across the board difficult. So I don't think that tech companies, if they can tie it to sustainability to responsibility, they might do if it looks good on PR. I'm being super cynical, but I did study this a little bit, and I'm like, I've earned my cynicism.
We're writers for seeing extra.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for anybody to really step up for the environment's sake. But you're right, it does cause there's more than just the cultural aspects to it. There's also the environmental aspects. There's a lot of things that, as with anything, it should be taken way more closely under consideration and to be debated publicly before it actually gets implemented to the degree it has. Like when I was even deciding whether or not I wanted to use AI, this was like 6 months, a year ago, you know, and it exponentially grew to where that it was suddenly everywhere. And I kind of came to the conclusion that people are eventually from 5 years from now aren't going to care because it's everywhere. So the conversation we're having right now is super important because it's going to help us determine what is a culture we value. in regards to how we approach and utilize this tool that is AI, and how much we accept it, and to what degree we think that it should be useful for our society. Okay.
Shannon, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm kind of feel some of this, but some of it I don't see as much. So I do think it's going to be everywhere. I was actually just writing in my chat, but I'll just say it since I'm here, that some of the newer studies that they have out now show like the newest generation. What is that? Generation Z? Whatever the newest generation, like they use AI without any, like they don't care about it at all. They don't care what it is or what it's doing. They love to use it. So, and that's the newest generation. So like what Penelope was saying, in 5 years, this is barely going to be anything, because that's our generations that come into the buying. They're going to be our consumers, our newest consumers. So those are things that if we have things that we know we want set in place, then that should be something we're doing now and having that conversation. But I do think it's here. We have to deal with it as it is and see how we can make it work for us. And I'm not of the mind that it should write, not creatively. I don't have a write my creative stuff, because that fulfills my soul, is to write creatively. But I'll let it do everything else. So
I think we can all agree that writing fulfills all of our souls. I think that's like, yes, agreed.
It does sound like creation. Also, I want to go back to Rella. This actually wasn't from this talk. It was from your previous talk about the stuff that you like. You've been more into reels lately. Did I remember that correctly?
Yes.
So you're not using AI to generate those. Those are like from your heart, right? They're faster.
I mean, I've used AI for like script writing. I plan on making like a little kid's movie, and I've used it to generate the whole script. So I feel like for script writing, even for reels, it's really helpful. Sometimes it gives me some useful things, and sometimes it doesn't. But it's a lot faster, and I have a lot of different options very quickly where I can be like, you know what, this might work. So for creation, I do use it when it comes to like anything outside of writing. Writing, I feel like it's pretty bad. Reels, it's still pretty bad, but I just get more quicker.
Okay, so reels isn't really the same thing as your writing in terms of your heart being in it.
It just depends. I need way more of them. So some of them I go all out, like with parodies and songs, and they're really fun, and I'm doing them myself. And some of them I'm literally just using AI. So it just depends.
From an earlier session, and Kaufman, you're going to have to help me remember the speaker's name. I do apologize, but they were talking about authenticity on TikTok. Do you remember?
Yes. TikTok was actually DL when you're talking about from earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Earlier today. So I remember DL was the TikTok. I'm almost positive DL was the one who was talking about TikTok of our social media earlier.
Yeah. So there's this tension between like authenticity, and we all know it because we can feel it. Like we feel like we can feel it. And then being able to use this automation, and it's just as good as if you'd written it yourself, and like really knowing where that line is. It's strange because we all have this reaction as though we know where the line is. But if I'm writing an email to fire someone, for example, does that mean that I need to just ask the AI to do it to make sure it's professional and it's codified and it's what people expect? Or am I supposed to be putting my heart in there because this is a very real thing? It's been a very tough year for layoffs in the games industry. That's why it's kind of top of mind for me. Like, what is...
Yeah, but I've
like, where's the line where it's not a tool or it's become a crutch? And even a crutch is a tool to an extent, but if you're using the crutch when you don't need it, is when people seem to kind of get mad at you, and you don't really want to cross that line. But how do you know where the line is a question I put to the whole panel.
That's a hard one.
We all have lines.
So I was going to say, I feel like in a lot of ways, you, especially with social media, you'll start to get like known for something. Like you kind of fit in some sort of space. So I try to create helpful content, and helpful content doesn't really go viral, but content where I'm talking about emotional things, like where I was angry or upset or sad, go viral, or things where I'm being super silly. So I have to be like really intense for things to go viral, versus like if I'm just trying to be helpful, something that I would think my followers would like, it doesn't always like get as much attention. So I think you do have to be authentic in fitting wherever it is that you've kind of shuffled into the algorithm, if that makes sense. And I found the funny emotional side. So I think the more authentic I am there, the better it will be. But I do think that AI can still help with a lot of the idea creation, because putting a reel up every day like is a lot. And so having that, you know, a place to start with AI is really helpful.
Shannon, do you want to answer it next?
Could you say it again? Because I was trying
I'll
to
restate the question.
I'm
It's
a bit tone deaf, and I couldn't understand what you were saying before.
Oh, I was asking. We all seem to have a feeling about like when we've crossed the line too much from AI or not. So I was asking, how do you know where the line is?
As far as okay, I think that's what it is too. I was confused. Like, are you meaning from a creative aspect?
Yeah.
From
So
us?
you mentioned earlier using it to. I mentioned I use it to rewrite my emails to sound more professional, and you were saying using it to kind of clean up language as well. Similar use case. But is there like a line interior where like you're using it too much, or you shouldn't use it to do this specific email? Like, is it bad? Is there a line that you can cross?
I think the only line for me is that I don't use it to write my stuff, my creative stuff. That's the only line I really have. I'll put my creative stuff into it though and have it help me, especially like I write a sentence and I know I use the wrong preposition sometimes. I'm like, is this the right preposition? And it'll tell me.
You mean you don't write perfect prepositions every single time? It's not all art when it first comes out?
I can't believe it.
So I guess that line for me is if I ever went to it. But I mean, gosh, I don't know. I have so many stories that I had once said on YouTube, someone's channel, a couple channels, where I said I might hire a ghostwriter one day because I have so many stories. I don't have enough life left. I'm about to turn 45 to write all the stories that are in my head. So, but then I think about it, I'm like so controlling. I'm like, I'd get it and then I'd rewrite it and I'd rewrite it. I'm like, why did you get a ghostwriter anyways? And I'm like, well, yeah, whatever. But anyways, so I don't know. I don't think I'd ever use it to write for me. So I think that's my line.
I do think it's interesting when people like compare ghostwriting and AI writing. I think
it's just in my mind, it's just having someone else do the writing for you. So whether it's an AI or it's a person, you're just having someone else do it for you instead of you doing it for you.
Which, I mean, ghostwriting, you'll get more of a person. Having done a lot of ghostwriting work before, freelance ghostwriter for many, many years, it's you're getting the human component of someone telling your story, as compared to you get the AI component. And as we've all agreed, there's AI-isms, right, that you'll catch. So then you get the AI thing, and then you have to go through and edit and clean it up and make it not sound like it's AI. So I think there's that distinction, but one costs more.
And I think the ghostwriter,
like the new intern, like the person whose work you have to do over and over again, and you're now like promoted to middle management because AI is your intern. Oh my god!
Oh man! But
congratulations, you guys! You're all middle managers now.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting though. I think that line for AI writing, I think it's commonly agreed. This would be my gut, but I think it's commonly agreed that we don't use AI to replace the creative part of being a writer. I think almost any author can agree on that. At least anyone who's writing a book for themselves or for a readership. The exception is if you're writing AI books and they're supposed to be AI books. That's an exception in its own genre. But I think the line for a lot of readers and the line for a lot of fear or a lot of or the expectation is that they don't want us to use AI in any part of the process. And then it kind of becomes this gray area of like, okay, I don't use it to write my rough draft, but I might use it for Grammarly and Pro Writing Aid and these things to help elevate it. And then Shannon, like you said, okay, well, maybe there's a preposition that didn't sound good. Maybe I need to replace some word choice. Well, then a reader might be like, oh, well, they used AI because that's not creative. But I'm like, well, no, I created it. I had to use AI as a tool. So then it creates this weird, like, gray area that I feel like as a writing community will probably be stuck in here for at least another year or two until we move on to the next technology and the next fear. Until we can start focusing on AI content creators.
We're just now getting sick of Bitcoin, right? Like, do we all agree yet that we're sick of Bitcoin? Like, when are we going to agree that we're sick of AI?
We'll go back to Bitcoin next year. We'll go back to a cryptocurrency again.
That's what I'm asking, though, is because, like, as a gamer, like, I always tend to see the stuff as it's coming and it's cutting edge, and I think it's new and shiny and fun. And then, like, the backlash, like, rolls back toward me years later sometimes. And it's like, oh, that's not cool anymore. It's like finding out that LiveJournal doesn't matter anymore was a huge shock to me. So things like that just come back and, like, they sneak up on you. So I can't wait for the day when AI is like old news and we're sick of it. I look forward to that day.
Yeah, I know.
I actually don't think we're going to get there.
You don't think
Never?
so?
Okay.
I really, at this point, I do not believe AI is ever going to disappear. At least
it'll
in
always be
any of
there.
our lifetimes. Probably not even my kids' lifetime.
I think AI will always be there. But it, like every other piece of technology since the internet, even before the internet, it finds its place, right? And we figure out, it finds its section of the world, its niche, and then we just learn to adapt. The next generations, like you guys were saying, they're just, it's part of the world. Like they're not going to care.
I just saw a comment that is making me like die laughing. Sharon Smith, love this topic. How do we use AI authentically? Artificial and authentic are not going to fit together. That is by design of the English language. So
like, what
I
is
just saw that and
artificially
I was like,
authentic?
oh, I'm not an English major, but oh. Unintentionally funny. I think that's very funny. My authentic intelligence, I would say, is interesting and entertaining to read. And as long as that is true, I will continue to write my own works.
I'm looking forward to the day where I can create AI Dragon Kaufman, because Kaufman cannot stream for 60 hours straight. But Kaufman and AI Dragon Kaufman can definitely. And I'll play into it being an AI and it'll be funny as heck. And I'll be like, I always wanted to be a dragon. Now I can be a dragon.
I feel like it'd be nice to have the AI take over, like when, like it can tell that you're drunk, like you put in your password wrong or something, or like you're taking a selfie and the AI detects that maybe you don't want to post this. Do you want me to just sit on this for you? I think there used to be an app that would do that with your photos on iPhone, like not send them if you were trying to send them between a certain hour because it assumed that you were probably drunk and didn't want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Ah, man, yeah. But I mean, I think we can all agree, right? AI is always going to be a fun conversation. It's always going to have its pros and cons, depending on where we're at. I think it just gets replaced by other concerns as we evolve over time.
I think there will always be a question of whether or not human beings need help. I think that if you go back throughout history, there's always been a conversation, a fear that comes up with any new technologies. I think that what makes AI and the robot revolution, the forthcoming robot revolution, so intimidating is that we created it somewhat in our image. And I think that the prevalence of it, the ease with which it has just been commercially available, made for free even to other people, it's very swift, right? So I think that the fear of that is that there's going to be some sort of competition, but I don't see it unless it gains sentience anytime soon. You cannot replicate human creativity. There is a spark within us that is beautiful and ephemeral, and all these amazing things. The human experience can't be replicated by data sorting and understanding. Like, you can organize the information and you can mimic human beings, but you will never be able to tell. The robot cannot explain its own experience, which is what good art does. It explains how it is feeling connected to the world or disconnected in the world. So I think that a lot of the fears are knee-jerk reactions, but I think that we need to look more closely about how we are using it. One of the things where I draw the line with AI art is I don't believe that large corporations that use AI to create voices should be doing so, because they have enough money to hire real human artists to do these things. I think that if you can hire a human being to do it, and it is definitely, if it's a creative endeavor, then you should. If you can't, like me, because I don't have a huge amount of cash promoting myself, I use AI in a very specific and intentional way, and I don't use it when I sell any of my products, my book, my lifeblood. Okay, not a product, but I don't use it for that, because I don't think the distinction needs to be made among artists and creatives where that line is. And I think that from listening to the conversation today, we've all at least asked ourselves the question, where is that line for us? And I think it ends at creativity. And I think it's because we can't be duplicated. Did I sound like Shatner? We can't be.
A nice philosophical space I was kind of hoping to leave us on in the last 5 minutes. Kaufman, am I wrong about that? I feel so bad, like I might get a palate cleanse because the next one is mine and it's on Romantasy spice writing, and that is not at all the same vibe. So I might want to give the viewers some time to change gears.
It's okay. We're going to be.
Do you
What was
use
that,
AI
Jen?
to do your romance scene?
Absolutely not. AI will chastise you so hard if you ask it to write you something like that.
That's definitely happened before.
I love
I'm like,
how you know the answer to that.
Regulatory warnings that no, you can't have that image unless you're ready to commit a crime. Are you sure? And it gives you a little button to click. And I love that for us as a society, because as much as this is wondrous and cool and yay creativity, public goods and like global warming and stuff that we all as a planet should care about, that's kind of why we keep governments, even though governments also suck. Like, regulation will come into this, and it already sort of has.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think it depends on who ends up holding the reins in the, which party or what their obligations to their constituency or their shareholders might be.
It's fun how everything old is new again. We talk about technology pioneered by games and by pornography. Chetzel, tell me what I'm talking about. Like the Xbox wars and the PlayStation wars and Blu-ray and DVD. Like, who was there first? Gamers and those other guys we don't like to talk about.
Oh
yeah.
Mm-hmm. When you,
Honestly,
I think when you look
I've
at
never liked that war between the consoles, because it's like they both suck and they both are awesome. Just enjoy it, and the entire concept behind the word is just stupid. Because I'm also sitting here as a PC gamer.
One AI. I don't want to be stuck with one. Like, what if you want to fire your beta reader? Like, it's easy. The project ends and you end. But if you're paying a subscription to your beta reader, how do you break up with them?
Man.
Hope there's a big cancel button.
Oh. Life needs a cancel button on everything.
Oh, if only.
That'd be nice. All right, Kaufman, do you want to do your outro?
Thank you. I mean, I will. You guys know me. Pro AI, leverage AI. Clearly understand the line. And then apparently 2025 Dragon AI Kaufman coming to a stream near you. 2030.
Maybe not authentically, but ethically.
2030 AI beta reader Tinder coming to a platform near you.
I will pay an AI to talk to a person.
I just want to talk to myself as a dragon. That's all. It'll be like the funniest.
I would never talk to an AI on the phone ever again. I'm so sick of those.
You're right. Oh my God. Yeah. No.
What I'm interested in AI for is like automating things. Like I didn't know it could do that. I wish I knew, Rella, I wish I knew more about what you were talking about, because I was a little bit mystified, but I was like, that looks like it could streamline my process. Like that's what AI should be used for, right? Like
yes. There is a really awesome author. I think her name is Cheryl Horniker. She like does amazing things with like Airtable, Make, and you should check her out if that's more of what you do.
I would like to get into it. I love
I knew
time
what
saving.
Airtable was. Oh, I'm sorry, Penelope.
Sorry.
I meant to say I knew what Airtable was, but I had not seen Make before your session, so that was exciting to learn about. And in my old lady day, because I'm in my 40s too, it was Hootsuite. That was what we used.
Oh yes.
And it couldn't write it for you; it could just put it in a bunch of places. So if you had that one typo in there, you were screwed.
Oh,
in my day.
Yeah, I think everybody should have Make. It's so affordable. It's so easy to use. You can literally like share the files, so you just have to plug things in. I love it. Definitely check it out.
Awesome. Let's move on to the next outro, so we can get on to our spicy Romantasy.
Ooh la la. Wait, can I say the Shatner? Ooh la la. Oh my gosh, you guys are looking at me. I thought my mic was on.
All right, Penelope, passing it to you. Go outro. I think
Are you ready?
Penelope is.
Okay,
Yes.
spicy romance in the style of William Shatner. Ooh la la. Back to you, Spock. Wait, I'm Spock.
God.
Never mind. Oh, I'm Penelope Hartley, and I do weird stuff on camera.
15 to 16 hours of streaming so far. Forgive us.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Are we going around the table or?
So yeah, chat soul, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of out of it.
This is the writer's circle.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were doing our own outros. I'm Rella B Books. See you guys later. Toodles.
And I'm Shannon. I have a YouTube channel here, SD Huston. You can find me there. I'm right now actually on a month-long break, but I'll be back in middle of January where I run Monday through Thursday writing sprints.
I'm AJ Glasser. I've been your moderator. It's been super fun and informative, and I hope nobody at work watches this.
This has been an absolutely great conversation. I want to just give a huge thank you for us first off to AJ for moderating this for us. Being a moderator always takes that next degree of work. So AJ, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you to each of you for being involved. AI is always such a hot button topic. Those who are for it, we get it. Those who are against, hate it with all of their heart and like with a dying passion. So being able to talk about it is always so powerful. I love that each of you were able to join us for this conversation. I know you, the viewer, thank you for being involved. We had so many great comments, and we only got to pull up a few of them without disrupting the conversation, but we absolutely loved seeing all the comments. Those of you will see myself, Penelope, and Chat Soul around. Rella B, it's been great. AJ, we're going to hop over to you in just a second. We're going to split up with a free giveaway, and then make sure you stick around because Shannon and myself are going to have an excellent interview in just a little bit. It's going to be great interview about the future of the writing industry. So stick around, my friends, and we will be back. All right. So, wow, what a conversation. AI, like my head is like blown. Like I knew there was one conversation I wanted to be involved with, and it was the AI conversation. You guys, like, you know me. We've tested out AI on this channel a couple times. We have definitely tested out a couple times, and we know that AI, pros and cons, we've tried writing a story with it just to see what AI came up with. We got like some children's nonsense. And then we've also done non-AI things just to see what would happen. But if you are enjoying the stream, make sure to follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the Right Now community, whether you're looking for daily writing motivation, writers group, writing interviews, writing streams, critique shows, or anything of that nature. Come join us, hit that follow and subscribe button because there is much more to come after 350 consecutive days of streaming. All right, my friends. So to break that up, before we get into AJ's conversation, we're going to be hopping into another free giveaway. So for those of you who want to win a free giveaway, and let's see what we got here. All right. And it looks, Path the Pale Rider. Okay, this is actually really cool. So this is really cool. Let's see. Let's queue up the raffle. Let's see. I want to make sure we are set on the contest. All right. So bear with us just a second as we're going to get the platform with the contest all set so we can start taking in the names. Let's see. Give us just a second, my friends. All right. Perfect. So it looks like we are starting the contest. You're going to have to put in #writer. So type in #writer for a chance to win Path of the Pale Rider issue 1. So it's a graphic novel comic series, and the art is so incredible. The questions that it asks, like, it's mind-blowing. So essentially the Path of the Pale Rider follows the Apocalypse as cowboy Jude St. Clair through the wasteland as he searches for what broke death. This series asks, what happens when death stops? What happens when death ceases to exist? How can a world survive without when there's no death? Like this, what for those of you who joined us last night, we were joined by creators Carissa Grant and Lori Calcaterra. So Lori is the creator of Path of the Pale Rider. This is such an incredible series, and every single time we talk about it, we talk about like what do you do when people no longer die? Like how does that change the world? How does like it's almost like it's like a zombie apocalypse, but not a zombie apocalypse because people just keep they get hurt and they just keep living. So this series asks some incredible questions. Type in #writer for a chance to win this free giveaway. #writer. Like I promise you guys will absolutely love this conversation and this book. So type in #writer for a chance to win, and let's queue up the prize. So let's see who won. All right, so type in that and we will go. All right, so good luck. Hopefully you might win. The winner of Path of the Pale Rider issue 1 is Richard Holiday. Congratulations, Richard. Congrats, my friend. This is a very, very cool comic series. Congratulations, my friend. You are the winner of Path of the Pale Rider issue 1. And you're actually going to be receiving, Richard, a physical copy of this issue. So you're going to be receiving a physical copy of the first issue. Like the artwork and the level of detail is absolutely amazing, Richard. So make sure for you to be eligible, or make sure for you to get the stuff, so that way we can ship it to you. We just dropped the giveaway winner form. Go fill out the giveaway winner form, Richard. You just won, so that way we can send it to you. The Path of the Pale Rider, like you'll be a fan, I promise. Lori is awesome. I think they're like 6 to 10 issues in. They're relatively farther into it. So definitely check it out. Fill out that winner form, Richard, and we will get it sent your way after the Right Now-a-thon. All right, beautiful. So that was wonderful. And without further ado, where are we at on our time? Okay, not too horrible. So we're doing good. And now, all right, so guys, we're transitioning. So we went from heated AI pros cons to apocalypse, undead, zombies. Like what great. And we're transitioning to spicy romantasy. What a great tie-in, guys. Only here at the Right Now-a-thon. Glad to have all you here. We'll be here all day. So as we're getting into it, you guys just met the host of our next presentation, how to write spicy romantasy scenes. Learn how to incorporate spicy scenes for better romantasy writing without getting weird or gross. With our host, our previous host, our guest speaker, Miss AJ Glasser. Let me welcome you back to the stage. Welcome back, my friend. Long time no see.
It's been ages. You've grown a beard.
Oh yeah, you know what? It's because I'm AI Kaufman.
17 hours on stream. I swear I can see it getting inches longer.
Oh man, I don't know if you saw the intro video yesterday. I filmed a video where I did Grandpa Kaufman, and the only way I could look older was I did baby powder because that's what we had on hand.
Clever.
And that combined with the lighting made me kind of look older. I'm like, all right, I can pull off Grandpa Kaufman kind of. Oh man, well, I can tell you, AJ, even though I don't write spicy romantasy, I am on the edge of my seat to learn how to use the right words. I can say as an editor that I've gotten my share of spicy scenes, spicy material over the course of the past year. And I think there's always a lot of learnings, and you have to really go about things in a certain way. So I'm very curious to learn what you have to say. I will queue up the music when we're about halfway through. We'll moderate comments, and I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, so I've actually never presented through StreamYard before. We'll hopefully be able to get the presentation to go all the way. I still want to stress that this chat was consensual. Kaufman said yes to this session. So nothing that what I am doing to him is non-consensual. That is an important aspect of writing spicy scenes in any genre.
We have a lot of interest. I know just from the Right Now community, we actually do have a lot of interest for writing spicy romantasy scenes, but doing it in a way that's either that's classy or elegant or in a way that like readers want to see. So like, I think there's definitely a lot of interest for this.
I think there should be no shame in the game, and we're not here to judge anyone. We're just here to help people. That's the whole point of this Right Now podcast. So look at it as a helpful tool. I will start with first just some credentials, just so you know who I am and why the hell am I talking about this. I'm a journalist by trade, avid romance reader. I am a gamer. We love to push boundaries. I was almost a diplomat. I actually lived abroad in Japan and studied internationally about 20 years ago and was so bad at it, I came back and got a job localizing Japanese pornography, both boys love and josei, the female genre, for US audiences through HC Language Solutions. Yes, that is a real job that you can have. It's crazy. I also publish novels on the side just for fun. My first novel, Witch King's Oath, has a single spicy scene in it. Kill a King in 8 Easy Steps, first published to Royal Road, will be coming out from Moonquill Publishing sometime in 2025 or 2026. Enormously explicit, entirely romantasy, really part of this current wave of romantasies that we're seeing. It fits right in there. It's Knives Out meets Bridgerton spicy. And then the one we don't talk about at dinner, The Dark Blend, which is something I wrote in 2016 and published to Kindle, knowing nothing about publishing, nothing about writing. I was just having a tough time after a layoff and decided to bang out this spicy vampire workplace romance. The original version of it, I screenshotted my Literatica account, which we don't talk about, where the OG story got over 21,000 views, which is crazy. It's still one of the top 20 BDSM stories on that platform after like, God, almost 10 years. It's crazy to think about. Anyway, all this to say, I kind of know a little bit about what I'm about to talk about, even though I'm not this wild best-selling author of spice, purveyor of spice. I think it's a very natural thing to want to include in your stories, and I think I've got some observations about how you can do that better. Definitions, they're important for this talk because we use them as marketing tools. You may have a particular thought in your head about what romantasy really means. Maybe for you, it explicitly means there has to be a dragon and I have to be able to have sex with it or it doesn't count. Or it might just mean that it's not possible in this world, but it's like alternate Earth or isekai or into that or whatever. Just to make things simple, we're going to call romantasy any romance that takes place in a fantasy setting. You don't have to worry too much about the details there. Erotica, for the purposes of this call, again, no judgment. Erotica is when the story is about getting together to have sex. It's about the sex. Everything that's happening is oriented toward the goal, ultimately, of getting sex. A romance story is about the people that are falling in love, the people ultimately getting together, and sex is not necessarily required for that to happen. It's more about the romance, the relationship aspect, as opposed to the act of coitus. Spice is just what we call sex. Like, let's just make that nice and simple for this. Smut, let's also just call that sex. There's some nuance there, but I'll let Google get into that for you. When you see the eggplant emoji, we're probably talking about sex. You could also argue we're talking about the male member, but we're not. Pepper, same idea. And intensity. This is a word I want to call out because intensity does kind of determine whether or not your work is graphic or not. I've included a screenshot here from the website Romance.io. It is a platform for romance readers to search for books to read based on common tagged elements like tropes or level of spice or like hyper-specific subgenre. Wonderful platform. And they use an intensity scale that defines the different, I guess those are fire. Yeah, those are fire emojis. Like that. So this kind of will help you start to think in terms of what spice is in your story. It is a sex scene. It is either being used as the main thing or as the secondary thing, and that determines whether you're erotica or romance. And it comes in different intensities. Again, no judgment. Why spice matters if you choose to write spice. It is a thing that can help your plot. It is either the aspect of the plot itself, because the whole, you're writing erotica and you're trying to get there. But in fantasy for plots, it's actually a really great way to establish a conflict. And it's usually part of a climax. I mean, I don't call them climaxes for nothing, eh? It's also character motivation. The motivation to either be in love or to honestly have sex and have children. That is like human nature. That's stripping people down to a very core self. And so pretty much every human alive has some concept of what sex means to them or doesn't that is central to who their character really is. So writing spice can help you with your characterization in certain contexts. And for settings in fantasy, we are usually talking about something that mimics medieval Europe. So there's courtesans, there's queens. And even if we're not there, we're somewhere else, there's like a concept of a prostitute in just about every culture there is, because they call it the world's oldest profession for a reason. So it's going to be there. You often have things like royal weddings or like a very important merging of clans, or you want to do some cool religious ceremony. All these things might include spice because that might just be part of your setting or your magic system. A huge shout out to one of my OGs here. I am a huge fan of Jacqueline Carey. I love stories where there's a point to the smut or the spice. In particular, you've got Kushiel's Dart, where she is like a very high-priced courtesan who's maneuvering through this world of politics that's loosely based on like medieval France and some other things too. And I remember that being one of my earliest romantasies, and I absolutely fell in love with this world. And she used such lavish and evocative language that it didn't feel like reading pornography to 15-year-old me. It felt like reading poetry. And that was the story I told my dad when he picked up that book and finally read it and was like, I bought you this? The other reason to write spice is because it can be very entertaining, especially if you're doing it well. Again, there's a lot of demand for this stuff. And it also matters if you care about people rereading your work. Now, it's unfortunate you don't get paid for rereads on platforms like Kindle Unlimited, but in platforms like Royal Road, you can see which of your chapters, if you've broken out your spice scene as separate, like you can see the data on how it performs, and it starts to tell you a little bit more about your reader and what they might like. Maybe they're super into dangerous scenes. Maybe they really like very sensual, very soft language that is almost like an ASMR sensation, and they keep just going back to that chapter for it. You can learn a lot about your readers just based on the rereads part. So that's another reason why having spice in there is a wonderful tool. When to put spice in your story? Whenever it works for your story. If you've been writing very long, you've probably seen something like this before, the plot triangle. So it's a little different for romance, but there's still the concept of the beat sheet, with the rising action, your climax, and then your falling action and your resolution. And in romance, they've got that worked down much more granularly to the meet cute, the establishment of desire, the reason they can't be together. I'm sure you've heard of tropes like the third act breakup or the third act obstacle that just keeps the couple apart, and then ultimately they get together, and romance readers demand a happy ending. I am not here to tell you whether or not I think that's morally correct. I am here to tell you that in Romantasy, you are still writing a romance, and if they don't get together at the end, people get pissed. So keep that in mind. If your Romantasy has a bad ending, you might want to rebrand yourself as dark fantasy, because you probably sell that. In any case, adding spice can occur just about anywhere on your plot graph, but you're going to want to be intentional about where. If you're writing a society that mimics like Catholicism or something, where virginity really matters to that religion or that culture, you're obviously not going to have your hero or your heroine just go at it on chapter 1, because you're trying to world build here. And if you want me to believe that, unless them throwing their religion away in chapter 1 is important to the story, maybe save it for later on in the story, or even at the very end. A lot of classic romances, especially when they were trying to brand themselves as adhering to traditional values in the genre that eventually evolved into Christian romance, you really wanted that, any of that, even if it was just a mild intensity kiss, was going to be at the end, because that's what felt natural to that reader. That was the progression that they really wanted in that genre. In fantasy, you will see that there's still that kind of don't want to give it away too soon. The stuff that's successful, they're not getting together in chapter 1 usually. Even in Kushiel's Dart, where she's a courtesan and she is getting with everybody and enjoys it, in addition to getting a lot of money and very expensive things that are lavishly described, doesn't get with her primary romance until the end of the book. And it feels like this big emotional moment, despite the fact that this character, she had been a virgin for a long time, but being with this man is important because virginity is important to him. And that was a very cool way that Jacqueline Carey subverted the whole genre. Just, again, a plug for that story. So when to spice, be intentional. Choose a beat that makes sense. Give yourself somewhere to go if you're trying to draw it out, but have a reason for doing it. Now we get into the more nuanced aspect of this. To spice. Spoiler, same stuff. I hate to tell you this, But writing a spy scene is the same as writing the rest of your plot. You need a beginning, you need a middle, and you need an end. And your sex scene, much like a battle scene or a character dying scene, it needs to have like a goal. There's a reason that scene is in your story and it's supposed to do something. The motivation, usually people don't just drop trowel and go at it. Like a character has an impetus to want to do something spicy, and you want to create that so that your reader agrees with it and kind of eases into it. Nobody really likes to go from like 0 to 100 regardless of genre. A lot of criticisms that I saw of Fourth Wing, for example, enormously popular, was that it didn't feel right when the characters got together because the gear change was just so fast. So being intentional matters, and then giving yourself that room to build to it so it feels good is crucial to keeping your reader in the fantasy and keeping them happy. It's like a user experience journey, if you will. So you're going to do it, you know where you're going to do it. Now you want to avoid being weird or gross. I use kind of general terms in this sense just to kind of get evocative of the feeling. We all have those moments where we're reading something and we just kind of get little start to think, and all of a sudden like our interior monologue is a little louder than whatever's on the page, and then we read something, we're like, and maybe close the book and don't come back. And we don't want to do that to our readers. Anybody who's out there trying to create genuinely just wants their work read, so you want to make that as easy as you can for the reader. And so you've got to do a little bit of extra work and consideration for your reader to get them into this scene in a way that feels good to them. And so I choose the words weird and gross to just evoke the feeling that we're trying to avoid. And it is a feeling. It can be a little difficult to say how many uses of a specific word before something is graphic. Which specific word is more vulgar than another word and is more jarring to use? Those are all going to be kind of fine-tuned and evolve over time. If you were to read Crucial Start today versus when you read it when it first came out, I think back in 1998, people are going to look at it today and think it's quite tame. People back then were like, oh my God. Like my dad. I still picture my poor dad. But ask yourself these questions. And if you have good answers to them, you will be able to make this scene feel good in your romantasy. Ask yourself what the scene is supposed to accomplish. Ask, is sex necessary to that goal? Because if my goal is to become the king of this kingdom, what do I need to do that? I don't necessarily need to have sex with the king. I probably need to depose or kill him. Does that make sense? Like, you really want to know, why is my character doing this? Because if they don't know, or there's no good reason to be doing it, your reader's probably not going to want to go along with that. So establish that you have the answers to those two questions. Then I'm actually going to move over to the second set of questions. There are all parties in the scene sober, of age, consenting, implied or stated. Put a little asterisk in this because we can come back to it later when it comes to characterization and stuff. But I'm just going to warn you now. If you answered no to any of that, put a trigger warning just in your book. It's a common market practice. It's good marketing anyway. And people expect it these days. And some people really, really need it these days. Now going back to the bottom section, ask yourself in this scene, who's got the agency? There's going to be someone who's like, I want this to happen. I'm going to make it happen. Even if you're writing like third person POV, there's always an initiator. And then you want to ask yourself if the characters in the scene end up better off or worse off. Because I think a lot of authors who are trying to introduce spice either are doing it in a stage where they're already at like 100% max stats, like they can't go, there's nowhere else to go. So it felt gratuitous, right? Like they're as together as they could ever be. How does this sex scene make them more together? Or is someone leaving the scene worse off? Like there's a doomed child prophecy that has been fulfilled because she walked away from that pregnant, or, oh no, they've broken this horrible like plague that is spread in this one specific way. Like you might have any number of fantasy reasons why this sex scene is A, important, and B, leaves your characters worse off. But again, you need to know the answer to that to determine whether or not you need to write a sex scene right now. So just ask yourself the questions, make sure you have the answers, and then I will tell you a little story about how it helps you get better at what you're trying to write. So I wrote a story on Royal Road called Kill a King in 8 Easy Steps. In the climax of this story, I've got my assassin in bed with the son of the man she's going to regicide. And the first time that I wrote it, it just felt wrong. And to me, I wasn't quite sure what was wrong with it. I always knew they were going to get together. And this is the first time that they do. And it just didn't feel right. And then on Royal Road, you can see your traffic by chapter. I saw that that chapter was low. People were skipping it and going to the next chapter. And I was like, okay, so I'm not wrong. This feels wrong to me. It obviously feels wrong to them. So I need to go back and I need to look at this. And it took me about a week of sitting with it before I realized that it just didn't feel very balanced. This is a dark romantasy. In this world, this king has to die. Murder is an awful thing. We all agree that. More importantly, in this scene, the prince is not sober. And our assassin's not being truthful about who she is. That feels wrong because in real life, it is wrong. It's going to be wrong. And I realized that I didn't clarify their ages either. So who are these people? Are they informed adults making bad choices? Or are they hapless children? Ugh, I wasn't trying to write that. Like, there are lines that you as an author don't intend to cross and that readers absolutely don't want to cross. So know the answers to these questions. Make sure that you've done the work so that you can go back and fix a scene like this that just feels wrong. Okay, I clarified their ages. They're adults. I can give more agency to the prince, even though it is crucial that he is being deceived, even though it is crucial, it turned out that he was not completely sober. I was still able to evoke a sense of consent, even though in real life, no, that is not consensual, just so you know. And then lastly, pick word choices. I realized that I had made some bad word choices in that scene that were cold. They weren't especially graphic, but there was no warmth between the characters. There was no sense that they would come away from this act with any path to redemption. And in a romance story among royalty, like with all this ruin in the crown and everything, like how do you come back from that is a huge question that my readers want answered in this story. You gotta make sure you got good answers. So that's a story of how to go back and really ask yourself those questions to make sure that you're writing the best thing possible. All right, next one. Don't spoil the fantasy. That is ultimately the goal of any of this if you want. I took this screenshot from a wonderful indie game I once looked at called How Do You Do It? It's by Nina Freeman, Emmett Butler, Decky Cross, and Joni Kitata. I'm so sorry I messed up your name, hon. In any case, the reason why I put this screenshot is because that game is exactly what it looks like at this screenshot, clacking Barbies together. You don't want your readers to feel like they're reading about a kid clacking Barbies together. They want to feel like they're the kid smashing the dolls together. If you don't feel sexy writing it, they're not going to feel sexy reading it. And so you've got to be honest with yourself. You've got to be honest as a writer about those things. I think it was Stephen King's Guide to Writing that says you tell the truth, or some other author I'm sure has said that as well. But if you want to write well, the first thing you have to do is tell the truth as much as you can in that authenticity that you bring to your work. Going back to the AI conversation, no, an AI can't do that. An AI can limit what it's spitting out to a certain vocabulary, but it can't really be honest because it's not designed to be. So put all that effort that you can into that spice. Put that authenticity in there. Make sure that your word choices are germane to the genre that you're in. Make sure that your characters have a reason to be there and that their chemistry actually matches. Not to pick on Fourth Wing, but I don't know that I bought the chemistry between the two characters either. I'm like, man, this guy has all the personality of a stick. And then consistency. If you've got characters who behaved a certain way the whole story, most of us bring who we are into the bedroom. You're not going to suddenly start spitting out a bunch of like cuss words if this whole story you've been portrayed as a character who wouldn't know those words or have reason to use them. You want to keep your characters consistent so that when that moment comes, when there is spice in your story, reader feels good about it and is happy for the character maybe that this is finally happening for them. And if you would like some helpful resources on word choices, I did include a link to author KJ Scott's Lewd Vocab Survey. This was distributed on Reddit a little while ago. I've actually seen it posted in a few places. It was a survey, I believe, done from social media just on the words that romance readers preferred for certain things like body parts like the penis, the vagina, the vulva, breasts. Oh my God. In fantasy, you can go crazy with words for breasts, but you can't go crazy with words for penis. I was very disappointed to discover that we as a society just haven't come up with that many that are in the fantasy genre that we all don't laugh at immediately when we see it. And man, ChatGPT has some opinions when you ask it for synonyms on that particular body part. Just warning before you do it. All right. So we all agree that we don't want to spoil the fantasy and we will commit to writing good spice. I will come now to another story about using spice in stories that aren't really necessarily written to be spicy. So Witch King's Oath is an epic fantasy. It's got 4 characters in it. It's really about friendships, redemption, found family, all these things. However, there are 2 characters who are supposed to be getting married to each other. It's a royal wedding is the whole climax of the plot. And I knew that I would have to write a wedding ceremony because those are usually expected in all these romances that are even a tinge historical. And as you can see from the mood board I have up here, yeah, this is the kind of Western culture that would expect some kind of wedding ceremony. So yeah, I was going to be dealing with it, but it just gave me pause. For one, my prince character, Anrin, discovers before the wedding that she's a woman enchanted to live in a man's body. And second, she and Beatrice are 16 and 18, or 18 and 16, respectively. They're young. And you can see how that could get weird and gross very quickly. You as the author understand all the reasons why this scene exists. There's a very good reason for it in the plot. You understand setting-wise that teenagers about that age in medieval themed fantasy, yeah, if they were married, of course they would bed. They wouldn't be putting it off due to age necessarily. And then why a woman in a man's body might have some thoughts when faced with another woman's body and told, hey, get her pregnant. The kingdom depends on it. Of course, there's going to be things that come up that are important for character development. But my reader doesn't know all that necessarily, not unless I did the work as a writer to make sure that they understood its purpose. So the key here, again, lies in those questions and the execution. That scene serves a very specific story function. It's not written gratuitous or graphic. I made a very conscious choice to avoid that. The interiority on that chapter focuses on emotions rather than on sensations. It's about how the character is feeling in the moment in that actor, and like the language that they're using is grounded into that character's background. It feels very germane to how their thoughts would work. And it also just doesn't linger. It establishes the point I'm trying to make, gets the character to the goal of realization, this moment that I needed from that thing. And then that scene ends up being a very sweet moment where Anrin and Beatrice become allies, and it became important to the story. Now, Witch King's Oath has its criticisms, and of all the things that people complain about, they never complain about that sex scene. So I'm pretty sure I got it right. And more importantly, my sensitivity reader felt that it worked. And that was important to me too, given the subject matter. Spice should not spoil fantasy. And that was the end of the prepared material I have. I would love to open it up to questions. If Kaufman, you want to hop back on and proctor for me? Unless he finally took a much needed bio break. That'd be good for him. I want to go back to one of my slides. I'm going to go back to this game because I will tell another story unrelated necessarily to writing, but still fun nonetheless. IndieCade is a festival where independent games can submit to have themselves shown to a bunch of industry professionals who then go on to rate and award prizes. And sometimes it does lead to publishing deals.
All right. I am back. Welcome, welcome. So I
game
know
and
that
you
we
guys
had
can
some
find it too.
really, really great questions. I was listening to you over on my AirPods. I'm like, oh, wait, I'm back on. So
he's in the kitchen. Oh,
I
no,
could
I'm
tell
sorry.
from the chat that we were definitely learning quite a lot. And I could tell that they were really, really engaged in your conversation. I was asking myself if I was going to write if I was going to write like a spicy romantasy scene myself, I'm like, how would I go about it? And I think you touched upon some really, really great points. You really did.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I think that some people maybe find themselves wanting to do it, but not feeling quite right about it. I think those questions are great because they'll help you ease into a decision in the first place. And then once you've made that decision, you can commit and like do all the writer stuff you're supposed to do in the creative process.
Absolutely. All right. So let's dig into the comments because I know we saw some really, really great ones. I saw a couple of good questions. Let's see, where was it? Devin was saying, confession, I removed my spicy scenes to appeal to a wider, dark fantasy audience. My deleted spicy moments are behind a bonus paywall. That's actually
That's
not a bad
really
strategy.
common. You can also put them in your newsletter, but make sure that your newsletter is going to someone who clicked a box saying they were over 18 years of age, just for legal reasons. I would tell most authors, if you want to monetize on your spice and like break it out as independent, make sure you're on good platforms for that and that you have read the terms of service, because there are some platforms that'll be like, no, get out of here. And others that are going to be like, yeah, do you want to put in a tip jar or like a Patreon or something? I'm down. So make sure you read those terms of service if that's what you're going to be monetizing on.
Does that tend to be like the biggest fear of authors when they're like adding, it's not necessarily like a spicy romantasy book, but it might be like a spicy romantasy scene in a book? Is the fear that like, oh, it's going to be perceived away if there's any type of spicy material?
I definitely see that anxiety. I mentioned before that I've encountered a lot of people on social media who talk about, you've had a few speakers yesterday, for example, who identify as either sweet romance writers or Christian romance writers. And I didn't hear any judgment in those words obliquely of themselves about like, I don't write that stuff. But at the same time, it does make people feel very strongly. And some people do see a divide between that, and they don't want to wander into the wrong space because maybe it's in conflict with their morality. Maybe it's in conflict with their religion. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. And I grew up in a culture that Judaism does, kind of frown on pornography in general, but I grew up in a very sex positive household. So it never occurred to me that there'd be anything wrong with an author writing that material. And I got detention in my super religious Texas school when we learned a short story from Anais Nin about sugar people. It's a very popular children's story. And I recognized that name and I put up my hand and I said the other book Anais Nin is famous for, which is the Delta Venus erotica, and it is amazingly written, and it was on my parents' shelf, and I connected the name, and my idiot self didn't think to watch her mouth when she brought that up. Detention immediately. And only now does it occur to me in my 40s that the teacher had to have known what that book was, or I wouldn't have gotten the detention.
Oh my God, that's absolutely hilarious.
And then a lot of people don't seem to realize Anne Rice, the OG, the Interview with the Vampire, and it's spicy now on AMC, but like they don't realize she also had a career as an erotica writer before she got famous for the
that's
vampire
right.
books.
Yeah, before we really went into that universe. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't see any shame in the game. And like even the very famous block print artist Hosakai that did the Wave, that guy also did the famous octopus pornography. Like the line between creative genius and pornography is apparently very thin. So again, I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to observe.
So this is definitely a great opportunity. If you guys have any questions for AJ about writing spicy romantasy, like AJ clearly knows her stuff. Definitely would love to hear your questions. So I saw Devin threw up another great question. There seems to be some ick among some readers with age gap. Centuries-old magic person with 18+ person.
That has definitely picked up recently. I hate to get too in my day, young man, but like honestly, in my day, that was how you got around the impropriety of it, is that you made him immortal and he like always looks hot. I've used that trope because what is the point of immortality if you can't stay hot? I thought we were all agreed that the point of immortality was to stay good looking. But a lot of times I
could see that now, right? So somebody who's like they're 200 years old with somebody who's 18, technically legal, but then there's like, okay, so they're 192 years old. So is that a problem now?
I mean, that's the thing is I think a lot of readers today are asking questions that they weren't asking a while ago about why this fantasy. And now we're actually having great internet discourse about feminism and how girls are raised in purity culture to get married really young. So they're looking for stories that make that feel okay, and making the guy look as young as you and hot, but he's like older and knows everything and is going to take care of you. Like there's reasons for this fantasy that are grounded in reality that maybe make people uncomfortable to think about. And that is something else that has always really troubled me in stories where the heroine starts the book as 17. I think I'm reading YA, and then she turns 18, instant orgy. That has always made me uncomfortable as someone who loves romance.
Interesting.
Again, the book has to make it okay for me, or I'm going to drop it in disgust, because personally, for me, that's not very comfortable. I don't mind immortals, but I do mind insta orgy. So everyone has that line.
And what was it? Because you weren't expecting it from that book, or from what was promised?
Yeah, from the setup. Here's a plucky young woman who's going to beat the odds, and she's going to go on this great adventure, and then she's going to come back a better person for it.
Was it advertised in the book that there was spice in it?
Yes, but they
Okay, so you
also
knew there was
had
spice.
the
Okay, so
bait
it
and switch.
didn't make sense with the character
It
journey.
didn't make sense for that character. Like
Mhm,
it went from like
mhm.
a bait and switch of, oh man,
Mhm.
a bait and switch of a sapphic romance between childhood friends instead she becomes a femme fatale, like in the space of a chapter, and drops the girlfriend and has 3 male partners. So a harem fiction all of a sudden. Like as a reader, I felt like the promise was broken to me. It would be tantamount to like you have werewolves, but then you break the rules for how werewolves are supposed to work. The full moon does nothing to him. Like, and he's not a werewolf. Like I thought we had a covenant here when I clicked on that genre tag.
He's like a were thing now.
Yeah, he's like, he's not even a werewolf. What are you talking about?
Well, it looks like we got a great question here from Don't Call Me Felicia. What platforms do you recommend for e-pubbing spice? I know you mentioned one that allows you to analyze reread statistics. I also heard Amazon Shadowban spice.
Oh, Shadowban spice? My goodness, I can't get too deep into that. I imagine there's some commenters who know a little bit more about the Kindle aspect of this. Most written platforms will have their policies about explicit or graphic content. Royal Road, I was apparently fine, and it's can be hard to interpret. And having worked on a platform before that did accepted content, it's much like the Supreme Court's original ruling on pornography. I know it when I see it. Like, what is the line between art and pornography? Like that is still an active conversation in our society today. So use your best judgment. If an algorithm gets you plead ignorance and maybe delete the chapter. So I always advise that you bracket it off by chapter, just in case you gotta,
in case you need to remove it.
And then I would say that if you're very interested in really getting into spice, Literotica has been nothing but nice to me. I have nothing but nice things to say about them. The system is very old, so it doesn't have good algorithmic discovery for newer content to say. But if you search by tag or you know your kink, you can navigate that site fairly well. And people still actively use it even now because it's still enduring. Royal Road, like I said, you have a little thing that you click for 18 and up to absolve yourself. And then as long as no one reports your story to the moderators, like I have yet to see anyone go down for that. Wattpad, I have seen some people go down if it was a little bit too explicit. So they usually have like a click here to subscribe to my newsletter if you want the next chapter. And then they just don't publish that one to Wattpad. There's another romance one it's like at the tip of my tongue, but I'm forgetting it and I haven't published to it. And then of course there's good old Tumblr, which sometimes goes through phases where it's extremely porny and then not, and then back and then not. And the pendulum just keeps swinging for Tumblr. And then AO3, if you're a fanfic writer, everybody knows good old AO3.
Yeah, I know. We definitely have a couple writers in the community who leverage AO3 for sure. I know earlier in the conversation, I think you actually touched upon this question, but I guess if you could elaborate, do you have suggestions about spicy stuff with lead characters who are minors and exploring their own sexuality? Like, how do you do that in a way that's still like PG, but it's accurate? I mean, minors under 18, they still explore sexuality. To teenagers to a much greater extent sometimes, but how do you do it in a way that's reader friendly?
Yeah, this is the thing that's going to get you like dragged in certain places on social media, especially if you did it bad because you're writing child porn. And you need to get right with that as an author in your head. Do you know where the line is? Do you know what's graphic and uncomfortable? Are you writing this scene to titillate people? That goes back to those questions about avoiding weird and gross. Ask yourself very honestly, what is the point of this scene? And is sex or sexuality necessary to that point? Coming of age, of course, involves asking yourself these questions, but the context in which you ask them isn't necessarily sitting in the lobby of a whorehouse, is it? At the age of 13? I mean, use your head about what is germane and appropriate for the age and the setting. And if you're writing fantasy, there's less excuse because in fantasy, you get to make up rules for why this character hasn't thought of it or doesn't need to think of it or just hand wave it off if it's not necessary to the story. And actually, I do recommend going and reading Kushil's Dart because that story starts with her as a child and setting up this world with this powerful network of courtesans that govern politics that she was sold into as a slave. And because of the way that it's written, and you go along with it, and it doesn't, at least it didn't back in 1998, feel exploitative or pornographic in that specific way, or the sexualization of a child in that way. But going back and reading it in my 40s, there were a couple pages that I really wish for a time machine. Just go back and tell it and skip that skip that one paragraph or that one sentence where like I think she's
but now like rereading it, you're like, yeah, that's definitely
She has like a feeling, and they spent maybe a little bit too many sentences on that feeling when we could have just fast forwarded. So good editing can save you from a nightmare scenario you do not want to be in.
Oof. And I'm sure, yeah, I think that's anybody who's probably been in that position is probably dealing with a whole nightmare of social media antics. We know the internet is not kind
George R.
sometimes.
Martin. I think somebody just brought up Game of Thrones.
That's funny. I was going to bring up Game of Thrones as well, being always a hardcore Game of Thrones fan. That sex, it's not always the case in the majority of the scenes in the show, but generally it does have a tendency to use sex scenes to drive the plot, right? And I'm of the mindset as a writer, you can't write a sex scene just to have a sex scene. The sex scene has to drive the plot.
In the book, it's almost always used for characterization. So
it's done better in the book.
Disgusting consummation scene. That actual interaction is definitely a sexualization of a child, but it lasts a page. And then we fast forward from that, and there was a reason for it, because she's married into the society, she's getting pregnant, and it damaged her mind irrevocably.
Exactly. It was integral to the core character journey.
As a writer, you need to be thinking in terms of consequences, because everything in your story should have a reason to be there that results in consequences for your characters to live with, to deal with, to reconcile. If you don't have consequences, then you got to go back to that question. Is sex, what are you trying to do in the scene, and is sex necessary to that goal? Answer the question, and then you don't need to feel weird about your scene.
Don't Call Me Felicia asked a second great question, and this is probably might be more specific. Are you seeing an increase in audience demand or writing in main character females being older, 30 plus, than what they used to be?
I saw more people asking for that. I have yet to see more people buying it. And that is something that troubles me, but that's just a more broader trend.
Disconnect.
Yeah, there's a disconnect between what people say they want and what they're willing to pay for. And I am a bit jaded and cynical. I mentioned I've worked in games journalism for a long time. I survived Gamergate. I've seen some shit. People will get on a keyboard and proclaim themselves that they would never, or how dare you, or I want. And then they go into the bookstore, and what they walk out with does not match what they said online. And that's just how it is. You cannot know what somebody is really getting out of that scene. You can only know whether or not they're getting anything just on platforms that avail you of that data. So after I wrote that scene and I had a follow-up scene to it, that follow-up scene had like 2x the traffic of the first one. And if you're lucky, and this is why I plug Literotica, you will get commenters who tell you what's working or will verbalize what's wrong if something isn't working, because they know they went to Literotica to read Spice. And they're picky about it.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
Do it well. And so I do appreciate the platforms where the whole reason you're there is that. Whereas if you're on Kindle, you're not necessarily there for that. And I do think that that's important for branding and marketing, especially, that if you're writing a spice scene in your story, please do not label yourself as sweet. That's a mean thing to do. That's going to set expectations that are incorrect. And it's the kind of thing that, again, I said at the beginning, this was a consensual talk. Like, to a certain extent, when a reader buys your book or is reading your pages on KU, you guys are in a covenant. You promised them a good time. And if you're giving them spice when you said sweet, you've broken your promise.
Yep. And I think regardless of whether it's spicy material or not, I think that is the same challenge every author faces when making that promise with their readers. If you make a promise in the beginning, readers have an expectation that you need to deliver on that promise. So I think that's a really great way to wrap up this conversation, because I feel like we could probably keep asking spicy related questions for a while, because there's so many potential taboos and so many controversies that could result from it, right? But you guys are asking the right questions, and AJ, I can tell from the chat, they absolutely they adored this conversation.
Again, I am not a New York Times bestselling smut author at all, and many of them do go on to write amazing blog posts and more informative pieces on their experiences. I asked these questions repeatedly because they were things I had found out for myself, and I have found that they have helped other authors, especially ones starting out with this, get comfortable with spice when they didn't know what they were doing before.
Awesome. Well, AJ, this has been a phenomenal presentation. Thank you so much for delivering on this. This was really, really incredible and really stood out for the right reasons.
Oh gosh, I hope so. Oh, but an embarrassing.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think this was a really nice addition.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Thanks so much, AJ. We'll talk soon. All right, my friends. Wonderful. As we were able to talk about writing spicy romantasy scenes, I feel a little more encouraged now that if I'm writing a spicy romantasy scene, make sure the characters are within an appropriate age range and figure out how to write an immortal character. I was like, I don't even know if I have any. No, wait, I do. Well, we'll see. We'll see. There's no romance in my first fantasy book. So we'll see if there might be some romance arcs in some later books. TBD. So that was an absolutely great conversation. I could tell everyone in the community is absolutely enjoying it. So we're going to be hopping now. We're going to be switching gears from spice to action, because writing action sequences can be so difficult. But before we get there, I want to do a quick call out to our writing game, which is just around the corner. So make sure, let's see, after Soul's presentation, we're going to be doing a writing game that is, let's see, I got to add mine. Let's see. So we're going to be doing a Jeopardy-based writing game. There's going to be a prize. You are eligible to win the prize if you want to come join and compete with us on stream. So all of our guests are invited. If you are in the audience and you want to compete for a prize, let me know. We will send you the invite link, whether through the Discord or through email. Holler. We want everybody to be able to be involved. So let us know. We'll send you the invite link so you can hop on stream with us and compete. So definitely, we want to give as many writers and authors the opportunity to compete in our Jeopardy trivia game. It's going to be fun. Megan, I see you want to. I'll shoot you the invite link on Discord if you want to come join us. Devin, would love to have you compete. I'll shoot over the invite link to you on Discord as well. If you guys want to hop on, that'll be in about 45 minutes. Let's see, how are we on time? That's 3:50 Pacific. Okay, so we're only about 10 minutes behind. So that'll be in about 45 minutes. I just want to put it out there for anyone who wants to join after. It's going to be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, our next conversation, our next presentation is going to be with Chat Soul. Let me tell you guys, I've read so many stories. From doing the critique show this past year, I've probably read between 160 to 180 stories. Of all the writers I've read, Soul is incredible at writing action sequences. And anybody, regardless of what genre you're writing in, fantasy, sci-fi, even if you're doing like memoirs sometimes, children's, there's usually action sequences that you have to have in your novel to have that right pacing. Whether the action sequence is a sword fight or whether the action sequence is something that's a little bit more minimal, you have to have action sequences. But how do you write action sequences in the right way? So join us as you will learn to craft vivid, high-stakes action scenes by analyzing the dynamic storytelling and choreography of shows franchises like One Piece and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Fan. This workshop will teach you how to balance tension, emotion, and character voice to create unforgettable moments in your writing. So without further ado, let me welcome back to the stage Eclipse Forge. Welcome, my friend.
Hi guys, so I'm actually not here talking as Chat Soul this time, but as Eclipse Forge, using my using my new writing site. But I have been really looking forward to this. I get a lot of comments on my action scenes, and when Kaufman came to me about doing a presentation on it, I have no words for how excited I was. I knew immediately what I was going to be using.
Courtney is like, sword fights means something else in my mind after the spice talk. Well, clearly we're going to, I mean, you might still have to have some types of sword fights, Courtney, but I think you'll still be able to learn, regardless of the spice or not spice. I mean, there still might be some action. So, so I'll let you get into it. Just holler if you need me.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so very first, I actually excel kind of in action anymore. I learned to write action. How do I make it bigger? I forget. But basically, I learned, thank you. I learned how to write action with One Piece. Mainly, I have been obsessed with it since I was younger, probably since before high school, actually. And mostly that's how I learned. Not other books, but in anime. All right. So very first, just a little bit of myself. For people who don't know me, my name is Sol McNamara. My pen name, my current pen name is Hollow. There will be a couple others because I'm delving into a couple other genres that I do not want connected to pirates. Burning Ember was published this past June. It's the first book in the Pirates trilogy. Member of the WriteNow community and the writers group. I'm one of the mods on Discord and the community engagement director. I specialize in fantasy, sci-fi, and adventure. People will probably recognize that I do not do horror, and I don't really do thriller, although I am starting to get into mystery a little bit. So, yeah, One Piece is how I learned how to write action scenes. I have obsessively watched that for years, and yeah, I get a little obsessed with it. So I'm going to show you clips from one of the latest episodes. So if you are currently watching One Piece and you are not caught up and you have not gotten to the point where Garp went to rescue Kobe, I warn you, this will be a little bit of a spoiler. And there is no sound. So yeah, very fast paced, lot of stuff going on. Yeah, anime is One Piece is my main one, but I have also watched like Naruto. Was my other main one. I've seen a few others, Dragon Drive, but One Piece is the major one. So the main points you need to know is action in a fight is basically the main thing. It's essential. But you need to know the following. Why are they fighting? Who are they fighting? How are they fighting? Now, there are verbal fights, but usually those don't have the same kind of action. A verbal fight typically has action that is just gestures, using their hands a lot of body language, but it's not the same as what we just saw. What we just saw was, no, they were literally trying to beat each other. That scene also has, if you slow it down and see it scene by scene, it actually gets a lot deeper and it makes people sad. But, yeah, you need to know why. You need to know the whys in the house. So in that case, and again, this is spoilers, so I apologize if you haven't gotten to this point. Aokiji had defected from the Marines after Marineford, mainly because he refused to serve under Akainu. But he ended up joining Blackbeard, and after Kobe was captured, Garb went to rescue him, and Aokiji ended up showing up and facing him down because there was nobody else that could even go up against Garb. I'm almost convinced that even Blackbeard would have a difficult time against Garp. That was a very pivotal scene. It is from 2-3 episodes ago, I believe, before the break came, where One Piece won't be back until April. But they were fighting because Garp was trying to rescue Kobe. Aokiji did not want that happening. And that was obviously, again, Garp and Aokiji, so we knew exactly who was fighting. And as for the way they were fighting, for people who aren't familiar with One Piece, they use something called armament hockey. That was in Conqueror's hockey. That was like the red arcs that you saw. Really physical. There's another hockey called observation, but that one, it doesn't have a physical showing. That's just kind of like a Sixth Sense kind of thing. But the hockey was their fist being coated in black, in armor. Movements is extremely difficult to transfer from video to paper, I found. But after years and years and years of watching One Piece and reading the manga and everything, yeah, it took some time, but I finally figured out slowing it down, going scene by scene, frame by frame, really. I was able to transfer the motions that I saw onto paper. So I'm a very visual person. I can actually see images in my head. I can even play whole videos in my head. I'm weird that way. Just reading a book, I can actually imagine almost perfectly how a scene will go. And if it's something that's eventually made into a movie, 9 out of 10 times what I imagine in my head is exactly what happens on the screen, or close enough. But being able to actually write that down, doing the reverse, seeing it on a screen and then putting on a paper, that takes some trial and error. I think what really helped me was also I read the manga first. So I was actually able to have it frame by frame without stopping the TV every few seconds and scrolling back on my computer. And then this kind of helps with this, and sometimes it can actually make it more difficult, I found, but it takes practice to do this. Pacing is crucial. Doesn't matter if it's action, doesn't matter if it's romance, doesn't matter if it's mystery. Pacing is everything in every scene, no matter what is going on. In a fight, even more so. Because as you guys just saw, that was very fast. There was a lot going on in a short amount of time. That was not even like half the episode. That was not even a full minute of the episode. And that's like a 22, 25-minute episode. It was just, but there was so much action in it. But you have to keep in mind, if you go too fast, your readers are not going to get a lot out of it. It's going to be awesome, maybe, but they're going to be cheated. Your readers are going to be cheated. They're going to feel like, okay, this was a really crucial fight scene. This was really awesome. I love seeing these two fight. But why didn't we see more of it? The way the whole fight between Garp and Aokiji, it was dragged out over, I think, a third of the episode, a fourth to a third of the episode. It was very good. It was very good timing. There was enough of it there to know that it was extremely important, especially if you know the backstory between Garp and Aokiji. Garp trained him, so he was betrayed, basically. But if it had gone on much longer, even between those two, it would have been too much. It would have been way too much. And people actually probably would have complained about it. So I actually wrote down the scenes. And keep in mind, this is in my own style. Haki radiated in arcs as Garp sprang forward, the force cracking the ground. Aokiji moved to meet him, a road of ice beneath his feet, and more encasing his hands. He surged forward, his fist raised to strike. Garp stood his ground. At the last moment, he leapt up and pulled his fist back. Keep in mind the pacing, and I'll read the next one. Garp shot forward in a burst of speed, coating his arm in Haki. Aokiji moved to counter, and the resounding blows connected at the same moment. Silence sounded for a split second before Haki burst out an array of red arcs. Both their heads snapped back from the blows, and they were sent flying back. You need to keep your sentences short and snappy, but you also need to understand when there are moments where you need to have slightly longer sentences to include details like that. The second one is more of you need to have it short and snappy, but you also need to include extra details to make it more dramatic. But the first one, short and to the point. That's really what you want to try to shoot for in an action scene. If it's written short and to the point like that, it's a lot easier to tell, even outside of context, that it is a fighting scene. Showing details, like writing out the details, like the color of the Haki, how it moves, how it reacts to their proximity, those are all really important too, especially in a show like One Piece, where Haki is, especially by this point in the series, is very well known. For people who watched episode 112, that was Shanks versus Kid, and Kid got his ass handed to him. And the amount of Haki that Shanks threw out was ungodly. There is a scene coming up that's going to be coming up probably sometime next summer, that hasn't been made into the anime yet, but we've seen it in the manga. It's going to put Shanks to shame. I will just say that much. There was even more Haki in that scene. And it's not so much that it's as dramatic as his Haki actually showing the form of a griffin, like his sword, but just simply the moments and the amount that's radiated out in arcs. When characters are constantly moving, you do have to keep that in mind. You don't need to write down every little detail. You don't need to say, oh, they moved their right foot, then their left foot, they moved their right fist, pulled their right fist back and then punched, you need to trust in your readers to actually read between the lines and understand they're moving. So a road of ice beneath his feet and more encasing his hands. The majority of people, when they read that, they're going to understand ice is appearing under his feet and that there's ice around his fist. I don't need to say that he's running forward. Move to meet him is a good way to put that. So, and then there's also phrases like surge forward, leapt up, punching. They tend to work really well in these kind of scenes. So, things to remember, and this is from One Piece, and I know this is saying a lot coming from One Piece, especially for those who are familiar. It doesn't need to be flashy, it doesn't need to be big, and it does not need to be long. One Piece is notorious for being flashy and big, especially fights like the Garp versus Aokiji, Crocodile, Marineford is a perfect example, but those are exceptions because of the significance behind those events. Fights like this, mainly like with the Garp versus Aokiji, it can show relationships. I really more noticed that with this fight specifically when I went frame to frame. It can reveal or solidify motivations. So again, with it goes in tune with the relationships. It can also show internal and personal issues, and that is more in how they act. Are they racing forward, eager to meet each other, or are they hesitant? Are their movements hesitant? Are they holding back their punches? Are they pausing before, not just hesitating, but actually pausing before they draw their bow back and fire an arrow or their gun or something? You need to keep that in mind because those minor actions, which might seem really nothing, could mean everything in a fight. And every movement's got to have meaning. Every movement, doesn't matter how little it is, every movement has got to have some kind of meaning. It has to be essential. It's kind of like with the smut thing, doesn't need to be there. If you hesitate and think maybe it doesn't, go over your scene and think, how am I going to write this to be essential? The intensity is determined by the actual fight itself. So in the case of Garp versus Aokiji, the intensity is off the charts because of their relationship and everything going on. Marineford was intense off the charts because of Luffy trying to rescue his brother. But then there's other fights where it's just somebody getting slapped across the face. You need to think of the reasons behind why that fight is happening, and that will help you determine how intense the fight is. And as a reverse, if you're reading it and the intensity doesn't sound that bad, then there's probably not that big of a reason behind it. But there's still enough to be there. Fights do not always need to be physical. Verbal and even mental fights can happen. Mental fights, I personally don't see too many of those myself. Those seem to be more like just kind of like internal fights with like a person fighting with themselves. So it's just kind of like a mind thing, which, mental, I guess. Verbal, that's obviously yelling. And people might get a little physical, but not with each other, but they just have a lot of gestures like I tend to use. Just, harsher. There are some fights that need no vocalization. Most of the time, especially in animes, there's always some kind of vocalization going on. Yelling, screaming, somebody crying out in pain. But they don't need to actually say anything. But there's even some fights out there. Oh, a really good one that actually is related to my next scene that I'm going to show. Anybody who's familiar with Avatar: The Last Airbender, the fight versus Zuko versus Azula. That had no vocalizations for a decent part of it. It was just this somber kind of music that it solidified the sadness behind it. That whole thing. But that moment there did not need vocalization. It just needed that action. It needed the intense blue versus red flames, the movement, but it did not need them yelling at each other. It wasn't until later when she started targeting Katara that there's really a lot of talk. All right. So, for non-fighting, There is a lot of action that is non-fighting, and I actually have seen some people confuse action equals fighting. It does not. It does not always equal fighting. It can mean fighting, definitely, but the clip I'm going to show, it is not a fighting scene at all, and yet it has a lot of action. Anybody who's seen book 3 of The Last Airbender is going to recognize this scene as one of the most pivotal between Zuko and Aang. Yeah, I can already tell some people are definitely recognizing this. And I will admit, I did go a bit longer with this scene than I did with One Piece, partially because the speed of One Piece, but also, well, like Megan said, this is an iconic scene. I completely spaced on that with Korra. I forgot she did the dragon dance. I will have to rewatch that. So yeah, but see, all of this here, there's not a single punch being thrown. There's no fire being blasted out. But there's a lot of action going on. And yeah, I could have gone a little shorter with this moment, but it was, again, too pivotal. Especially because scenes like this right here. Yes, it is very beautiful animation. There is a reason this is one of the most beloved cartoons out there. All right, so the main points. Not every moment needs to be intense, but there needs to be purpose behind it. That's kind of true I think for everything. There needs to be a reason it needs to be there. But in this case, I'm talking more about, like with this specifically, why were they doing that? Like the dance, those actions that they performed with the dragons weren't just there because, well, we needed a way for them to connect to the dragons, but it was an actual style of bending from the original Firebenders and from the Sun Warriors. The dragon dance, for those who are unfamiliar with it, it is a mimicry of the dragon's movements. We saw how Aang and Zuko moved, and the dragons copied that with their own bodies. The humans found a way to accommodate for that. And that's how they learned how to firebend. Constant movement like that is very difficult to write. And this is and I say this in a different way than with One Piece. With One Piece, a lot of action, a lot of fighting, a lot of really snappy movements. This was deliberate and purposeful. You need to focus on certain phrases, keywords, but you need to make sure it's clear what's happening. I will have some examples in the next slide. And then this is something I see. I've actually seen some authors not really pay much attention to, which is really disappointing. You need to show other characters or surroundings. They can enhance and immerse the reader, similar to when we watch a show. I see too many writers forget that, and I understand that sometimes the point of view can be limited, but then have the main character notice things, like in Pirates. Kasai notices when he has to step over somebody in a fight. He has to notice when a Ox is walking behind him, or not. No, that wasn't Ox. That was Sonus. When Sonus is walking behind him, Kasai isn't paying attention to him, but he still knows he's there. He still acknowledges him. because even though that was in third person limited, that was still part of the surroundings. That was still part of the action that was going on in that moment. I apologize, these are much longer because, again, much longer moment. The horn sound echoed among the peaks, startling a flock of birds. Rumbling from deep within the tunnels announced the movement of something large within. Trembling, Aang dropped his hands, the flame flickering out, and turned to Zuko. His gaze darted past Zuko, looking at the far cave. When Zuko didn't answer his question, he turned back and resumed his stance. Bringing his hands up, his eyes widened as he noticed the lack of a flame. I did shorten that. I didn't put any dialogue because I didn't need it for this example. So let's see. The eyes gleamed from the tunnel, followed by a rush of wind as a red dragon emerged, coiling in the air. Aang stumbled back, colliding into Zuko. The red dragon circled the pedestal in fluid, deliberate motions before a blue dragon appeared from the other tunnel, mirroring its counterparts. Both boys stood frozen, unable to look away from the dragons as they moved in perfect tandem. Aang glanced at Zuko and suggested they repeat the dance from the statues they had studied earlier. Zuko hesitated, his brow furrowing, but eventually turned to stand back-to-back with Aang. Moving as one, they mimicked the statues' poses, their arms sweeping through the air with measured precision. The dragons mirrored their every motion, twisting, diving, and snapping their jaws in rhythm. As their fists met at the end of the dance, Aang and Zuko looked up to see the dragons hovering on either side, their growls shaking the air. The pedestal beneath them trembled as the dragons opened their jaws, releasing twin torrents of flame that roared upward in a dazzling display. Not a single fighting moment, but a lot of action. So one thing that can be used to convey what's going on, the rumbling, the trembling, the eyes widen, those are for the environment, those are from the emotions. They help enhance the scene. They're just mainly there as enhancements or reactions. Expressions can give a clear picture in the context, allowing readers to narrow down exactly which emotion is being shown. I know the show versus tell is a huge debate. A lot of people struggle with that, and it can be difficult. Writing these scenes from what we just watched wasn't that bad, surprisingly. I didn't have as much difficulty with that as I expected. But then again, I've also seen that series like 100 times, both myself and with my kid. So, things you gotta remember. Non-fighting scenes can be just as intense, sometimes even more so. I've actually found non-fighting action scenes to have a lot more intensity more often than a fighting scene does. It does call for a lot more creativity in the show versus tell, especially in the limited point of view. When I wrote Burning Ember, it was interesting. There were a lot of action scenes that were not fighting that I had to really think about, okay, how is this character reacting? What is their surroundings like? Do I need to describe how the sun hits the water? Do I need to describe how the sails are catching the wind? I had to think of that to help bring up or down the intensity of the scene going on around Kasai. Shows emotions, again with the reveals or solidifies motivations, and that kind of goes along with more of the emotion thing. And again with the show internal or personal issues, that there's a lot of ways to show that. Again, with each movement must have meaning, and each movement is rooted in a purpose, specifically with this scene. But for those who are familiar, yes, no, if they had not done that, who knows what Ran and Shaw, the dragons, would have done. They may have eaten them. We don't know. But they had to perform that dance to learn the secrets of firebending. The pacing in a non-fight action scene, it's no different from a fighting scene. In fact, I've actually found the pacing in a non-action scene to be a lot harder to get than I have in a fighting scene. So, any questions? Anything? So, Kaufman, I'm going to invite you up to kind of help with this, if you got any questions. You guys got any questions about writing action, please go ahead and ask.
And I am back. Wonderful, wonderful. I know I absolutely loved rewatching the Avatar scene. I was like, that makes me want to just rewatch the series. And I'm like, there's so many good action sequences there. And then between that, I'm like, One Piece is always such a great example. And I'm like, why isn't there audio? And I'm like, oh, wait, because then our stream would get taken down. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I would like the stream to last beyond today. So I appreciate that. But that was some really, really, really absolutely great advice. So looking into the chat, what questions do you guys have for Eclipse Forge about writing action sequences? And clearly just reading from those, we just saw some really great examples. Anytime we read through action sequences, like I feel like you're always really, really great at doing it. It was really, really
I
great.
honestly hear that a lot, and I'm starting to finally believe I might be good at those.
Let's see. And Aether and Ink. I find writing action difficult. I try to find metaphors to describe movement. How can I make my fights more realistic?
For one, watch anime. But no, in all seriousness, find a fighting scene that you actually like watching and watch it to death until you're sick of it, basically. And try to write it down. Try to actually slow it down, do it frame by frame if you need to, and write it out and describe it moment by moment if you have to. That's more or less what I've done. That's more or less how I wrote those, is I wrote it action by action.
Is there like specific, and so this, I love that answer. Is there specific like word choice that you tend to rely on, or like how do you figure out like what's the right, like if I try to put myself in a beginning writer mindset and I'm like, okay, well, how would I write it? Would I use like punch? Would I use more like aggressive vocabulary? Or I'm just trying to think through that. I guess
it would depend on what's going on exactly. Now,
Okay.
if you have a fight where they're just slapping each other across the face, you're not gonna need intense words. But if you're like watching One Piece, no, you need to make sure that you have some very good words. You need to have words that describe like the hockey, the cracking of the ground. Honestly, One Piece I found is actually, and I know that I tend to get a little intense with my own writing. Pirates, for those who are unaware, Pirates was initially based off One Piece. It was the very first iteration was almost a direct copy of One Piece in my own style.
Wow, that's really, really cool.
But I learned to take it and put it in my own by thinking, wait a minute. I'm not writing an anime. I am writing a post-apocalyptic book that is based off something that could happen in real life, and well, honestly, I could easily see it happening at this point because both ecological disaster and human intervention fail.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
But I had to think, okay, so I learned to write by watching anime, very intense scenes, a lot of things going on, but I'm not writing anime, so what am I going to do? So I started watching not karate movies, even though that would have been a good choice. But I started just kind of watching. Oh God, now I can't remember. There was a TV show I used to actually sneak and watch when I was a kid. It wasn't like it was like super bad, but I think my mom may not have understood why I was watching it exactly. But it was a reality show, or at least live action show that had a lot of movement that was not exaggerated. There was no magic, there was no hockey, there was no devil fruit abilities, there was none of that. It was
interesting.
Just fighting. And it was
wow. Yeah, I think anytime you see conversations or anytime you see certain action sequences on screen, you ask yourself like, okay, well, how can I replicate that? I know even we got Aether and Ink. They said, I like Tarantino's action sequences, especially in Kill Bill. And like Kill Bill, those are some great action sequences. And then I asked myself like, okay, if I was going to write that into a novel, how would I do that? When I think about what I've read, I feel like I personally, in my own style, I try to use like shorter sentences to try to get that like the tension and the pacing across. And I've noticed kind of a similar strategy in some of your own writing. It feels like it makes the pacing feel faster. It feels faster because like
is what you want to do.
Mhm.
That's actually something I've been learning from my other writers group is when I've actually had some action scenes that they were kind of dragged out. I had sentences that could have been split into 2 or 3, and in one case even 4, because there was so much going on. But when I actually slowed it down and did it frame by frame, it made so much more sense, and it sounded so much better in the end. And I think that's actually another thing too that I need to mention is your wording choice also needs to depend on what you're writing.
Yeah.
Are you writing based off reality? Are you writing based off magic? If you're writing Harry Potter, it's not going to look the same as writing for pirates. It's not going to look writing for One Piece.
Yeah, I mean, the pacing is going to be way different, right? Because the reaction time to getting hit by Wingardium Leviosa is going to be different than the reaction time to getting cut with a sword, right? So I think the types of things that they're fighting with, or even if people are like martial arts scene, right? If you're doing like a fist fight or something that's a little bit more like physicality, those are just different types of response times. And I think in our heads, we see like, okay, this is how I see it in my head. This is what I would have seen on screen, but then writing it. And then how do I include the interiority? How do I include the emotions?
I will say when it comes to interiority, depending on why the fight is going on, you need to cut that down. At least that's what I found is in really intense scenes like the Gar versus Aokiji, that moment a lot of people might say was perfect for interiority of Gar being like, this was my pupil, why am I hitting him? But no, instead what you see if you do it frame by frame, you actually see Garp and Aokiji seeing themselves in the reflection of like their glasses or their eyes as they were younger. It was actually really heartbreaking when I noticed that.
Interesting.
But
very, very interesting.
Writing
That's some
that
good
down,
storytelling.
I could not include that because the intensity behind that fight was too much. But if I'm doing something really, really small, really minor, it's easier to put the introspection in. It's easier to put in thoughts. It's easier to put in emotion because the intensity allows me to drag that out. The higher the intensity, the less introspection and emotion that you can put in. But the more emotion and introspection you put in, the less intense it's going to appear. Yet, the more important it might seem. So it's a really difficult
seems like it's balance, right? You have to get like the right mix. And I can even tell here in the chat, Jenny was saying, I like how you are talking about the emotions of the action scene mixed with the choreography movement with emotion to get that back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's actually why I do so well with action scenes anymore is I found a good balance. At least for my own style of writing, I have found a good balance of figuring out what do I need to show? What do I not need to show? I will actually use an example. If I've got some time, I'll use an example from Pirates. I don't even have to look up the book because I hated writing this scene. It was painful. But Kasai ended up facing off against Black Smoke because he is an idiot. And he just got cocky. But Black Smoke used someone against him. That moment, so before that, the fight was very short, it was very punchy, it was very intense. But then Black Smoke appears holding somebody by the throat. That's very important to Kasai. Kasai is forced to stop and think like, wait, shit, I can't hit him or this person could die. So Kasai I actually had to slow down that moment in the middle of a fight and think, this is a perfect moment for dialogue between Black Smoke taunting Kasai and being an asshole, and Kasai thinking, wait, how the hell am I going to get out of this and live? And then suddenly it went from like 0 to 60 to 80 and then down to 40 and then it went to 100. So it went back and forth because of the exact scene frame by frame moments that were happening. Because when Black Smoke appeared holding somebody by the throat, that was important. I couldn't speed that up.
Mhm.
because it would have ruined the effect, the entire fight. It would have ruined the entire fight. It would have ruined the entire effect that I was going for. When Black Smoke ended up tossing him overboard, I could speed things up finally. And I sped things
Yeah,
up.
and then it would really come across in the way you want it to.
There was a fight earlier than that too that was very similar. It was just as important in its own way, but it was really confusing. I will say it was really confusing because Kasai had no idea what was going on. There was a lot of smoke, there was a lot of fire, there was a lot of screaming. But then he gets hurt really bad, and he gets threatened. But then that scene went from like 0 to 100, and then I actually slowed it down to 20.
Really?
To get the effect I was going for, because that's when Kasai unlocks his powers. And that moment was so pivotal. I could not make it any faster. So that was actually the first major action scene that I wrote in all of my works, including fan fictions that never even got published, where I had to really think about the fight and how it went. And that's what you gotta figure out is, even in a fight, how intense are you gonna have to be? Is the entire thing gonna be intense, or are there moments where you have to take your characters and be like, okay, you know what? Slow down and stop for like 2 seconds while I figure out how fast you're supposed to go.
And I think that this is a really, really good transition as we think about action sequences and action and fights, because we're about to have an action sequence of the mind as we transition into our Jeopardy game.
Oh yeah, mental fight coming up.
And I think what I absolutely love, Soul, is like, first off, that was an absolutely great presentation. I know anybody who's working on action sequences, this has definitely really, really helped them. But I think what's cool is I know you were also responsible for really putting the Jeopardy game together. So like the fact that we're going to transition to this is actually really awesome. Now you get to hold the I guess like the judge or the guest as like whoever the host panel is for our Jeopardy game. So we're going to transition into our game right now. As we're transitioning though, Soul, is there anywhere you want to send people who want to know like more about action sequences or who might want to work with you?
So for people who want to work with me, and I swear to God, I promise I had this up.
That's how it always happens.
Up, for some reason it closed. Okay, here it is. So I'm going to send people to my car.io. This is the just most efficient way to get people to actually see me. This will have links to all of my works. It has a link to my portfolio, my editing website, where I also do creation work for creating like maps and stuff for people who are interested. Maps, characters, races, creatures. I'm honestly even starting to think that maybe I should offer services into writing action scenes for people. If anybody would be interested in that, I'm more than happy to help with that.
I think that'd actually be really cool. You are definitely a pro at that, or even kind of like maybe reviewing and helping people to like edit and really get those action sequences just right.
Oh yeah, I am more than happy to read over anyone's action scenes, with one exception. Don't make me read horror. Do not make me read horror, because I will not read that.
No cosmic horror beings that jump out and scare us.
Yeah, please.
Hey, there's like, Soul, I'm gonna tap you to beta my action sequences.
Woot! More than happy to do that.
So once again, thank you so much for sharing. I think that is so incredible. Where we're now going to transition into the Jeopardy game. And once again, this is the last call. If you want to come hop on screen with us and compete in, I was like, oh, I definitely keep dropping my screen on accident. If you want the chance to compete for a cash prize in the Jeopardy trivia game, we are starting momentarily. But first, we're actually going to be kicking it off with a free giveaway. Wait, what? Who doesn't want a free giveaway? So we're going to first do a free giveaway where we're letting everybody come into the studio. So we're going to do a free giveaway, and let's see, what do we got here? Perfect. So this is actually going to be, this is a children's series, perfect if you have kids. This was from our author yesterday. author Anna Sakura, of which her presentation was incredible. I learned so much about descriptive language and descriptive words. So if you want to compete, make sure to type in the hashtag. Let me check what the hashtag is. Let's see. And let's see. So the hashtag is hashtag following. So if you want to compete in this, or not compete, if you want to have a chance for the free giveaway, type in hashtag following for this children's book. La Mala Suerte is Following Me, which that's actually kind of a cool cover. I don't have kids, so this wouldn't like apply towards me personally, but I know we have a lot of parents in the community, and this is great. Anna was an incredible guest speaker yesterday, and we could tell like this is probably going to be a really great story. It's about Miguel's abuelita warned him that opening an umbrella in the house will bring la mala suerte, Miss Bad Luck, who will follow him whenever he goes, and now Miguel's life is ruined. Nothing he tries works to get rid of Miss Bad Luck. Now what? Simultaneously published in Spanish and in English with Spanish insertions. This silly and heartfelt look at superstitions will leave kids excited to get out there and make their own luck. So this is a physical copy, which this is great. I think anytime you can introduce kids to more than one language is such a success, right? Kids absorb stuff way better than we do. I was like, if I had a kid, I would want them to learn more than one language because that's the time for them to learn more. So definitely this is really incredible. Type in hashtag following for a chance to be entered in this free giveaway. Hashtag following. And while we are letting this queue up, shoot me a message. Let me know if you want to hop in and compete in our Jeopardy trivia game. We are just about to start, and I see we have a couple competitors. So while we are setting that up, do you want to start setting up our competitors? So I see them coming into the studio. I think that you have to set up one. You have to set up the different teams, right?
We don't have to do teams.
Can you still do it individually?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then we'll just figure out. We'll assign the point system ourselves. Okay, cool.
There's a way to do it without teams.
Okay, perfect. Or will we put their names into the individual slots then?
I think we're actually gonna have to just track that ourselves.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure while we're setting that up because we have a good number of competitors here. So like now's your last chance if you want to hop on for a chance to win this prize. And let's hop back to the free giveaway, La Mala Suerte. So make sure you've typed in hashtag following and let's roll the winner. Let's see who wins this free giveaway. And let's throw it up on screen. Let's see who's going to win. Free giveaway, perfect for a children's book. Paul, congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. So you've won the free giveaway. This is going to be a physical book, perfect for kids. And we are going to get that sent your way. So make sure to fill out the giveaway winner form. So that way we can get that shipped to you post haste. There you go, Paul. Make sure to fill out that winner form so we can get that shipped to you. Now, without further ado, that is very fun. I am so excited for this this game. I know Soul, myself, Penelope, we put a lot of work into it. Soul especially in terms of setting up the logistics. So this is going to be great. Let's see. Soul, you can probably awesome. Yep, you could probably throw it on screen. Let's drop the giveaway and we are going to our writing game. Wonderful. There we go. Perfect. So I just want to welcome all of our competitors into the studio. Welcome. So we are all ready to have you guys hop in. Let's see.
And I have the game ready to share whenever we're ready.
Perfect. Beautiful. So wonderful. So it looks like, and let me just make sure we're all ready. All right, let's see who we got here. So let's bring up our contestants. on screen. So it looks like we got the wonderful Chris Lilly. Welcome back, my friend, over with Flow Your Mojo. And we're going to be bringing up next one of our community members, Jordy. I am so glad to have you join us. Welcome to the stage. Oh my Jordy.
Hi.
Jordy, I have to say, I always love your Oh my Jordy title, by the way.
Thank you.
I am so glad to have you join us, my friend. And let's welcome a wonderful author over here, Miss Devin Gambrell. Welcome, Devin. I saw you, I really wanted you to be involved in the Right Now Thon, and I know you were so busy, so I'm glad you got to come compete in the game with us.
Yes.
And let's see who else we're bringing up here. We got bringing back to the stage our AI Pro, Miss Rella B. Welcome back, Rella. And our other horror aficionado. Welcoming back Mr. Paul Inman to the stage. Oof, man, I'm stoked. We got a full house, and let's see. I think I see Miss Paige Penrose as well. All right, welcome back, Paige.
Penrose, ready to battle.
All right, beautiful. So we got all of our guests. Let's see. So we got six competitors. Ooh, this is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We've gone through the trivia a couple times now, and we're like, I'm nervous for you guys. I don't know who's going to win. Who's going to win some of these questions?
Oh my God.
Okay. So I've really been thinking about it. So this is going to be a Jeopardy styled game. Soul, do you want to bring up onto the screen the main layout for the core game, and we will get right into it. So that way they can get a sense for what the core layout looks like. Perfect.
Let's see, right now, culture, genres, and sub.
All right. And let us make sure. Perfect. So the lovely Miss Penelope is going to help us keep track of points. All right, Miss Penelope. Penelope, I'm bringing you up with us. You can come join us. The lovely Miss Penelope. Welcome, Penelope. Oh my goodness, I've never had so many people on this layout before. All right, so this is wonderful. So that way you guys can see all 9 of our friends here. So Penelope is going to be our point keeper. Soul is going to be our game master, and I will be the lovely voice of our Jeopardy game. Who was the Jeopardy one? What was that? Dana White? I forgot who that original Jeopardy hostess was. Until I can become AI Dragon Cough one of these days. So, all right, this is how it's going to work out. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I asked myself, how are we going to do this fair for everybody to have the same chance to be able to participate? Now, I know all of you guys are on camera. Paige, are you able to turn on your camera as well?
I'll have to see in a bit, but for right now, it's okay if I just leave my icon on there.
The reason being is because I need to be able to see you guys for you to be able to know who gets the answer first. I thought about it. If I just do a voice, everybody's going to be shouting at the same time. So the only way for this to be fair, since we don't have buttons, the first one to clap is the first one that we are going to be able to, that clapping our version of the red buzzer. So this way, I think this is the most fair version. Whoever claps first, once they know the answer, will get to answer it first. Does that sound right? This is Jeopardy. It's going to be a trivia-styled game, and basically the goal is to whoever gets the most points is going to win a $25 Amazon gift card. $25 Amazon gift card, specialty and sponsored by our very own, offered by our Author Tube Writing Conference, Miss SD Huston. So I'm so happy. Shannon, if you're in the chat, I know I saw you. Thank you again. You are absolutely incredible, my friend. So thank you for putting this up. And Chris, I saw you had a question.
Yes, I'm getting a little bit of echo, and if we're all having all of our microphones on, I'm wondering if that's the issue, if all of us should mute ourselves, but if you want us to clap, then we're not going to be able to hear ourselves. So I don't know if you care about that or what.
So you know what we actually can do, because I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be looking for a visual cue from all of you guys. You probably could mute, and then whoever I see clap first, then we can just unmute you. And it looks like Paige, totally all cool. Looks like Paige wasn't able to get the camera set up, but we got the wonderful Mr. Nil is joining us instead. Welcome, welcome, my friend. You're like, we got another participant. I love
Hi,
it.
everybody.
I'm curious who's going to win here. So we've got quite a mix of Jeopardy styled questions, all writing related, some culture related. So those of you who are in the Right Now community, or who maybe caught a couple streams, might have a one-up on one category, but we have some other ones that are purely writing technicalities. So we're going to see, and let's see, I gotta make my screen bigger so I can see all of your guys' cameras. Okay, so Paige, I see you here. The only thing is, if I can't see your camera, I'm not gonna be able to see if you have clapped. That's my only problem with it. Okay, but I think I see all you on
I
camera.
can clap and beep. That way you can tell it's me. Clap with a beep. That can work. Sorry, I'm just a little camera shy, and I.
Totally understandable. Okay, so let's see what we've got here.
Or I can just use the Pikachu voice too, like clap Pika. That can work too. I'll improvise.
All right, let's see what we got. We're going to try this out for the first round. So starting with out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of our 7 contestants, let's see. Pick a number between 1 and 20. Pick a number between 1 and 20. Chris, what's your number? Pick a number between 1 and 20. Chris, what is your number?
I did. I said 11. I was muted, though.
Oh, I know. All right, 11. Rella, what is your number?
14.
Perfect. Paul, what is your number?
7.
All right. Paul, perfect. Jordy, what is your number?
5.
And Devin?
15.
And Paige, what is your number?
14.
And Nil?
$1. $1.
All right.
$1.
All right. So starting at the top, the number was 12, which means Chris, you are first. So pick your category and your question.
We're going to go with alternative writing other than a novel for 200, please, Jared.
All right, let's do it. This type of writing involves creating written content for websites and online platforms, often with a focus on SEO and user engagement.
What is blog?
I realize I do not have the answers in front of me. All right, so this is going to be up to Chat Soul to moderate this one.
All right, let me get the document up.
What is a blog?
All right, give me like 2 seconds here. That was for 200. Anybody else have a guess?
Do we guess or do we find if it's right or wrong?
First one to clap can take the next guess. All right, Jordy, what do you think it is?
I clapped? Okay. Actually, I don't have an answer. I didn't mean to clap. I was just praying to God to have a...
I need to know this answer.
Right.
All right, Nell, what do we got?
I don't know. I hear the word copy, so I think that's about something that's writing. It's copy. I don't know what that is.
All right, copy, writing. And so what do we got?
All right. So, anybody else have a guess?
Anybody else
Pika.
can guess now?
Pika.
All right, Paige. What's your guess?
What is CEO content writing?
Ooh, CEO.
You know what? That's actually pretty darn close. I'm gonna accept that.
All right, and that is 200 points to Paige Penrose. So Paige taking up the lead and starting off. All right, so the next question. Let's see. This time to make it faster, pick a number between 1 and 30. Type it into the chat this time. This time we do not have to decide between who will be next. So 1 and 30. Let's see. And Chris was first. And let's see. After that, we got Rella. The number was actually 30. So great job. Rella, which one do you go with?
Let's do genres and subgenres for 200.
Ooh. This genre often involves futuristic settings and advanced technology, sometimes with a focus on space exploration. What do you think it is, Rella?
What is...
Ooh. If not, it goes to Paul.
What is, I don't know, sci-fi and space?
Ooh, sci-fi and space. So what do we got? Science fiction. There we go. So that is 200 points to Rella B. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, and going straight on. So this time, pick a number between 1 and 40. Type it into the private chat now. And let's see, who do we got between 1 and 40? We got let's see. And the number was 35. So Jordy, you are next. You're next, my friend. So Jordy, which one do you want to go with?
I'm curious about pop culture for 100 because I'm just curious about it.
All right. What is the name of the actor made it? What is the name of the actor made a name for himself in the 2000s, starring in a popular TV series about a high school chemistry teacher turned drug kingpin? What do you think it is, Jordy?
The actor's name, not the character.
What is the name of the actor, not the character? And I think I saw Nil was the first one to clap. So Jordy, and then it'll go to Nil and then Rella. All right, Jordy, what do you got?
So out there, because I didn't watch the series, but it looks like it could be Robin Williams.
What was it? What was the answer?
Robin Williams.
Oh, no, unfortunately, I do know this answer, and Robin Williams is not the answer, but Robin Williams was amazing. So this is going to go to Nil. I saw you clap next. What is your answer to the name of the actor?
Bryan Cranston.
Damn it. He beat me to it. He beat
Bryan Cranston. So 100 points to Nil. All right. And on to the next decision. So pick a number between 1 and 50. Drop it in the private chat now for the next spot. Let's see. All right, between 1 and 50. That's funny. We got two of the same answers. So the number was 47. And I see Paige and Devin tied. But since Paige just went, Devin, it's going to go to you. So you're up next, Devin. Which category do you choose?
I'll go with genres and subgenres for 100.
Okay.
Ooh, for 100. Dragons are predominantly found in what genre? Oh, Chris would be next. What do you think, Devin? Which genre are dragons predominantly found in?
What is fantasy?
What is fantasy? Congratulations. 100 to Miss Devin Gambrel. I was like, make sure I get your name right. Devin Gambrel. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so with our previous question, so between Paul, Paige, and Nil have not yet gone first. Paul, Paige, Nil. Guess a number between 1 and 10. You guys got literally evenly. It was 4. Nil guessed 3. Paige guessed 5, but Nil guessed first. So Nil, you are next. Which category do you choose, my friend?
All right. Something I know about. Writing mistakes, 500.
All right, writing mistakes for 500. This writing error happens when a sentence uses excessive or unnecessary words that do not add meaning, often making it wordy or awkward. Ooh, I saw a lot. I think
Paul was first.
Yeah, I saw Paul first there. So, yep. All right, Nell. First off, what do you got, Nell?
I was gonna say purple. Purple pose.
Soul, is that the right answer?
Nope.
Nope. That is incorrect. So Paul, it goes to Paul. Ooh.
Is it run
All right,
on
so
sentence?
Paul, then Chris, then Paige. All right, Paul, go for it.
Is it run on? Is it run
on?
Nope.
And Soul is shaking their head. Negative. Chris, what is the answer?
That's what I was gonna say, so I don't know.
Ooh, that does not work. No, Paige, what is the answer?
What is wordiness?
Wordiness. Soul, is that the answer?
No.
All right, this is open up to the group. Anybody can guess. Let's see if our chat was able to help you out. Ooh, we're getting some good guesses. Anybody want to? First one to spit it out gets the points now. First one to spit it out gets the points.
Filler words?
Ooh, who was that over from? That was from Jordy. Filler words, is that it, Soul?
Nope.
Verbal
Negative.
diarrhea.
Pika.
Go, Paige. What do you got?
Okay. Is it plenonasm?
Is that it, Soul?
I don't even recognize that word, but no.
I think this is one that's going to be lost to the Aether. So, let's see, Courtney got word stuffers. I'm pretty sure I thought it was word stuffers. So let's show it on screen because I don't think any of our contestants got it. And the answer was redundancy.
Damn.
According to the internet, the answer was redundancy. But don't worry, my friends, I would have messed up as well. So totally understandable. And then based off our last round of counting, Paige, you are next one up. So pick your answer. Which
I'll
category?
choose genre and subgenres for 300.
Genre and subgenre for 300. A genre often centered around solving a mystery or crime, typically featuring a detective or investigator. All right,
Let's
I saw Chris
see.
next. I saw Chris, maybe Jordy or Nil and Rella, somewhere along that line. All right, what do you think it is, Paige?
Pika.
Paige, what do you think it is?
What is a detective fiction?
Detective fiction.
Nope.
And so what do we got? Nope.
Nope.
Nope. All right. And then I think we saw Chris was next. And then I believe it was either Paul. We'll go Chris, then Paul. All right, Chris, what do you got?
What is mystery?
And so do we got that mystery? So that is 300 points to Mr. Chris Lilly. And the next one goes to Mr. Paul Inman. Paul, what do you guess? Which category?
Alternative writing for 400.
Ooh, alternative writing for 400. This type of writing is the most difficult to break into. And what do you think it is, Paul?
Screenplays.
Screenplays. And
Well, you know what? I say yeah.
all right, screenwriting. Perfect for our screenwriter in the of the contestants. So Paul, you get 400 points on the record. Wonderful. And now we're going back up to Chris Lilly. Chris, which category do you choose, my friend?
We're gonna do I'm gonna try pop culture for 300, please, Jared.
Pop culture for 300. A famous comic book author who died in the 2010s.
Who is Stan Lee?
And who is Stan Lee? And that is correct. 300 points to Chris Lilly for Stan Lee. And that is 300 to Chris for Stan Lee. And just a quick question for our last round, because we didn't get it. We were not fast enough. Who won the mystery question? Who won the mystery question?
That was Chris.
That was Chris, right? Okay, so that was Chris. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Beautiful. So that means Chris mystery. Perfect. So then this now goes to Rella. Wait, who was next? Yep, Rella. What do you guess? What category?
Let's try Right Now Culture for 200.
Ooh, I love it. All right. Right Now Culture. Who is the regular member of the community that appears in streams?
Kaufman?
Oh, that's a good guess. I would guess that too. So is that the
Pika.
answer? All right. So we got Nil first and then Paige. All right, Nil, what do you think?
It's 1 or 2, right? Chetzel?
Yep.
There we go. It was our wonderful game master. Oh, good call. So that is 200 points to Nil. All right. And Jordy, which category do you choose?
Let's do writing mistakes for 200.
Writing mistakes for 200. All right. This error happened when a writer incorrectly switches between tenses within the same sentence or paragraph. Yep, go for it.
Pika.
Yep.
Tense switches?
Tense
Or
switches.
shift?
Tense switches or tense shift. Oh, Jordy, you got it. Great job. Jordy, 200 points to Jordy. Wonderful. Hi. Okay, I saw Kevin's Kevin extra tensory error. That's my favorite answer of all time. Great work. All right. And now our next one goes on to Devin. All right, Devin, what do you guess?
Let's go writing some mistakes for 100.
Writing mistakes for 100. All right. This writing mistake occurs when a sentence has a subject and verb, but fails to express a complete thought, often leaving readers confused about the meaning.
Pika! It's in my brain. It's in my brain. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I don't remember the exact phrasing for this one.
Ooh, what could it be, Devin? What do you think? All right, Nil, Chris, then Paige. What do you guess, Devin? What do you think?
I don't know. I'll pass it on.
And pass it. All right, Nil, what do you think it is?
Incomplete sentence?
Incomplete sentence. And Soul, is that right? Incomplete thought, sentence fragment. All right, and that is 100 points to Nil. Congratulations, my friend. All right, perfect. So that's 100 points to Nil. Okay, and now we are about halfway through the game. So we're going to take a quick pause really, really fast and let our wonderful co-host, Miss Penelope Hartley, share where we are at on the scoreboard. You are still muted, but that would be really nice to hear you.
I'm just kidding. Boop, 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 boop.
I know, I should have added the Jeopardy sound effect.
I was going to come in with it at some point.
Right,
So
Penelope,
Devin.
you can do that sound effect the rest of the game.
Oh, no.
Really? You promise?
In your eyes. Yes, we got a musician over here. Yes.
Nice.
Penelope,
Thank you for that.
where are we at
Paul.
on scores?
All right, Devin has 100. Jordy 200. Chris is at 600 with 2 300s. Rella's at 200. Paul's at 400. Paige has 200. And Nil has, maths. 400. That should not have been that hard. 400 to Nil.
I heard all the points, but I didn't actually hear who was first.
I think Chris was 600.
All right, so Chris is in the lead with 600. Wonderful. All right, so it looks like we
Chris is
got
in the
Chris is
lead
leading.
with 600. I think Nil is next. Yeah.
So Chris, it sounds like, is in the lead, but we got a couple of close calls in that 400 category. We got some at 200. So regardless of where you're at, we still have a shot because we have some 500s left. So yeah, we still got 4 500. So anybody's game it is. All right. So with let's see. So we are next. We last did Nil. Wait, whose question was last? Yeah, Nil was the last question. So then that leads us to Paige. I believe, Paige, you are next. Paige, which category do you pick?
I'll take genre and subgenres for 400.
All right, Paige, and because you're off screen, we're going to need an answer under 5 seconds. This genre involves stories that explore realistic characters, relationships, and emotions, often focusing on personal struggles. 5, 4, 3, 2.
White psychological drama.
And is that Soul?
You know what? Yeah.
Drama, memoirs, or romance. Congratulations, 400 to Paige. All right, and congratulations, my friend. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and next, that is on to Mr. Paul Inman.
Let's do pop culture for 500.
All right, Paul, pop culture for 500. And let's see what we got. This well-known horror author sells their short stories for $1.
I'm just going to throw out a guess and say Stephen King.
Oh man! And Soul, is that correct?
I'm sorry. Say the answer again.
Stephen King.
Yep.
Considering that our podcast episode was with Paul, where I learned that is very accurate, my friend. Once again, very good luck on your timing. So that was 500, I believe, to Paul.
Yep.
All right, perfect. And that brings us next to Chris Lilly. Chris, which one do you go with?
Crap. Writing mistakes for 400. I don't know.
All right, Chris, writing mistakes for 400. This mistake occurs when a writer includes unnecessary commas, often breaking up phrases that should stay together, such as in, I went to the store.
I don't have an answer.
Pika.
All right, and who is next? Paige, go for it.
Comma slice.
This mistake occurs. And Soul, what do we got? Comma splice, correct. And that is 400 to Paige. All right, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Kaufman?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, but is Googling the answer allowed?
I would say no.
Because
I would say no.
I'm
taking fun out of this for everyone, I have to admit. Sorry,
Yeah.
everyone, but
So that is a really, really great question because we did not clarify the rules. So that is on us. So Googling is not allowed. So no Googling. There we go. There you go.
Thank
Great
you.
question. Great question, Miss Paige. Great question. So we're going to be moving right along, and let's see who was next. I want to say that last one was to Chris. This next one goes to Rella. All right, Rella, which category do you choose?
Oh, let's do alternate writing for 500.
Alternative writing for 500. This type of writing focuses on crafting narrative and dialogue for video game characters and interactive experiences.
What is video game scripting?
And chat, Soul, what do we got?
you know, I'm actually gonna say no on that one.
Ooh, that is. And then I think I saw Chris. I believe I saw you clap first.
What is virtual reality?
No.
No, that is not. And who do we got next? Oh, Devin. All right, what do we got?
What is script writing?
And Soul?
I'm gonna have to say no on that one because script
All
writing
right.
is a little general.
All right, Paul, what do we got?
What is choose your own adventure?
Ooh, I like that one. So what do we got?
You know, actually, I'm not sure if I should accept it or not because I mean it's. 1 second.
Oh, all right. We're about to get a deal breaker. Oh, deal breaker from. Oh, I see. Let's see. Judges are conferring. Talk amongst yourselves. Let's see.
Wait. Do.
There we go. Thank you for that.
Do. I'm not gonna hit that one. Nope. Do. Paul, feel free to jump on with the guitar.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I think it's relatively close. I'm going to let everyone give the first one to answer, and we'll split up the points if somebody else gets it just as close. Can anybody else guess what the answer is?
Video game writing.
We heard that from Chris. And video game writing. Chris, that is not. So, Mr. Paul, we're going to give you 500 for choose your own adventure. And the answer was interactive story writing, which we think choose your own adventure works, which that's technically choose your own adventure. So we're going to give it to you, Paul, for 500. We will accept that.
Thank you.
And let's see who is next. So I want to say the last one was Rella. This one is going to Jordy.
Let's do genres and subgenres for 500.
All right, genres and subgenres for 500. A subgenre of horror that typically involves beings like vampires, zombies, or werewolves, or abilities such as pyromancy, telekinesis, or clairvoyance. And then I think I saw Rella and then Nil after. And then Chris. And then Paige.
Fantasy horror?
Fantasy horror.
Or yeah.
Nope. All right. Now let's go to you.
What is paranormal fiction?
Paranormal fiction. Soul, what do we got?
Nope.
All right, Nil, it goes to you.
Well, that was my guess. Yes.
All right, Chris, it goes to you.
What is supernatural?
Ooh, what is supernatural? And supernatural horror. We are accepting that. Chris gets 500 points. Congratulations, my friends. And Devin, the choice is yours.
Let's go with pop culture for 200.
Pop culture for 200. This TV series from 2009, set in a high school, revolves around musical performances and the personal struggles of the characters. Here. I saw Chris and then Paul first. All right, Devin, what do you think it is?
Oh my goodness. What is? Oh my gosh, what's the name of it? I never even watched it. No, I'm gonna have to pass again because I don't.
So I know. They know that. So close. All right, Paul, the guess is yours.
Is it me? I thought Chris.
Yep. Let's see. I thought I saw you first. It might have been Chris. All right, Paul, Chris, clap off. First one to clap gets the guess. This is faster. All right, Chris, go for it.
What is Glee?
What is Glee? And Soul? The answer is correct. So Chris gets 200.
Good job,
Mr.
good job.
Chris Lilly. All right, and this next one goes to Mr. Nil. All right, Nil, what do you guess? Which category?
Right now, culture 300.
All right, right now, culture for 300. Who was responsible for the Freaky Friday technical difficulties?
Oh.
All right, Nil, what do you guess?
Jezebel.
And our answer is Miss Jezebel. Nil, correct. 300 to Nil. Congratulations, Nil. Great job. And Paige, the guess is yours.
Okay. I'll take alternate writing for 100.
All right, alternative writing for 100. This type of writing is focused on creating engaging scripts for live performances, often involving characters and dialogue.
Yeah. What is script writing?
All right, script writing, and then I saw Paul and Rella. All right, so Soul, what do we got? Script writing? Yes, no?
Nope, not. I'm gonna say no on that one.
All right, and I think I saw Paul and Rella around the same time. So clap off. Whoever claps first gets the guess. All right, Paul's faster. Sorry, Rella. I tried. All right, Paul, go for it. What is your guess?
Theater.
Ooh, theater. Soul and
You know what? That is technically that is correct.
All right, writing for the stage, and that is 100 to Paul Inman. Congratulations, my friends. Okay, so let's do a quick check on our time writing game. Let's see, I want to make sure we're not too far behind. Perfect. We're still good. Awesome. So with only 3, 4, 5, 6, let's see. So we have 6 ones left. Paige was the last one. All right, Paul, you pick a category, and then we will do a tally check.
Pop culture 400. Let's close it out.
All right, Paul Inman, pop culture for 400. This animated show, set in a fantastical post-apocalyptic world, features a boy and his dog on adventures.
Pika.
Oof, I think I heard Paige, and then Jordy. Oh, what do you think?
Okay, so I can picture this in my brain. I just don't know the name of it. So
Try to take a guess.
Pass. All right, that passes. Paige, what do you guess?
Adventure Time.
Adventure Time. You are correct, and that is 400 to Paige. Congratulations. I liked DL's guess, Pokemon. I was like,
well, technically that was a boy in his mouse.
I was like, I guess Pikachu counts as a dog. I don't know what Pikachu's type is, but
Pikachu is literally called the electric mouse Pokemon, so.
Oh yeah, no, Pikachu's not a dog. Pikachu's a mouse. All right, guys. Sorry, I don't know my Pokemon very well these days. All right, and we're gonna pull back here. So we have 5 categories left. 5 categories left. Penelope, where's our score at? So we'll start with, let's start with the bottom and work our way up. So starting at the low end, who do we have? No, you're still muted.
You gonna make me do ascending order? Okay, so we have Devin at 100. Jordy and Rella are tied at 200. Neil is at 700. Chris is at 1300, and Paige and Paul are tied at 1400.
Ooh, exciting!
Did
We have some competition. We have a little bit of competition. So, may the best participant win. We got 5 categories left, and we are starting straight at the top. All right, so Chris, the guess is yours.
I'm so scared. I'm gonna go for writing mistakes for 300.
Writing mistakes for 300. This writing issue happens when a writer uses 2 or more independent clauses without a proper conjunction or punctuation to separate them.
This one goes to Paul.
All right. So
Yeah.
Chris first, and what is the guess?
Go for it, Paul.
All right, Paul, what is the guess?
Run-on sentence.
And is run-on sentence correct? Correct. 300 to Paul. Congratulations,
So I was
my
going
friend.
to say that, but we had it already, so that's okay.
No, that's what I guessed before. That wasn't the right answer.
Yeah, so that previous one was a redundancy.
Oh, is that what it was? I don't know. Okay. Whatever.
I know, that was so long ago. That was like 10 questions ago. All right. And Rella, what is your guess?
Wait, I'm gonna go for alternative writing for 300.
Alternative writing for 300. This type of writing involves creating verses, rhyme schemes, and emotional expression. I saw Chris and then Paul. All right, Rella, what do you got?
What is Rhyme and meter?
Rhyming meter. And
Rhyme and meter?
Chetzel?
Nope.
Nope. All right, Chris,
Pika.
what do you got?
What is poetry?
What is poetry? And
Dang
poetry is
it.
correct. 300 to Chris Lilly. Congratulations, my friends. All right, and this next question goes to Jordy with 3 questions remaining.
Okay, let's do 100.
All right, Jordy, for 100, what book did Kaufman start writing after a 2-page free write?
The Scarecrow. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be easy.
You got the Scarecrow. I will give it to you. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
100 to Jordy. People know the only thing I talk about are scarecrows these days. I might be a little
You
biased.
talk about almost every stream.
Well, there's also dragons. You mentioned those a lot.
Yeah,
You're right.
dragons
Like,
and
what is
scarecrows.
Kaufman into? Apparently, scarecrows and dragons. We'll see what 2025 brings.
You should
All
draw
right.
a scarecrow knight on a dragon.
All right, there's my next story. Scarecrow Knight on a Dragon. I love it. All right, Devin, what do you got?
Well, I'm new to the community, so
So this might be a challenge. I mean, this might be a pass off. Devin
Yeah.
might need help from a friend. All right, Devin, what are you going to do?
let's go 400.
All right, Right Now Culture for 400. What is the Right Now stream that helps writers improve their writing?
I'm gonna have to pass.
All right, this goes to Chris.
The Right Now Thon.
Oh, that actually does help writers with the writing. That's not even what we use, but that should work.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, I'm afraid we're gonna have to pass on this one, but that would have been a good answer.
Pika.
I saw Neil clap next. What was the guess, Neil?
Story and critique show.
That is correct. So since both of those answers work, 200 to each of you. Since Right Now Thon should have worked. So 200 to Chris, 200 to Neil.
All right, last one.
I was like, yeah, you're right. Right Now Thon did work. I was like, all right. Clearly, we needed to be more specific with that one. All right, and now, 500 Neil. This leaves it to you. Are you going to be able to get this 500? All right, so whenever you're ready, put a blank on it.
A dragon.
Pika.
Oh my goodness,
Dang
no
it.
one would have guessed that.
He answered so fast.
500 to Neil. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Oh my goodness. And that is, oh my goodness. I was like, I can't believe we got through all the questions. All right, so let me drop the screen. All right, so we're going to do this by process of elimination. So Penelope, start with who was at the bottom, and we'll work our way back to the top again.
You're muted.
Penelope, you still muted. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, Devin with 100.
All right, Devin with
Thank
100.
you for coming.
Thank you
Jordy.
for participating. Sorry,
Jordy.
the Right Now Culture questions were challenging. All right, and who's next?
Jordy for 200.
All right,
Jordy and
Jordy.
Rella.
What was that?
I won the 100 of the, so I'm technically 300 because I won for the Scarecrow question.
She did win the Scarecrow.
So Jordy,
300. So that was 300 for Jordy. Okay. And who is next?
was the Scarecrow 100 or 300?
No, the Scarecrow question I think was 100 points.
100.
That's what, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that would put her at 300 instead of 200.
Who? Jordy?
Mhm.
Oh, okay, I missed
Yes,
one.
yes,
That's
yes.
what you're saying.
Guys, forgive us.
Sorry,
We've only been
Jordy's at
streaming for almost
300.
18
Sorry.
hours now. Only been streaming
18
for 18 hours.
And I don't
All right.
math. I don't math. Sorry, I missed that one. Thank you for correcting me. Appreciate that. So Rella 200.
All right.
Jordy
And
300.
okay.
And then next we have Paige 500 and Chris 500 for 1500 for each of those.
So Paige and Chris, you said at 1500.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's going to tie Paige and Chris for 1500. Wow. And this is leaving as our top two, either Nil or Paul. Oh my goodness. All right. We need that bum bum.
It is
bum,
not
bum.
either or. It is not either or, but rather and. Both Paul and Nil have 1,700 points.
1,700. Wow,
Yes.
congratulations. We got 2 winners. Okay. I should have planned for a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker
all
question.
Right. Yes. Question on the spot. All right. Nil, Paul, we're going to give you guys a tiebreaker. Let's the game master and judges are going to confer. Somebody cue the
Okay.
Jeopardy music.
Good jam.
All right, I'll give you guys some better music than this, I promise. There we go. All right, we'll give you guys some good some better slightly waiting music. All right. Okay. All right, I got it. All right, so to make this fair, we are going to make this a question that is about the Right Now-a-thon. Since you guys have both been here periodically with us throughout the last 18 hours. Wow, we've been streaming for 18 hours. All right, let me just do that. So the question is, and whoever can get the most reasons, I've done so much advertising for this thing, what are any or all of the reasons that we are doing the Right Now-a-thon? Whoever can guess the most reasons, I put up 6 reasons in the advertisements, in the YouTube description, in the 30 or so advertisements. I've talked about them. What do you guys guess is the reason that we are doing the Right Now-a-thon? The 5 or 6 reasons.
Can I just answer?
Yep. You guys can just go. We'll see who can get the most.
One of them is to celebrate 362.
Yeah, I know. 366 is next week. We're almost there.
Yeah.
All right, Paul. So that's 1 to you. All right. And what do we got next?
To celebrate the community.
That to celebrate the community, that does work. We are celebrating the Right Now community. That works. What else do we got? Nil or Paul, what other reasons can we be doing the Right Now-a-thon? And
yeah, so I'm just saying, have fun, hear great presentations, learn about writing. And of course, he already said so. The celebration of the year. That's
no, and you got learn about
specific,
writing. You got learn about writing was one that absolutely is accepted, 100%. What else? Can we guess any other reasons? We got 2 for Paul, 1 for Nil. What do you guys think? I think I posted 3 other reasons in the advertising. What do we think? Nil, unless you can guess one, this is going to go
nothing to do with the presentations, but yeah, good luck, man.
Can I say one?
Sure, go for it.
Giveaways.
Giveaways was another one, to give writers free stuff. That was another one. You're not in the finals, but that works.
I still wanted to say one.
All right, there we go.
There were 2 announcements you had.
Oh man! All right, so
make sure that we're busy for 3 straight days.
That is exactly it, to help keep yes, Courtney, that is absolutely the exact reason. The Right Now-a-thon is only to keep me busy. Oh man! All right, so Paul, we got 2.5, 2. Nil, we have 1. Can you guys guess one more reason? If not,
congrats, Paul.
All right, and this goes to Paul. What were the other reasons? So they were also to celebrate the art of writing, to talk about the future of the writing industry, and to celebrate all published books in the community.
The published books. I knew that one. I just forgot.
Got on the tip of my tongue. Everyone, thank you for participating. This has been, clearly it's been a little bit of trial and error. We got some learning experiences for our next game, but I hope you guys had fun. We wanted to do something that was interactive, that felt like we could all try to put forth our writing knowledge. So congratulations. Paul will connect with you on the prize. Everyone, thank you for participating. Thank you. I had way too much fun being in Jeopardy, and I hope you guys will all stick around because I'm about to sit down for an interview with Miss SD Huston, as we're going to be talking about the future of the writing industry. Whew, man, thank you guys. I'm 18 hours in. I'm still alive.
You are appreciated. You are appreciated.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, and my friends, Soul, bring up Penelope, guys. Whew, we made it through that. We made it through the Jeopardy game. All right. Whew. All right, Paul, I feel like that was good. How do you guys feel that was? And I know we actually got a lot of great answers in the chat. I think so we were able to kind of focus on the participants. We kind of like didn't touch too much on the chat. But I definitely want to call out like Courtney, we saw your questions coming in. Kevin, we saw you hopping in. We saw SD, Shannon, I saw you definitely commenting as well. I know there was a challenge on one of the questions on the comma splice question, but I don't think that it was would have affected the winner. So that was a good one because I think the comma splice one was definitely in contention, but I think that was the only, I think we only had two of those, 5, 10, 15, 20, two of the 25 questions, which could have been contested. So definitely very great learning experience for us. And I had fun. I hope everybody else had fun. I'm clearly like hyped.
Yeah, you had fun. You weren't the one doing math.
Like I wasn't, not the mathematical one.
I was booping and doing beep boop 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 booping. I'm on fingers.
Super fun. I came right in for the horror question, right? I know DL got the horror one. You're like, got it right away as the mistress of horror. I better.
Right?
Devin's like, math is horrible.
Oh
yeah,
my
we're
God.
writers for a reason.
It's the other side of the brain. It's the writing side is on one side. Math is all the way over on the other side of the campus, if you know what I mean.
Oh man, yeah, definitely a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of celebration. Courtney, promote a wonderful editor that cares so deeply about this community and our writing journey. Oh man, I'm not scheduled to cry until the announcements, Courtney. I still got an hour. Thank you. That's really sweet. I love that. I do. Clearly, you guys can tell I'm very passionate about writing and have clearly come to love this writing community and each of our wonderful members who come through, whether that's for a day, a week, a month, or a lifetime. All right. So with that being said, I think it's time for us to move right along as we're going to be hopping into our next event. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, I'm so excited for our event. So Penelope, Soul, I'll let you guys get going. I know I'm going to do a little bit of a giveaway because I think we're actually got a giveaway scheduled before that. So we'll do a giveaway and then our event.
We got a giveaway. We can do a giveaway.
Yeah, we can do many.
You guys want some free stuff? We got some free stuff.
Right. Who doesn't like free stuff?
Who doesn't like free stuff? Get your hashtags ready. It's giveaway time.
All right, time for a giveaway. Anatomy of Prose by Sasha Black. And we are going to queue up the, all right, we are going to queue this up. Excellent and perfect. All right, and let's see, so let me make sure we got our thing. Type in hashtag prose to be entered. Let's make sure we're in and running. Perfect. Type in #pros. So this wonderful book was actually put up by author Laura Nettles. Now, she didn't author it, but she said, I highly, highly, highly recommend this book to any aspiring writer, any experienced, new, or anything in between. This is like a fundamental book that really will help you with your prose. The Anatomy of Prose by Sasha Black. Laura Nettles changed my life as a writer. The Anatomy of Prose is a comprehensive writing guide that will help you create sensational sentences, whether you're just starting out or a seasoned writer. This book will power up your prose, eliminate line level distractions, and help you find the perfect balance of show and tell. All right, so we are ready for this digital download. All right, perfect. All right, and let's go. And all right, so we're gonna get it, and let's see who won. #pros. Who's gonna win the Anatomy of Prose? And the winner is, drum roll, it is Kevin. Congratulations, my friend. Kevin, you win the Anatomy of Prose, my friend. Congrats. Kevin Rose, you are the winner. And Kevin, to claim your prize, make sure, let's see, giveaway winner form. Make sure to go fill out the giveaway winner form. Kevin, fill out the form so you have a chance to be able to, so we can make sure to get this digital download to you. Make sure to fill out the giveaway winner form. Congrats, my friend. All right. So with that being said, perfect. Congratulations, Kevin. Okay. Let's see. And perfect. We had that free giveaway, which was wonderful. All right. So I've been, let's see, my computer's isn't up on me. Bear with me. Oh, no, memento. Okay. So, what we are going to do, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to let you guys fill into the audience. We're going to be having a live interview between me and SC Huston, Shannon, over with the AuthorTube Writing Conference, as we talk about the future of the writing industry. I am so excited to be able to hop into this. Shannon is absolutely really, really knowledgeable, as we saw from our earlier conversation. And so we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to queue up our video. So we'll queue up the video. I'll take a quick break. I got a bio break. Give me 2 minutes. We're going to let you fill into this stream, and then we will start on this interview. So bear with us, and we will be starting this interview. We will be getting it underway in just a moment. In the meantime, enjoy this funny video. All right, actually, okay, hold on. Actually, because I played Dragon video earlier, I can probably play, for those of you who missed our fun video from yesterday, let me add this. I'll queue up our video from yesterday because everybody really enjoyed it. Let's see. All right, guys. So enjoy this video, and we will be back in. All right. And we are going to do this right now. All right. Perfect. And let's go. Once upon a time, in a story far, far away, a young, nameless hero. The new year, and I know it's been a while since I've gone live. I'm actually challenging myself to do a new thing. Wanted to challenge himself to write a book.
Once upon a time, there was a scarecrow who was alone.
You get to tell your story. Hit number 100. Write easy, write consistently, and write now. He ended up starting a community. Here to get back into the swing of creative writing things and train as a writer. I've done that before. I always feel like the Tasmanian devil when I submit. Why will a reader make either a time investment, fail? Amen, Jared, to the need for community. That's how I found this channel. I was searching for a community. As the knife plunged towards his chest, Jared realized with grim irony that he'd finally found the perfect plot for his thriller, if only he'd lived long enough to write it. But he couldn't do it alone.
So mad at all of you.
I feel it too, like my eyes are watering.
Because those readers want to consume content. They are ferociously hungry.
Same type of premise. The only difference is that the market that you're writing to are your fans.
Your character still needs like that GMC, we call it, like goal, motivation, conflict.
How many of you do that, but then go back to the original 25 versions later?
Welcome back, my beautiful Darklings.
Live. Welcome, my friends. Anything today?
Nobody's going to win any. Right. Yes.
And I'm Chat Soul. You guys all know me with the person with a really high word count.
That's all anybody's
for this
ever
month,
gonna know.
I am just known as Eclipse Studios.
And in his darkest hours. He realized this was only the prologue. Because it's time to write now. All right, and that was the video. I had such a blast creating that, putting that thing together. I was like, what better way to create an encapsulation of this year? I didn't just want to do a highlight video like I'd done in the past. I love creating web series. So I was like, okay, I wanted to create kind of a narrative with it, and I had a blast putting that together. So I was glad we got to showcase that off one last time, at least for that. And then next. So I am very excited. We're going to be hopping next into our interview and the future of the writing industry. So my friends, like I've been looking forward to this because she is so knowledgeable. So let me pull this up, make sure I have my screen share correct. All right. So we're going to be hopping into what does the future of the writing industry look like? We are at the end of 2024. What does the writing industry of 2025 look like? Join myself as I sit down with AuthorTube Writing Conference founder SD Huston, and we chat it up. Please help me welcome back to the stage, Shannon SD Huston. Welcome, my friend.
Hello.
Thank you so much for coming back and joining me. I could tell just in the chat you were having so much fun, like talking with everybody, especially during our writing game.
Yeah,
and thank you also for putting up the gift card. Thank you for that. I feel like that was some good incentive. I hope it was entertaining from a viewer experience.
Yes, it was. I enjoyed it.
So without further ado, Shannon, so for anybody here who doesn't know you, do you want to just give an introduction about yourself, who you are, where, and what is the AuthorTube Writing Conference for anybody who doesn't know?
Do you want me to do the spiel that I did earlier? That's what I usually do, but I didn't know if that was too much.
You can go for it. Go through the spiel since we probably have new members in the stream now.
Okay, so I'm Shannon. I write under the pen name of SD Huston. I do have a YouTube channel under the name of SD Huston, and I have a passion for writing about broken characters who face adversity to become better versions of themselves. There may or may not be a dragon, but there's always love to find. I'm also 1/3 of the Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast with Ben Pick from Running to Write, the YouTube channel, and Jamie is a brand new host coming on. We'll see him in our next season starting in January. And then we're here to talk about the AuthorTube Writing Conference, which I am the founder and conference chair of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. It is all volunteer organization. We've had some great other members on the team with us, and you saw one in the game session if you were here for that. That was Devin Gambrell Clark. She is one of the 3 chairs of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So yeah, it's really great. The AuthorTube Writing Conference is all about, it's a 3-day event. It is essentially a major collaboration of small to big channels on YouTube in the AuthorTube community, which I feel that most of you guys know what the AuthorTube community is, which is just a subset of the community who are writers and publishers. And so the channels are all about writers and publishers come together over a 3-day weekend to talk about all things writing and publishing. And it's been really, really great. So we don't have our keynote speaker yet, but we have Dale L. Roberts is one of our biggest sponsors of the conference. He's actually just joined our team permanently as our sponsorship coordinator, but he was my very first. Yeah, he was the first person I pitched the conference to when it was just an idea in my head. And he was our keynote speaker for the first year, and then he was a special guest speaker last year, coming back as special guest speaker this next year. He brings a lot of subscribers with him, so we're grateful for that.
So Dale Roberts, I think he's at what 100K. He
just crossed 100,000 on his big channel, but he also has a smaller channel that I don't remember. I think it's between 15 and 20,000.
Every single time a big YouTuber hits like a milestone, I feel like they start smaller channels because they figured out a strategy or they figured out a system that works. So that's very cool.
I don't know when he started the smaller channel, but when I met him, I think he had 60,000 on his big channel, and he already had the podcast channel going. And this is when I first learned about the AuthorTube conference, AuthorTube Writing community, keyword, where we could go and talk to people like in the chat. And I didn't realize that that was a thing on YouTube. I just thought you watched videos and made comments and you put people's chat. Because on his small channel, he does every Monday night, he has a live stream where he talks about the new stuff and what's happening in the industry. And he has a lot of connections with like Amazon. He has a direct connection with someone on Amazon, Lulu. I mean, all these different places where indie authors can publish. He's got connections. And so he's able to get a lot of this information, or you could even send him. I've found information like, hey, have you seen this? Oh, I haven't seen that. He'll put that into his news. Which DL Tillery was on. She was on earlier today.
Yep. DL was earlier on with us on our social media conversation.
I was happy to make that connection. Dale had actually asked me to make that connection between him and her because he liked what she was doing on her channel. And so she's a moderator with me on Dale's channel Monday nights. So, yeah.
That is so cool. Monday Night News with Dale is a must.
Yes, she is awesome too. DL is awesome too. So go check out her channel. I do not write horror, and I still get a lot of benefit out of her channel and her videos. So, yeah.
And I mean, like Shannon, even though I tend to be a fantasy author. Seeing all the different writers just this past year alone, I feel like I'm growing, even though they're all in different genres. Even if they're a memoir or poetry or children's, like I feel like I learned from everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the reasons that first drew me to your community, especially the AuthorTube Writing Conference, when I first found it over the summer. And I'm like, this is so cool. It's just a community of writers, authors, publishers coming together, sharing knowledge, and really like celebrating everybody. I first off want to start with commending you for starting this and what you've created. It is incredible. Tipping my hat to you. I think it's amazing.
Thank you.
And I can tell with all of the writers, a lot of the writers I've talked with, that they get a lot of value out of it. Anytime I ask anybody who knows about the AuthorTube Writing Conference, it's like the event of the year. So I'm kind of curious.
To be honest.
What was that?
I said it keeps me going, to be honest, because every year I'm like, this is it, I'm done. And then everyone's like, this is so great. I can't wait till you do it again. And 1 year someone said, let's do it twice a year. I'm like,
You're like, oh my goodness, nightmare. You start like drowning in nightmares over here.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, how many years has the AWC been running now?
So it's gone for 3. We're gearing up for our 4th right now. So we've got, I know for sure 3 of our 4 special guest speakers. I'm pretty sure we got our 4th one too, because I met him in person at a conference earlier this year. But I invited him to be a guest speaker, special guest speaker. He said yes, and he gave me his personal email address, and I emailed him, but I forgot to give him like a due date to let me know something. And I'm like, I should like email him back and be like, hey, are you still wanting to do this? So
wow. So it's been a couple years now, and clearly you're doing something right, because it keeps growing exponentially each year. I'm curious, how did you start the AuthorTube Writing Conference? Like, what was your idea behind it? And like, did you see it becoming what it is now?
So the idea behind it was that I knew since I was like 9, I wanted to be a writer, but I thought you had to do other things, right? To make money. So I did everything else. And when I finally decided, okay, that's it. My husband was military. So I was like, when you're done with the military, I want to pursue writing full time. And this wasn't like a brand new thing I brought up to him. I brought it up years ago. And he was like, yeah. We said, okay, you followed me everywhere. I'll support you. So I started that in 2021. Well, we know what happened in 2020. So all these conferences that I wanted to go to are now no longer happening.
Oh no. You're like, yes, I'm all ready. And then the world shuts down.
Yeah. Because I have a good girlfriend that I graduated. We both got our masters in creative writing. And every year she's like, going to this conference, going to that. She's like, come with me. I can't. I'm grading papers. Because for 10 years, I was a college English and literature instructor. So, so I was like, okay, well, I want to go to a conference. And there were some that were popping up online, but they were like really expensive. And I'm like, I'm just starting out baby author here. Even if I could put the money into it, do I want to put the money into it when I'm still trying to just make money? So
yeah, right. That's the thing, right? You need to make money to survive, but you kind of have to put money. That's the process.
So I published my debut November 2021. I think it was around October when I first started thinking about the conference. Yeah. And so I was things percolate in my head for a while before I do anything with them. And then Dale reached out to me and he was like, hey, we should meet. And I'm like, okay. And he talked about how to grow on YouTube, how to grow as an author. And I was like, I promise I didn't come to this meeting to pitch you, but here's my pitch. So he was like, write it up. He was like, let me know. So then that was end of December of 2021. And so in January, I was like, I need a partner for this. I can't do it by myself. It was a different partner, Jenna. Can't remember her last name now. It's been a minute since we've talked. But Jenna was my first partner. I reached out to her. I wrote up like what you'll see. If you go to the website, you'll see there's an AWC guide. We revamp it every year, but it was pretty much
I've read through that. It is so comprehensive.
That's what I wrote in the first month and sent that over to Dale, and then he signed on.
You wrote like a Bible of information. Like, good for you. That like how much work that must have gone into, and then having you to take a break from your fiction writing.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. And then that year we did it because that was January. At the end of January, Dale signed on, got Jenna in January and July. The first year we did it in July. Every year since then, we've done it in June. So, but yeah, in 7 months, we just scrambled together. And Jenna and I, we just went to like all these YouTube channels. We're like, hey, we're going to do this. Do you want to join? We can't pay you, but you get to present on your YouTube channel. So hopefully you can get some new audiences coming to you. So it's free for presenters. Presenters are not paid, but people who come also don't have to pay. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, awesome. And I know I checked it out this past year, and then I've seen a couple of version or a couple of videos from the previous years, I can just tell there's so many writers involved. There are so many different personalities involved, which is awesome. So now that you've had it a few years, and it's kind of growing, where do you see like the future of this going? What are your like, all right, AWC, like where would you want it to be in like a perfect world a couple years from now?
I mean, I wouldn't want the mission to change. I'd want it to stay what it is, which is just us all coming together to share everything we know about writing and publishing with everybody. So it's all in one place where you can find it.
And always keeping it like a free option.
Yes.
It's a free resource, because we know conventions out there are expensive, which I love. I love that you have this as the free resource for writers.
And I will tell you, before we even started approaching the community, Dale said, hey, I've got this platform. It was given to me for free for life. You can have it if you want for your conference. And Jen and I took a look at it, and it was a platform where people would have to pay to come to the conference. I'm like, this is not my vision. So I turned it down because that's not what I had in my mind.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And I think when we have a vision for something, I think, well, there's times where we have to have some flexibility. I think the core vision, like we have to stay true to that.
Yeah.
And I think clearly you're doing it right, since it's continuing to be successful. I know when you guys put out the announcement a couple months ago, like there were so many people who I saw like talking about it, signing up, and just interested in speaking and hyping it up. So it's very, very cool. Yeah. Are you ever surprised by like the reaction you've seen from the writing community?
I think because there's a lot that we do behind the scenes. I've got like a piece of hair or something that's like tickling me, and it keeps tickling my like right here by my cheek. But yeah, I don't ever like, behind the scenes, we're doing so much. We're talking to people, lots of emails. Last year I had decided, okay, that's it. I'm done, because it was just so much that I had to do. And it was just me and our partner at that time. And I had reached out to one guy that I talked to quite a bit in the community, and I was like, hey, I think this is it. I'm not doing this anymore. I crashed the website. I was up to 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday, the day that we started. I couldn't get it up and then I had to go to the gym at 5 and then come back, and I was up to midnight. And then we had just a speaker behind the scenes who was a big diva. And so I was just like, I can't, no, this is not for me. I'm done. And he said, reach out to the community, ask for help. He was like, do that, and then see if that helps. And so we decided to do that. And I said at the end of the conference, and that's where it surprises me at the end of the conference, like, oh, I love this. Especially with like that one person's like, we should do this twice a year. I'm like,
nope.
But we did. And it surprised me that we reached out to the community. I got a new partner in between the first and second year, Margaret Pennard, and she's been with me for 2 years. But I was like, let's do it. So we came up with these ideas of all these different people we could ask for people to help us. We came up with positions. We put it out there, and we're like, if it gets filled up, we were very honest. If we don't get the help, we're not doing it again. And if we do, then we'll do it again. And we got a ton of people who volunteered, and it was just so very helpful. I was just surprised by the love shown for the conference.
It was surprised by just like the amount of people who are interested and willing to volunteer.
Yeah. Because it's for free. No one's getting
it. And I think that's always it's almost like a roadblock or an obstacle we put in our minds. We think, okay, because I'm not going to pay money, nobody's going to be interested. But I think then sometimes, and like I can tell this from like even my own community, that we don't always take into consideration what value is. And for a lot of people, value is just being involved. People love to be involved in these types of writing experiences. I think volunteer positions are also great resume builders as well. And then it's also great networking opportunities. So I think I could tell why people would be interested in volunteering. I know Devin mentioned that you guys are still open for volunteers. If anybody does want to volunteer for the AWC, which is during the summer, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in June, the 27th through the 29th.
Okay. Yep. So it's the last weekend of June. It's the AWC is a virtual writing conference. It's the virtual writing conference. How can people be involved?
I mean, they could email us. We have a contact page on the website, so you can just contact us. We do have a form, but I don't know if we've linked that form anywhere on the website. We usually put it out in our videos when we do our live streams. But I mean, it doesn't matter. They don't have to like fill out the form to start with. We'll give them the form if they email us through the help page. But it's Author Tube Writing Conference at gmail.com.
And I definitely wanted to make sure that I put that out there because and this goes back to one of the reasons that I connected with you in the first place. My mission is helping to just influence the art of writing and to help push that. I love writing and I love the process, but why do so many people get burnt out? So like I love writing itself, and that almost goes hand in hand with writing conventions that really celebrate writing, that celebrate the art, the authors, and of course the publishers, because those are all the people who are doing the work and want to do it and want to be successful. So like I wholeheartedly believe in your mission, Shannon, and I'm inspired whenever I talk to you about it.
Yay. Well, we'd love to have you part of it. I know we've talked about it, so there's things behind the scenes we're talking about. So hopefully we'll have Jared with us for the next AWC.
Woo! So that hopefully really, really cool. And for anybody who does want to be involved, I think I saw I think I saw Devin and one of your guys' other members dropping some links down in the chat on your page. So, but it's pretty easy to find. It's just authortubewritingconference.com.
Oh, thank you.
Super easy to find. Totally trust you guys. If you want to go check it out, authortubewritingconference.com. So as we think about the future and as we think about the industry at large, where do you think the well, actually, let me frame this. When we pull back and we look at the writing industry, how do you think the writing industry felt in 2024? Like what does your gut kind of tell you from all the authors and writers that you've spoken with?
Well, I mean, of course you have the AI in there, so that's going to be a huge part of it. So, but, you know, I think that the conversation, I didn't go to Author Nation. Was the first year was Author Nation. It was 20 books, 50K before that. But in 20 books, 50K, their last one in Author Nation, I think the themes are kind of the same, which is the idea of direct selling. And then, you know, creating more community so you can get closer to your readers, you know, have that data closer to you. What's been some of the other ones? And I'm trying to think. I know subscription models have really grown in popularity over the last year. I would say, you know, Ream was really growing there for 2 years, but they've had a shakeup at the top of their leadership. So I don't know what it's going to fall out into. It's still going strong, but it may change over time. So, but I'm on Ream.
And then we also saw the shakeup of NaNoWriMo a second time, a second shakeup. Obviously not as horrible as the first one, but still AI polarizing, right?
Yes, very polarizing. Yep. So yeah, definitely. So I would say those are the biggest things. I think, you know, there's a lot of talk around this idea of the play to pay model, especially when you have to, you know, pay for advertising on Amazon to get views on Amazon. And that a lot of authors really want to get away from this model. Of course, it's hard to, you know, like just say no to Amazon, because that is roughly 70% of authors' income. So, but people do want to get away from that. And that does come through different models, more of the direct sales models, whether it is a website that you're selling or you're doing Kickstarters, which I like the Kickstarter model. So I'm doing that, you know, and that also, and I love the idea of knowing, okay, what is it about my work that my readers are drawn to? You can't really get that information if someone's buying your book on Amazon, because you don't even know who's buying your book. So, you know, so
right. Amazon doesn't have that specific of analytics.
Well, they do. They just don't give it to you.
Exactly. Right. Unlike, I'm so blessed we're blessed with YouTube. We get all the analytics. Thank you, Google, for that. Like, yes. Yep.
And so, and then I feel that the, what AI is possibly helping us do is think about other ways to sell our work. And I kind of mentioned it earlier in the chat. I think, I don't remember what chat. I don't remember what was going on the screen, but I was mentioning it to Devin, where I had just watched this video that was 23 ways to transform one book into more money. And as he was going through all of them, I was like, oh, I did that. Well, I'm doing that. And I'm doing that. And I was like, these are all things. And he is an AI positive channel. His is actually everything's AI in his channel, but you could do all of it without AI. So, a lot of that stuff, I'm thinking, yeah, we need to find a way to be seen more. And sometimes that might not just be just that one book that we write. It's like, what else can we do with it? Like, you know, coloring books, you know, audio dramas are really growing in popularity along with audiobooks, right? But audio dramas is coming up behind that.
I think that's because of the predominance of just audio in general. I think it's the same reason podcasts have, like the last 5 years, podcasts have been a thing. And I think it's because of people's limiting attention span. We're doing multiple things. So then we're like, oh, I don't need to watch this on the screen anymore. I want to listen to it as well while I'm doing other things. I think it's probably why, because audio's become very, very popular.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can definitely, I have auditory issues. So audiobooks don't really work for me, but I am doing my own audiobooks.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing the same thing. Any tips on any tips on audiobooks?
Well, I mean, I do use the it's the free program Audacity,
Okay.
and so it can listen for certain tones and stuff. So I have it do that. I don't remember how I set it up. I Googled it on YouTube and did the directions, and now it tells me if something's too low or too high, and then I just redo it. And I tend to drop off at the end of my sentences. So there's a lot of redoing.
Like listening to it, and you're like, oh, yep, got to change that.
Yeah, but sometimes I can't hear that difference, so I rely on the program to tell me this is too low or this is too high. So
gotcha. That's definitely really helpful. I know I'm planning on doing all my own stuff next year, but I think to a couple of points you made, right? I think things that are on, or it sounds like things that have been on writers' minds, obviously AI, right? AI has been a big thing. And then I think as an author, sounds like you spoke to advertising, but I think the challenge is, how do we draw, or how do we make a living as an author? And usually the way to make a living is book sales. But if I don't make enough through book sales, which it used to be sell paperbacks, but now we have ebooks and audiobooks, and there's different sources. And then how do I make money on top of that that's actually sustainable? And even a lot of writers do a bunch of books, and that's still not enough money. Right?
Well, that's where I like this idea of, these 23 things that you can do, which I have the link if you want to drop it. I know I can't drop it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to drop that in the private chat, I'll drop it in the comments.
And again, he is AI positive, but if you don't want to use AI, you can still do all of these things without using AI. So, but yeah, some of the things I didn't even think about, like he talked about doing a young reader edition. He writes fantasy. So he has a free prompt actually that you can get, but you could do it yourself. You just you can use the AI to condense it, or you condense it yourself, because a lot of fantasy is really long, might have some violence in there, might have other things if you have romance and stuff like that. And you can take all that out and make a young reader edition. Well, you're not really doing like that. You're not coming up with a whole new story. So you're using one book to come up with other things to sell from that one book. And translations, I mean, DeepL has been around for a while, which is using AI, but they didn't say it uses AI because it was not a buzzword. But DeepL is a website, deepl.com.
What is that? Is that a translation website?
It's a translation website. You put your work in there, translate it to whatever language you want.
Yeah.
A few years ago, there was a gal in the AuthorTube community. She's kind of she's still on YouTube, but she's gone more toward other stuff, not AuthorTube anymore. But her first language is French, but she did all her books in English. And then when she was going to have a book signing or something, she lives in Belgium, and she knew that the people there were only going to want the French version. So she used DeepL to translate it, even though she speaks French. But she said that you would need an editor. So you would have to hire an editor. Well, she had her mom who speaks French as well. So two of them were editing. I mean, and there's a new program, there's a new company out that has one that it is, from what I understand, is so good. It's AI again. But it's so good that you don't even need to get an editor now. I'm watching it. It's brand new. It's only been around for 5 months. But there's been some people have done some studies on it, like their own studies, like their case studies, like putting their books through, seeing how it sells in different countries.
Yeah. But I could totally see how that's a success, because I mean, even from the content creation industry and just a lot of the video industry in general, a lot of these companies have really played into translation services this year, because AI has now made translation more accessible, right? Why would you be limited to a US market when you can have the entire world of other people who will connect with your writing, right? So it's like, it makes sense, but now we have that technology, which is AI, which is now accessible to a mainstream, to more of a mainstream author, which totally makes sense. So then that makes me think that as we're looking forward to next year, that on a lot of writers' minds is, A, how do I make more money being an author? And then B, how do I make it accessible to the greater world?
Yeah. And that was, I didn't remember he said this, but I had said it to Devin earlier. He said, make different rated versions of your book. So if your book's like rated R, make a PG version, make a PG-13 version.
That's interesting. So then you would just cut certain scenes or adjust. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, he had a lot of great ideas. And I was like, some of these I thought of, like the comic book. I want to do a comic book one day, audio drama. I'm doing my audiobook already. The coloring
Mhm.
book, I did a coloring book with my first in my next series. I've got a coloring book with that. And my next book that I'm putting on Kickstarter will also have a coloring book with it. And that
Mhm.
actually wasn't too expensive. I found a gentleman on Fiverr. I like using Fiverr. So
I mean, and the great
yeah.
thing with Fiverr is sometimes you find incredible people, sometimes you find not so incredible
Yes.
people.
I've had some
Like
bad,
everything, you just got to research. And I
I've
think
had
that's what
some
it
bad
comes down to.
experiences on there, but the good ones I keep around. I'm like, I love what they do, and they're
Yep.
not real expensive. Now he's raised his prices since I used him, but they're still not out astronomical. So, but yeah, there's just a lot that I think we're gonna have to go into. And you said we make our money from book sales, but if you do listen, especially on the nonfiction side, people will say book sales is how you get into the market, but that's not where you're making your money. You make your money from the courses, from the
from all
other
the
stuff.
different things, right? From all the multiple sources of income.
So if you're not nonfiction, how can you make that money from these other sources? That's not just your book. And I think that could be those things like, you got the dragon stickers. I already got my stickers for my next Kickstarter. I've got my dragon.
I love
my
it.
dragon.
You got the holographic ones.
So this one is the hollow. No, this one is it's
Foil?
glitter.
I love that so much.
And then this one is my dragon from my first book, and that one's holographic.
I love that so much.
So, which I get the basic design of the dragons from elsewhere, but then I change it and I make it my own. I'm a bit artsy. So those are for my Kickstarters. I have my next one going in February. So, I do like that. And so after my Kickstarter is over, whatever I have left over, I can sell. So I mean, those are things I'm thinking about. And I think
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that, do you feel that diversifying your income, do you feel that's been a predominant thing on writers' mind the past year or so? Or do you think it's starting to become more and more relevant now?
I think it's been kind of there for a while. So I think it was just different for diversifying for most authors. I think that meant like doing editing jobs or being a writing coach, things like that. But that all takes away from writing. So,
but I think what's changed now though is with leveraging AI, right?
Yes.
So I think AI is what makes possible. Now we can do 3 to 4 different things before. Now we can do 4 to 8. Or maybe more, depending on how we leverage it. I was like, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what made me think. So with AI, do you think it's now possible to be able to do the same book in all these different formats by myself? Do you think AI makes that possible? So let's say I have a novel, turn it into a short story, turn it into a stage play, graphic novel, something for the screen.
For this video, this is Jason Hamilton. His channel is The Nerdy Novelist. So
I've seen some of his stuff before. Yep.
So he offered all the prompts for all of these to run your book through AI to get all of these 23 ideas. So I think some are more viable than others, but yeah, I do. So AI is not perfect though, right? So you can use AI.
As we talked about earlier, AI is definitely not perfect.
So I might use his prompt to run my book through to get a young reader version, but then I'm going to have to like go through it with a fine tooth comb to make sure that it is exactly what I want the reader to know for my book and that it's the right information. So I think I'd be more likely to just run it through like a few chapters and see what it does and then emulate it and do it myself then on the rest of the book.
As kind of a test trial. Yeah, I completely
just
agree.
To see what it does to make it into a young reader, version or whatever.
I absolutely love that. So a lot of those are the pros of AI. When we think about the fears, would you say there's things that a lot of writers that you've spoken with or authors that you think are generally afraid of when it comes to writing or the industry of this coming year?
Because of AI?
Or maybe just in general. I mean, I know AI is part of the equation, but I'm wondering if there's other things that authors are like, well, you know what? I don't want to be an author anymore because now's not the time.
I think the play to pay model scares a lot. And I didn't make this up. I'm sure you know that, but just in case there's anyone in the chat, this is not a term I've made up. This is a term that I don't know.
Yeah, the play to pay. So let's just clarify for a second. What is the play to pay model for any of our audience who doesn't know?
Yeah, this is where you pay money to get your book in front of people. So whether this is advertising through social media or advertising on book retailer site, paying for book companies to promote your book. I mean, everything. If you want to get noticed, you basically have to pay in order to get into the game to get noticed. So that's the model that's happening right now. There are lots of theories of where models will go from here, and I think that Becca Stein, she talked about the idea that we've been in what's considered horizontal publishing and marketing, which is, we're going along this timeline that's horizontal, but we need to be vertical, and that's all the stuff that I've just been talking about. And she talked about this like 2 years ago, which is you need to have all these other products that come off of your books to get people interested, and part of that too is building your community somewhere, whether it's like on Facebook or Discord or whatever, is building your community and getting that more direct access to your readers.
Would you agree that when we talk about building a community, is the building community, is it around building your book series? Let's say you're coming out with a 10-part book series, or is it around building a community around you as an author?
I think that depends on the author. Some authors are not comfortable having that's essentially a brand, is building their brand around them. They're not comfortable with that. They'd rather have it built around their books. So, and then I think some of it, I mean, for me, and this is more personal, for me, it's figuring out what works. So how can I build my community? So I figured out pretty early on YouTube how to build my community. That was great. But trying to build a community of readers, because my community is writers mostly. So, I mean, they're readers too, but they're writers. But building a community of readers, I've just been trying different things. And I don't think I think I got the imposter syndrome trying to build a community around me. No. So it's
if anybody here in the chat has imposter syndrome, or if you've ever experienced imposter syndrome, just say I in the chat. I want everyone to show, because I know a lot of us have dealt with imposter syndrome. If you've dealt with imposter syndrome before, say I. Drop a comment, because I know I have. I definitely have before. Man.
Yeah. Which I love what Becca Stein says to that too. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she says only imposters don't get imposter syndrome.
That's a great quote. That is absolutely a great quote. I love that.
So, but yeah, there's like, I can't imagine building a community around me. I look at like, who's it? Christopher Hopper. Like, oh my gosh, that guy, like he built his community around him and he did it well. He has a HopperCon. He has a conference where people come to his conference. It's all about him. So,
wow.
Yes, but I don't think I could. I think and I've seen him talk in person. Very charismatic. I'm not that charismatic at all. So not going to happen. But
I think we also have to play to our strengths, right? So he probably knows that he's charismatic. So he knows that he can build a convention around him, right? So we have to play to what we're good at, which is what I always try to tell people, because like you were saying, not everybody wants to be the face of their brand.
Yeah. So,
do you have any recommendations that you would suggest to people who don't want to be the face of their author brand, but they want to be a successful author?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying things out. Now, I do put my face out there because I'm on YouTube, and I did a lot of videos, and I showed up on screen a lot. Now, mostly my YouTube is, I don't show myself on screen, but I'm doing writing sprints. So hear my voice. But I still show up on screen for like the AuthorTube Writing Conference and things like this. So, but I'm out there already on the screen, but I don't feel comfortable doing it around me. So I have just tried different little things. And I think it came down to figuring out what your author brand is. And I feel author brand is more than just colors. It's what you write and what do you offer to people that they get from your writing, which that's hard to know if you don't talk to your readers. And if you're only selling through Amazon, you're not talking to your readers. So you don't know what it is that they're being drawn to in your writing. So and you guys, you can start small. My very first street team had 3 people on it. So, and they were awesome. And they went out there and they busted their butt to get that book out there everywhere. So,
when you say street team, what does that mean exactly? So, is like 3 of your family helping you push the book?
Yeah, well, not my family, but friends are not friends. I mean, they're people I know now only because they've read my book. So I didn't know them
so they
before.
Became fans. Okay,
they became fans, and so I do an email automation newsletter. I have a few set up. I have like 8 different automations, 13, I think, actually now. But in my automation sequence, I say, hey, if you really like this book and you want to be part of my street team, just let me know if you've reviewed any of my books anywhere, because I need to know that you know about my world, and then you can come to my street team. And I had a dozen or so people who signed up for it. And then I put it on Discord, and that kind of got people, and like only 8 people came over. And then of those, only 3 continued, but I didn't know them. But listening to them talk, or watching, I guess on the screen, you're not listening, seeing them talk about my book made me realize what it is. They're like, oh yeah, I do that. And that's when I came up like, oh wow, all my characters have some type of trauma, and they are going through something in my book that makes them stronger characters. And that's how I came up with my tagline. So, but I didn't realize that until it was my 4th book I was writing, and listening to and watching what my readers were saying, and yeah.
That's actually really cool. So was it that your street team helped you with doing talking about the book on like live streams, videos, advertising?
I did 1 month, 4 weeks of challenges. And then there was also a dragon scavenger hunt. And so every week there was a challenge.
There's a dragon scavenger hunt?
Yeah.
What?
There's like 20 things on there. So the first week, I think it was that they had to post a picture with a quote from the book. And I did it myself too. And we all put it in the chat. And then we also put links to where we posted them at. And so everybody who did it that week got an entry into a random drawing. And there was a random drawing at the end of every week. And I put the prizes before the week started. And then there was an overall prize at the very end. And for every dragon scavenger hunt thing you did, you also got another point into it. So yeah, and then one gal, she won everything but 1 week. And she felt bad about it. And she was like, send this over to that girl over there who didn't get anything. And so I sent it to her instead. And so they were like a very giving community, just the 3 of them even, just.
Oh my God. I absolutely love that. Like, speaking of dragons, have dragons been popular for a while? I feel like I've been like under a rock for so long, and I'm like, all right, I've loved dragons my entire life. I'll just say, I know I'm a dragon enthusiast, and I'm like, oh wait, it's been trending for a while now.
Yeah. So I went to 20 Books at 50K conference in 2022, I think. These things are running together. A couple years ago. Couple years. And it was right before, because I wrote fantasy before. So my first series is just fantasy. But I knew that I was going to change into fantasy romance. And I knew I was going to write about dragons because I wrote about Irish mythology in the 3rd century. And there was only 1 dragon left. And I plugged him into my story every time I could. And so I was like, I just like writing about dragons. So I'm going to go with dragons. So, but I was looking at the K-Lytics reports. I don't know if you've ever looked at those before.
The what you said, the what reports?
K-Lytics. It's by, is it Alex Newton? I think he makes them. He's a numbers guy. And
I don't think so. What are they?
So K-Lytics. So, and this is just Amazon, but he looks at Amazon and he does a deep dive on genres and subgenres. And every year he has like a basic report that comes out, and that's free. But then he has like very specific reports that come out, and like he just had his first ever Cozy Fantasy K-Lytics report come out. Cozy Fantasy is growing in popularity right now. So the first year he did, and you never know when the K-Lytics reports are come out, because he says he doesn't have a schedule he goes by. He looks at what's booming, and he goes in there and he takes data for a year, and he does everything from where is it hot? Is it just a trending? Is it, he has like this graphic to look at, and then he breaks it down by like the books that stay in the top 100 consistently. And he looks at those and the price points, the blurbs, and then he even breaks down the blurbs, like is it first person, third person blurbs, like, things like that, like what's consistent through the blurbs, what's consistent with the book cover. So anyways, I was looking at the K-Lytics. It was the very first one he did for fantasy romance, and it was 2020. And I was looking at it, and it was split between having a character on the cover and having like the cover that has like, just like graphics, like color, pretty graphics, sort of like Fourth Wing is just like a graphics cover.
Yep.
So it doesn't have people or anything specific on there. And I was like, which one should I do? Which one should I do for my book? And I went to the 2022, I think it was 2022, 20 Books 50K conference. And I went to all the Romantasy writers who had tables at the end of the conference. And I stopped by and I said, here's what I'm going to be writing next. Here's what K-Lytics has. What do you think I should do? And every single one of them said the same thing. If you've got dragons, you put it on the cover.
You put a dragon on the cover. Wait, so what you're saying is put a dragon on it?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So
I love it.
That's my first book cover. Got a dragon on there. My second book cover.
I saw that and I instantly fell in love with your book series.
Yeah. My second book cover. Oh, sorry, go.
No. What were you saying?
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying, and you said you do your own audiobooks. So I am definitely going to be listening to them. Audiobooks are so much easier. I'm like, yeah, audiobooks are always a win for me.
And then my second book cover, that'll be my next Kickstarter, which it's up on Kickstarter right now, the launch pre-launch pages. I did that dragon, the neck on up, I did him. So
that is so cool. I know I literally just I hired out for my first book cover for Scarecrow, and they're currently in the process of creating it right now. I'm just like excited.
So exciting.
I know, right? It's enthusiasm for it.
Yes. I love the cover designer. I just didn't like any of the dragons that she had access to. And she said it was becoming, she's just a designer, like she's not an artist. So she takes like stock photos and she's able to really mesh them up really well. But the stock photos, she was having a hard time not finding things that didn't look AI. And at that time, they weren't labeling it as AI or not. And she didn't want to use anything AI. I was like, I totally agree. Want something that's, and I said, well, do you mind if I give it a chance at doing it myself? Because I drew lots of dragons, but never in a graphic design program before. I made all my first book covers.
Good for you. That's pretty awesome. That's
really,
I'm
a cover designer, but I just like mine better. So of
course, you gotta celebrate your original successes, especially as you grow over time.
But yeah.
So speaking of like where we're kind of in a genre a little bit, what do you think? And I mean, from the top of my head, from what I've seen and researched, I've seen that romance, fantasy have been kind of like the kingpin, queen pin genres for a while.
Yes.
Do you see them continuing to remain on top as we're going into the next year? Yes. Do you see maybe something like Romantasy becoming more popular? Like, how are you feeling about genre as we look towards next year?
Yeah, I think fantasy and romance, those two are the highest bigging genres right now that are growing. And so I think any combination of that is going to work.
Is always going to be a win. Of course, like Romantasy, which makes sense.
Yes. And then you got science fiction and historical fiction, which are also coming up in the ranks right now.
Really? Historical fiction is as well?
Yeah. It's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Because for a while, I know horror has also been growing, but it's not at the top. But for anyone who's a horror writer out there,
it just doesn't have that same. But you know what's interesting in this year of doing all these live streams? When I look at the analytics, and we read so many stories on the stream. We do fantasy, sci-fi, poetry, children's, memoir, all the stories. The one genre type that always keeps people watching, and this is like exponentially the same every time, horror and thrillers. They always keep people watching longer. And I think it's the mystery. But fantasy and romance is what continues to remain at the top.
Yeah, at least for now. And again, I'm using the K-Lytics, which is only Amazon. There are other platforms out there. So,
well, of course, but I mean, Amazon is what? 70%?
Yeah.
70%
of the market. Of most authors' income. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I mean, outside of Amazon, then you have things like Barnes and Noble, Apple, Bo, which isn't very much. So as I think about it, when we think about genre, do you see more books becoming adaptations? When we think about it from like the visual perspective, now that there's maybe more opportunities to create?
What do you mean by adaptations?
So books being adapted into other formats.
Oh,
so
yes.
Now it seems like we have since AI has made it maybe a little bit more accessible. Do you kind of see like more books are going to now become TV shows? They're now going to become graphic novels, and so on and so forth.
I mean, from the indie author perspective, trying to think that you're ever going to be on TV is a bit hard. I think.
Our own television.
Imposter syndrome going on here. But being a graphic novel, sure, I see mine being a graphic novel one day, but that takes money. It takes a lot of money. So
ain't that the truth?
Yeah. So I'll probably wait until I make it bigger.
Do you think that when we think about the different publishing industries between the indie publishing, self, and then traditional publishing, do you think that indie publishing is going to continue to grow in the most like predominance over time? Or do you think it'll be like self-publishing will become more, or traditional publishing might make a comeback? How are you feeling?
At the current rate, I don't think that traditional is going to keep up.
You think traditional is going to probably fall to the wayside unless they
But they are making steps to kind of change things a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough, and I don't know if they have other changes in mind. So it kind of just depends, because people still do strive and achieve for traditional publishing, and I see all the benefits.
It still does kind of have that like what is it? It has that like upscale feeling, right? If I got picked up by Simon and Schuster or one of the big five, then I would still feel like people would look at it of like, oh, they're a real author. They're definitely a real author.
Yeah, I mean, there's still that when people are like, oh, what do you do? I wear shirts all the time that have writing stuff on them. And we were gone for the last few days. My oldest son was here. He just left out this morning, but we were traveling last few days. And I wore writing t-shirts and people would stop me and said, let me see your shirt, and they're reading and like, oh, do you write? And I'm like, yeah, I'm an author. And there's always that part of me that's like, I'm an author.
I'm an author. I swear. I write books. I have a course and stickers.
Where if I was traditionally published, I'd probably say it with more oomph, but I know me at my age, I'm not going after traditional publishing at my age. I'm not going to wait a decade of my life to find out someone wants to publish me. So, and I do like control. So.
And I remember we were talking about that earlier. Why do people stay self-published? Control. Control is one of the things. So that's interesting. I almost wonder if the reason traditional publishing still has that kind of air is because of where it used to be, where we used to be as an industry a decade ago, right? When traditional publishing was more of the gatekeepers, so to speak. Do you think people will vie more towards like self-publishing, or do you think indie publishing is kind of going to, like, how do you feel between these two?
Well, that it's great that you said that, because that was another thing that I had thought of. I had it mentioned when you said the gatekeeping. Gatekeeping has kept out having the diversity that we're now seeing coming out in indie publishing.
And maybe that's the reason why, right? Because diversity, like, there's just more openness, more ability of the next generations willing to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
In every respect, it's becoming more diverse, which I love, because
absolutely,
we all have generations coming up who are diverse. We want them to be able to see themselves in these books. So.
So so I mean, when I think about the two industries between self and indie, so do you think it's easier now to be represented by an indie publisher than it was in previous years?
Okay, so are you talking about indie publisher, a smaller publishing press?
Yeah, kind of like a smaller publishing press.
I've never pursued that, so I couldn't talk to it, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, what's interesting is I see so many writers come through this community, right? And their goal is always I want to write a book. I want to get my book out there. And a lot of times I don't really see them not always looking through the next steps of the process, or they're looking at it in an abstract sense. I think that most or a lot of writers I've seen tend to self-publish first because it's easy or maybe more accessible. And then we go through the query trenches, and that's a whole other thing. What I'm wondering is, do you think that writing in general, becoming an author, is more accessible now, or more accessible in the future, becoming more accessible than it has been in past years?
Yeah, definitely. Well, and as technology increases, I always tell anyone who wants to self-publish, if they know they want to self-publish, you always just go with Amazon first. And because Amazon is so easy to upload a book. So easy.
It is. It literally takes like 10 minutes. Yeah.
It's not hard. And, every platform has their requirements, what it has to look like, what your document has to look like, what your cover has to look like, like as far as the dimensions and all this stuff. Amazon's by far the easiest. And I stuck with Amazon for the first year or so. I said by 2 years I was going to go wide, and I did it sooner than 2 years. But just getting uploaded on the other platforms is like, oh my gosh, now I know why people stay with Amazon.
Because it takes more work. You got to make sure on each of the other ones.
They're much more difficult. It's doable. So I don't know if I answered your question. I feel like I missed something.
Oh, no, that's totally all good. I'm kind of just like guessing and postulating as I'm like thinking about the future here. So if you were to take a guess based on everything that you know, where do you think the writing industry, or being an author, the industry at large, will be in 5 to 10 years? Where do you think we're going to be heading?
I could say what I want.
So then if you're right, we'll clip this, and in 5 years we'll be like, Shannon called it.
I try to hold out hope that the positive parts of the AI, as far as readers, will continue. So like if you use Perplexity AI is a good one for you go in there and you say, I like this book that has this, this, and this, and this and this. Can you give me some authors who have this? You're going to be given authors that are traditionally published or indie published that probably would not appear on the page of Amazon when you're trying to find the same thing. So you get to, it's more of, so it's more of a, what they call that? Organic search. You know, where Amazon's going to gear you toward the books that are popular, those who have advertisements on them. Yeah, Perplexity, but Perplexity is now in talks about using advertisements. They're saying it's not going to change what response they give you. It's going to be like in the sidebar, like whatever on the side.
For now.
So I would love it that we have a point where we have like our own AI agent, or we can say, I want a book that has this trope, that's this genre with this niche, and it's going to give you the books, not by popularity, but what's there, and then it eventually learns
based on the interest. It's based on the interest graph.
And it starts learning your reading habits and what you're interested in. If you're like, nope, that book was a DNF. Let me get rid of it. And so it knows, okay, no books like that one, you know, or whatever. So it would be great if that's where it's heading, which I think is kind of what they want to do, some of these AIs. And so if that happens, that will give more authors a chance to have that visibility that's not in a pay-to-play model. That's what I would like.
You know, I absolutely love that. And I could totally see that as the direction. I mean, if we even think about social media and the way the social media platforms have gone, there's a reason people like TikTok. Because TikTok pairs people with their interests. People have shown that they don't want a huge friends list of 1,000 people. They want to be in a community. So I think that can then be applied further to books. I don't want to go halfway through a book that, it has something I don't care about. I want to read books where I love all the themes, and then I want more of it. Yeah. So I could totally see that AI makes that more accessible. And I mean, I think it's our hope that AI is, or we see AI algorithms platforms that are actually able to serve the reading experience.
Serve the person who's viewing, the consumer versus their platform.
Yeah. Exactly.
And of course,
reader versus a paywall or a gatekeeper, so to speak.
And of course, taking all that into account, everything I've been talking about, what Becca Sam calls that vertical platform, where you have the community you're building up based off of your book and the products and everything else that goes with it. So
awesome. Well, this is we've definitely gone through some incredible information. Is there any advice, any like parting advice you would want to leave to our authors here? Any like inspiration for anyone who might be like struggling or thinking, you know what, now's not the time?
I think now is always the right time. You're not late. You're not too soon. Do it now. But take it one step at a time, because especially even if you're doing indie or traditional, not indie, there's a lot more work on the back end after you have a book that's published. With traditional, there's a lot more work on the front end before you get published. So
yeah, ain't that the truth?
Yes. So you've got to give yourself that time. You have to realize you're going to need that time to learn it, but you don't have to know it all right now, because you could try and cram it all in and try and get it all in, and it's going to change on you. So
that's right. Wait, AI, it changes every couple months?
Yes, it changes. So just learn what you're comfortable learning right now, but I would always say, don't forget why you're doing it in the first place, which is the love of writing.
I wonder if sometimes authors might lose that sense in the long term once you've gone through a journey, right? Because then we got to make the money to make that a reality.
Yeah.
So Shannon, this has been an absolutely incredible conversation. I want to say, like, I can tell just from seeing the chat that the chat has been very, very active, and they have absolutely loved hearing this. I know I feel like every single time I talk with you, I'm learning so much. I feel like a student, and I have to go check out all these things. I'm definitely checking out the K-Analytics report as soon as possible. I definitely want to check out that book as well. I'm always looking for new ways. I mean, the strategy is do as much as we can with the time we have in a way that doesn't burn us out.
Yes. Take care of you.
I absolutely love that, Shannon. Thank you for joining me today. Before we sign off, is there anywhere that you want to send any of our authors if they want to know like more about you? I know we advertise the AuthorTube writing conference. We'll make sure if there's any mods in here who can maybe drop the the link to the AWC one more time in the chat if anybody wants to go check them out again. And volunteer calls until January 15th, I believe.
Yeah, and that's just for anybody who's on YouTube who wants to talks about writing and/or publishing. You can speak at the Author to Brain conference, but you don't have to sign up to go to the conference. You just be there. So
Yep, completely free. You said end of June, right?
End of June, last weekend in June.
End of June, completely free. Many authors. It's clearly like it's the event of the summer. It's the event of the year to be. And you'll get a lot of value out of it. It sounds really, really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I was looking through the chat to see if there's anything. I think Mama Maggie, Penumbra Mine.
I know. Penumbra Mine,
MM Ward. Yeah, she said Trad Pub 4 have embraced tokenism and the legacy entertainment media prefers remakes over new content. I think that's when you were asking me about, the indie publishing houses, which she is with a small indie press. So she would be a good one to talk to about that. But I remember, I think, Mom Maggie, you can say if I'm saying wrong, when you were asking about it and we were talking about like the, diversifying, I think she had a male couple and they wanted her to change it. And she's like, no, I'm not going to change it. I don't think it's this press. I think it was a different one. Or maybe it was an editor.
Good for them. I mean, I think sometimes you have to stick to your artistic creative sense. So that's awesome.
Yeah. So I think that definitely lets us have more. I'm trying to see if there was anything. I thought I saw something else that someone asked me a question. Oh, my audiobook. Someone asked where I only have one audiobook out right now. That is with a novella, The Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. I do have my A Curse of Scales and Feathers is done, but I have to still edit. I just finished recording all of it. Now I have to edit it, which means there's probably more recording in the future.
Which is absolutely great. And absolutely, like, you're bringing up a great point. If anybody has questions, ask your questions. We'll take 3 questions. I will take 3 questions. I'm happy to extend this just a little bit. If anybody has any questions for Shannon, like, this is a wealth of knowledge. I've learned like 20 things in the past hour, and I still have 20 questions I could ask. That's the life of an author and a content creator in this day and age. Let's see. Dana's like, what was that?
Mom Maggie did clarify. She said she got a rejection letter for not changing Mitch and Jackson into Mitch and Jackie.
Okay. Penumbra got a rejection letter for not changing Mitch and Jackson. Yep. Penumbra, I'll totally have to have you come on the podcast sometime. I would love to chat with you about your experience. I always love connecting with others who've gone through the journey, because I know that's a question I get a lot, right? When you start entering into negotiations with whether it's agents, indie publishers, or anybody, how do you keep your artistic integrity to the story you want to tell?
Yeah.
So I would absolutely love to chat about that. But we got a good question. Catherine asked, welcome to the stream, Catherine. Glad you're here. How do you fight off burnout when you're so involved in so many aspects of the writing community?
I'm still trying to figure this one out. I burnt out a lot less this year, but I was burning out again. Last year, I actually went to a conference, I think it was September. And when I got to the conference this year and I was like sitting there, I was like, why would I have signed up for this one? So I looked back through my notes and I was like, oh, I signed up for this in November or something last year. And I was in the middle of burnout and didn't know it. And the conference I went to in September was all about taking care of you, working within what you're able to do and not burning out. So I was like, why am I here? Because I usually go to conferences that are all about giving me information. I love collecting information. I think it's all about, for me, I've just reevaluated my goals every year. I do at the beginning of the year, and I try to figure out, what worked for me, what didn't work for me. And this past year, I always call it the way of the author, but this last year it became the ways of the author. So it's writing goals, authoring goals, which is the publishing part, YouTube goals, and self-care goals. I added in self-care this year.
Hey, self-care is important. That's great.
And I didn't want to burn out again, but I was getting to a point where I was burning out. And I mean, even Jared could probably tell you, because I didn't answer his email for like 10 days. But I was burning out and I seriously just had to not think. But when I am kind of starting to burn out, I do tend to gravitate to things I love. So it's either reading or doing a bunch of graphic or artist things. So I'll tend to make a bunch of social media posts that I know I'll never post, but there are lots of pretty pictures.
All right, so you have years of unused social media posts in the catalog. Okay, cool.
But they'll never make it there.
Oh man, I love that. So that's absolutely a great question. And I know you mentioned conferences as well. Are there any in-person like live ones that you would mention or that you would suggest?
I'm gonna go to Author Nation next year. That one's expensive just by itself, so it's the only one I'm gonna go to. But
where is Author Nation?
Las
Where's that?
Vegas.
Vegas. Okay.
Yeah. So you have to pay for a hotel, you have to pay for the
Mhm.
flight there, and and then
Of course.
it's a really expensive conference. And then they went up $100 on their ticket from when it was 20 bucks to 50K. So Author Nation took over 20 bucks to 50K. Which meant that they took over the same contract with the same hotel until it runs out, but then they made the ticket $100 higher. So I think I spent like $1,500 a year I went just to go to the conference. But yeah, so I'm gonna think about, I think that's the one I'm gonna go to this next year. I think it's the one I'm gonna go to. I would say if you can do anything Becca Syme, do Becca Syme. Go check out our YouTube channel. It's called Becca Syme. Becca's BECCA and Syme SYME. So she is a certified Gallup's coach to work with the Clifton Strengths, which is finding out how you work as a worker.
Clifton Strengths is great. Clifton Strengths is really great for understanding the what are the things that you're good at, that you excel at.
Yes. And so I did an online conference with her. It was using the Clifton Strengths and marketing. And that was probably the best conference I ever went to, which was great because that conference ticket was very expensive for online. But I got so much out of that conference. So Brian Cohen, anything he does, I like Brian Cohen's conference. That's the one I went to for the burnout stuff in September, I think it was. So yeah. So.
Let's see. Penumbra Mine asked a great question. You always lean hard into blended mythologies and creating your own mythologies. How far from the IRL do you lean when creating these worlds? How do you choose what to keep and what to toss?
That is very hard line, I think, because I do like blending the mythologies, and I was kind of using like different Asian cultures, but I had just recently decided I'm going to stick with Japanese culture because it's a secondary world, secondary Earth. So it's not our world, but it's like a world that's like ours. There's a secondary trope, a secondary Earth trope for my world. And then I do bring in a lot of other mythologies. So I think that I don't know where that line is at, but there's a line where you're using too much that's real world, where you can do an injustice to that culture's mythology. So you have to be very careful, I think, what you're using and how you're using it. So I'm very careful about what I'm using and trying to make sure that I'm doing justice to the mythologies, so that I'm not, so that I'm honoring it the way it should be honored from that culture. So I think that's the biggest things I try to think about how I can honor. But to be honest, in my first book that I wrote, I was using a lot of these different ideas, and Mom Maggie was the one who picked up, like, how did you get all these Asian influences? I was like, I do.
We try to go for 10 things, and the reader picks the one thing we didn't even intend. We're like, yeah, that was always the goal. Sure.
Yeah, because that made me realize, yes, I'm doing this. I need to do it purposefully so that I'm honoring the traditions and not, messing it up in some way.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. That's really, really cool. And I think it comes to that creative balance of what feels right for ourselves, mixed with whatever we're pulling in from the outside world.
Yeah.
So I absolutely love that. And then we got a couple questions, which they're kind of along the same line, asking about audiobooks. And I know clearly, once again, what you said earlier, right? Audiobooks, very, very big, becoming more and more popular. Let's see. So I'll see if I can kind of do these two questions in one. So what would you recommend, since clearly you've been doing your own audiobooks? I know you recommended Audacity, I believe. Do you think it's effective for people to do their own audiobooks themselves, kind of like what you're doing? Or do you think readers kind of expect more like professional like voice actors?
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer for this one, to be honest. There are readers who like specific voice actors or audiobook narrators, and they will choose books based off of just those narrators. So there's that aspect that if you choose a narrator who's well-known and liked, you're probably going to get a built-in audience, but those also come with a price. So I'm doing it
if you're able to afford that. Yeah.
So I'm doing it myself because the pricing. It's just, there's no way. My first series that I wrote, I didn't understand right to market. There's no one looking for third century Ireland Irish mythologies. So I am $4,000 in the hole with it. I am never going to pay anyone to do those audiobooks because I'm not going to be more in the hole for books. And I make sales off of them still, but I'm going to be like 82 before I pay it off. So, you know, I'm very cautious about where I'm spending my money. So I'm doing it myself. Now, there's the other side. The pro for doing it yourself, besides just the cost, is that some readers really like that connection to hear your voice. You're the writer, so they want to hear your voice. Now, if you've got a boring voice like me, that might not work, but I don't know if it's going to work or yet now because I only have one audiobook out right now. So,
well,
my
I
mother
think that
told me my voice was boring, just so you know.
I don't think your voice is boring. I feel like your audiobooks would probably actually be really good. And I know I'm planning on listening to it because I'm an audiobook listener. So with that, we have to move on. But this has been absolutely incredible, Shannon. Like, once again, I've learned so much. And I am looking forward more than ever to next year, and especially the AWC in 2025.
Yay. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. I'm sure we'll talk again. And once again, everyone who is involved in the community, everyone who's been chatting, we've gotten some incredible questions. You can contact Shannon over with the AWC. I know we've dropped the link a couple times. If you have questions or if you want to be a volunteer for the AuthorTube Writing Conference in June. But Shannon, this has been wonderful. Thank you again, and I'll let you get going, my friend.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So who's ready for a free giveaway? Who is ready for a free giveaway? Because we have some huge announcements for the Right Now community. But who is ready for a free giveaway? Wait, what is this? We're doing a free giveaway for the next, this is a paranormal romance, book 1 of the Magic of the Living and the Dead series. And the 6th book in the series, which wraps up this series, actually just came out. So you can get a first copy now. That's going to be a physical copy. And the rest of the books, you can then go binge online if you want to get them or purchase them in person. So this is with author Alessa Winters, who you guys saw yesterday, who's a fellow member of the community. Type in #magic to be eligible. Type in #magic. Because I know I definitely want to read it. And the fact that all 6 books are out means that once you start reading it, you can keep going through the series and you're going to be able to get to the end. So type in #magic to be eligible to win this book. Type in #magic. And while we're waiting for the magic to come in, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day, 362 consecutive writing streams and counting, and many more. We have some incredible events coming up. We have our Wednesday writers group. We have our weekly podcast. We have a story and critique show where you can actually submit excerpts of your work for free readings and free critiques every other week when we do the show. So there's so many reasons to join the community. Tap that follow and subscribe button and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right, my friend. So back into our giveaway for book 1 of the Magic of the Living and the Dead. Type in #magic to be eligible. And let's see. Let's do it. And excellent. #magic. All right. And let's cue the winner. Let's see who wins. So, and let's pull it up. Let's see who wins. #magic for book 1 of the Living and the Dead. Let's see who wins. And drum roll. Chatsoul, our very own Chatsoul. Congratulations, my friend. You are definitely going to enjoy this. I'm actually pretty sure there's some really great action scenes and magic and romance and all the stuff in here. So, Soul, we will get that to you, my friend. Thank you so much. You definitely deserve it. Absolutely. So very cool. And I am so stoked because now it is time for our announcements. All right. So I'm very stoked about this. All right. So I'm going to first queue up our first announcement. For those of you who missed out on yesterday, starting off first, let's see, let me pull this up on my end. Perfect. So for those of you who missed out on yesterday, we have a huge lineup for the 2025 Right Now calendar year. I wanted to just bring this back to the front of mind because we have other major holiday events. The Right Now-a-thon is our 4th major holiday writing event. We're going to be doing, let's see, let me do the count, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 holiday events next year, bringing us to well over 10 as a community. In the spring, we're going to be launching the book club because we have a lot of readers in the community and we have some really cool ideas for books. We'll start polling and revealing more details in the new year. We're also going to be launching with our next fiction competition, Fated Fantasy. This is going to be opening a flash fiction competition for fantasy, romance, and romantasy. So if you are a fantasy, romance, or romantasy writer, the Fated Fantasy competition in the spring is going to be your vibe. And then summer, we're going to be launching our first authors retreat. This is going to be the Right Now Authors Retreat, and this is going to help you write a book, learn all the things you need to do, and help you on that journey to being more fulfilled as a writer, as an author. We'll reveal more details about our authors retreat as we get closer to the summer. And then of course, during the fall, we'll have Freaky Friday. If I can get Jezebel to return from the Aether, we'll see if she's available. And then we will end the year with our next Right Now-a-thon as our flagship end of year event. And you're like, well, what are these mysteries? What are these question marks, you ask? So I'm glad you are wondering because we have not yet determined what those events are. We have yet to determine what those events are because, one second. Because I cannot create the events by myself. As you all know, I have put out the call to volunteers over the past couple weeks. And I can see here, we have a lot of excitement. Should have been named the Book Club Readers Anonymous. Deidre, welcome to the chat, my friend. The retreat sounds cool. Freaky Friday Volume 2, I know, we're stoked. So this isn't possible. I'm not able to do all this without volunteers. For those of us who saw yesterday, we announced Sol as our official community engagement director. I have volunteer positions open to help us bring these events to life. Whether you want to be a full-time and you're like, hey, you know what? I want to come join you on the weekly stream. I have an idea. I want to be more of an active live streamer. Or whether like, hey, I just want to be involved in some of these like special events. Well, one of our active community members, and I know you guys have seen her all the time. She's been helping out and she has been an incredible support, an amazing support. I would not have been able to do this without. And I wanted to officially thank and make it official that for the Freaky Friday competition and the Right Now-a-thon, Miss Penelope Hartley has been our official art director for these events. Let me please welcome back to the stage, Miss Penelope. Welcome back, Penelope.
Thank you.
I was like, I wanted to officially say you have been a tremendous help as our art director.
Appreciate it.
You've really helped support us in this kind of like pseudo seasonal role through the Freaky Friday competition and the Right Now-a-thon. And what a lot of work it has been. I know when we started on this journey back in August, you probably weren't expecting 25 hours of live streaming in one weekend.
I had not anticipated that with my magic ball. No,
Magic Ball did not tell you that.
did not. I had a little cute idea to have a writing contest, and maybe I had a Jezebel in my back pocket, but I didn't know this is where that would lead. It's been a wonderful journey since August. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure August is when. I mean, obviously you've been in the community longer than that, but I think August is when you first reached out to me. And you're like, hey, I have a fiction. Let's do a fiction contest.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I got an idea. I got a lot of ideas.
And I know you're going to be so busy with the launch of Spell Murders. And what's the remind me, what's the name of the series again? The overall series.
It is the Quakening series. Yes, which you don't actually learn until book 3, but
it's like, have to read till book 3 to find out
why it's called that. That's right. Yes, it is a timeline. It follows 200 years of human history, and each one is a standalone, but each of the stories are interconnected with each other. So the first one starts out, how did we put this the other day? Starts out as a murder mystery, goes into a buddy cop / romance, and then ends up as a retelling of Greek mythology. All in 3 acts. Is very avant-garde.
Oh, well, I know you're going to be so busy with Love Spell. You're going to be so busy with Aether and Ink.
That's right.
Right, which is going to be super cool. That part of your podcast series, which is very, very cool, which I know I will have to hopefully make an appearance on.
Yes, you must.
But I hope you'll come back for us next year.
Oh, I will be around for sure. And I definitely wouldn't let you poor darlings alone with Jezebel, because who knows what y'all.
I don't know if I would be able to survive with just Jezebel. We saw what happened last time. I tried to, and you were there, and we saw what happened last time with Jezebel.
Yes. She did cause a little bit of a technical conundrum for us. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I have so enjoyed being part of the community, and I am going to enjoy moving on to some very thank you. That is such a cool thank you. There's Jezebel, you brought.
And I mean, like you've done so much work, Penelope, between Freaky Friday and the WriteNow-a-thon. And I know how much work it's been, and it's been incredible. It's been exponential. So it's so important to highlight that and really celebrate the work we've done and what you're going to be moving on to do in the year to come.
I wouldn't have the experience necessary to start being as ambitious as you. I'm not sure which one of us is more ambitious. I mean, obviously you've got the 365 days of streaming, a couple of them from some pretty touch and go situations, but I have some exponential growth planned myself. So
which I am very, very much. I know we're seeing love from the community. Definitely very much looking forward to see what crazy author shenanigans you get up to in 2025.
Crazy author shenanigans aplenty, I guarantee it.
So very, very awesome, Penelope. I really just wanted to celebrate and highlight that, because this celebration is actually now kicking off to our next announcement, which is our celebration of the community. We really, really cared when I was putting the WriteNow-a-thon together, and we talked about this. We talked about it, and we're like, hey, how do we make this a reality? We wanted to find a way to celebrate all of the work that has been done by the writers in the community, the authors over the year of 2024. So without further ado, we're going to share with you guys, brought to you by our lovely Miss Penelope Hartley, our wonderful art director. And we're going to kick it off and show that we have something awesome to share with you. And let's make sure is volume up. If you're doing screen, are you doing the screen? Oh, no, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure volume works. Cool.
It's go away, little thing. Here.
Volume's very low, or I don't hear it. Yeah, I don't hear anything. No volume. Oh, now I hear it through yours. So I think you have to screen share. I think you have to screen share with the audio option. That's probably why.
Okay.
Okay, so give us 1 minute.
Wait. Say it with me. 1, 2,
2, 3.
Jezebel!
Jezebel!
All right, that was worth it.
We should have guessed Jezebel would give us a final technical difficulty challenge.
Oh my gosh, she's a wicked girl. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead.
Yep.
Okay, your entire screen. Got it. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sometimes I feel like one of those people that diffuse bombs, and it's like I must learn something very complicated in a very short amount of time. Okay, it's pulling this up. No, we don't need music. Can you? Okay. Your entire screen.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. Now turn the volume up on your on the Windows movie. There we go.
just so wonderful putting all of this together and looking at everybody's cover art. You got
we'll definitely have to make sure to make that accessible. And we'll find a place to drop that somewhere, because that was really, really cool. Being able to see all of the community highlights and the books that have been published by this wonderful community.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a beautiful compilation of everything that's been accomplished. And I mean, like, it's only like a couple of minutes long, but think about how many hours of, as Mirabelle would say, blood, sweat, and metaphorical ink were poured onto the page. So, you know, it's great to see what the community has come up with. So
we have so much creativity in the community that went into these books, and that's going into just in general, these books that were published in 2024, and then a lot of them are series. I was looking at it, like, I think 80% of those books are series, or a part of a book in a series, which means more are probably being worked on for 2025.
Oh, absolutely.
I was like, we're both working on series.
We're both publishing our first. Yeah, we're both publishing our first series, and Soul's already on it. Soul's several hundreds of thousands of words.
We'll never beat Chat Soul with their word count.
we are a turtle.
We are a turtle. I'll get my 200 words.
Chat second book comes out this year.
Yeah, so
we are a turtle. Chat is rabbit. Benny.
So I'm curious. I want to drop this. Pose this question to the community. Who's coming out with a book next year? I am. I know we're both coming out with a book. Who else? Who here in the community is going to publish a book next year? I think, like, I know a couple of you guys are definitely working on books. And I feel like we definitely got a lot of writers and authors who are probably going to be joining us in published books, in launches. Christina, absolutely. Very, very cool, my friend. WTC, my second book is scheduled to be published by the end of Q2 2025. Yes. ML, another book with ML, part of your Deadcaster series, I believe. We'll get the next book in the series, which will be awesome. Courtney, fingers crossed. Courtney, I believe in you. Yeah. I have faith in you, Courtney. I think you'll come out with a book next year.
And Jezebel believes in you. Jezebel believes in you, because she will.
Jezebel believes in you. You're definitely coming out with it if Jezebel believes in you. We've learned we cannot upset Jezebel.
We don't upset Jezebel.
I've learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Dana's like, working on 3, not sure of release dates. Ooh, that's exciting. So it sounds like you're definitely going to be having some come out at some point in 2025. WTC, I am planning to publish 1 book per quarter, so 4 in total. That's a great achievement. Very great achievement. I'm like, I'll be lucky to publish at least 1 novel length book. We'll be seeing what other stuff we're going to get into.
I think you're not writing your next book on your live stream?
You know, I'm trying to figure out what the right strategy is. I think I've loved writing Scarecrow on the live stream. The challenge is I involve the community in it, but the downside is I only get to I can't make as much progress as I would normally. So if I had worked on Scarecrow off the live stream, I probably could have gone through the entire process in about 9 months and gone through all the revision stages. But as such, it takes about 1.5 years, twice the time, because I need to cater to the live stream community, which I love. Don't get me wrong, I love it. But being able to pay attention to chat, comment, still be creative, go through the process, it just adds time. So I think for the second and third book in the series, when I get closer to the launch date of Scarecrow, I'll have to think through what feels right with where the community's at the time. So great question. So I think that is a very, very great segue. So I know we have some cool presentations. So actually, speaking of getting published, let's see. We're actually going to be hopping into our next presentation, and make sure you stick around because we have one final giveaway that we're going to be doing in just a little bit. But our next presentation, and Penelope, I'll let you. I'll
take myself out.
Penelope, you are wonderful. So we're going to actually be hopping into our next presentation. Let's see. So it looks like, let me check here. it looks like we have, we're going to be sitting down. We'll have a presentation from everyone knows, author Dana Bell. Dana, we're going to be having a presentation and talking about anthologies. So anthologies is actually what we're going to be chatting about next. So definitely, and let me throw this up here. So we're going to queue it up, and let's see, Dana's going to be joining us in just a second so we can hop into the anthology conversation. And let's see. So let me go here, pull it up. Oh, that's not the one I want. There we go. Perfect. So we're going to actually be, Dana's going to be sharing with you the truth to submitting for anthologies. This is the gritty truth, right? And like anthologies are great. We learned from the fiction contest how much fun anthologies can be. Dana has so much experience. So we're going to be learning from her. Submitting a story to an anthology can be both fun and challenging. Find out what happens behind the scenes from an editor who has edited 9 anthologies and how to make the best impression possible. Then after that, we'll be joining author Brian Guthrie as he's going to share with us the unique, and I'm telling you guys, the unique approach called the Dramatica theory of writing, which I have no clue about. I really want to see. So that way I can make my dramatic scenes and story elements better. So I am so excited and happy to hop into the next one. Let me pull up here. Perfect. And I think we are good. So without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage, and we'll welcome back. Everyone knows author Dana Bell. Welcome back, my friend.
Hi.
Welcome. You've joined us a couple of times now.
I have, definitely. And I apologize for the lighting, but it's dark here. And my lighting.
You're like a little too dark. Totally understandable. Well, we're here for the knowledge. I know I'm so curious to learn about anthologies and everything that goes into the process.
Oh, there's a lot that goes in.
Before we get underway, is there anything that you wanted to share on screen or anything you need me to moderate?
No, here's mine right here. Just one page.
Absolutely love it. So what I'll do is I'll hop backstage, Dana. You just holler if you need me, and let's see what we got.
All right. That sounds good. All right. So I am actually one of the few people who I've been on both sides of the editor's desk. I have been the writer submitting. I've been the editor accepting. They both started about the same time in 2011, which is when stuff started first coming out, and when I actually did my first anthology. I got a little show and tell here. My first anthology was of Fur and Fire. And believe it or not, this little thing right here, this picture, I actually did that. And it was actually sold to somebody, and I'm hoping that the guy got the permission to do that. So I'm going to start this off with, where do you find anthologies, or where do you find how to and where to submit? Honestly, you're going to have your best luck by networking. You can do this at cons. You can do this at conferences. I get a lot off Facebook. Other authors. There's also some sites, I don't have them, but I do know there's also some sites out there that you can look at as well, because I've heard other people talking about them. You need to know the difference between an open call and an invite only. An open call is anybody can send something in. Invite only is exactly that. Out of all my anthologies, there was only one that I did invite only. That was Supernatural Colorado. And that was probably the one I am the most proud of, because I had the best group of writers anybody could ask for, including a young lady who contacted me and said, hey, I've got 3 stories. Can I send them to you? And I went, sure. I rejected 2 of them, one of which, and this happens with anthologies, can be very similar in theme as someone else's, and I take the stronger story. However, she wrote a lovely story using the black-eyed children. If you're not familiar with that urban legend, look it up. She did a great little vampire story with it. And I was going to do the vampire story and ended up doing a mermaid story instead. So I'm like, hers is better than what I'm working on. That's what's going to happen. And sometimes at conferences and conventions, and I'm going to mention this, sometimes you will have an editor looking for authors. I had this happen with Supernatural Colorado, which I just talked about, where I had, at the very last minute, an author pulled their story. And that happens. And at a convention, I walked in, found a brand new author. He had just released his first comic book. And I looked at him, and I actually know this person personally. We'd met many years ago. And I looked at him and said, hey, I want a story from you. Told him what the premise was. By the end of the convention, he had a story all ready to go. Or at least the idea ready to go. And he sent it in, and it ended up being my favorite story. Yes, editors will have one favorite story out of every single anthology. And his was that story. Now, these are what I'm covering next is very important because on every single editing panel I have ever been on, the question comes up, what do we do? And every single editor will say, follow the guidelines. And we are serious. It is the first gatekeeper for us because we're not really looking for a reason to accept your story. We're looking for a reason to reject it. And that's a hard, unfortunate truth. So when you send your anthology in or your story to an anthology, follow those guidelines to the letter. They're going to tell you what font to use. They're going to tell you what size to use. They're going to tell you, here's what you put in the subject line when you submit. Here's how long your stories can be. With me, I will not take a story over 7,000 words. If you have a story that's over 7,000 words, you had better be an author that I've already worked with. And that's the only time I will make an exception. Sorry, I got a cat crying in the background. But, you know, I'm kind of lenient because I don't insist that you have publishing credits. And I'll tell you a little story about how I got those as a writer myself. I will take you if you're not published. I will take you if you're mega published. I will take you if you're big name. I don't care. You know, I'm very, very fair. Get down. I don't care. Sorry. Cat's not where he's not where he's supposed to be. Remember, your goal when you send a story into an anthology is to get your story in front of the editor. That's why I'm saying follow those guidelines. We are serious. Because I have rejected stories in the past. Mine are always PG-13. Mine is always all sex off screen. You put a sex scene in there, not going to fly. It doesn't matter how good it's written. It doesn't really matter. For one of my anthologies, which I don't have a copy of, was called Love 'Em, Shoot 'Em. And I'm reading along the story. The story's really great. I get to a point, the couple's having sex on the couch. Stopped reading at that point, got rejected. Like I said, we're serious on our guidelines. Mine are always PG-13, all sex off screen. One very important thing when you send in a story to an anthology, do not expect feedback from the editor. I have 15 to 20 slots to fill. I've got 70 stories to go through. That's a lot of stories to go through. And you can see how many rejections there are going to be because I've only got 15 or 20 slots. I can't go beyond that. My publisher has a strict how long they can be, how many words. And that's what I can do. I can't go over it, or I try not to go over it. Let's put it that way. She will, on rare occasion, make exceptions. But this is only because I've worked with this particular publisher a long time. I'm with a small press. Now, that being said, if you get feedback from an editor, you treasure it. That is gold. For example, in, what was it? Forget which anthology it was. My last anthology. I had someone send me a story. A lot of potential. I was not on a time frame when I could, give her the feedback, have her fix it, send it back in. But I just happened to know that her story fit another anthology that another editor was working on that I know. And just so you know, I have like 7 editors in my network. And I said, hey, this is what needs to be fixed. And this is an anthology that's open right now. Oh, and by the way, here's the link. And I sent it to her. And then I also contacted the editor and said, hey, I've got somebody that I'm not taking from my anthology, but her story's going to fit in yours. Do you want her name? And do you want the title of the story? Got a note back from the editor, and he said yes. He wanted to know that information. I don't know what the end of the story was. I don't know if she fixed it and sent it in, hoping she did. But I do know that he was watching for it. I had another story come in. It was a Jack the Ripper tale. Didn't fit my anthology, but had a lot of potential. It missed the emotional bam that the story needed. So she needed to work on that. So I told her what was wrong, how to fix it, and said, you know what, this would be a great story for another anthology. I personally got feedback on one of my cat vampire stories, and it's kind of a strange little thing. Her comment was, I hate vampire stories, but what you did with the story, I wish more writers would do. And by the way, I'm accepting it for my anthology. And that was kind of like, whoa, okay. Good to know. I sell a lot of cat vampire stories, by the way. One of the things I do highly suggest is take risk. You're an author. Every time you send out a book, every time you send out a short story, anytime you send out a poem, you as the author are taking a risk. So do take risks. Something I did as an author, and I already mentioned a young lady who's approached me about invite only and said, I've got these stories. And I said, sure, you can send them in. Guess who did the same thing? The name of the anthology was called Space Horrors. I wrote to the editor, who I knew personally, and said, hey, can I get an invite to this anthology? And by the way, I'll send you a cat vampire story. Now, bear in mind at this point, I had no idea what I was going to write for that cat vampire story. I think I went through 2 or 3 drafts before I finally figured out the formula that I was going to use in that cat vampire story. That story got a lot of feedback as probably the most original story in the entire anthology, which I was like, whoa. Now, this is what reviewers are saying. I had another magazine. It was a horror magazine that I submitted a story to. And I had already read their guidelines. I knew my story was not long enough. But I'm like, I got nothing to lose. What's the worst I can do? Reject it? Yeah, that's okay. So I sent it off. I get a note back from the editor. He says, normally I don't accept stories this short, but I really like your story. I'm going to hold on to it. When I have room, I want to publish it. Is that okay with you? And I went, sure, go ahead. A couple of months later, I get the contract. I get paid. A couple of months after that, I get a copy of the magazine. I went, okay, this is what I mean about taking risks. There's no harm in taking risk. And you can always query the editor if you're really unsure about something and ask. I've done that when I sold my first paranormal romance because it was over the rating of my editor. And I went, can I do this? And she said, yes. All right. Now let's talk about what happens kind of if you're accepted and if you're rejected. Now, if rejections always go out first. Now, there may be a few that are still in what I call my maybe file because I haven't filled all the slots yet. But anything that has been rejected, those go out first. Please do not take being rejected personally. And I will explain why in a little bit. You know, you'll probably get a form letter. That's okay. So I don't have time to make feedback on every single story. Like I said, it's very, very rarely that even I send out feedback on something. Your story really has to show potential for me to do that. It could be a lot of different reasons. It could be I get a duplicate story, something very similar. Taking the stronger story, or maybe I don't take either story. It could be it doesn't quite fit the theme that I've got going in the anthology. That happens too. You know, or it just didn't catch my attention. Now you have to catch my attention within about the first 4 or 5 paragraphs, or I won't finish the story at all. And yeah, that's tough. That's very, very tough. But you have to keep my attention. If you can keep my attention, you can keep the reader's attention. Now, what happens if you are accepted? If you're accepted, you will get an acceptance letter. Now, because I work with a small press, my publisher handles the contracts and all payment. I never touch it. Then I will go through and do my edits. Now, this is time consuming for me. I went through a couple of months where I was working my day job 5 days a week and working all day Saturday and Sunday on my days off to get it done. You know, if I say edits are coming out, but it might be slow because I have a day job. Once the edits go out, you are given a deadline as to when they are supposed to come back in. You send them back in. The contract will also have a deadline. Please look at that. Please sign it and get it back in on time. This is very, very important. After that, I take all the stories and I figure out a story order. Pretty much what I do is if I have any big name authors, and this includes up and coming authors that I happen to be familiar with, and I will also tell you, well, I'll follow that. I'll talk about that later. They're going to go in the first slot. They're going to go in the last slot. Now, sometimes I have big name authors, sometimes I don't. So what I will have is my strongest stories, first slot, very last slot, with everybody else in between. And what I generally do is if I have a really long story, I kind of put it in the middle. That's the way I arrange them. Every editor does it differently. When the edits are all back in, everything's all put in order. I send it off to the publisher. The publisher decides when it's going to be released. Then the publisher sends out a copy, again, with a deadline, to every single author saying, look through your story, make sure everything is correct, and we'll give instructions on what you do if you find something wrong so that it can be fixed before it's finally released. And that's the process of going through, at least my experience in going through all of it. So the next question is, how do editors pick stories. Well, I've already explained, you got to catch my attention in those first 4 to 5 paragraphs. You have to follow my guidelines. But it's also very subjective. It depends on what the editor is likes. It depends on if they have got a number of stories with the same type of theme, which makes more sense. I mean, all anthologies will have a theme of some sort. And I'll show you some of those here in just a second. Oh, and I do want to say when I'm doing editing, I have 4 pet peeve words. That it is that, but, was, and said. And yes, you can overuse said. I don't care what the pros say. In fact, I actually picked up a Harlequin book. We had this very strong emotional scene, and she used said. And I'm like going, it killed the scene, just as an example. I felt really bad for the author. I'm just like, oh, and your editor didn't catch that. I've already talked about similar stories. How many slots? All right. I'm just looking at my outline here, guys. Sorry. But, that all being said, eventually you'll get a release date and you'll know when everything's coming out. But if you understand that everything's subjective in the background, and one little secret I will tell you is if you have been worked with before, more than likely, those are going to be the first stories that I look at. Have I worked with the author before? If I hadn't, I'm looking at their story first. I have groups that I said, if you are in this group, put it in your email cover letter. And please send an email cover letter with everything that we ask for. Again, that's part of the guidelines. Because if they're in that group, they go in a special folder and all their stories get read first. And a lot of that has to do with story quality because I know what to expect from the authors in these particular groups. And I do want to make kind of a side note here, and I don't want anybody to take this negatively, but since we don't tell you why the story is rejected, please don't send a letter to the editor or even the publisher asking, why was my story rejected? And again, please don't take this negatively, but I do have a couple of authors on my don't work with again list for various reasons. And that is a list that you do not want to ever, ever, ever end up on. And again, it's just friendly advice, just for an FYI. Because I'm not the only editor that has that kind of a list, trust me. But, just again, remember, rejections are not personal. And believe it or not, they are the hardest things for me to send out. I hate sending rejections. I hate it. But you know what? I went through a whole year as a writer. No acceptances, nothing but rejections. I can live with that. The most important thing to remember is if you do get rejected, look around and see if you can find something similar to what you wrote. Send it back out. I've got a story I'm still trying to place because I haven't found a market for it yet. That's okay. Every time there's a new horror or weird Western, I send it out. All right. Do we have any questions in the chat that I can answer?
Hey, so I could tell generally from listening to this how much experience you have, Dana, with all of these different anthologies. I can tell that you have definitely a lot of expertise and insight from all these ones that you've gone through. Did looking into like when you first started with your first anthology, did you expect it was going to be such like a roller coaster?
Not really, because I was invited into my first anthology. Basically, the editor approached me and says, "I want to see a story from you," and I went, "Oh, okay." Surprise. And the funny part is that she took the story when my story was so completely different from everybody else, because it was a cat story and everybody else wrote from the human.
Yes.
I seldom a lot of cat stories. I do want to show real quick some of the different ones I've done.
Ooh, I would love that. All right, let's see what we got.
Time Traveling Coffers. I have the honor of having published the last story of an editor who passed, or a writer who passed away. That's kind of heartbreaking. This ended up being 2 volumes, Different Dragons and Different Dragons 2.
Ooh, I like that. You know, the dragon is already a win for me.
Yeah, these were fun to do because I had got so many good stories that there had to be a volume 2. I don't have all of them. I'm missing a couple of them. Extinct was kind of fun. It has, I got my first teen writer. I did 2 stories in here.
Okay.
And yes, I do accept stories from teens, guys.
Okay.
Ring of Fire is one of my more later. Basically, it's basically, tell me a story on the Ring of Fire. And I got some interesting stories. This was another one where I got 2 stories of similar themes.
Do you feel like you always get like a high submission rate when you start putting out these anthologies? Or when you start putting out like calls, do you like a lot of writers submit, or does it kind of depend on which style it is?
It depends. Ring of Fire got 70.
Oh my goodness. 70 submissions. How did you go through all of them? Oh my goodness.
It was mind-boggling. I was used to 30 or 40. And I got 70. There was an anthology that posted, I don't remember what the anthology was, but they said, we got 1,400 submissions. It's going to take us a while to go through it. I don't even know what the anthology was for. My latest is Space Brides, LLC.
Ooh, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that. I like the color on that. It really contrasts against the bride, the character.
Yeah, this one was a lot of fun to do because it's kind of the second romance that my publisher did. And this was like, is confined to the solar system. And I did it because I love the mail order brides. It's one of my favorite tropes that I love to read in romance. And I'm like, well, you know what? Nobody's ever done one for brides in outer space because that makes sense. But I didn't confine it to brides. I'm like brides, husbands, partners. And I do have 5 stories in here that are what I call non-traditional pairings. I had one author hit all the boxes I was looking for. She sent me a story with a grandfather, ferrets, children, keep the family together, and in an impossible situation.
Oh my God, I love that. I absolutely love that.
That is my favorite story. I absolutely love the story. And I actually did have a lot of writers who were the non-traditional who queried me and said, will you take this type of story? Like they were afraid I was going to bite them or something. And I'm like, yes, I will take that story. I didn't have a problem with that. And I do know there are people in my belief system who would question that, but I'm like, doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me at all. You want to send that kind of a story? Sure. And I ended up taking, I think, 5 total.
Wow.
They're just, this one was so much fun to do. Somebody took me at my word when I said, and again, this is historically, there's something called the Harvey Girls. They work the restaurants on the railroads.
Okay.
And in my guidelines, I had 2 pages of guidelines for this. I rarely have 2 pages.
Okay.
But if you want to do something along that line, please do that. Somebody did. And they did. I was so thrilled. That was my opening story. And the last story was a girl who was green, who, yes, she was the color green. And she ended up with a injured soldier. It was put in the last spot because it was such a wonderful story. And I am also going to bring this one up because even though these are all my own stories, this is called Bass, Chosen Ones, and Other Cat Adventures.
I know. I love that so much. That clearly that plays to the cat theme.
Yeah. Here's what I really like.
Oh my God. You got the other type of cat. I like that actually. That's kind of cool.
This is a tiger angel.
That is so cool. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, the artist who did it did an amazing job.
Yeah, I'm like, that looks really cool. I was like, of course, what else is in that kind of like that family? I was like, cats, yep, tigers, yep, I like that.
Yeah, this one's Bass, Chosen Ones, and Others there's some dark themes in some of them because I remember what happened historically when they found the cat mummies. They sent them off to England and used them as fertilizer. And I'm like, well, what if Bass didn't like that? What might have happened?
It's
kind of
almost giving me like a what if.
A what if? What would have happened if she didn't like that all her little cats ended up as fertilizer?
Yeah, no wonder. That sounds dark.
It's very dark.
It sounds very dark.
And all of my cat vampire stories except for one is in that anthology. The other one is in now an award-winning anthology, which was called the Best of the Planetary Anthology Series. And I'm in there with people like Kevin J. Anderson and Judy Lynn Nye and a few other very well-known authors.
That's very awesome. That must have felt like a really cool accomplishment to be in with such like a diverse group of authors.
It was huge. It was kind of one of my unspoken ambitions. And when it happened, it was like
wow, like you actually like achieved that. That's so cool.
Plus I got mentioned at Dragon Con for another story. It was the editor's favorite, and it was called Abandoned Children. It was in the Mars anthology. And he mentioned that and my name at Dragon Con, and he said, this is an author to watch. And I just kind of went, I was literally sitting there just bawling.
Oh my God. Well, I think that's really, really cool. And clearly you've had quite a number of honors and achievements. I know, Dana, we actually got a couple questions here in the chat that I wanted to pose to you.
Yeah. And I also wanted to plug my new anthology too.
Yes. So let's get questions and then we'll plug the anthology, because I want to make sure that everyone signs up or everybody does a story for the contest. Absolutely. So I know, let's see. I know Aether Ink. So Penelope was asking, I'm leaning into self-publishing. Do you think it's a good idea to supplement that with submission to contests and submissions?
I'm going to honestly say, here's what I did at the beginning of mine. I did a lot of things for no money, just to build my publishing credits. And I will say definitely do that, because the more editors you get your name in front of, even if you are self-publishing, you are still going to want to do anthologies, because it is a way to get your name out there. So I'm going to say for that, I've not done any contests. Whether you do a contest or not, that's up to you. Make sure that it's a legitimate one. I'm actually entering Realm Makers this year with 2 novels and maybe a short story. I haven't decided yet. But that's another thing on my things to do list. My deadline is January 21st. But
Right around the corner.
It's basically right around the corner, and I got to change everything to a PDF. So
fun.
Now I got to teach myself to do that. But I wanted to do that. I knew I wanted to do that, and with having an adult, and 4 short stories I got in anthologies last year, why not? But yes, I definitely say if you want to enter a contest, please do. Want to make submissions to anthologies? Absolutely. Because if your story is accepted, that editor is going to teach you a lot.
I highly agree with that. I was like, getting your story in front of more eyes, I could like totally see that being a win regardless. Editors and readers. I think that's really, really awesome.
Yeah, I had one author tell me that is a very common and overused word. And she said, oh, by the way, I went through and got rid of all of them. And I went, okay. It is appropriate every once in a while, but not constantly.
Yeah.
I actually had a writer who had me read something for him. And this is back before we could do the emails and stuff. I went on one page, circled every single one of them. I said, you have 22 VATs on this page, and every single page of your manuscript is like this. He now has 9 books out, I think.
Yeah, we could, I feel like as writers, we all have like those words or those things that we really play. We kind of do a little too much, but like it's part of the process. We're trying to do it. But once it gets in front of an editor, they usually end up calling out. And we're like, oh, yes, I've done that 1,000 times too much.
Yeah, I'm fighting with the word it right now. So
I know Courtney asked a question, which was kind of posed towards myself, but I actually wanted to redirect it at you, Dana. So like, I know you've kind of seen the community over the past couple of months. What did you think of the anthology, of how we kind of went about the Freaky Friday anthology? So wondering if you kind of saw what we did with the fiction contest or not, and what your thoughts were on it.
Did I do a reading for that one?
I'm like, God, now that I'm thinking back. Yes, yeah. Because you read the read the Vampire Store, and I'm like, wait, did you? I'm like, oh my God, it's been that long.
Well, it's been a year for me, so
you and me both. I've had 2 holiday events since then. So what did you think of it overall? Like, I know we had the contest itself, but then the anthology, which is like what I'm curious, like, do you think did you feel like that was like a good way that we went about the anthology? I don't know if there's any other communities that do things like that, or what you kind of think about how it came out.
Honestly, most anthology, well, let me go from my experience. You know, I work for small presses. I love working for small presses. That's a lot of fun. Because a lot of the editors I actually know or have worked with as writers, so you know, I know them. But I do think that was a good way to go about it. One of the anthologies that I got invited into, and he actually had us do pitches. I'm very thrilled with the way it turned out. Because it was called a time for everything, and everybody did pitches, and I went off. I did a time to build, and most people would done like a house or something like that. I built a family. I just went off in a different direction. So, but he did all of that on his own, and it's a huge anthology. I'm only halfway through it right now, but I do think that people who want to do the anthologies should do the anthologies. I'm telling you, you did something great by doing that, because now every one of those authors has at least one publishing credit.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point. And that was one of the reasons that I wanted to, originally when we planned the fiction contest, we weren't going to do an anthology originally, but it kind of evolved. We're like, well, yeah, let's give the writers an opportunity to get an author credit. And I think that's kind of how the anthology came to life as a result of the contest.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. Like I said, I did a lot of stuff for free for a while. I also do try to do 1 or 2 charity anthologies. It's kind of my way of giving back.
Yeah, I was like, I'm like thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know, do anthologies ever do contests leading into like the anthology? Is that a thing?
The anthology that won the award, which still kind of blows me away, was at a writing conference. I don't remember which writing conference. I'd have to look it up again. But when it won, he let us all know. And I was walking around in a daze going, I'm in an award-winning anthology. How in the world did that happen?
You're like, what the heck?
It's like every time you get published, it's huge. It's not a little thing, it's huge. And that's something I'm also going to share with you guys. Every time you get published, it's huge. And it's always going to be like that. I've even heard pro authors say the same thing. Oh, and I do want to do a quick definition. In the science fiction community, there are semi-pros. Technically, I'm considered semi-pro. And pro writers are those who are writing in what are the recognized professional markets. Which I haven't done yet, but somebody that I published just did.
Oh, really?
I've got 2 authors who have published with Baen. I've got another author who has a contract with Tor, I think. Last I heard anyway.
Ooh, that's kind of exciting.
So, and then I have my author who's self-publishing. I am proud of, and another one who's now has his own publishing company. So I am proud of all of my babes, as I call them. I'm proud of what they do. And that's just, I don't know how to put it into words, but it's just, for me, that's huge because my heart is huge to help other writers. And every time I do an anthology, I want to make sure that the story that's accepted just shines.
And I think of like, speaking of these anthologies, WTC asked a really great question. With these anthologies, do you ever submit the anthologies to reward competitions or other types of marketing?
That wouldn't really be my call. That would be my publishers.
Do you know if your publisher ever does anything with the anthologies like that?
She's a small press, as she puts it. She runs it as me, myself, and I.
Okay.
She's the only person who runs it. I've worked with her for a long, long time. In fact, a lot of times when I come up, like I approached her with this idea of this new anthology, and she's like, okay. We never do more than just discuss it. There's never a contract. That's how well we trust each other. But as far as I know, she doesn't. But I do let her know anytime that I submit something or my own work to something. But submitting an anthology, I wouldn't even know where to begin, quite frankly.
Sounds like that's a whole another realm of expertise. But so speaking of anthologies, of course, now before we wrap up, now's probably a great time to talk about your next upcoming anthology, because I know there's submissions are open for it, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. So they're about to open.
Not yet. Since I'm planning on going into Jordan Con, which is at the end of April, I didn't have any submissions coming in until after I got back.
Gotcha. Okay. So a couple months out. So once we get in like the spring.
Yeah. So the name of this is called Search for the Any Key. Now there's a funny backstory. This was a running joke at work for a while because there's a voicemail that says, to continue, press any key. Goodbye. And we all thought it was hysterical. So this is actually where this came from. The thing that's going to be the most important is going to be, why are they looking for the key? That's really going to be your story. Whether or not they find the key, whether or not they find what they're searching for.
Interesting. Okay.
Totally up to the author.
I feel like that actually.
Yeah. But, you know, like Indiana Jones, what was his goal? This belongs in a museum. You hear him say that in every single movie. Evie in The Mummy, she wanted to be recognized by others. I forget what they're they were called, but she wanted to be recognized in her field. And then Rick, well, he wasn't looking for the love of his life, but he found the love of his life. And I'm talking about movies because I like action adventure movies. And this is kind of more of what I'm looking at is like action adventure, but any planet, any time period. You know, whatever you want to write, I don't care.
Okay. So that's really cool. So it's going to be the theme is any key. So something, whether you're like trying to find a key or trying to pick one, trying to lose one, whether it's a physical, metaphorical key for the character journey, and it can be in kind of any type of universe.
Any type of universe, anywhere, anytime. The catch with the key is find the key. It cannot be a traditional key.
Okay. So, I actually kind of like that. So it's going to kind of force writers to kind of try to think of something clever.
You really gonna have to think outside the box.
I like that.
One show that I watched, the key to get where they wanted to go was tears of sadness or regret. What they were seeking was forgiveness. So like I said, you got to think way outside the box when you're writing these stories.
And that's really awesome. Is there anywhere that people can go, like if they want to learn more, or are you just going to like post announcements?
It's actually already up on the website.
Okay.
It opens on May 1st of 2025 and ends on August 29th of 2025.
Okay. So people still have some time.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to get started on it. And all the information is on, actually, I'm going to put it in our little chat over here.
Yeah, you can just drop it in the chat and I'll drop it in the group chat for everyone. That'd be great.
They wrote it down.
And
you're going to look. And this is definitely an open call.
Okay, perfect.
The only stipulation I am going to make is if you are part of the Right Now group, please put that on your cover email.
Woo! Definitely do that. So you guys heard it here. So if you're submitting and you're here from the Right Now community, when you do the email, which you said submissions open, you said May 1st.
Yeah, I'll put that in here too.
Yep. Because so we still have a couple months to think about it. But when submissions open, you want to include that you're part of the Right Now community to help them out, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, because I've got two other groups that also have that right. And those are going to go in a separate folder. They won't be in the slush file.
Oh, you guys heard it here. Like Dana, we appreciate you so much. You're having you a part of the community. You are such a valuable, just your experience, insight is always incredible. I love having you join us. And I think same with like Soul, like you've kind of been here with me since the beginning of my journey this year. You were one of the first ones in our OG original writers group before we knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm here irregularly because of my work schedule, which...
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're trying to balance having a work schedule with that, which that in itself is difficult.
Yeah, I've got something going on that I'm not going to go into details, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely if you're in Right Now, you definitely need to put that in your cover email. And there are instructions on what needs to be in your cover email in the guidelines.
Perfect.
And yes, this is a paying gig, guys.
And I think that is definitely going to incentivize people I know we still have some time, so I think Dana, what we'll do is we'll probably remind the community as it gets closer.
Okay.
Because I think because we're still a few months out, you said, was the submission date April 1st or May 1st?
May 1st.
May 1st. So I think because the submission date is still, so January, February, March, so that's still 5 months out. January, February, March, April, 4 months out. So it's still 4 months out. I think my guess is a lot of people probably just aren't thinking that far ahead. I think once we hit February, I think we'll start being able to kind of like push people towards like submit now or start thinking of what your story is going to be. And then that way we could probably get some of our community members to submit by spring, early summer.
I would suggest, here's what I'm going to tell you guys.
Okay.
If, write this down, put it someplace where you remember where it's at, because anything that you want published, you need to start a year ahead of time. I've already got, I don't know how many anthologies I'm going to be in or want to be in. I've already got them on a list for next year. So you need to start thinking about it now.
Okay.
Particularly since I'm asking you to be way out of the box. Think about it now.
Okay. So we really want to have it on the minds of our community now. You really want to start thinking about that story, especially because Dana, like the fact that you're willing to help our Right Now community. And guys, so anybody who, like, whether you submitted it for Freaky Friday, right, and you did your first story, or whether you're like, hey, I haven't yet, but I really want to get my work out there, this is an incredible opportunity. Not only are you going to be able to get in front of an editor, like this is so much experience here, right? So you're going to get feedback, and Dan was saying it's a paid opportunity, right? So for those of you who are trying to make a little something extra, like it's literally coming to you. So definitely, Dana, we'll definitely have to make sure to keep this fresh in the minds of our writers. I really, really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I love to help new writers, and I enjoy being part of this group. It's one of my three or four writing families. I have multiple families, so.
Yeah, and that's definitely, like, I know that's something we've always shared in common. We always have that love for just helping newer writers grow, because it's hard to be a writer, and trying to find the right resources with the right experience and insight can always be difficult in the internet landscape.
Yep, exactly. And I've gotten most of my work that I do out of conventions. And the Facebook, because I am in so many different groups. You hear about things. That's why I've got a list, like a huge list already.
Well, awesome, Dana. It's been such a pleasure to have you on. We're going to be hopping right on to our next presentation, but thank you for sharing everything about anthologies. And I feel definitely a little motivated and encouraged myself to submit now.
Please.
I was like, I feel like I was able to do my first story for the Freaky Friday anthology relatively quickly. So I think this is going to be a really cool opportunity. I would love to submit something.
Go for it. Like I said, just put Right Now in your cover email, so I know that that's who you are, and you're going to go in a separate folder. Please don't open my slush pile, because that's the last one.
All right, awesome. Well, I know you guys, I know we'll see you around, Dana. Clearly, like you saw our schedule next year, we got a lot planned as well. So I'm sure we'll see you around the community, and I know want to have you back at some point.
Cool. I'd love to come back. So, and again, thank you for having me. I totally enjoyed this.
Of course. It's been a pleasure, Dana. Take care.
You too.
All right. Beautiful. So I know I love anthologies, right? Clearly, otherwise we wouldn't have done Freaky Friday. And I feel like we got a lot of great feedback and insight into the anthology experience. Clearly, Dana's done a lot with all of the anthologies she has under her belt, and especially with her publishing, publishing press. So I'm so excited. Definitely make sure we take advantage of this opportunity. We'll make sure to throw it in the Right Now Discord again, so we can keep it fresh on the mind of our writing community, because that's such an honor that that Dan is going to be able to help us get kind of like a foot up in an industry that's very hard to get foots up like this. So very, very cool. Now, with that out of the way, we're going to be hopping straight into our next presentation with author Brian Guthrie. So, Brian, I'm so happy to be able to bring you on to the stream. We're going to be chatting about, and I'm actually really interested. I think I've never heard of this technique before. I don't know what to expect from this one. So I think this is a great way to end off our Right Now-a-thon. Like we have done so much over the past 2 days. Brian's going to be going over the Dramatica theory of writing. How to use Dramatica to quickly plot out and complete your story. This is super cool. I mean, beyond like, I feel like I'm going to feel like Iron Man now after getting this technique. Once again, great picture, Brian. So I'm very, very happy. Please help me welcome to the stage, Mr. Brian Guthrie. Guthron, welcome, my friend.
Hello.
Thanks for
and of course, as soon as it goes live, I have
and
to cough.
that's how it always happens. I'm like about to announce someone, and then I start like hacking. But I'm very, very happy to be able to bring you back to the community, my friend. We had a really great time with you in the fiction contest.
That was a great read. That author? That was a great story. I enjoyed reading it.
Thank you for joining us. I know you kind of have a big slot to fill with kind of wrapping it up for us.
The last one. The end in the credits.
And you're like, especially and like, I know for me, I have no clue what you're going to talk about. I don't even know what this means. So like, I'm very, very curious.
I didn't know about it until 2011.
Okay.
And I had been working on the story that became Rise for 16 years, 17 years at that point. And I'd actually already started writing the version that became the published version. But then I encountered this and it kind of helped me plot out the rest of the story, the whole story.
Oh, really?
I kind of had rough ideas, and this helped me kind of put it all together, and it helped me make sure my characters had more depth to them. So,
well, that is really cool. I'm definitely looking forward to listening to it. And then, by the way, I know I know one of our, I think it was one of the authors yesterday, won the 2 copies of Rise and Fall that we had for the giveaways.
Nice.
So like that's super cool. I know they're going to get those copies after the Right Now-a-thon.
Yep.
So very, very cool.
Excited to send them.
Did you have anything, any type of like slideshow presentation you wanted to throw on screen?
I have a screen that I can present as soon as.
Okay, perfect. So what you can do is down at the bottom of the screen, you can click the present button, and then the share screen will let you throw it up on screen. We can throw it up for you.
All right. There we go. Okay.
All right, wonderful, perfect. I'll be in the back. We'll moderate comments and just holler, and I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, because you're the person who, if I'm going to bounce questions off of, it's you. So
I'll be back for some questions with you, my man.
No worries. Thanks. So first off, I will give you the website. I have a website. It's called Dramatica.com. It's very easy. Everything you need to know about Dramatica is on there. It is both a theory and a software. The software is extremely powerful, and it helps you introduce yourself into the process. And as long as you follow through the questions they ask you, by the time you get to the end of a stage, you can print out a report that you can use to follow, to project, to plot out your story. Now, it doesn't help you write the scenes, but it does help you make sure that every scene is in the order that it needs to be in, and has the notes to remind you what to make sure is encountered in each scene. So I wanted to make sure I shared the website first here, just to get started off. Obviously there's a bunch of different pages here. The software itself is something you can get a free trial for. Eventually, if you want to make use of it, you'll have to purchase it. They have other bits of software that goes along with it, screenwriting and other things like that. Depends on what you're interested in writing. I use the fiction one, and that's what I will be talking about here. So this is the simple one to explain. Now, when people ask me how Dramatica helps you structure your story, I show them this one, and I show them it right away because I want them to get a feel for just how complex it is right off the bat before I do any explaining to simplify it. So this is the table of story elements that help you break down what a story is. And it seems in depth. And if I keep scrolling down, you're going to notice that it's like Inception. It goes one layer and then another layer and then another layer and another layer, which when you're looking at it as a whole can be quite daunting, which is why we zoom back up to the top, the 4 basic blocks. And they actually have an original version, which is just this flat 2D version. Don't have to worry about, those layers and everything. And this is where I'm going to start, because this is where you break down your story. Now, one of the things that Dramatica allows you to do is helps you identify, first off, who your main character is, and then who the impact character is. And after that, you figure out what characters fit into what roles of the story. Now, I'm sure we're all familiar with the basic archetypes that you get when you plan your story out. The protagonist, the antagonist. Everyone's familiar with those. But there are other roles that characters slot into, and so some of these are based very strongly on what we call the story archetypes, the Jungian archetypes, the hero quest archetypes. Shh. Sorry, I have a gamer sitting here who's getting a little excited about what they're playing. But the most obvious ones that everyone recognizes the protagonist, the antagonist. The other one they recognize is the guide. Everyone knows who the guide is, the old person in the story, the person who helps you, helps the main character, helps you get your main character along the way. And then there is the guardian, the sidekick. You have your skeptic character, your reason character, your character that is the emotion of the story. And then there's my favorite, last but not least, my favorite is the contagonist. The contagonist tends to be everyone's favorite character because they're the one who's in it for themselves. And the story that most often is used when we are talking about Dramatica that people often use as an example when explaining this is familiar is Star Wars, A New Hope, because it's really easy quickly to break down who the main characters are. Now, I'll keep that page there. I'm going to bring this over. This is a nice little archetype breakdown. It's really complex, but I'm going to have you focus on the left right here, the motivation column, because if you look right there, you're going to see the names I just listed off. Protagonist. Here, let me zoom in just a little so we can see. So we have the protagonist here, then the antagonist, the guardian, the contagonist. And then we move down here where some of these turn into different names, but the skeptic, everyone knows what a skeptic is, the sidekick, and then the emotion and reason. These characters fill those roles in a story. And these characters are diametrically opposed to each other in their roles, like you see here in this 4-character thing here. I have another picture for you. Here we go. So this lays out the characters in a quad similar to that diagram we had, the 4-square diagram. So protagonist would be the upper left quadrant and the antagonist would be the lower right quadrant. These two are diametrically opposed to each other. The protagonist is trying to do something. The antagonist is trying to do something. And generally, their goals do not align with each other. They tend to oppose each other. Hence antagonizing versus the protagonist. And then you have the guardian, the contagonist that fit in opposite each other in their roles. The guardian is also known as the guide. In Star Wars, the protagonist in the first movie is Luke Skywalker, the wannabe Jedi who wannabe pilot at first, who can't really see themselves pushing themselves outside of who they are, but they are aware of the larger problem in the universe caused by the Empire. The Empire is the antagonist of the story. In the first story, some people would argue that Darth Vader is that role, but Darth Vader has a whole nother role that gets expanded on as we go into the second and third ones, and we're only going to deal with the original trilogy here. We're not going to mess with the other ones. The guardian, the guide of the story, is Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's the one who comes along, and if you're familiar with the hero circle, he presents the call to action. He comes to him and says, you are called for more, and specifically with Luke, he's like, you are meant for more. You are meant to be something more. You have these skills, you have this heritage that you don't know about, this history you don't know about, and I'm going to push you down that road. And of course, Luke needs a little motivation there. He resists it, and that's when Darth Vader, acting on behalf of the antagonist, comes along and everyone remembers, shoots up his family in search for the droid that happened to fall into his possession, which was the initial here comes the call to action. What is this droid doing here? Why is it so? And you remember, before Luke even heard the stories from Obi-Wan, R2-D2 was causing problems for him. He was creating a call to action himself. And R2-D2 and C-3PO, even though they are kind of opposites themselves, they fall into that sidekick role. They are supportful. They are supporting. They may also pose their own problems to the story, which is basically what C-3PO does. But they are the sidekicks of the story. So you can see they fit down in this quadrant down and on the bottom right here. So then you have Luke as the protagonist, you have Obi-Wan Kenobi as the guardian, the guide, and you have the Empire as the antagonist. And then down here you have R2-D2 as the sidekick. You also have the skeptic. Now, the skeptic in the story sometimes goes back and forth. Some people like to slide C-3PO in as the skeptic, but in this case, the skeptic of the story is Han Solo, who is also sometimes called the contagonist, the one who's in it for themselves, right? Let's do it a different way. The problem with Han Solo fitting into that is as you follow his story, you plot him out who he is. Yes, he's motivated by wealth. Yes, he's motivated by wanting to do the things that are going to best serve him. But he also has a sense of honor in the story, in his story, and that sense of honor gets in the way of just doing things for himself. And he ends up inevitably falling on the side of the protagonist. But he does provide that skeptic. He's the one that says, should we do this? Just because we can doesn't mean we should go attack a Death Star or try to rescue the princess. The reason in the story is filled by Princess Leia versus Chewbacca, who comes in as the emotion of the story. He wants to just act, whereas Princess Leia, forming that role opposite of Chewie and Han Solo, provides the reason. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. Oh boy, this was your plan to just charge into the prison? Well, here, let me provide a little reason here. Shoots up the thing. Let's go down the sewer gut. I'll solve your problem for you. So this just kind of gives you a familiar example of how to break down the primary characters and their roles in a story. If you think about just about every story that you can imagine, you'll find these roles, just like the major archetypes, the hero circle. You'll find someone filling these roles. In the first trilogy of Star Wars, Darth Vader plays the antagonist. Yes, he aligns with the Empire through part of it, but in reality, if you go back to the story that was revealed later, everything he was doing was towards a purpose that was entirely his own. He didn't want someone to die. He wanted them to be able to live forever, to protect them. When we get to the original trilogy, his goal there is whatever serves him best. If that means serving the Emperor for now, but if a better option comes along, he's going to slide behind that. And while some might argue at the end of the story, his honor gets the better of him, so can he really be the antagonist? Even in that, if at that point it was better served for him, for his own personal goals, to counter himself against the Emperor. Thus, he became the antagonist. He fulfilled his role as the antagonist of the story. Sometimes he aligns with the antagonist. Sometimes he aligns with the protagonist. And if you think about your story, you're probably, as writers and readers, you're probably already thinking about your favorite story or the story you're working on, figuring out, well, who fills this role in the story? So now that you have those 8 examples there, I'm going to give you 2 simple ones to focus on, because these are the things that drive your story. So Dramatica, at its core, what all of this is trying to show you in this chart here is that every story is an argument. You are presenting an argument in your story. And that argument, the central theme, the best way to explore it is to look at it, is to take 2 characters in the story and present them from opposite directions. They may not be always diametrically opposed, but in the story, they will often find each other on opposite sides of something. And that's where the story's theme, the question, gets explored. The example that I learned this from, I was taught this theory by Tracy Hickman, who, for those of you who aren't familiar with, he and Margaret Weiss have written many books in the science fiction and fantasy world. Their most famous ones being the Dragonlance and Dragon Realms novels and the books that they've continued writing in that universe, the Dungeons and Dragons universe. My personal favorites are the Deathgate cycle, which has world building that for me makes Tolkien look like a grade schooler, but also the Rose of the Prophet trilogy, which is Arabic fantasy, which was something I hadn't really delved into, and presents one of the greatest uses of the MacGuffin I've ever seen. please read the series. If you can get your hands on the omnibus trilogy of the Rose of the Prophets, they explain what the MacGuffin was and how they took it and turned it on its head. So Tracy Hickman, when he taught this theory as we laid it out through the kind of year, in the same way. Your story is an argument. What is your story's central question? Once you can identify the theme, the central question that your story is exploring, then you start developing how you will explore it. And this is where the two main characters of the story come in. You might say, oh, that's the protagonist and the antagonist, but not necessarily. The protagonist is the character. They are the main character. Their through line is the primary through line through which you explore. There are four major through lines that each story has. There's the main storyline, and then there's the main character storyline, then there's the impact character storyline, and then there's the main versus the impact character through line. Those four through lines form the core of your story. The main character is the soldier walking across the battlefield. Now imagine the battlefield. It's twilight. So it's dusk heading into twilight. So it's not very well lit. There's fog and smoke everywhere. Imagine no man's land in World War I that we see depicted in many things. That you're in a place where you don't want to be. The forests of the Civil War in the United States, like at the Battle of Chickamauga, where no one knew who was where, or the Battle of the Wilderness, where literally the lines just disappeared and everyone was shooting at everyone. So the soldier is trying to find their way. All they know is that if they go back, they're heading towards the enemy. So they keep going forward to get away from the enemy. Is their base in that direction? They don't know. They just know they need to keep going forward. That's the main character. The impact character is the figure who suddenly stands up from the shadows, forcing the main character to stop and consider. What do they do? Is this a friend or is this a foe? If they're a foe, are they necessarily going to be antagonistic? Are they going to attack, or are they going to be as wary of the main character as the main character is of them? If the main character decides to do something, what do? Do they go around them? Do they go through them? Do they wait? What do they do? That's the impact character. The impact character gets in the way of the main character and it says, you will consider. They offer the position of reconsider what you are doing. Now, in Star Wars, as the example given earlier, Luke is the main character. So who is the impact character in that example? Is it the Empire? Well, the Empire has been doing their thing and hasn't really messed with him until R2-D2 shows up. Is R2-D2 the impact character? Well, all he really kind of does is just does his own thing. Luke could just ignore him. So R2-D2 doesn't really fill that role. And since C-3PO basically goes along with R2-D2, he can't really either. Is it Lord Vader? Luke doesn't even really meet Lord Vader in the first one. He encounters him once and then again in the battle, but not without really realizing that Vader is the one hunting him. Luke doesn't really meet Vader until the end of the second movie. So who is the impact character to Luke's main character in the first one? That would be, on this quadrant here, that would be the Guardian, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Luke is living his life. He has dreams, but he isn't really motivated to pursue them. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi plops himself down into his life. This droid coming along is presenting you with an option here, and you don't realize it yet, but you don't have a choice but to change. Luke wants just to keep going along as he's going. Maybe one day he'll get to do this. Maybe he doesn't want to stay there working on the farm, but he also doesn't really have the motivation to break free from it. Obi-Wan steps in and says, I don't think you realize this, but you have now been presented with a choice, and you don't have a choice but to take it. And Luke resists that until he finds what happens to his family. At that point, his whole world has changed. Everything seems lost, and now he takes up the call to action. And that is what Obi-Wan does for him. He forces him to change what he's doing. Think about the final battle sequence. Luke is convinced that he has to do it the way everyone else did. I must use the computer. I must use the targeting computer. I must follow the orders of my commander. And then Obi-Wan comes along and goes, use the Force, Luke. Trust your emotions. Trust your instincts. Try something different. And since he already had presented himself as a viable option to trust, Luke trusted him, used the Force, and blew up the Death Star, using the convenient little flaw that was put in it that everybody complained about until Rogue One came along 40 years later and said, hey, guess what? This answer was here all along, people. You just didn't think of it. Even though Obi-Wan leaves the story, he later comes along in the second one and presents Luke with another challenge. That impact role that Luke has doesn't change. And one of the things that I find is so fascinating about the way Dramatica works is just because a character fills a role for a moment doesn't mean they'll stay in that role. And I've used this in my writing where I have characters that slide back and forth into roles based on where they are in the story. Someone may fill an antagonistic role in one story, but later slide in the antagonist role, or they might slide into the guide role. Someone who at one point is the antagonist might later become the protagonist of a story. Just depends on how you're telling your story, which story you want to focus on. So that is Dramatica in a nutshell. Now the software, which I don't have open, and I have a feeling it's going to be a butt if I try to open it because it's old. The software helps you wade through all of this craziness that is this chart here, right here. That on this version looks so formidable. Like, oh my goodness, what goes? How do I distill this down? The software does that for you. It asks you first to identify who your main character is, and then identify who your impact character is. And then you fill in the other character roles that we just discussed. And then they start asking you questions about the characters. And then they start having you create scenes. And they use the questions that they asked you about the characters and about the story as you lay out your scenes progressing through the story. It helps you create the signposts of your story, which then basically tells you where you're going. And while you may, so it's like if you look at my picture over here, so you have this line you're going through, but sometimes your line might shift a little like this, but everything is just going to gravitate around those central chapters, those signposts, like when you look at the hero circle, the call to action, the fall, the finding of the treasure, the going on and facing, the comeback and the facing the thing, and then you return home a different person with this thing that you've gained. So that's what the Dramatica software offers you. It takes this complex thing, and here's the theory book right here. This theory book is many pages. Right? It breaks. If you get down here to the table of contents, I think it's like 100, almost 100. No, actually, it goes beyond. It's 100. This is the longer version. Yeah, so it's 200, 300. Look at 350 pages to break down this and thing. There are entire classes that are offered about this. And if you look it up on YouTube, I caution, if you see a picture, if you see a preview of YouTube and you just see a whiteboard, it's basically just someone standing there talking at you, writing things down, and it's really hard to follow. There is one video out there that I know of that I've used before. It's a video that explores True Detective Season 3 with examples from Season 1 that explains the Dramatica theory of writing in a nutshell. And I highly recommend you just look up True Detective Dramatica theory, and you'll find it. It's the only one out there. It's like 5 minutes long. It's one of the best examples I've seen explaining this in a nutshell. But the software takes all of this reading that you could do, all of this understanding, everything that you learn in a college course or in a workshop or something, and distills it down to answer these questions. And it has 3 levels of questions. So you can start with one simple level, and you can and then you move after you finish that one. If you decide you want to go to another layer, you go to level 2, and it asks you some more in-depth questions. Some of the questions will be the same. Some of the questions will be a little bit, you expand on them a little bit. And by the time you get done with levels 1 or level 2 or level 1 and 2 or level 3, or after you do the other ones, after each level, you have enough of a story report to help you lay out the plot of your story from beginning to end. That gives you everything you need to make sure happens at a right time, so that there is no part of your story that gets left behind. Because I'm sure we've all encountered a story where they started down something, it felt like it was going to matter, and then they just kind of dropped it. It's just like a story. We happen to see this on TV shows that go on for too long, sometimes that get cut off early. They have this storyline, you think it's going to be fascinating, but they don't have enough time to get to it, so they forget about it, or they just drop it entirely. Fringe is a great example of that. I'm currently finishing watching that for the first time, and it has a lot of examples where they have these promising storylines, and then they fizzle out. They don't. One of the beauties of Dramatica, the software especially, is it helps you make sure that all of those little those little ideas that you had, those little things you started developing, that you develop them at the right time and you revisit them, so you don't end up with those holes in your story. So that's Dramatica in a nutshell. And like I said, you can get all of this on Let me get that picture out of the way. On the Dramatica website, Dramatica.com. You can find all of this, including an example. You can actually look up other movies to see examples of how they do. The Star Wars analysis goes down and breaks down every little element of how it fits the story. So I highly recommend if you're interested in using this, that you just go to the Dramatic website and you explore all the resources they have, and try the trial version of the software just to see it. Even if you've got a story that you've mostly plotted out, you can take this and you can plug in your scenes and everything, and you can see where there might be something you might need to improve on or expand on. Yeah, it is. In-depth is a great description for it, Courtney. As I showed you, that chart, the breakdown, the chart of the different the elements, like an elemental table, that gives you the diametrically opposed things, so you can expand on those things. It's really in depth. One question I get asked a lot is, how do you take characters and take them away from being simple archetypes or caricatures and make them more complex? Well, remember the chart layout. It's diametrically opposed things, right? All of the characters' motivations and everything are laid out in similar charts. And when you get a character that instead of just going like this, they suddenly go like this on a chart, that's how they become complex characters. A character who feels like the protagonist, but also fills the role of, has the emotion, versus just filling the slot that matches them in the different quadrants. Everything is broken down into quadrants. Yes, it is. It's frightening to look at that as a seat of your pants writer. Look at her, go, oh, what is this? The software takes it and makes it. The software takes it and makes it so much simpler. Let me see if the software will be polite and just open. Okay, so got the software up. Let me move it up here. Share the screen real quick. Yes, I got that part. So first thing you're going to say when you see this is it feels very Windows 3.1, and you're not wrong. You're very not wrong. So Story Guide is where you want to start. Up here at Story Guide, when you start in here, you start at level 1. So it breaks you down in here. You start at level 1. Obviously, these are different in depth here. And I'm going to just jump straight to getting started. Every single thing here has a how-to. And if you look right here in the center, these are the 4 storylines, the through lines I was talking about. Every story has this. It doesn't matter what story you read. Every story has these. There's the overall storyline. There's the main character line. There's the impact character line. And then there's the main versus impact. Those four through lines interweave throughout the story to explore the argument, which is the central argument of your question. And the first thing you start with is simple. What's the title? Half the time when I start these, I don't have a title. So you just put something in there, and then you move to your pitch, your log line, that thing you say when you're in the elevator. You've got 2 floors to get their attention, to get them to not push the button. And yeah, this is the thing that keeps them on the elevator. Yep, this is extremely step by step. If you look here, we're going into if you just down here, just a couple lines down, after you get through a brief little synopsis of your story, character intro. So you get into overall, you get your overall characters, you create your main and your impact character. After you create all the characters, see, you get to create a character and then pick a role for them. You can actually write in what their role is: main character, impact character, antagonist. That basically using. And if you look down, see they have the theory of how these characters will fit. So all the questions, usage, it gives you examples, illustrations. Not every single one of these will be active. Help just gives you little things, gives you some definition and context, that gives you examples that connect to the actual, like the Dramatica theory book and everything. And stories is a good one. Now this one we haven't quite got enough information, but stories will give you examples in so many other stories. Aliens is an example, Jaws. So pretty much every major story that you can think of, they tend to lean towards movies when they give these examples, because more people have seen movies than have read the books. I mean, just the world we live in. But they get that. That's kind of what that. It just gives you like, oh, okay, so this is what I'm thinking of when I think of this character. This is this character from this movie or this character, and I can see how it fits in. And so you go through the process of creating all your characters, deciding who your main and impact character are, And then right here, we're at the end of getting started, they give you a story report. This is just the first part of it. You'll notice there are 3 more aspects to this, and this is all just level 1. So I highly recommend, if you have any interest in the dramatic theory, after you check out some of the information that's online, you get a trial copy of this and you try it. Particularly if you've got a story that you're working on, you've got it plotted out, you can use this to fill it in and see how it can help you. Highly recommend. That's piece of software. I've used that software. I've had to the series that. Sorry, a thing popped up on my screen. The series that someone was lucky enough to win copies of. Here they are right here. Oh, the blur is in the way. Let me get rid of that blur for a second. Virtual background. None. All right. So someone was lucky enough to win copies of these yesterday. So Rise and Fall in my series were originally meant to be 1 book. They were 1 story. When I realized I had too much story to split them apart, I had to go back to the Dramatica layout for Rise, break it off, and create a whole new one for Fall. And then later, when I started working on Shatter, I started working on it and realized, I need to rework the way this is laid out, because I have started with the middle part of the story. I had 2 acts, and I was looking at it going, I haven't explored the main versus the impact through line enough. That conflict there that dominates the story, that ends up creating that argument, that disagreement, that ideological difference between the main and the impact character in the 3rd book explains how the world ended up the way it was. And I wasn't giving it enough airtime. And that's one of the ways that using the software can help. It can make sure when it shows you what's being laid out in the scenes, it can show you, you know what, you haven't given the main and the impact character storyline nearly enough play. You need to go back and rework your first act. The question is, I have a 7-book series that I've drafted that spans 200 years. Would Dramatica help me keep all that organized? Yes, because I'm sure you have a single storyline in mind that covers the whole thing. The thing about my series, Rise, Fall, Shatter, and Unite, Shatter actually takes place in the past. The opening to Unite takes place in the past. The very beginning of Shatter actually takes place right after Fall ends. So in order to keep all that in order, timeline wise, I had to pull it out. I had to understand how the story was going to work and why I was going to tell it in that order. But it also helped me understand the overall story, the history. When you're laying out the history timeline of your world, Dramatica can help you with that, but Dramatica is going to help you more in taking all of that information you have, that 200 years. Sorry, I'm trying to go there. That 200 years timeline that you have, and it's going to say, just because you have it like this doesn't mean you want to tell it like this. You might want to switch some things up here to better tell the story. Yes, actually, I have Aether and Ink. For my PhD in history, I took a course on teaching history, and I created a course on how to use Dramatica, the Dramatica theory, to teach historians how to write narrative history and historical fiction. And the idea of being that just because we write history doesn't mean it needs to be boring. You know, this person did this, and then the next day this person did this, and then this did this, and this did. You can actually tell a story, still be true to the data without sacrificing, but make it more of a dramatic story. Hampton Sides is a historian, an example who does this. He uses narrative history as his example for telling the history of a story. He only gives you the history when it's pertinent to the story. Otherwise, he just keeps telling the story from beginning to end.
Brian,
Welcome
I have
back.
to say, I am so encouraged to want to try using that program now. I know for a lot of writers, like for me, I feel like I'm pretty good at coming up with systems and using a structure, but I get asked, and I get so many writers who come to the community, and they suck with structures. Like they don't know how to like organize all the things, do all the systems. And I feel like it does everything.
Yeah, especially the
And it's
software.
very, very cool.
It starts with the most important part. First, give me a title. Don't have one, skip that for now. Brief synopsis. That synopsis will change. You're going to discover that synopsis will change. It will change so much. But then it gets to the meat of where your story is. Characters. That's the primary thing about Dramatica. Characters drive the story forward. It really helps you make sure that your characters are fleshed out, that you understand their motivations, and you understand how you can make their motivations and who they are as a character complex.
Oh yeah.
Slide them into other roles in the story. As an example, in Rise, there is a character who fills more of a contagonist role in the story.
Okay.
Later, in one of the later books, he becomes the protagonist of the story.
Interesting.
And the character who is an antagonist in Rise, or filling the role of antagonist, he becomes a contagonist later in the story, and eventually gets his own act in one of the books where he is the protagonist, where he has a redeeming arc.
That's kind of cool. So then it's almost like a lot of the roles reverse, or they end up swapping or switching throughout the course of the story.
Once you understand the through lines, how they work together, the overall story through line, and you start looking at how characters fit in their role in the story, you realize that there's the whole, you get your 3-act story, right? The hero circle for 3 acts, but then inside those and sometimes crossing over acts, you can get a mini arc that allows you to connect that original story, the overall storyline, through the main and impact characters along to tell a story. And then you'll realize, oh, wait a minute, I need to shift and go someplace else, which happens in Rise. In Rise, like if you follow it, the entire first act is told from one character's perspective. Then you switch to Act 2 and you get the other character's perspective.
Interesting. Okay.
And then they come together for the third act. Fall, for the first 2 acts, you pretty much get 2 characters' perspectives, but then when the end of the second act, heading into the third act, you introduce a third storyline. And when I had in Shatter starts, we're getting more storylines, more perspectives. And when you start expanding the story out to layer the depths of your story, still following that overall through line, you realize that all of your characters at any point can slide back and forth into roles. So while one character is the protagonist here and they're the antagonist here, you switch over and suddenly this protagonist is now the guide to the antagonist protagonist.
Oh yeah, and I think what I really, really appreciated is you laid it out in Star Wars terminology, which I absolutely love. Like everyone's seen Star Wars.
Yeah, they're at least familiar with it, right?
Exactly.
And one of the big criticisms of Star Wars is that the characters follow archetypes, which is true. They have simple archetypes, but as the story expands into Empire and Return of the Jedi, and other people started getting their hands on the story that weren't named George Lucas, the complexities of those characters were played out. But for the purpose of explaining Dramatica, the first movie fits perfectly for explaining just
of course, because it was a standalone. I mean, technically it was a trilogy, but the character arcs in the first one were a standalone character arc.
If Star Wars had stopped after A New Hope, no one would have been dissatisfied.
Exactly.
It had an ending that you could follow. Once Empire started, though, you had to get to the third one.
I know. If it hadn't continued after New Hope, we wouldn't have gotten the 20 to 30 to 40 continuation, spin-offs, remakes, and prequels.
We also never would have gotten the joy that was Timothy Zahn joining the universe. And Timothy Zahn, while he doesn't actually call it Dramatica, he uses a very similar writing style.
Oh, really?
Yep. So the first challenge I have for your writers is identify the argument of your story, whatever that central argument is. For these books right here, for the Future World series, the question is, when trauma happens, what wins, hope or fear?
When trauma happens, what wins, hope or fear? I absolutely love that, because that really goes to what the core philosophy is, right? What's like the core theme of the novel.
And you'll realize there is no wrong answer to that question.
There isn't, right?
One can win one day, one can win the other
we
day.
get to pose it, and then the reader gets to decide, oh, you know what? This is the way that I perceive the answer based off the experience.
One of the themes of the story is that just because something is broken doesn't mean it can't survive and then thrive and then become something better. Just because it's broken doesn't mean it's bad. It can still be beautiful. And that's explored on the whole world. We ripped it apart. What did they become? What did they make of it? What they make of it ends up being the finale of the series.
Wow, that's so cool. And so, I know the first 2 books are out. How many books was it just the 2 that are part of the series? 4. Okay, so far we have 2 of 4.
Rise, Fall, Shatter, Unite. There is a 5th book.
What a great build up. Great naming structure.
It worked out. It was just I was trying to find a name, and the first one came to me, Rise, and I immediately started thinking about the others, and then Unite came. And then from there it was just, well, now that I understand how I'm laying out the story, which Dramatica helped me work through that through line, Shatter came in, and then Fall was a result of the fact that I had to split the two, and it's like, what's the best end? Well, and I realized I took the original ending to Rise and made it the ending to Fall, and if you look at both the ending of Rise and the ending of Fall, in both instances, falling is happening. Like the characters, it ends at a point where you can say, well, there's a somewhat of an up point, but then something bad happens. There's somewhat of an up point, but then something bad happens. And that continues. And so, yeah, so Rise, Fall, Shadow, Unite, there is a fifth book, which can be written later. It takes place between the events of the past and the present and the current events, but it is spoilery from the beginning, so it can't be read until you've read the first 4.
Gotcha. Which that's actually really, really cool. I'm like, it definitely makes me want to read your books. I know you literally just came out with Fall released recently. When will or how far are you along with Shatter?
Shatter is a third of the way done, but as I said earlier, going through the Dramatica process, I realized I'd written the middle third, and so I'm going back and reworking. I'm going into Dramatica software and I'm reworking the way Shatter lays out to add to add more of an act, which allows me to both. Like the Logwyn character in the story, originally that character was meant just to be a vehicle for the reader to get into that world. And in the process of taking some really good feedback from a beta reader and just expanding out on what that feedback led to, I discovered there was a whole nother storyline there that made the ending that much better. So coming into 2025 we'll be starting up we're kind of doing something a little different. We're going to basically I'm going to give her prompts and she's going to react, and those are going to be the character that's modeled after her in the story. That's going to be their actual dialogue. But she's also going to fill the role of another character. The primary impact character in the third book is not the character that's based on her. It's another character. And she's going to fill that role. So we're starting that. I'm finishing. We're going to set up her recording studio for she's an actress. So we can make content for her like the next week or two. And then as soon as that's done, we're going to start making content, and that content's going to be shared on our Instagram pages, but that's also how we're going to finish. My goal is to have Shatter done and submit it to the publisher by the summer.
Well, good luck with that. I mean, definitely if you guys ever have anything to share, drop by the Discord and make sure to share in there as well. We have a lot of active readers in the community, and we're in the spring we're actually going to be launching our book club for the Right Now community.
Well, so, I'll look forward to that.
We got a lot
some more reads for me.
What was that?
Get some more reads for me. Although
we haven't determined how we're going to go about. We're still figuring out logistics and genre and all the determinations, but definitely advertising wise, like definitely share your stuff in the Discord. And I know people would love to check your stuff out.
Wow, thank you. I will tell you this though, on your book club thing, I tend to lean towards Audible books first. I've read 45 books.
You and me both,
this
my
year.
friend. I am so busy, and people ask me, like I get asked all the time from writers to read their books. I already don't have enough time to read the books I want to read.
I have a stack of them sitting over there that I need.
But I listen to podcasts. I listen to audio stuff all the time. So I'm always like, is there an audiobook for it? I'm more likely to.
And Fall's audiobook will be released in February.
Ooh, that's exciting. Remind me of, let me know when it releases. I will always sign up for audiobooks.
Of course. So, well, thank you. Thanks for the questions in there. And if anyone wants to talk to me offline about the Dramatica process, I'd be more than welcome. You can ask How can people find you? On Instagram, just look up Guthron. You can pretty much follow me there. That's also my website, guthron.com. So I'll put them here in the chat. So
awesome. Yeah. So just drop it for the private chat. I mean, I think, just drop it in the private chat, and I can drop it in the group chat for you right now.
I was in the wrong one.
And we also have it linked down in the YouTube description as well. We have your website, I believe, is probably what's linked down there. And let's see, perfectguthron.com. So we just dropped it down here in the chat for anybody who wants to go check out your stuff, connect with you, find you on socials.
Courtney, that is another option with Kindle. The Kindle books, they do offer you
I know.
that.
Courtney has been telling me this as well. Courtney's like, just like turn on the audio for the Kindle. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. I got to mess around with it and figure it out. Clearly, it's a missed opportunity. I feel like whenever I like buy a book with Amazon Kindle, it gives you the audiobook option, but then it doesn't let me like listen to it if I don't get the audiobook.
Yeah, you have to actually purchase the audiobook. But pro tip for anyone who's getting a book on Audible, always try to get the Kindle version first, because once you select the Kindle version, it gives you a discount if you pair Audible narration with it. That discount is always good. I've never seen it be less than 70% off, unless it was a brand new book that just came out. So you're not going to be able to get Brandon Sanderson's new book at that discount. But yeah, if you're ever going to, once you've identified a book on Audible, before you spend that credit that costs you so much per month, go to the website, the Amazon website, and select the Kindle version and look down underneath the buy now with one click button. And there, if it's on Audible, there will be an option to add Audible narration. I get a lot of history books. Those are very pricey on Audible. And I haven't paid more than $10 for an Audible history book using that trick. Because if you buy the Audible version, you get the Kindle version anyway. But by buying the Kindle version,
that's
by buying
really
the Kindle version, you can get a discount on the Audible thing. Yeah, I tell everybody that.
It's a really good tip. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I think this has been an absolutely really, really great way to end off. We've had so much information over the past 24 hours of live streaming. And
I've got your streams saved for me to listen to while I'm doing other things, so I can get through all of the information. There was just
absolutely. Content. So the replays are going to be available online. I will probably time code them. If I don't die tonight, I will time code them either tonight or tomorrow morning, so people can hop around to the presentations they like.
I think everyone will forgive you if you wait until tomorrow. You've been kind of busy for 24 hours. If you take it and if you wait until tomorrow morning,
there's like a completionist part of me that's like, I just have to put it behind me for now so I can move forward. I know.
This is true. This is true, but don't do it because you're afraid everyone's going to kill you. I'm pretty sure they'll all give you a slide. But they'll say get it done before you go out and enjoy New Year's, because then you'll be.
I don't get to enjoy New Year's. I'm moving next week. I've just set up for months of torture.
Oh, well, have fun with that.
All right, well, awesome, my friend. I of course will have to have you back in the stream at some point. You're more than welcome. I realize I always forget to tell people this, but you're more than welcome to join us. Wednesday nights is our weekly writers group. I know New Year's is this week, but any of the Wednesdays,
and last week was Christmas.
About writing. I know, and we did a special Christmas one, and people still showed up. we still get people, writers join us on stream, and we just chat writing.
Fun. Yep. If the one that my local bookstore doesn't turn out to be as good as I'd hoped it would be, then that's an option to come hang out with writers on here in Discord.
Awesome.
It's right. People don't understand the need for that kind of motivation, that kind of. I have authors from my same publisher who we just get in and we motivate each other. It's like keep writing. It may take you a while. You may be in recovery from something, but just keep writing something and just to cheer each other. That kind of accountability is really big. It helps so much.
Yeah, and it's literally just being able to talk with other writers. I completely agree with you. All right, Guthrie. Well, you're awesome. I'm a little delirious at this point, but I appreciate you. Bye, Rise and Fall. ML is going to have to let us know how incredible the books are once he receives them.
Please leave a review. This one has been out for 8 years. 620 people helped it get published. It has 50 reviews. I've been going after those people like, dude, it's been 8 years for you to read this book.
All right, time to push the reviews. Well, definitely we'll throw it in the community, my friend. Thank you so much, and we'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
All right, that is awesome. And while I queue up for what's next, I can't do anything but leave you with helping me sell some more dragons. So I'll be right back. What's wrong? I haven't written anything good in months. I have writer's block. I can't even think of what character to write. I've gotten 33 words for December. I am not a writer. Wait, You don't know the ancient technique that cures writer's block and any writing problems since the dawn of time. Liar, I'm serious. I just wrote a book in 1 week. What is it? Magic. You're the chosen one. Really? No. Do we look like we're in Middle Earth? It's better than magic. It can cure writer's block, it can solve any problem, it can fix any story, it can make you a best-selling novel. You're going to tell me that I need to go get an education, I need to learn by practicing writing every single day, I need to join a writer's group, I need to teach myself new words, and maybe in 20 years, I'll be able to write something halfway decent. Who actually wants to spend time writing as a writer? No. You got a writing problem? Then put a dragon on it. Are you feeling stuck? Put a dragon on it. Do you have a writing problem that needs to be solved? Put a dragon on it. Now available in limited quantity. I was like, well, I have technically 45 stickers here. I don't actually know how many have sold yet. So I know we sold a bunch in the morning. This is going to be the only batch for this round of dragon stickers. I was like, let me make sure. Apologies, after 24 hours of streaming, I might be loopy, but if you want to help support the community, put a dragon on it. The dragon will help you solve all of your problems in the writing world. So if you're ever feeling lack of motivation, the dragon will help you solve it, I promise. So definitely purchase it. The link, it should pop up on the screen. If it doesn't, it's beneath the live stream. If not, just refresh the page. I appreciate you. Help support the community. I'm like so cool. I'm like, this is the first product I'm ever trying to sell, so I would really appreciate the support. Really awesome. All proceeds literally just go back into the writing community. It literally just goes towards marketing. I want to invest in the Discord to get cooler banners and help blow up all of our huge community events coming next year. Starting off with our book club, we'll start. I'll start releasing some more details for those. Probably later in January, once we start getting to 2025 and I recover from 3 months back-to-back of writing events, craziness, and all that jazz. But thank you for that. And as promised, for sticking around, before we get into our closing ceremony, we're going to be kicking it off with the last free giveaway of the night. So let's end this off. And this is actually a great giveaway to end off on, because who doesn't want, and let's make sure we got the free giveaway on set up. I want to make sure we had the raffle set up. All right, perfect. So what perfect way to end off on the giveaway than to offer this free reading, a tarot reading. Who doesn't want a free tarot reading with Chris Lilly? Chris, like, awesome friend, community member. Like, this is going to help you out so much. I know we've gone through, Chris has been on the podcast before. We've talked about his method with helping with tarot readers, not tarot readers, authors, right? I'm like, all right, Kaufman's a little delirious, but helping authors with their stories and all of the things. So this is a free reading. Let's see, let me pull this up. You're just going to want to type in #tarot onto the screen. Hopefully it's the content. Hopefully it's going. I feel like it might be. Fingers crossed. I'm just going to believe in the heart of the WriteNow-a-thon. So let's see, tarot reading with Chris Lilly. Let's see, you're sitting on a stage at an event celebrating you and your latest book release. There's a long line of people just dying to ask you questions about your process, how this all came to be. The next guest comes up to the microphone and asks, "Hi, I'd like to know how you created such a deep and powerful story." Your answer? A tarot reading. I absolutely love that. Actually, that's a really great that's a great setup. Let's see, and we are so definitely type in hashtag tarot for a chance to be entered. Definitely type in hashtag tarot. Courtney, I love your enthusiasm. You are I appreciate you so much. You guys inspire me. I wouldn't even have the energy to be able to do 24 hours of live streaming without all your guys' support. So it means a lot to me. Keep those hashtag tarots coming. And I believe the contest, the free giveaway is open. And yeah, so keep the hashtag tarot coming. Let's see. So keep that coming. This is going to be a wonderful thing. Whoever ends up being the winner, we are going to let's see. Yeah, so whoever ends up being the oh my goodness. Guys, forgive our team. We've been streaming for 24 and almost a half hours. So we're doing pretty good, guys. We're still here. So, oh, there we go. Okay, I think we got it. Yes. All right, draw. Let's draw for hashtag tarot and let's see who wins the free tarot reading. Woo! All right, let's see who wins. Who's going to get it? Who is Brian? Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. That is actually very cool. That is so cool, my friend. Having just done that presentation, I'm very happy for you, my friend. And make sure, Brian, that you fill out the giveaway winner form. Here we go. Just dropped it in the chat for you. So, Brian, make sure to fill out the giveaway winner form so we can get your details and we'll connect you with Chris so that way you can get your tarot reading. Brian, I have a feeling I feel like he's probably going to help give you some good news for you're forthcoming for Shatter. I'm like really looking forward. I always want to help out fellow authors in the community. So definitely fill out that submission form. And yeah, we'll make sure to connect you guys so that way you can get that tarot reading scheduled. All right, wonderful. So that has been that's incredible. I was like, that was the giveaway. Wow. I was like, that was the giveaway. So that was cool. He was on Aether and Ink. Yes. He was absolutely on. Chris is absolutely amazing. Absolutely. And let's see, what do we got? So this brings us to this part, and we're not even done yet because we still have these parting words. So before I bring my co-host back onto the stream, I just want to say that I'm very honored, and I'm very proud to have made it this far. I mean, outside of the past 24 hours of live streaming, right? So outside, 12, 11, 20, I don't know. Who knows? I've been streaming for some period of time over the past 3 days. So outside of that, this past year, the past 360 days has been such an honor, and it's been such an accomplishment and such a journey. And I wanted to, like, I know I feel happy, right? I'm proud that I was able to even pull through 360 days and even landing in the hospital and still showing up through sickness and showing up through all the days I didn't feel like writing. I can tell you guys there were some stream days where I didn't feel like streaming. Like, let's be real. So, but I mean, that's part of the nature of life, right? You're not going to feel like you're able to show up 100% every day. And when you're able to, it just makes literally all the difference in the world. It's when I can show up and I can come to the community and I come to you guys. Even on the days where I didn't feel like writing, or on the days where I try to write Scarecrow and you guys saw I come up with dragons and pixies and ghosts and like we don't even know like what comes out of it. Like, you guys inspire me. all of you guys. And like, I appreciate all of you guys who are here right now, but I just like from the bottom of my heart, outside of my own achievement, the fact that you guys show up, whether daily, every other day, weekly, even those who show up once a week or every once in a blue moon, it means so much to me. It legitimately means the world. And I am just so happy. I'm so proud to be able to celebrate just this achievement with all of you. And everybody in the community is so creative. I see so much passion and energy and so much love through all the coffee, through all the challenges, the highs and lows of being a writer. And it just like, it fills my heart and it makes me just feel so happy that I and we are attracting the type of writers that we want in the community, the type of writers that we want to be around. And like I said from the intro video, like this is only the beginning. So we're definitely we're going to keep going. I'm going to keep hustling. I'm not, just because I hit that 1 year mark, I'm not going to be stopping. So I'm going to keep streaming every day as long as I'm able to. We'll see how long I can last. But this has just been the honor of my life. I've never felt after 34 years of living, I've never felt more at peace, more called, and more honored that this decision this past year to do this daily writing live stream community has been the best decision I've ever made in my entire life. And the experiences that I've had, even though it's through a camera, have been genuine and very real to me. And being able to share my passion, my love with you, with the community, has just been like, it means a lot. And I really want all of you guys to know that you guys are just, you guys are amazing. So with that being said, I wanted to make sure that I left off on that note. And then I also want to bring up my wonderful co-hosts. Guys, I couldn't have done this event without the two of these. Let me bring up Penelope and Chatzel. Welcome, my friends. You guys look as tired as I feel. Like, I know, I feel tired. I feel delirious. I could do this thing off and on all night, but I legitimately, the WriteNow-thon wouldn't have been possible without you two. And I want both of you to know that. Like, this is it means a lot. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the community, to a lot of the writers. Every single writer who's shown up has shown, like, we've done so much information. We've created so many networking opportunities, and we've created so much inspiration just by putting this thing together. And you guys were both involved in that. Anybody who's watching this, and I'm going to bug everyone in the community. I want you to bombard Chatzel and Penelope with thank you and amazing messages in Discord throughout the course of this next week, because they both deserve it. They both put in a lot of work. I know both of them, neither of them were expecting a few months ago to do 20 plus hours of streaming. I'm crazy to do a lot of streaming, but these two, like, this wasn't something that they had anticipated. So, like, guys, these two deserve a lot of credit.
Actually, I kind of did.
So like after 24 writing sessions.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, the moment you said write-a-thon, I knew you were going to go a lot longer than the last one.
Oh, man. And Nil, like, I just quick shout out, Nil. Your contribution is amazing. Thank you. $25 for good luck in 2025. Great job, 2024, Koff. The write-a-thon was great. Thank you for the community. Nil, like, it means so much. You guys know that this is my main deal. Penelope and Soul, like, they're both on the author journey, right? They're both doing the same things that I'm doing, just with different aspects, different goals. But like, that's what we're all here to do. We all want to be authors and make a living off of the things that we love.
Mm-hmm.
So like this, whenever you guys support, it means all the difference. It really, really, like, it fills my heart. Yeah. So Penelope, how are you guys feeling? Beyond tired, like we know the tired energy, but like in general, like we made it. Did you guys ever think that you could do 25? What we're 24 with the Friday stream. We did what 2 hours? Technically, with the movie, that was like 3 to 4. Did you guys ever think that you would be capable of doing 24 hours of live streaming in one weekend?
I'm still amazed I've live streamed it all, because I will admit, before I came to this community, I hated being on camera of any kind.
Yeah, and that's like, it's not like we've gone through such a journey this past year, Soul, and like Penelope, I've seen both of you guys growing exponentially from your very first time that you guys hopped on stream. Like, you guys have just become so much more just open, active, even on camera. And I think it really shows, right? It helps us build confidence, because I know how I felt, even though I've done YouTubing and video stuff, I know how I felt live streaming on day one. You guys saw that in the intro video. I sounded like, I was like, I don't know how I sounded, but I sound like I was trying to do something. Now I can just enter these streams of consciousness for hours on end. And I somehow managed to do things. My 2025 goal, show up on time. That's going to be my 2025 goal. And try to be on time. That's one of my goals for the stream.
Who would you even be if you weren't at least 5 minutes late? Like, who is this imposter? It's a lost, scared crow.
I was like, there's many things I want to be known for. Showing up, being the one who's always late is not one of them. Even though it's
on
become
the
part of
other
the equation.
hand, your commitment to your commitments is amazeballs. Like, you do always manage to show up. So, like, and even in the most sometimes more dire than not dire situations, you show up for your community, dude.
Courtney is like, it's Kaufman time, like island time, but cooler.
Right?
It's
got a dragon on it.
Yep.
This
Yeah,
has
so
been
it's like
fun.
dragon time. Buy those dragon stickers.
It's dragon time.
I'll upload these videos next week at some point.
You should. They're amazing. Great job on the videos, by the way. Those were a perfect set up and send off for the right now.
I mean, I have a lot of fun doing the scripted stuff. I mean, people who've seen the early YouTube stuff on my channel, I have web series. So there's a couple of web series I've done. The challenge is with where I'm at in life, web series kind of cost money to some extent. And they also, I need to also have location, and I have to have more logistics that I'm just not at this stage. You promise, like, I know when I'm at a farther stage in my life, back into a web series.
That's cool. Yeah, you've got a really good eye for editing. I think, like, you're really good at stitching your videos together and knowing what shots are, how to use a shot. So I know nothing about. I watch movies, so I think that makes me some sort of expert on it. But the cinematography is on point with your phone, and I like that people can just make a movie with their phone though too. Or
and
like
that's kind of the age we're in. But
yeah.
as we look towards next year, what where's our Right Now-a-thon community going to? Where do you guys think you'll be 1 year from now when we come back for the Right Now-a-thon? Where do you see yourself? I see myself with 2 years of streaming, Scarecrow's out, working on the next book, over 10 holiday events, and hopefully starting on networking at in-person conventions. That's where I see myself in 1 year from now. I'll check in and hopefully I'm able to reach it. But where do you guys see yourselves in a year?
I'll take it first. I'm going to actually publish a couple more books by then. I've got Aether and Ink started, so I hope I'll have a whole roster. My Rolodex will be full of very cool writers and artists that I have interviewed. And then I would like to start working on the by invitation anthology curated from all the peeps that I've met over the course of the last year to see what that experimental lit mag takes me. And hopefully not living in my parents' basement anymore.
We feel that. Well, I'm a year ahead of you, so I'll let you know how it goes.
You managed. You're escaping the womb, as it were.
I'm escaping. I'm escaping the basement, from one basement to another.
I feel like the most adult person because I actually own my own house.
Yes, and a child. So
Yes.
you got those on top of us, and a cat, 2 cats,
5 cats,
5 cats, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Oh my god! Pretty much at this point. Now, I'm honestly hoping that in a year, for one, that I'm working on the third book in the trilogy for the Pirate series, working to get that published. Not this coming summer, but the next, and hope to God that I have actually at least started some of my games, at least one of them. If I can at least get some work done on Stone Age Survival, that would be more than amazing. Because that is supposed to be like this. That's really supposed to be the starting game for my indie game company, and I have done absolutely nothing in 3 months on it, and I am so mad at myself.
No.
I think you'll make some progress on it. I think you have to give yourself leniency because you write at such a high volume on your other projects, as the community can clearly attest every single Wednesday.
What about Eclipse Forge? Like
that I do want to continue that. I guess I haven't given much thought of that just yet because 1, I just started it, and 2, just I know that I'm going to continue with the whole creation services, the developmental editing, and the beta reading. But I do get the feeling I'm going to add on to it at some point. Like I really am considering now adding on action reviews for reading people's
I would hit you up on that because I struggle a lot with writing actions, so it would be nice to know, because I trust your writing process. I've read you. It would be nice to know if I could send you send you a couple of scenes and you could be like
then I'll definitely be looking into that for this week then and kind of go from there. I do know that at some point I'm probably gonna add on some other kind of service. I'm hoping that if I can get the chance and actually do this decently, I do also want to offer actual art skills, as in drawing character designs. So not just doing like a written description, but actually getting onto Eclipse Studio and doing sketches of people's characters or creatures.
That'd be so cool.
And the program that I'm looking into for Wonderdraft, the Wonderdraft program, it actually has the ability to take your map and put it on a globe. And since I am looking into learning how to make 3D models in Blender, which I actually made a decent wolf head today in 20 minutes.
That's hard. They're hard to draw.
I didn't find that difficult.
Wolf head? Oh my god! I've always struggled with them.
I'll show you a picture later. It's actually not half bad.
Drop it in the Discord. Yeah,
definitely.
But
I'm actually thinking of taking the Wonderdraft and taking the maps and making them into globes for people whenever they get the world creation, and that way it'd be kind of like just like a fun little extra.
I feel
people can actually have like a little 3D GIF whatever of their world.
Oh, I feel like 5-year vibes from you. I feel like you've got so much going on at the foundation. You know what I mean? You've got so much potential for so many different areas. I feel like you might grow upwards a little bit more slowly, but it's only because you've grown out so much. And you've got this once you figure out where your offerings fit within the community and you can, there's always a matter of casting, trying to figure out what the market wants too. But I just feel like in 5 years, I'm going to walk back into Eclipse Forge and it's going to be this amazing powerhouse of you know what I mean? I just feel that for you. I just wanted to say that I feel good things for you. So
yeah, honestly, in 5 years, the main thing that I'm going to be trying to accomplish is Eclipse Studios is going to be at game conventions, and I'm going to be showing off my games.
Yeah, I'll join you at this.
Literally, this is literally my dream job.
I just want to see games.
Trust me, when there's enough work done on my games, I'm actually going to be sharing with the community. I know it's a writing community, but since I am a single person working on them and I'm doing all of that, I'm definitely going to be showing them off once I get enough done. Especially because the main games I'm working on are all text-based.
10 to 15 years, games like Baldur's Gate 3 will just have to watch out for Eclipse Forge.
Oh, that is going to be awesome.
I would come out of gaming, no playing, to come play the games.
Well, I think this was really, really incredible. I
Can we sleep?
think this was a great, like, I hope you guys join me again in a year, regardless of where we're at, so that way we can check in again. I won't commit anyone to 25 hours of streaming. Next Christmas it'll be 60 hours of streaming with AI Dragon Kaufman taking the brunt of it. That'll be my goal. But yeah, I think let's get you guys out of here. I mean, let's get me out of here. 25 hours. Time. I think we have also, let's see, let me add this to the studio because I've added where the community gets one final surprise at the end. I promise that they get one final surprise. I was like, and we get all of this. So I'll just do that. We'll sign off. Guys, thank you for joining us. You guys rock. I appreciate you guys. This is our parting thoughts. It has been amazing. This has been an amazing experience. We love you guys. I love you guys. I'm Kaufman. I'm signing out. And this is...
I'm Penelope Hartley.
And this
And
is...
I'm Chat Soul and Crow.
And we'll catch you on the next stream because it's time. If I can do this correctly.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Because it's time to write now.